In the primordial world of Honghuang, Kunlun Mountain reigns supreme as the foremost of all peaks and ranks among the 10 blessed lands. It serves as the sacred dojo of the 3 pure ones. At this moment, a member of the human race approaches from a distance toward Kunlun Mountain. 10,000 years of journey have passed. Finally, he is about to reach Kunlun Mountain. This human is named Chen Yuan, and he carries another identity, that of a transmigrator. Tens of thousands of years ago, Chen Yuan was struck by a speeding truck running a red light in an accident. When he woke up, he found himself transported to the primordial world of Honghuang. He became one of the first batch of innate humans created by the Saintess Nuwa. The innate humans were crafted by Saintess Nuwa using the 9 heavens vital essence and the 3 pure light, divine waterborn, with an innate constitution and the cultivation base of a heavenly immortal. 10,000 years ago, Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan and Saint Tongtian Jiaozhu announced that they would accept disciples at Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yuan naturally took action immediately. To establish a foothold in Honghuang, he knew he certainly needed a powerful patron. As a transmigrator, he understood that the human race would soon face the great calamity. Without formidable power, they would merely become prey for others to devour. The sage sects were naturally his first choice. Taishang's sect could be ruled out. He had only accepted Xiandu as a disciple. That left Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu as the next best options, and failing that, the Western sect would be the last resort. For this purpose, he left the human tribe and embarked on the journey to Kunlun Mountain. Lacking cultivation methods, he walked step by step toward the sacred mountain. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him on this journey. He encountered no danger and arrived at the territory of Kunlun Mountain smoothly. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for arriving at the territory of Kunlun Mountain. Golden finger activated. Please take allegiance to any one of the sages to activate the system. As Chen Yuan was about to continue his journey, a voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was stunned. Then came the surprise. A golden finger. Indeed, those foreign novels hadn't lied. Every transmigrator comes equipped with a golden finger as standard. However, the conditions to activate this golden finger were quite stringent. I'll risk it all. Chen Yuan took a deep breath. Then he continued on his journey. 1,000 years later, Chen Yuan finally arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Looking around, he discovered that many innate beings had already gathered at the mountain's base. After all, the 3 pure ones accepting disciples was a grand occasion of immense significance, naturally drawing many beings to seek instruction here. Among them were not a few demon beast cultivators from the Purple Palace Heavenly Court, or even some powerful rogue cultivators. There were even quasi-saints present. Chen Yuan's arrival naturally drew the attention of some beings. Simply put, it was because Chen Yuan was a member of the human race. The human race, this species that had only emerged tens of thousands of years ago, had never produced anyone stronger than a golden immortal. If not for the existence of the sages, they would have been exterminated countless times long ago. Unexpectedly, there would be a human being here. Just as well, this demon is hungry. I'll eat you to fill my stomach. A great demon beast looked at Chen Yuan, savoring his words with a lick of his lips. He had heard from other demon beings that humans were delicious. No way. Chen Yuan watched the demon beast approaching him, his body instinctively retreating, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Could it be that he would die before even achieving his goal? This human is finished. Indeed. To be targeted by a golden immortal demon beast. Those around who witnessed this all adopted expressions of mere onlookers. After all, the demon clans were currently quite powerful. Ordinary beings truly dared not offend them. It would be a poor trade to incur the wrath of the demons for a single human. Just as the demon beast was about to close in on Chen Yuan, 3 figures descended, shielding him firmly behind them. One of them spoke. This is the dojo of a sage. It is no place for your demon kind to act so brazenly. Chen Yuan also looked at the 3 who were protecting him. They were 3 women, each emanating a different aura, their cultivation all at the golden immortal level. Could it be them? A group name popped into Chen Yuan's mind. The great demon looked at the 3 women. They were merely early-stage golden immortals. It should be known that he himself was a late-stage golden immortal demon beast. The 3 of you aren't even qualified, the demon beast said coldly. Then add me to the list. Is that enough? A voice rang out, and a middle-aged man walked to the front of the 3 women, his gaze fixed on the great demon. Tai, golden immortal. Big brother, the 3 women called out upon seeing the newcomer. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan instantly confirmed his suspicions. This man and 3 women must be the 3 Xiao fairies and Zhao Gongming. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming, the great demon naturally departed with tactful discretion. Seeing the demon leave, Chen Yuan naturally bowed to the 4 and said, I am Chen Yuan of the human race, paying my respects to the 3 Xiao fairies and supreme immortal Zhao Gongming. Do you know us? Bi Xiao, hearing Chen Yuan's words, looked at him with her large beautiful eyes. The other 3 did the same. The 3 Xiao intervened to help Chen Yuan because of their kind natures and additionally because the human race was a species created by the sages. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and replied, On my way to Kunlun Mountain, I heard some innate beings speak of your distinguished reputations. Upon hearing this, the three Xiao and Zhao Gongming were somewhat puzzled. Were they for really so famous in the primordial world? Dong. At that moment, a resounding bell echoed through the void. In that instant, all the beings beneath Kunlun Mountain simultaneously gazed toward the void. After the bell sound echoed, two figures appeared in the high sky. Boom. In that instant, the figures appeared. Their sage majesty enveloped this land. All knelt to the ground together. Regardless of one's cultivation, whether Thuo golden immortal or quasi-saint, before a sage they were but as ants. This is the supremacy of a sage. I must become a disciple of a sage. In this moment, an identical thought arose simultaneously in the hearts of countless beings kneeling on the ground. Chen Yuan knelt on the ground, shocked within. This is a sage. Even a trace of their aura makes me feel as though I've fallen into the underworld. And the two figures appearing in the void were none other than Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan. Today I open the mountain gate to accept disciples. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand, and a heavenly ladder descended from the mountaintop to the mountain's base. This is the ladder of Dao inquiry. Those who reach the highest point may enter my sect. Meanwhile, the first 12 to arrive shall be accepted as my direct disciples. Hearing these words, all beings erupted with excitement, each striving to become one of the 12. I am Tongtian Jiaozhu. Today I open the mountain gate to accept disciples. Tongtian waved his hand, and three great formations appeared in the void. Cross the three great formations, and you may enter my sect. The first 8 to succeed shall be my direct disciples. Then the avatars of the two great sages disappeared. The beings kneeling on the ground also rose to their feet and looked toward the rules set by the two sages. They began choosing which sage's sect to join. After thinking it over, Chen Yuan chose Tongtian Jiaozhu. Why not Yuanshi Tianzuan? It was because he was not qualified. Yuanshi Tianzuan valued lineage, fortune, and other factors when accepting disciples. But he was merely a human, far from meeting the standards in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes. At this moment, Bixiao walked over and asked Chen Yuan, which sage's sect are you planning to join? Bixiao spoke up to inquire, while Zhao Gongming and the others turned their gaze toward Chen Yuan. With unwavering attention and eyes full of curiosity, they regarded this human cultivator who was clearly no ordinary being. A human who had crossed 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers, traversing the vast primordial wilderness to reach the foot of Kunlun Mountain. One could imagine the immense dangers along such a journey. And yet he had succeeded in arriving here to participate in this disciple selection ceremony. He must surely possess extraordinary qualities and could not be underestimated. Naturally, Zhao Gongming and the others wished to hear what this man thought about this disciple selection. I choose Master Tongtian. Chen Yuan stated without the slightest concealment. The Yuanting sage and the Chanjiao sect placed the greatest emphasis on lineage and origin when accepting disciples. A being of human birth like himself could never meet their standards. Even if he somehow passed the trials, he would inevitably be rejected under one pretext or another. It was better to abandon such thoughts entirely, sparing himself the humiliation of being turned away. Master Tongtian accepted all without discrimination. He was unquestionably the best choice. Having said this, Chen Yuan looked toward Zhao Gongming and the others and posed a question back to them. I wonder what thoughts you all harbor. Which of the saints do you wish to apprentice under? Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao fairies did not respond immediately, but fell into deep contemplation. Chen Yuan, seeing this, expressed his understanding. This choice concerned their future path. It could not be taken lightly, and naturally required careful deliberation. They were not reincarnators like himself, intimately familiar with everything in the primordial world, and able to quickly determine the optimal path. Their difficulty in making an immediate decision was entirely natural and justified. Thus Chen Yuan spoke. I recommend that you also choose Master Tongtian. From my observation, Master Tongtian is magnanimous, while the Yuanting sage is strict and exacting. As for how to choose, that is for all fellow cultivators to decide for yourselves. Chen Yuan stopped at just the right moment, saying nothing further. Had these four not aided him earlier, he would not have spoken these words at all. But then he thought, according to the natural course of events, these four were destined to apprentice under Master Tongtian, were they not? His words now merely served to help them firm up their resolve and choose sooner. With this thought, Chen Yuan said no more. Having finished speaking, he strode forward without hesitation into the formation array that Master Tongtian had set up. Without looking back, without a shred of hesitation. Whether he could apprentice under a saint and from this day change his destiny, it all depended on this single moment. Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao fairies listened to Chen Yuan's words and watched his resolute figure depart. Exchanging glances, their hearts all steadied with resolve. Very well. If he can go, why can't we? 3 younger sisters follow your elder brother, Zhao Gongming declared, waving his great hand as he strode into the grand formation first. The 3 Xiao fairies followed closely behind, stepping into the formation array. The 4 siblings had been born together, sharing the same qi and roots. Naturally, they would live and die as one never to be parted. In the end, like Chen Yuan before them, Zhao Gongming and the three Shao fairies also chose Master Tongtian. At this moment, the gathered living beings throughout the area were also making their own choices one after another. Each cultivator chose their own trial and embarked on their personal journey of apprenticeship. They brought forth all their treasured artifacts, each displaying their divine abilities, all going all out without the slightest reservation. To apprentice under a saint, to become a saint's disciple, from that moment onward one would soar to the heavens with boundless prospects. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, one that could not be sought even when desired. All cultivators wished to seize this destiny-defining opportunity and naturally exerted their full strength. Soon the foot of Kunlun Mountain, which had moments ago been bustling with noise, fell silent and desolate. Only a few beings remained still, hesitating and lost in deep thought. The summit of Kunlun Mountain. Upon Shielan Cliff. After Tongtian and Yuanting set up their trials, neither departed. They remained here, gazing down upon the multitudes below. The choices of the beings, their dilemmas, their hesitations, all of it. Every manner of beings' expressions and actions, all fell into the eyes of the two saints without omission. Ha ha ha. Second brother, it appears that more have chosen me than you. Tongtian laughed heartily and turned to look at Yuanting, his face filled with proud delight. Upon hearing this, Yuanting shook his head and gave a calm, measured response. Third brother, you accept disciples without any requirements. Naturally, more beings will choose you. What is there to be surprised about, and what is there to be proud of? Yuanting's expression remained unchanged. His heart was at peace, unmoved by this. He had long anticipated everything before him. His standards for accepting disciples were strict, both extraordinary lineage and great fortune were essential, neither could be lacking. Moreover, he chose only the finest among the finest, never settling for less. Only those of great destiny and fortune were worthy to enter my Yuanting's door. Tongtian's indiscriminate acceptance, though greater in number, could not conceal the inferiority in quality. Tongtian, seeing this, said no more. He and Yuanting had sprung from the same source, yet their aspirations differed. He wished to enlighten all beings. Naturally, he had no restrictions, the more the merrier. And so it was. The two saints stood at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, each harboring different thoughts as they waited in silence. No one knew how much time had passed. High upon the heavenly ladder. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the heavenly ladder, and brilliant radiance instantly surged upward, illuminating the entire area. The gazes of Yuanting and Tongtian were immediately drawn toward it. Under the watchful gaze of the two saints, three figures slowly emerged from within the heavenly ladder. Their faces radiated pure joy, exhilaration beyond words. They had reached the summit. They had surged ahead of all other beings, the first to reach the apex of the heavenly ladder. Surely this time, they would be granted direct discipleship, no question about it. Though elated, they did not let triumph go to their heads. Upon seeing the two saints, they hurried over without delay to pay respects. Nanji pays respects to both saints. Guangchengzi pays respects to both saints. Yuding pays respects to both saints. Yuanting swept his gaze over them once and nodded slightly. Acceptable. He waved his hand, gesturing them to wait here. Guangchengzi and the other two immediately obeyed and stood in respectful silence, their hearts brimming with boundless anticipation. This time it was certain. Once the trials concluded, it would be the moment of their apprenticeship. The Yuanting sage's heavenly ladder had already produced arrivals, while Tongtian's formation array side still showed no activity. Tongtian watched Nanji and the other two, his eyes filled with envy. These three had both exceptional lineage and impressive strength. They were considered outstanding talents, even in the primordial world, absolutely promising seedlings. With proper cultivation, they would surely become great powers of the future. Thus Tongtian was dejected. Clearly more beings had chosen his side than Yuanting's. Yet why had no one yet passed the trials on his end? Could it be did I set the formation array too difficult? Such thoughts crossed Tongtian's mind. Perhaps he should lower the difficulty a little. Otherwise later, when Yuanting's side would be standing room only and his own side would be utterly empty, it would be utterly embarrassing. Just at this moment, the next instant, the formation array suddenly rippled with disturbance and radiant brilliance erupted, blazing with incomparable splendor. It's coming. Tongtian watched with immense joy, unable to stop himself from clapping his hands and laughing. Finally, it was his turn. At this moment, Yuanting, Nanji, and the others were likewise drawn to look toward the formation array site. Their faces showed curiosity and a desire to investigate. They all wished to see what kind of being could become the very first disciple under Master Tongtian. As the person most directly involved, Tongtian could barely contain his excitement. Come forth, my disciple. He wondered what his very first disciple would look like, and what their background might be. Under the gaze of all present, within the formation array, the radiance gradually receded. A single figure slowly stepped forth, appearing before the assembled observers. As the crowd clearly saw that figure, shock registered on every face simultaneously. A human, the very first being to pass Master Tongtian's trial, was actually a human cultivator. Human, The first creature to emerge from the formation was actually a human. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tongtian, Jiaozhu, and Nanji, along with the other two, stared at the human figure, all deeply shocked and bewildered. Humans. This was the race they most despised. Their disdain for humans was not due to personal prejudice, but the consensus of the entire primordial world. Although humans were a race created by sage Nuwa possessing innate bodies, their physical bodies were extremely frail, and cultivation was arduous. Among the countless races of the primordial world, they were at the bottom, perpetually teetering on the brink of extinction. Had it not been for the backing of a sage, they would have long vanished from the world without leaving a trace. Yet now the first to triumph by passing the Tongtian formation was a human. It must be noted that this place gathered countless beings of diverse races. Among them were many experts, and those with deep fortune and opportunity were not few. Yet the first to traverse the formation and arrive at the summit of Kunlun Mountain was the very race that everyone looked down upon. Yuanshi and the others were naturally unable to react, all frozen in place, staring intently at the human figure. That human figure was of course Chen Yuan. At this moment, seeing the gazes of the five present all focused on him, Chen Yuan was startled. He dared not be negligent, promptly composed his expression, and walked before Tongtian. Chen Yuan of the human race. Greetings, master. Chen Yuan spoke, and then he was about to bow and pay his respects. Tongtian, hearing this, snapped back to reality, looked at Chen Yuan before him, and was about to speak. Wait. Yuanshi spoke first. While waving his hand to stop Chen Yuan's disciple bowing ceremony, he said to Tongtian, "Third brother, are you truly going to accept this person as your senior disciple?" Yuanshi was somewhat anxious. "I do not agree." His philosophy of taking disciples had always clashed with Tongtian's, leading to frequent arguments with neither yielding to the other. However, quarrels are quarrels, fights are fights, but the three pure ones are ultimately one family. If Tongtian truly accepted this human as his senior disciple, it would inevitably invite ridicule from the beings of the primordial world. This is not only a matter for Tongtian, but will also affect the reputation of the three pure ones. Indeed, how noble are the disciples of a sage. Humans are unworthy. Tongtian, sage, think twice. A sage's prestige must not be diminished. How can the reputation of the three pure ones be harmed? Sage, think twice. Nanji and the other two also spoke up, echoing Yuanshi. They had always looked down on humans. Stinking humans come begging on our Kunlun Mountain. They despised humans for lacking talent. They were primordial beings worthy of entering Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was their future cultivation ground. What was this human? A mere human actually wanted to join the three pure ones sect and be on equal footing with them. Deserving. Chen Yuan heard this and immediately felt anger rising. He had suffered sneers and mockery, all the way endured hardships, and nearly lost his life. Now that he had finally passed the formation test, these people were still openly mocking him, saying he was unworthy. Chen Yuan was furious. Regardless of whether they were sages or experts, he directly retorted, "What about humans? You have cultivated to this day, but despite your cultivation you are short-sighted, ignorant, low in awareness, and far from the Great Dao. In the primordial world, all beings, everything have a thread of life. This is heaven's way of never leaving one without a way out. We humans were born between heaven and earth. How could we remain subjugated under other races forever? We humans were born between heaven and earth, possessing the power of creation. Though weak now, given enough time, we will surely surpass all races. Humans should strive to be strong." Chen Yuan spoke, his anger heavy, his shouts continuous. The pent-up frustration of long years finally erupted like a volcano. Boom. The moment Chen Yuan's words fell, a thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth. Then, purple chi came from the east, golden clouds gathered swirling in the sky above Kunlun Mountain. Heavenly flowers rained down from above, golden lotuses surged from below. A beam of merit was born amidst the myriad purple chi and golden clouds, descending majestically. Like a golden pillar of light, the merit instantly enveloped Chen Yuan and merged into his body. This scene immediately drew exclamations from Nanji and the other two. "No way. This works. Are you kidding? Heavenly merit descending. What is going on? I'm so confused, I need to calm down. What is happening?" Nanji and the other two had originally intended to refute Chen Yuan, but now seeing the heavenly merit descending, how could they utter words of rebuttal? Even as sages, Yuanshi and Tongtian were now filled with shock. Chen Yuan was even more bewildered. He never expected that a few words of his could trigger heavenly Dao merit. But thinking about it, it was not strange. The human race was the favored child of heaven and earth in the future. By defending the honor of humans and speaking out for justice, now he was acting in accordance with heaven's will. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Tongtian's voice rang out. He was the first to react, clapping and laughing. Well said. Humans should strive to be strong. Everything has a thread of life. Tongtian said, his gaze falling on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I, the sect leader, today take you as my senior disciple. Tongtian looked intently at Chen Yuan without any concealment of his admiration. His philosophy of taking disciples had always been to teach all without discrimination. When he first saw Chen Yuan, he was somewhat concerned about his identity. But he had sworn before the beings below the mountain that whoever passed would be his disciple, and he would not break his word. And Chen Yuan's words just now had struck a chord. So what if he was human? Could he truly change his fate? Such thoughts, such spirit, such awareness. They transcended racial origin. Yuanshi did not speak this time, but watched quietly with a complex expression. Nanji and the other two also remained silent, watching in silence. The heavenly merit was a tacit acknowledgement of Chen Yuan's words. If they spoke out in rebuttal, would it be opposing heaven? Chen Yuan, hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately responded. Disciple Chen Yuan pays respects to master. Chen Yuan said, bowing deeply, his heart full of elation. The years of pent-up bitterness and frustration dissipated completely in this moment, and he felt an unprecedented sense of elation. Finally, after bitter came sweet. What could be more joyful than this? Just then, ding! Congratulations, master, for becoming a disciple of Tongtian of the Three Pure Ones. Divine level check-in system activated. Ding! Check-in location discovered: Kunlun Mountain. Would you like to check in? At the moment Chen Yuan bowed to his master, a series of sounds rang in his mind. Mechanical and crisp, ringing incessantly. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. He had almost forgotten this. The way to activate the system was exactly by becoming a disciple of a sage. But he had been so excited during his impassioned speech that he had momentarily forgotten. Then came ecstasy. System. Golden finger. This was the standard equipment for a transmigrator, finally fully activated. Today he had become a disciple of a sage and activated the system. A double happiness. Within his mind the system voice continued. The sign-in system has now been bound. From this moment on, master may sign in at any location across the Honghuang world, and each sign-in shall grant rewards. Of course, the rewards obtained from signing in are closely tied to the rank of the location. The higher the realm of the place where one signs in, the superior the rewards. I urge master to visit renowned grotto heavens and blessed lands to sign in and reap abundant blessings. Chen Yuan listened attentively and soon grasped the gist. In essence, it boiled down to a single sentence: sign in to receive rewards, and the higher the realm of the location, the greater the spoils. This means I must traverse the entire Honghuang world. Chen Yuan mused. By that logic, when would he ever find time to cultivate? Yet upon further reflection, why toil through arduous cultivation when signing in yielded rewards so effortlessly? There was no sense in imposing hardship upon himself unnecessarily. Then what are we waiting for? Sign in at Kunlun Mountain immediately. Chen Yuan responded within his thoughts. Though other grotto heavens remained inaccessible for now, he happened to be standing upon Kunlun Mountain itself. Best to sign in here and see what transpired first. Ding! Sign in at Kunlun Mountain successful. Congratulations, master, on completing the sign-in at Kunlun Mountain. You have obtained a Dao level technique, the Dao Jinyujin. The system's announcement echoed, and Chen Yuan's heart leaped with delight. Who would have imagined that his very first sign-in would yield a Dao level technique? This was truly an auspicious beginning. But what makes the Dao Jinyujin so formidable that it bears the title of a Dao level technique? Chen Yuan pondered. At that precise moment, streams of information suddenly flooded his mind. Chen Yuan eagerly examined the details. The Dao Jinyujin, guiding the spirit through qi, shaping manifestations through divine will. Within his body, all 840 million microscopic particles could transform into divine images. By condensing these 840 million particles within his body, one could manifest as a heavenly immortal, then a true immortal, and so forth, cascading upward until 840 million saints emerged. Holy crap! Upon reading this, Chen Yuan could only internally exclaim in utter astonishment. This technique is extraordinarily overpowered. Truly monstrous. He was completely staggered. That all 840 million particles within his body could become divine images was in itself defying the heavens. Should one achieve this stage, there was no telling to what extent both flesh and primal spirit would be refined and tempered. Yet the true marvel lay in the fact that these divine images could continually evolve and advance, ultimately attaining the status of saints. 840 million saintly divine images, 840 million reservoirs of saintly power. Even if one were to discount these saintly powers significantly, they would still constitute an utterly staggering force capable of overturning the heavens. Tell me, within this Honghuang world, who could possibly withstand such might? With a technique of this caliber, what reason remains to doubt one's path toward the Great Dao? Chen Yuan reflected deeply. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as a Dao level art, straightforward and unadorned, leading directly to the Great Dao without any detours. Just as Chen Yuan basked in his elation, another chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations, master, on completing the sign-in at Kunlun Mountain. Your physical constitution has been enhanced by 1 level. Oh, Chen Yuan paused momentarily, surprised that this was not yet concluded. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your constitution has automatically advanced from innate physique to innate Dao body. The system's voice continued its announcements. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's joy deepened even further. An enhancement to his physical constitution was undoubtedly a tremendous benefit for him. His greatest limitation at present stemmed from his human lineage. Though he harbored no disdain for it, human ancestry alone could not propel him to greater heights. It might even prove to be a hindrance on his cultivation journey. The bodily enhancement felt like a dream come true, perfectly timed. However, do the innate physique and innate Dao body truly differ so greatly? Chen Yuan murmured to himself. If he had to pinpoint a distinction between the two, it likely amounted to merely a single character difference. The system offered no verbal reply, yet fresh knowledge simultaneously surfaced within Chen Yuan's consciousness. It detailed the innate Dao body, a constitution wherein one's comprehension of heavenly and earthly laws would reach absolute perfection, accelerating the path toward grasping the great Dao itself. Magnificent! Chen Yuan rejoiced, inwardly feeling an overwhelming urge to shout and gesture wildly. How exceedingly difficult had it always been to perceive and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Even supreme experts of ancient times had wrestled with this challenge. Now endowed with the innate Dao body, grasping the laws of heaven and earth would become second nature. A mere single character separated them, yet the gap was as vast as heaven and earth. This innate Dao body was overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing even the myriad races of Honghuang in the present era, let alone the primordial beings of old. Even those born of the chaos fiends would struggle to match it. I shall see who dares claim humanity's inferiority henceforth. Chen Yuan vowed, silently determined to one day astonish all beings beneath heaven and earth. As Chen Yuan contemplated his rewards and plotted his future course, his countenance shifted repeatedly, surprise, exhilaration, and ambitious confidence cycling through expressions too volatile to read. The onlookers watched in bewilderment, unable to fathom his reactions. Tongtian's brows furrowed. Could this disciple truly have lost his mind to sheer elation? Just as Tongtian deliberated whether to inquire, suddenly the formation erupted in brilliant radiance, shaking violently. Every gaze snapped toward the spectacle, Chen Yuan included, who lifted his eyes to observe. A figure emerged from within. Though stout and rounded, the physique carried none of the repellent heaviness one might expect. Rather, it possessed a rosy, cherubic plumpness radiating prosperity and endearing innocence. Having exited the grand formation, the figure scanned his surroundings before bolting directly toward Tongtian, throwing himself into a profound bow. Disciple Duobao greets my master. Duobao's jubilation instantly froze upon glimpsing Chen Yuan standing behind Tongtian, his expression shifting to utter shock. How is this possible? He had not been the first to emerge from the formation after all. Instead, it was this slender, frail human who stepped forward first, so slight that Duobao feared a mountain gust might sweep him away. Duobao, ever perceptive, promptly intervened to explain. This is your senior martial brother Chen Yuan. Pay your respects at once. Very well. Though stunned and bewildered, Duobao reluctantly inclined himself in greeting toward Chen Yuan. Yet even then he could not reconcile how a mere human had surpassed him. How could a human possibly precede him? It defied all logic. Chen Yuan remained silent, simply standing behind Tongtian, one position ahead of Duobao. Apologies, Duobao. I shall take the position of senior martial brother from you. Thus time slipped gently onward, and from within the formation additional figures began emerging one after another. Jinling pays respects to Master Tongtian. Wudong pays respects to Master Tongtian. Guiling pays respects to Master Tongtian. This time 3 young women approached, offering reverent bows to Tongtian in unison. Tongtian surveyed them with clear satisfaction before gesturing toward Chen Yuan to introduce them. The 3 maiden immortals instantly wore expressions of astonishment mirroring Duobao's earlier disbelief. A human. The one who had preceded them was not that portly Taoist, but this fragile-looking mortal. Chen Yuan observed them with keen curiosity. These 3 were none other than 3 of the 4 sacred virtues who would later define Jiejiao's legacy, Tongtian's destined direct disciples. Yet now their faces bore no trace of joy at having secured discipleship, only profound bewilderment. And so Duobao's army of confusion swiftly gained 3 formidable allies. All 4 stood shoulder to shoulder behind Tongtian, and Chen Yuan staring at the human before them, utterly unable to decipher how he had attained precedence. What precisely had transpired? How could this human stand ahead of them? Chen Yuan paid them no mind. Instead, a singular concern occupied his thoughts. Where are Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos? Why have they not yet arrived? Both Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos were also destined to become Tongtian's direct disciples. With the core group nearly assembled, their prolonged absence troubled Chen Yuan. Had his presence alone triggered some irreversible alteration to fate's course? Fortunately, after a brief interval, the formation shuddered once more. 1 man and 3 women emerged slowly from within the formation. It was precisely Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao siblings. Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao siblings emerged from the formation array, exchanging glances filled with joy. It had not been easy. Thousands of living beings had rushed forward eagerly. They had expended tremendous effort to outpace others and successfully pass the formation trial. However, it was not yet time for celebration. After a quick glance around, they immediately activated their movement techniques and hurried to come before Tongtian. "We greet you, master." Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao bowed deeply, showing utmost reverence. At that moment, they suddenly noticed something. Standing behind Tongtian was a figure they recognized at first sight. After careful consideration, they soon remembered who it was. Chen Yuan. He was the human Chen Yuan they had encountered at the foot of the mountain. Instantly, shock washed over Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao's faces. A human like Chen Yuan had actually passed the formation trial. Most remarkably, this mere human had not only succeeded but surpassed them. In that instant, Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao siblings felt their understanding of cultivation being completely overturned. This defied all expectations. Hadn't humans always been considered the weakest race? His cultivation was clearly inferior to theirs, yet he had outperformed them. They recalled how at the mountain's base, when Chen Yuan faced persecution from a golden immortal demon clan, it had been them who had rescued him. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao also noticed something even more troubling. Behind Tongtian stood not just Chen Yuan, but 5 additional figures. Zhao Gongming and his siblings were stunned. At this moment, they could no longer dwell on Chen Yuan's matter, and instead grew anxious about their own paths in cultivation. After all, Tongtian had originally declared that only the first 8 to pass the formation trial would be accepted as his direct disciples. Currently, 5 figures stood behind Tongtian, including Chen Yuan. Among the Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao siblings, there were 4 of them. This meant one of the 4 would inevitably be denied the position of direct disciple. This left the 4 siblings who had always been inseparable momentarily at a loss. Standing there, they were utterly bewildered, not knowing what to do. Tongtian looked upon the 4 before him, his gaze sweeping over each one, his expression tinged with hesitation and evident distress. All 4 came from excellent backgrounds and possessed considerable ability. However, precisely because they were all equally exceptional, Tongtian found himself even more torn. None could be clearly distinguished from the others. With only 3 direct disciple positions available among 4, it felt as though whichever one he chose to leave behind would be a loss. Chen Yuan perceived the difficulty both sides faced and immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Tongtian. "Master, these 4 share a special bond with this humble one, and I am quite familiar with their circumstances. They are sworn siblings living in harmony as one family. Rather than struggling with difficult choices, Master might consider making an exception and accepting all 4 as direct disciples. Above all, a family must remain complete together," Chen Yuan urged earnestly. He knew well that Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao siblings were people of righteousness and courage, willing to stake their lives for one another. When he had been targeted by golden immortal demons at the foot of the mountain, no one else was willing to intervene. Only these 4 had stepped forward. That they would do so for a complete stranger spoke volumes about their character. Knowing gratitude and repaying kindness, he felt he ought to help them in return. Most importantly, had he not intervened, all 4 of them would have naturally become Tongtian's direct disciples in due course. If it were because of his interference that one of them lost the opportunity to become a direct disciple, Chen Yuan would never forgive himself. After all, they had saved his life. Hearing his words, Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao turned toward Chen Yuan, their eyes filled with gratitude. This Chen Yuan truly was a man of loyalty. Their earlier intervention had not been in vain. True reciprocity at last. Of course, whether all 4 could become direct disciples ultimately depended on Tongtian's decision. Thus, both Chen Yuan and the Zhao Gongming siblings turned their gaze toward Tongtian, filled with both hope and trepidation. Excellent. A truly outstanding sentiment. A family must remain complete together. Then I shall accept all 4 of you as my direct disciples. Tongtian clapped in approval, thoroughly pleased with Chen Yuan's proposal. This disciple was truly talented, eloquent, and insightful, worthy indeed of becoming his foremost disciple. With that in mind, Tongtian gestured toward Chen Yuan and addressed the Zhao Gongming siblings. "Since you already know each other, there is no need for further introduction. He is your senior brother from this day forward, my first disciple, the chief disciple of Tongtian." Upon hearing this, the smiles on Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao's faces instantly froze. What? They were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Yuan, a mere mortal, was to be their senior brother. They had already considered it miraculous enough that a human could pass the formation trial. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined Chen Yuan was actually the first to pass. Glancing at the varied expressions on Duo Bao and the others behind him, they had no choice but to believe it. Quickly composing themselves, they bowed deeply. "We greet you, senior brother. There is no need for such formalities. Rise." Chen Yuan gave a slight nod, gesturing for the Zhao Gongming siblings to stand. At this moment, he could not help but reflect. At the mountain's base, he had been a hunted fugitive scrambling desperately to survive. Who would have guessed that upon reaching the mountaintop, he would transform into Tongtian's chosen disciple, the eldest brother of the Jie sect? The dramatic reversals of his cultivation life had come far too swiftly. Zhao Gongming and Sanshao shared the same inner reflections. However, the disciple selection had not yet concluded, so no one dared to make a commotion. They stood quietly behind Tongtian, silently waiting. Yet afterward, no other living beings stepped into this place. Both Tongtian and Yuanshi frowned slightly. It seemed as though the living beings who had already reached the mountain had formed a vast chasm from those still undergoing the trials. Thus time drifted slowly onward. A century later, finally, the silence was broken as living beings gradually emerged from the trials, appearing at the gathering place. Around Yuanshi, dozens of cultivators had already assembled. None of them were ordinary. They all possessed formidable strength, extraordinary backgrounds, and immensely powerful fortune. Standing together, their auras interwoven like stars ablaze in the sky, radiating unprecedented brilliance. In stark contrast, Tongtian's side was bustling with over 100 individuals, their combined presence overwhelming Yuanshi's side. Regrettably, these beings came from varied and unremarkable backgrounds, their abilities uneven and inconsistent. As for their fortune, some lacked it entirely, making any comparison with Yuanshi's side utterly impossible. And so another century passed. Heavenly Court and Yuanshi, who had remained motionless, suddenly swept their hands. In an instant, the celestial staircase and the grand formation array dissolved without a trace. The living beings still undergoing the trials felt the world spin wildly before their eyes. When they finally came to their senses, they found themselves standing at the foot of the mountain. Just as everyone stood bewildered, a thunderous sound erupted. The figures of Tongtian and Yuanshi appeared in the void, their majestic divine presence instantly enveloping heaven and earth. The disciple selection concludes here. Depart as you wish. For those whose fate has not yet arrived, you may return now. The two sages spoke in succession, their voices rolling like thunder echoing across the entire Kunlun Mountains. Having spoken, they vanished into the void. Countless beings were left standing where they were, sighing regretfully. Alas, we fell short by but a single step. Sages, wait. My father said I possessed the makings of a sage. Grant me one more opportunity. Once an opportunity lay before me, yet I failed to seize it. If only heaven could grant me a chance to begin anew. The living beings sighed, gazing at the vast mist-shrouded mountains, their faces filled with regret and unwillingness. The opportunity to be taken as a disciple by a sage is rare, something to be encountered rather than pursued. Now that they had missed this chance, would they ever have another in this very lifetime? Thus, the two saintly masters of Kunlun Mountain concluded their disciple recruitment. Tongtian and Yuanshi stood upon Qilin Cliff, gazing at the figures lined up on either side, their faces filled with satisfaction as they nodded continuously. Tongtian taught without discrimination, while Yuanshi sought after lineage and background. This time, each had obtained what they desired. All of you follow me back to Yushu Palace, Yuanshi declared, leading his disciples away first. Let us return to Bo Palace as well. Tongtian called out, beckoning his disciples to follow. Kunlun Mountain was the birthplace of the three pure ones. After their transformation, they too cultivated on Kunlun Mountain. Thus, Kunlun Mountain was divided into three sacred grounds. Taiching Palace. This was the abode of the Supreme Saint, the foremost of the three pure ones. Yushu Palace. This was the dwelling of the Jade Pure Yuanshi, Celestial Venerable. Bo Palace. This was the residence of the Upper Pure Tongtian Sect Master. Having concluded their recruitment, Yuanshi and Tongtian led their disciples back to their respective palaces. Meanwhile, in Taiching Palace, an elder with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on a cattail cushion. He wore a plain Taoist robe and a lotus crown. With eyes slightly closed and a whisk in hand, his countenance was both benevolent and majestic. The Tao rhythm around him was serene and tranquil, evoking a sense of detachment and non-action. This was the foremost of the three pure ones, Taishang, of the Supreme Pure. Opposite him sat a young Taoist, warm and refined like jade, with a strikingly handsome and spirited demeanor. How intriguing! The Supreme Saint suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. The sharp glint in his gaze revealed a thorough insight into all things. Master, what is it? The young Taoist across from him spoke. He was the Supreme Saint's only disciple, the great Dharma Master Xuandu. The Supreme Saint looked at Xuandu and smiled slightly. The eldest disciple of your third master is also a human. Without stepping out, the Supreme Saint already knew the results of Yuanshi and Tongtian's recruitment. There was little to note about Yuanshi's side, but Tongtian's situation surprised the Supreme Saint. Were it not so, the usually tranquil and detached Supreme Saint would not have spoken to Xuandu in this manner. What? Xuandu was startled, his face filled with shock. It was exceedingly difficult to become a disciple of a saint, especially for a human. One must understand that when he had first become the Supreme Saint's disciple, it was a perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Without such a divinely bestowed opportunity, he would likely still be an ordinary human. He had thought himself the only human with such fortune. Never could he have imagined that another human could also become a disciple of the saints. It seemed that the human race was not as feeble as imagined. This fellow human had undoubtedly delivered a harsh blow to those who looked down upon them. Xuandu pondered, growing ever more curious. What remarkable qualities does this fellow human possess? I must meet him someday. Xuandu silently resolved in his heart. Whether to witness his extraordinary nature or to share in the bond of their race, he must meet this person and see what kind of talent he was. In Yushu Palace, Yuanshi sat upon the 8 treasures cloud light, throne jade pure immortal light, swirling around him, the saintly aura enveloping the entire hall. The disciples stood on either side, their expressions reverent yet unable to conceal their excitement. Having emerged from among countless beings they had gathered here, now disciples of a saint. Silence. Yuanshi spoke, his voice like a great bell. The crowd quickly composed themselves, looking at Yuanshi with eager anticipation. Yuanshi swept his gaze over the disciples and nodded in satisfaction. He then announced loudly, "This recruitment will be ranked based on the order of passing the heavenly stairway. Nanji, you were the first to pass the heavenly stairway. Henceforth you shall be my foremost disciple and the senior brother of all present." With these words, Nanji, who had been waiting, immediately stepped forward and knelt in salute. Nanji accepts the order. Nanji was elated. This achievement was well worth all his efforts. Wang Chengzi and the others watched with envy and regret. Had they been a bit more diligent, the position of senior brother might not have been beyond their reach. Unfortunately, a single step behind meant lagging in every step. Having fallen behind, they had lost the position of senior brother. Still, they had not fallen too far behind. Even if they could not become senior brother, they still had their own opportunities. True enough, Yuanshi spoke again. Guang Qingzi Chijingzi Yuding Tai Wenshu. Yuanshi's gaze wandered through the crowd, and each time it fell upon a figure, he called out a name. After calling out 12 names, Yuanshi retracted his gaze and continued. You 12 passed the heavenly stairway after Nanji. Your origins are excellent, and your fortune is superb. Henceforth, I designate you 12 as personal disciples, the 12 golden immortals of Yushu. Wang Chengzi and the others were overjoyed and knelt in unison to pay their respects. Thus, the 12 golden immortals of Yushu were born a name that would resound throughout the primordial world. After arranging the 12 golden immortals, Yuanshi offered words of encouragement to the remaining disciples. However, these were not personal disciples, and their significance was minor, with nothing noteworthy to say. In Bo Palace, compared to the coldness of Yushu Palace, the atmosphere was far more lively. At this moment, all the disciples were brimming with excitement. They exchanged greetings and chatted incessantly, the noise of the crowd creating a lively scene. Tongtian watched with a smile, feeling gratified. He was considerate, allowing them to enjoy the merriment before speaking with a smile. All right, that's enough. There will be plenty of time to talk in the future, no need to rush. With these words, the disciples immediately fell silent and turned their gaze to Tongtian. Jokes and laughter aside, when the master spoke, it was no laughing matter. Excellent. Tongtian nodded, satisfied with their behavior. Then his gaze fell upon Chen Yuan, who stood at the front, and he announced to the disciples. This one is named Chun Fan, the first to pass the formation trial. Henceforth he shall be my foremost disciple and your senior brother. You must obey him and not defy him. Tongtian spoke, then shifted his gaze and swept his hand, gesturing to Duo Bao and the others. These 8 passed the trial after Chen Fan, and they shall all be personal disciples, your senior brothers and sisters. With these words, the foremost disciple and the 8 personal disciples were thus established. The other disciples heard this, and their expressions were complex. They had no objection to Duo Bao and the others becoming personal disciples. After all, the cultivation levels of these 8 were evident, and everyone felt inferior. However, looking at Chen Yuan standing at the front, they were unconvinced. After all, this senior brother was only a celestial immortal and a mere human at that. So unremarkable, how could he become the senior brother? Not only would it be a laughingstock to outsiders, but they themselves also felt ashamed. Moreover, what made Chen Yuan so ordinary, worthy of being the senior brother and lording over them? However, no matter how dissatisfied they were in their hearts, they dared not show it. Tongtian might be easygoing, but he was still a saint. If they questioned the saint now and provoked his wrath, the consequences would be unimaginable. Being stripped of their disciple status was a light punishment. They feared being struck down with a single slap, their lives and cultivation extinguished. Thus they remained silent, and no one spoke. Tongtian saw this and said nothing more. Time would prove everything, and Chen Yuan should be able to prove himself. If he could not, he would not be worthy of the senior brother's position. With that thought, Tongtian spoke. All right, the matter is settled. From now on, you are all my disciples. Each of you shall find a place on Kunlun Mountain to establish your own cultivation grounds. I will notify you when there is something. Go now. Tongtian waved his hand, and the disciples prepared to leave. Chen Yuan naturally followed, ready to go. Wait. Tongtian said, his gaze falling on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, you stay. Hearing Tongtian's call, Chen Yuan quickly stopped and turned back to look. Puzzled in his heart, he wondered what Tongtian wished to discuss with him. Tongtian did not speak, but merely waved his hand. The other disciples, seeing this, dared not linger. They glanced at Chen Yuan with complex expressions before hurrying away. The vast Bo Palace suddenly held only Chen Yuan and Tongtian. Tongtian gazed at Chen Yuan and spoke. Chen Yuan, that you in human form with heavenly immortal cultivation were the first to pass the formation trial is clearly destiny between us. You should rightfully become my foremost disciple. Now that you are my senior disciple, your cultivation naturally must not be lacking. Take this. As Tongtian spoke, he swept his hand. In the void, a golden elixir emerged and fell before Chen Yuan. In that instant, rays of purple and golden light streamed across Bo Palace. A rich medicinal fragrance spread throughout, filling the entire Bo Palace. Chen Yuan was astonished. Could this golden elixir truly provoke such phenomena? Impressive, isn't it? Tongtian smiled and began to explain. This is called the 9-turn golden elixir. It is a supreme treasure refined by your senior martial uncle, and a single pill can grant the rank of golden immortal. 9-turn golden elixir. Chen Yuan gazed at the floating pill, utterly astonished. He never expected that Tongtian would upon his first gesture bestow such a treasure. It was well known that Supreme Clarity Saint was the most renowned alchemist in the prehistoric heaven and earth. The pinnacle of alchemy in the prehistoric realm, the foremost master of the pill Dao, guiding pills through the Dao, merging with the Dao to refine them. Among the myriad pills refined by Supreme Clarity Saint, the 9-turn golden elixir was the most celebrated. Each turn bore heavenly Dao pill markings upon it. With each additional turn, a layer of pill marking was added, and its medicinal power multiplied geometrically. Compared to other pills, the difference was that of heaven and earth. No wonder the 9-turn golden elixir was so cherished by all beings in the prehistoric realm. Yet it rarely appeared in circulation. Even the lowest grade 1-turn variant was a treasure harder to obtain than any other pill in the prehistoric world. And now Tongtian had upon a single gesture presented a 9-turn golden elixir. Such generosity left Chen Yuan frozen in place at a loss for words. This was the pill renowned as one step to heaven, no inferior to any innate spiritual treasure. Seeing Chen Yuan's reaction, Tongtian said nothing more and swept his hand again. In that instant, brilliant light erupted throughout Bo Palace, dazzling beyond compare. Chen Yuan focused his gaze and saw 24 precious pearls appearing in the void, radiating 5-colored light. They shimmered resplendently, each complementing the others. The entire Bo Palace now resembled the Milky Way, extraordinarily magnificent. Standing amidst them, Chen Yuan felt as though dreaming. Gazing at those 24 pearls, Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. 5-colored light. 24 pearls. Could these be the Dingtian divine pearls? Chen Yuan guessed. With these characteristics and this quantity, there could be no doubt. Indeed. In the next moment, Tongtian spoke the name of the treasure aloud. These are the Dingtian divine pearls which I obtained from Jiejiao Palace in ancient times. They serve me little purpose now, but for you at this stage they are a rare treasure. I bestow them upon you for protection today. As Tongtian spoke, he recalled another matter and continued. Since treasures have already been given, how could there be no cultivation method? Then I shall teach you the 9-turn mystic art. With that, Tongtian tapped his finger. A stream of golden light shot forth, heading straight toward Chen Yuan, and instantly merged into his body. Chen Yuan's mind was suddenly flooded with countless information regarding the 9-turn mystic art, also known as the 9-turn divine art. This cultivation method originated from Pangu, and was the authentic bodily refinement art passed down through Pangu's lineage. Each turn brought a transformation, with 9 layers per turn, totaling 81 layers. Was the 8-9 mystic art not formidable? Erlang Xinyang Jian had cultivated it and established his illustrious fame during the investiture of the Gods' War. Yet tracing the origins, the 8-9 mystic art was merely a simplified version of the 9-turn mystic art. From this, one could appreciate the greatness of the 9-turn mystic art. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Yuan quickly clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you, master. He then stowed away the 9-turn golden elixir and the 24 Dingtian divine pearls, whispering inwardly, Forgive me, junior brother Zhao. I have preempted your treasure. Chen Yuan well knew the power of the Dingtian divine pearls. According to the original plot, these were originally meant to be given to Zhao Gongming by Tongtian. Later, during the investiture of the Gods era, they were obtained by Randang. In Randang's hands, these pearls reached their peak potential, giving rise to the 24 heavenly realms. This was a crucial factor in Randang's eventual attainment of Buddhahood as the burning lamp Buddha, an achievement without which would have been impossible. Furthermore, Chen Yuan knew another thing. The Dingtian divine pearls consisted of more than just the 24. The complete set should contain 36 pearls. Chen Yuan resolved to seek out the remaining 12 pearls in the future. If all 36 Dingtian divine pearls were gathered, the grade and power of this treasure would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. Perhaps it could even be ranked among the innate supreme treasures. Deeply stirred, Chen Yuan bowed once more. Thank you, master, for bestowing these treasures. Disciple will never fail to live up to your expectations. Tongtian was extraordinarily generous, bestowing so many opportunities upon him barely after entering the sect. Such magnanimity, pills, treasures, and cultivation methods, all provided with both generosity and consideration. Indeed, choosing to follow Tongtian was the most correct decision. Master, I am committed to you for life. Not even the Dao sovereign Hongjun could change that. Good. Tongtian nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He waved his hand, signaling Chen Yuan to depart. Chen Yuan nodded, then left Bo Palace, reappearing on Kunlun Mountain. After wandering about for a while, Chen Yuan stopped at a certain location. This place has beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. It shall serve as my Dao sanctuary. Without delay, Chen Yuan set to work clearing a cultivation grounds here. He moved mountains and shifted stones, carved out a heavenly cavern, channeled spiritual energy, and laid out formations. After all that exertion, even as an immortal, Chen Yuan felt tired. However, looking at the nascent Dao sanctuary taking shape, Chen Yuan smiled. All his hardships had been worthwhile. Just as he prepared to enter the sanctuary, suddenly, "Senior brother!" A cry rang out, frantic and urgent. Chen Yuan turned toward the sound, and saw Zhao Gongming sprinting toward him with the three Xiao sisters close behind. "What is it?" Chen Yuan asked, regarding his junior brother and sister with curiosity. "Have you encountered some difficulty?" Nothing. Zhao Gongming quickly waved his hand and spoke. "Our siblings have come specifically to express our gratitude to senior brother." His words were deeply sincere, and the three Xiao sisters nodded repeatedly, filled with gratitude. After all, if it were not for Chen Yuan speaking on their behalf back, then the four siblings could never have all become direct disciples. Chen Yuan's words, "What matters most for a family is that everyone stays together," had allowed all four of them to become disciples of a saint. How could such a kindness go unreturned? No need for such formality. When you rescued me at the mountain foot, I spoke for you. This is merely repayment for repayment. Chen Yuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating they should not take it to heart. After all, it was he who had taken their places. Moreover, the Dingtian divine pearls that should have belonged to Zhao Gongming were now in his possession. Chen Yuan was not the type to accept favors and then act as though nothing had happened. He certainly would not covet further rewards. However, Chen Yuan declined, yet Zhao Gongming insisted on giving. A saint's direct disciple is a tremendous opportunity. How could we let it pass without acknowledgement? Zhao Gongming spoke, and as he waved his hand, a treasure appeared in his palm. "Senior brother, please accept this as a small token of our gratitude." Zhao Gongming spoke, offering the treasure with both hands, solemn and respectful. Hearing this, Chen Yuan gazed at the treasure in Zhao Gongming's hands. It was a primordial spiritual herb emitting a faint shimmer. A faint fragrance of herbs wafted over, refreshing the mind. This item was of extremely high age, a rare treasure indeed, presumably a cherished possession of the Zhao Gongming siblings. Chen Yuan thought about this, feeling reluctant, and spoke. "This item is too precious. It would be useful to the junior brothers and sisters." Before Chen Yuan could finish, Zhao Gongming's expression immediately fell. Meanwhile, the Sanshao standing behind, Zhao Gongming, disregarding all else, spoke up one after another. "Elder senior brother, please just accept this gift. Yes, if you don't accept, our hearts will truly be uneasy. Senior brother, are you perhaps dissatisfied with this item's quality?" Chen Yuan's words were interrupted, and hearing the Sanshao's remarks, he felt quite helpless. In the end, he had no choice but to take the spiritual herb from Zhao Gongming's hands, and said, "Very well. Zhao junior brother and Sanshao junior sisters, with such sincerity, I shall accept this gift." "Thank you." There was no choice, since they had said so. If he still refused, it would appear somewhat unfeeling. It would also seem like looking down on others. "Good." Seeing Chen Yuan accept the treasure, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, "Good," his brows relaxing. The Sanshao sisters also let out a long breath, their smiles blooming like flowers. If Chen Yuan had not accepted the gift, they would have been unable to rest easy. Fortunately, in the end, Chen Yuan accepted their gift of gratitude. Then everyone chatted for a while, and Zhao Gongming and the others took their leave. "Senior brother, you should cultivate. We'll take our leave first." Zhao Gongming said this, leading the reluctant Sanshao away. They dared not delay the senior brother's affairs, and they themselves also needed to hurry and establish their own sanctuaries. Chen Yuan watched their departing figures and smiled. At least under Tongtian's tutelage, he still had disciples who supported him. Even though there were many who were unconvinced with Zhao Gongming and his siblings around, it should be fine. He had once spoken up, helping others while also benefiting himself. How could that not be considered a good deed, bringing good fortune? However, relying on others was still not a long-term solution. One's own strength is the true capital for standing firm. Chen Yuan thought to himself, and immediately stepped into his sanctuary, entering his cave dwelling. He must seize the time to cultivate and enhance his own strength. Only then would he truly live up to the title of senior brother and not disappoint his master's profound expectations. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. "Then let's start with this spiritual herb as a warm-up." He took out the primordial spiritual herb given by Zhao Gongming and his siblings and began to refine and absorb it. He channeled his magical power, striking the primordial spiritual herb instantly, awakening a surge of primordial force. Chen Yuan's body surged with magical power as he drew that primordial force into himself. Boom! A loud crash suddenly resounded. The Great Dao Prison Suppressing Art activated. In an instant, that primordial spiritual herb withered away, drained completely in a flash, not a trace left. What a... Chen Yuan was stunned. The Great Dao Prison Suppressing Art was so fierce. This primordial spiritual herb was of extremely high age, yet it was absorbed cleanly in an instant. At that moment, the Great Dao Prison Suppressing Art revolved. After absorbing the primordial spiritual herb, it began to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy on its own. The endless primordial spiritual energy around converged, instantly pouring continuously into Chen Yuan's body. Soon the surrounding spiritual energy was completely swept away. Yet the Great Dao Prison Suppressing Art continued to exert its power, the range of absorption expanding steadily. From Chen Yuan's cave dwelling to outside the cave, and then beyond the sanctuary. The nearby spiritual energy was all gathered together, forming a massive spiritual vortex above Chen Yuan's head, pouring down continuously into his body. Those near Chen Yuan were all disciples of Tongtian. This was also the reason Chen Yuan chose this place as his sanctuary. Being from the same sect, they naturally should help and protect each other. However, this very thought now had the opposite effect. The nearby Tongtian disciples were all wearing expressions of shock. What's happening? Where's the spiritual energy? My spiritual energy. Wait, where did the spiritual energy go? The Tongtian disciples had no idea what was happening. They only knew that while they were cultivating, the spiritual energy suddenly vanished. Yes, it was gone, just gone all of a sudden. No matter how they activated their techniques, they could not attract even a wisp of spiritual energy. It was as if in that instant this area had become a spiritual energy forbidden zone with not a trace of qi remaining. Having roamed the primordial wilderness for years, this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Immediately they were all panicked and at a loss. However, their divine senses soon detected that the spiritual energy had not disappeared, rather it had all gone to one place. In an instant, countless eyes converged on that spot. Elder Senior Brother, Chen Yuan, what is he doing? The disciples stared at that place, utterly bewildered. That was precisely where Chen Yuan's sanctuary was located. And in everyone's perception, all the spiritual energy in this area was being drawn to that sanctuary. Moreover, the range of attraction was still expanding, growing farther and farther, extending beyond what they could sense. This left everyone astounded. How had Chen Yuan accomplished such a feat? In an instant, the minds of those disciples who had been unconvinced began to change. It seemed this human senior brother was not simple. At least he was not as incompetent as he appeared. Chen Yuan was unaware of all this. For he was now immersed in cultivation, oblivious to the world, filled with excitement. As spiritual energy entered his body, particles began to condense within him one by one. The Great Dao Prison Suppressing Art was showing its first results. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, these particles began to transform constantly. Finally, the particles underwent a metamorphosis, transforming into divine elephants that appeared within Chen Yuan's body. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. The first step was accomplished. Next was to continue with renewed effort. Thus Chen Yuan continued to activate the technique lost in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. Time passed leisurely, and after 1,000 years, the divine elephants within Chen Yuan's body suddenly erupted with roars echoing inside him, unending. Chen Yuan did not panic, he quietly observed. He saw that after roaring, each divine elephant transformed into a small figure. Chen Yuan examined them carefully with his divine sense, and found that these small figures were all identical to himself. The only difference was that their size was smaller than his original body. Simply put, they were miniature versions of himself. Not only were their appearances exactly the same, but their cultivation levels were also like replicas of his own. Each one was at the heavenly immortal level. Delighted by this, Chen Yuan immediately assessed his own strength. His realm had not changed, he was still at the heavenly immortal level. However, Chen Yuan understood that something had changed. Although he was still a heavenly immortal, if he unleashed his full power, it would be far beyond that of an ordinary heavenly immortal. Facing me at full power, even a mysterious immortal would die. Chen Yuan estimated and reached this conclusion. This might sound alarming, but to be honest, it was still a conservative estimate. After all, when facing an enemy, now he was not fighting alone, he had so many little figures inside him. What a scene it would be when all those little figures within him erupted simultaneously. Even though they were only at the heavenly immortal level, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Ask yourself which mysterious immortal could withstand the eruption of so many heavenly immortals. This was a quantitative change. Thus, Chen Yuan's Great Dao Prison Suppressing Art had taken its initial shape. Next, as long as he continuously enhanced the little figures within him, he could strengthen himself. This was Chen Yuan's future trump card. He had intended to go further to increase the power of this trump card. However, upon sensing, he found the surrounding spiritual energy extremely thin, almost non-existent. Isn't Kunlun Mountain a blessed land? Chen Yuan was puzzled, unable to understand. This bleak state of spiritual energy was not what a blessed land should be. He had not yet realized that he himself was the culprit behind the depletion of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Chen Yuan did not dwell on it, and quickly changed his focus. Alright, since that's the case, it's time to absorb the 9 Revolution Golden Pill. Speaking of the 9 Revolution Golden Pill, Chen Yuan became spirited. He wondered what realm the 9 Revolution Golden Pill could help him break through to. Chen Yuan thought to himself. His master had said that one pill could achieve the Golden Immortal Realm. Chen Yuan did not doubt it. Generally, after absorbing the 9 Revolution Golden Pill, even a mortal being could instantly become a Golden Immortal. Moreover, he was already at the Heavenly Immortal level. However, that was the general case. Chen Yuan's current situation was a bit special. The resources required by his technique were simply too vast. After all, others cultivated only their own body, but he had so many little figures to feed. Under such circumstances, Chen Yuan naturally could not predict what effect the 9 Revolution Golden Pill would have. In the primordial era, years held no value. Time was as abundant as dust. Time slipped away like a white pony flashing past a crevice. Upon Mount Kunlun, 2 supreme saints Yuanshi and Tongtian accepted disciples, and the mountain became teeming with immortals. They established their cultivation grounds upon Mount Kunlun, transforming its once tranquil haven into a bustling place. However, with so many people gathered, friction was naturally inevitable. After all, every individual possesses their own heart and aspirations. Since everyone's thoughts differ, disputes are unavoidable. The disciples of the Chan and Jie schools were no exception. Due to the differing philosophies of the 2 saints Yuanshi and Tongtian, the temperaments and ambitions of their respective disciples were entirely opposite. Chan school disciples considered themselves noble and looked down upon the mixed qualities of the Jie school disciples. Such a beautiful sacred land as Mount Kunlun was being sullied by this rabble. How detestable. Meanwhile, the Jie school disciples viewed the Chan faction as arrogantly conceited, their words sharp and bitter. Thus, mutual contempt and sarcastic remarks flowed freely. Both sides looked down upon each other, and friction persisted. Nevertheless, these were merely minor skirmishes. Nothing substantial arose that would warrant bringing the matter before the saints. Yet each side's dissatisfaction and resentment grew day by day. Accumulating over time, it was unknown when it would finally erupt. Chen Yuan remained entirely oblivious to all this, still deeply immersed in his cultivation, unable to extricate himself. He was now refining that 9-turn golden pill day and night. He was eager to discover what realm he would attain upon fully refining and absorbing it. Such total dedication naturally left him no time for other matters. Time flew like an arrow, days and months darted past like a shuttle. Another 10,000 years flowed by like water. In Chen Yuan's secluded chamber, Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with joy. It wasn't easy. Finally, I've completed the refinement of this 9-turn golden pill. Chen Yuan sighed with emotion. One could only say that this 9-turn golden pill was indeed a supreme treasure forged by the Taishan. Its potent medicinal force and vast energy had consumed a full 10,000 years to completely refine and absorb. What a pity. The treasure itself is excellent, but it has not achieved the desired effect. Chen Yuan tested his current condition and couldn't help but sigh. Though he had successfully refined the 9-turn golden pill, he had not reached the golden immortal realm. The legend that one pill could elevate one to golden immortal status had not been realized. He had merely broken through to the mysterious immortal stage. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Chen Yuan smiled faintly and turned his divine sense inward. At this moment, countless mysterious immortals had already coalesced within his body. All his miniature figures had synchronized to his current realm. All 840 million divine elephants had reached the mysterious immortal stage. If this power were unleashed, even a golden immortal might be suppressed. With such thoughts, Chen Yuan felt little disappointment. This rather proved the extraordinary potency of the 9-turn golden pill. After all, for 840 million divine elephants to all become mysterious immortals required an unimaginable amount of energy. Had he relied solely on absorbing spiritual energy, who knows when he would have succeeded. This 9-turn golden pill had served its purpose, perfectly pushed to its absolute limit. In this manner, though he had not directly reached the golden immortal realm in one step, he felt he had honored his master's expectations. Besides this, there was another piece of good news. That was the 9-turn profound art passed down by Tongtian, which had also advanced to its second stage. This meant that Chen Yuan's current physique had been completely transformed, reaching unprecedented heights. For Chen Yuan, who was of human origin, this was an enormous blessing. With such a formidable physique and countless mysterious immortals within his body serving as power sources, Chen Yuan could now be said to have seamlessly integrated offense and defense. In this state, facing a golden immortal would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Even confronting a Tai golden immortal, giving it his all, he could still fight. With such thoughts, Chen Yuan's mood soared greatly. Then I'll go out for a walk. In cultivation, one must balance work and rest to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With the 9-turn golden pill fully absorbed, Chen Yuan currently had no new cultivation plans. It would be better to go out and relax a bit. Chen Yuan immediately ended his seclusion, rose to his feet, and walked outward. Speaking of which, he had never properly admired the scenery of Mount Kunlun. Barely reaching the doorway, just as Chen Yuan was contemplating where to go sightsee, he heard commotion nearby, quite like a bustling crowd. Chen Yuan felt puzzled. At a saint's cultivation ground where saints' disciples gathered who dared to behave so shamelessly and raise their voices. He scanned the area and extended his divine sense. He wanted to see exactly what was happening. He saw dozens of figures gathered nearby, standing in two distinct sides clearly separated. On one side were the Chan school disciples, and on the other the Jie school disciples. In the cleared central area, a spiritual plant swayed in the wind, radiating a faint glow. At the top of the spiritual plant, a crimson spirit fruit blazed brilliantly, impossible to overlook. It emitted a rich fragrance, clearly mature, with its medicinal potency reaching its peak, perfect for harvesting. The disciples of both schools had appeared here for this very spirit fruit. At this moment, over its ownership, they stood opposed, locked in stubborn dispute. This was discovered by our Jie school disciples, and should rightfully belong to our sect. Who says so? I say I found it long ago. Do you wish to test whether my precious sword is sharp? My sword is no less sharp. Stop arguing, arguing too much damages our rapport. Just fight already. The disciples of both factions glared at each other, faces flushed with anger, emotions running high. Back and forth they exchanged words, soon quarreling uncontrollably on the verge of coming to blows. At this point, the leaders of both sides should step forward to speak. Leading the Chan school was Si Hang, one of the 12 golden immortals. At this moment, Si Hang stepped forward, waved his hand to silence the Chan disciples behind him, then surveyed the Jie school side. His gaze settled on one person, and he spoke loudly. Jinling, this treasure was discovered first by our Chan school, and should rightfully belong to us. Why are you still lingering here instead of leaving? Jinling was indeed the leader of the Jie school. She was one of Tongtian's 9 personal disciples, and would later become one of the 5 great holy matrons of the Jie school. Upon hearing Si Hang's words, anger instantly rose upon her lovely face. However, before she could respond, a voice rang out. Senior Sister Jinling, I discovered this first. I am not lying. A woman stepped forward and said to Jinling with urgent words, nearly in tears. Seeing this, Jinling's rage intensified even further. The Chan school disciples had insulted far too grievously. Just as Jinling was about to retort angrily, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside the spirit fruit. The attention of both factions was instantly drawn, all turning to look. It was actually him. Everyone was taken aback, never expecting this person to appear here. Wasn't it said that this person only ever went into seclusion and never even left his door? The descending figure was none other than Chen Yuan. Having witnessed this scene from afar, he could no longer restrain himself and appeared immediately. He wanted to see for himself exactly what was happening. Chen Yuan descended from the heavens, instantly capturing the gaze of everyone present. All recognized him as the foremost disciple of Tongtian, the senior brother of the Jie sect. Chen Yuan, senior brother. Jinling exclaimed, overjoyed. She was never adept at handling such matters. The only method she could conceive was fighting. Yet once the conflict began, it was difficult to end. Now seeing Chen Yuan arrive, she felt a wave of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. No matter, everything could be left to the senior brother. After all, he was the senior brother, so these matters were his to handle. Chen Yuan nodded to Jinling in acknowledgement. Jinling delighted only in cultivation, not in such affairs. This ordeal had indeed been taxing for her. The other Jie sect disciples were also pleased to see Chen Yuan, though deep down they still harbored a sense of resentment toward his ascension to the position of senior brother. But at this moment, Chen Yuan's appearance gave them an immediate pillar of strength. Toward this senior brother, a natural fondness began to grow. At the very least, when trouble arose, he truly stepped up. Never mind whether he could succeed, the fact that he acted was enough. On the Chan sect side, there was no change at the sight of Chen Yuan, a mere human. Even if he were the foremost disciple of Tongtian, the senior brother of the Jie sect, what of it? In the end, he was but a mortal, incapable of altering anything. Just as even being a disciple of a sage could not change his own destiny. Chen Yuan paid no heed to these thoughts. His gaze fell upon Jinling as he questioned her. What exactly happened? Tell me. Senior brother, do not be anxious. Let me recount it all. Jinling replied, and then proceeded to narrate the entirety of the affair. Senior brother, that spiritual fruit beside you was first discovered by junior sister Shiji. I'll be careful not to trample it. But just as it ripened, the Chan sect disciples appeared, insisting they had found it first. Junior sister Shiji argued with them, and they prepared to strike her, but fortunately some Jie sect disciples were nearby. That was the gist of it. The Jie sect disciples always banded together. Discovering that Shiji had been bullied, how could they tolerate it? They immediately sent out flying messages summoning fellows, and soon gathered all nearby Jie sect disciples. The Chan sect disciples were not fools either. Realizing they were surrounded, they quickly alerted their own. Thus both sides soon assembled two groups of people facing off here. Listening to Jin Ling's account, Chen Yuan felt a stir and spoke. Shi is here. A woman spoke, the very one who had nearly wept moments ago. Now looking at her own senior brother, she seemed to have found a pillar of support. All her grievances burst forth as she spoke with a tearful voice. Senior brother, you must seek justice for me. Shi. Chen Yuan gazed at the pitiful woman before him, murmuring her name, filled with emotion. Naturally, Chen Yuan knew her. This was a tragic figure. Not only she but her disciples were also unfortunate. She had taken two disciples, Biyun and Siyun, and the three of them cultivated in the White Bone Cave on Skeleton Mountain, living peacefully, the master benevolent, and disciples filial in harmony and joy. Yet when she went out to gather herbs, Biyun was struck down by a single arrow from Nez's Qingkuan Bao, and Kaiyun was so frightened that her soul scattered. Shi, learning that her disciple had been slain by Neza, was naturally indignant and sought vengeance for her student. However, Neza's master Tai Jinren intervened and used the 9 dragons' divine fire cover to reduce her back to her original form. Thus the three of Shiji's household suffered undeserved calamity and met untimely deaths. Truly disaster descends from the sky, even when one sits at home. It seems this junior sister Shiji is indeed pitiable, her misfortune beginning to entangle her even now. Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. Now she could not protect the spiritual herb. In the future, she could not protect her disciples, nor her own life. This junior sister of his was truly wretched. How could a single word miserable suffice? Nevertheless, Chen Yuan would not stand idly by. After all, she called him senior brother, and he could not betray that title. Just as Chen Yuan was pondering these things, Shiji, Si Hang spoke. Si Hang naturally would not yield the item so easily, and immediately questioned Shiji. Do not speak such nonsense here. You claim this was discovered by you first. Do you have proof? These words immediately drew responses from the Chan sect disciples. Exactly. Without evidence, I could also say I found it first. If I said that, what would you do? Anyone can make baseless claims. You're quite pretty, but why do you love lines so much? Unwholesome. The Chan sect disciples spared no sarcasm, showing no mercy. After all, Shiji could not produce any evidence, so they could say anything. Anyone could make baseless claims. I have. Just as the Chan sect disciples were exulting, Shiji spoke firm and resolute. With a wave of her hand, in an instant a scene unfolded in midair. The image showed the very place with the spiritual fruit at the center, still so eye-catching though not yet ripe. Clearly this was the moment Shiji had discovered the fruit. The image continued, playing back the entire ripening process of the fruit. The Chan sect disciples were dumbfounded. They never expected Shiji actually had proof. How could she have proof? I enjoy recording spiritual herbs and observing their growth. It's a hobby of mine. Shiji said softly, somewhat embarrassed. Behind her, the Jie sect disciples were filled with newfound respect. Good Shiji, good hobby. Please keep it up. The Chan sect had clamored for evidence, and now the evidence had arrived. Let us see how these wicked Chan sect disciples would extricate themselves. Caught off guard, the Chan sect disciples were at a loss, immediately looking to Si Hang. Si Hang was also stunned, never imagining Shiji truly had evidence. Had he dug his own grave? Nevertheless, even so, Si Hang would not retreat. He forced himself to remain calm, and said, the treasures born on Kunlun Mountain are claimed by heaven and earth for the worthy. Naturally, they belong to the capable. The order of arrival is actually unimportant. This was somewhat barbaric and domineering. The Jie sect disciples were enraged upon hearing this. Too outrageous. With the evidence laid out, they still had the nerve to say such things. Despicable. Just as they were about to retort, Chen Yuan gestured for them to calm down. Then looking at the expressionless Si Hang, he smiled. Is that so? Indeed. Are you serious? What else would I be? Si Hang stared back unflinchingly, meeting Chen Yuan's eyes. Doesn't your Jie sect want this item? Then why not compete with me? If you win, this item belongs to the Jie sect. How about it? Dare you? Si Hang was fearless, even somewhat overbearing. Why? Because Si Hang was now at the early golden immortal stage. Dealing with a mere human like Chen Yuan would be a simple task. Moreover, this was the chief disciple of the Jie sect. If he could suppress Chen Yuan here today, the Chan sect would surpass the Jie sect. In doing so, he would also earn favor with his master. At this thought, Si Hang grew excited. At such a moment, what did he care about spiritual fruits or treasures? None of that mattered anymore. Now there was only one goal: suppress Chen Yuan and humiliate the Jie sect. Si Hang had calculated exquisitely. Suppressing Chen Yuan would be a slap to the Jie sect. Not only would it allow him to shine before the disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects, but it would also earn him favor in the eyes of his master. Thus his status within the Chan sect would rise. And all of this required only a little effort, dealing with Chen Yuan. At this thought, Si Hang grew increasingly excited and restless. His gaze toward Chen Yuan was filled with anticipation and eagerness. Good. Fighting is it? I love it. I'll take him on. It was not Chen Yuan who responded to Zihong, but Jinling. She was not adept at other matters, but when it came to fighting she was wide awake. With those words she stepped forward and landed before Chen Yuan. She looked at Zihong rubbing her hands together eager to start. Seeing Jinling's reaction, Zihong's expression stiffened. He knew that with his cultivation level he was absolutely no match for Jinling. Zihong looked down on all disciples of the Jie sect, including Jinling. What status did they have to be compared with the disciples of the Chan sect? But despite his disdain, Zihong was self-aware enough not to be blinded by arrogance. Jinling was skilled in the path of slaughter and possessed formidable killing power. Zihong thought to himself that even if he exerted his utmost strength, he might not be Jinling's match. At this point the conflict was no longer about the ownership of the treasure, it had become a struggle between the Chan and Jie sects. Thus he naturally would not challenge Jinling and bring shame upon himself. Chen Yuan was the best choice. His status far surpassed Jinling's, yet his cultivation level was far inferior. So Zihong shifted his gaze from Jinling to Chen Yuan who stood behind her. He shook his head with a slight smile before speaking slowly. What? Is senior brother Chen Yuan, the grand senior of the Jie sect, going to let his junior sister fight for him? If word of this gets out it would tarnish the reputation of the Jie sect and Uncle Master Tongtian. A grand senior of the Jie sect hiding behind his junior sister. Zihong ignored Jinling and fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan. Afraid that Chen Yuan would not take the bait, he spoke in a mocking tone, even invoking the Jie sect and Tongtian. He was certain that after such a provocation the grand senior of the Jie sect would not be able to bear it. No need for my junior sister to act. Junior sister stepped back. Chen Yuan spoke as he reached out, placing his hand on Jinling's shoulder and pulling her behind him. Meeting Zihong's gaze without flinching, he said word by word. This battle I will fight. What? Jinling was startled, growing anxious. Big senior. This? Jinling was extremely worried, but could not find the words. She knew her big senior's situation well. Even though Chen Yuan was now a mystic immortal, he had no chance of victory against Zihong. After all, Zihong was a golden immortal. A golden immortal fighting a mystic immortal. It would be a simple, effortless victory. But she could not say such things openly. Especially here and now with disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects gathered. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, if she spoke thus, she would not help her big senior, but would instead cause him to lose all authority. But losing to Zihong would also mean losing all authority, would it not? Jinling was frantic at a loss. Chen Yuan saw her distress, turned back with a smile, and said, It's fine. Just a mere golden immortal. Junior sister, just watch. I'll be back in no time. Chen Yuan spoke as if it were nothing, utterly unconcerned. Jinling looked at Chen Yuan's resolute eyes about to speak when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. Zihong laughed heartily, immensely pleased. He had thought Chen Yuan stepping forward was a result of his provocation. But it turned out he was just a reckless fool who underestimated the situation, an ignorant idiot who did not know his place. This was a sure thing. Zihong immediately moved his form, landing opposite Chen Yuan. He gave Chen Yuan no chance to back out, nor Jinling any opportunity to intervene. In an instant, the two faced off, ready to strike at any moment. The disciples of the Chan and Jie sects stood on either side, watching intently. One was the grand senior of the Jie sect. The other was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Direct disciple against direct disciple. Who would prevail? This naturally drew the attention of the three pure ones. Sages knew all things, and this was especially true of Kunlun Mountain, their very domain. Everything that happened on Kunlun Mountain was completely known to them, nothing overlooked. But whether they would intervene or observe was up to them. Now with Chen Yuan facing Zihong and disciples of the two sects contending, the three pure ones naturally turned their attention to see how events would unfold. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Yuan and Zihong. But the gaze of the supreme sage ignored Zihong entirely. His eyes were only on Chen Yuan. At that moment, looking at Chen Yuan, there was a flicker of strange light in the ancient calm eyes of the supreme sage. A look of surprise emerged on his usually impassive face. This child is not simple. The supreme sage nodded slightly, falling into contemplation. He could sense a certain power within Chen Yuan. It was faint and elusive, yet he could truly perceive it containing an incredibly astonishing energy. The supreme sage could not even imagine how terrifying the scene would be if this power were fully unleashed. Now it seemed there might be an opportunity to explore it further. In the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi's divine sense swept over the scene, his gaze falling on Chen Yuan, then scanning the assembled disciples of the Jie sect. His expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Fine, let's use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Yuanshi was already irritated. The disciples of his third younger brother. Not only were they of low origins and mixed backgrounds, but they also acted willfully and refused to be disciplined. How unlike his own disciples, who were all noble in birth, polite, and pleasant to talk to. Tongtian's disciples were more like a motley crew than disciples of a sage. It was this rabble that had turned the entire Kunlun Mountain into a chaotic mess. Today this was a good chance to set things right. Sihong's actions this time are quite to my liking. Yuanshi's gaze fell on Sihong with great satisfaction. Indeed, his own disciples were the best, considerate, and able to share their master's burdens. As for Chen Yuan, Yuanshi could not be bothered to spare him a glance. As long as he was not killed, still breathing, it would be enough to justify to Tongtian. In the Green Tour Palace, Tongtian was very distressed. Very distressed indeed. He furrowed his brow, utterly puzzled. He did not care about the conflict between the Chan and Jie sects. If they wanted to fight, let them fight. What was there to say? He was now concerned with only one thing. How is this kid only a mystic immortal? Tongtian wondered. Had he not given him a 9-turn golden pill? That was the 9-turn golden pill personally refined by his elder brother. One pill could grant one the golden immortal realm, earning it the reputation of the step-to-heaven pill in the primordial world. Even if Chen Yuan were the most incompetent after refining the 9-turn golden pill, he should have become a golden immortal. Yet now Chen Yuan was merely a mystic immortal. Could it be that this kid didn't consume the 9-turn golden pill, eh? At that moment, at the place where the spirit herb, late Sihong, faced Chen Yuan, joy surged within his heart. His wish was finally fulfilled. This Chen Yuan, recklessly courting death with no self-awareness, was the perfect pawn. Using his title of senior brother of the Jie sect would boost Sihong's own prestige. Make a name for myself, and today is the day. Pondering thus, how could Sihong restrain himself any longer? He immediately called out to Chen Yuan. Senior brother Chen Yuan, since you are so persistent, do not blame me for being merciless. The techniques have no eyes. Take care, senior brother. Impatient and restless Sihong did not even wait for Chen Yuan's reply before launching his attack. The longer this dragged on, the more complications might arise. It was better to strike first. After all, apart from Chen Yuan, the undeserving senior brother of the Jie sect, all other direct disciples were fierce characters indeed. Swift and decisive, the battle must be ended quickly lest they spoil such a fine opportunity. In an instant, Sihong's Dao robes trembled as a mighty aura erupted outward, radiating in all directions. The surge of power was overwhelming, sending the surrounding disciples staggering backward involuntarily. Sihong paid them no mind. His eyes gleamed with chilling light, focusing solely on Chen Yuan. Sihong raised his hand and slapped the void toward Chen Yuan. Instantly, the fabric of space roared, and a colossal hand seal materialized. Its oppressive force surged like a mighty river, carrying boundless power as it crashed down upon Chen Yuan. Wherever the hand seal passed, the void quaked, and spiritual energy shattered. All present watched in astonishment. So this was the true strength of the golden immortal Sihong. With such power, how many among them could hope to withstand it? And Chen Yuan was merely a profound immortal. How could he possibly counter such a devastating hand seal? He would surely be crippled, if not killed outright. Who could have imagined that victory would be decided before the clash had barely begun? Yet facing that towering hand seal suffused with monstrous power, Chen Yuan merely shook his head unimpressed. Oomph! Chen Yuan snorted and shouted aloud. Shatter! As he spoke, he activated his cultivation method. Instantly, 10,000 divine elephant phantoms within his body erupted in unison, blazing with incomparable radiance. Regrettably, such a magnificent spectacle could be seen by none other than Chen Yuan himself. 10,000 divine images, 10,000 profound immortals. Even though their cultivation fell short of a golden immortal, their combined eruption far surpassed what a single golden immortal could muster. Thus, upon the slightest contact, Sihong's void hand seal was directly smashed to pieces, dissolving into nothingness. And the power of those 10,000 profound immortals did not dissipate there. Its momentum unbroken, it rushed straight toward Sihong. Having expected to win effortlessly with a single move, Sihong never anticipated this. Caught completely off guard, he had not yet activated his techniques to defend when he was directly suppressed to the ground. That vast ocean-like power pressed upon him, making resistance impossible. In but a single instant, he was crushed down, prostrated upon the earth, his mouth filled with dirt. Such a sight resembled complete submission, prostrate in full reverence. What a... The disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects surrounding them were utterly shocked. Their eyes widened, faces etched with sheer disbelief. Everything that had just occurred happened too swiftly. They had not even had time to process it. In fact, they still had not fully grasped what had transpired. All they knew was that Sihong had unleashed a hand seal, Chen Yuan had shouted a single word, and then Sihong had been pinned prostrate to the ground. Of course, to be precise, Sihong had been suppressed beneath the earth. And that precisely was why everyone was so stunned. A profound immortal suppressing a golden immortal. How could such a thing be possible? Yet here it was unfolding right before their eyes. Genuine and undeniably real. They did not know how Chen Yuan had achieved it, they only knew that he had. For a moment, everyone stood frozen at a loss for words. Such an event was truly beyond comprehension. Even witnessing it with their own eyes left their cultivators' hearts shaken, unable to calm. Could anyone tell them what had just happened? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hong roared furiously, struggling to lift his head and glare at Chen Yuan, who stood silently, not far away, his teeth grinding in hatred. He was a golden immortal. How could a mere profound immortal like Chen Yuan possibly suppress him? Hong erupted with power at once. Lights flared around his body, his aura surged, and the full might of his golden immortal cultivation exploded forth. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the powered Hong unleashed instantly shattered Chen Yuan's suppression. Hong broke free, appearing thoroughly disheveled, covered in dust, his face begrimed and wretched. However, Hong could not concern himself with such matters now. Focusing his intent, a flash of light flickered in his palm, and a bottle appeared in his hand. Pale white and translucent, pure and flawless, it shimmered with a moonlit radiance, exuding an air of the miraculous. This was Hong's ultimate treasure, his trump card. Known as the Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle, it ranked among the lower grade innate spiritual treasures, a gift bestowed by the primeval heavenly lord. Alas, Hong's current strength was still insufficient to fully harness its power. But it is more than enough to suppress this bastard, he thought bitterly. Glaring at Chen Yuan, his teeth grinding so hard his face contorted, he wasted no further words. Launching himself into the sky, he threw the Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle outward. Suppress him, Hong commanded. In that instant, the Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle soared through the air, expanding wildly with the wind ruthlessly absorbing and stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. In but a fleeting moment, it grew into a colossus spanning 1,000 zhang, blotting out the sun and shrouding the skies in darkness. The heavens dimmed, shadows enveloping all. Everyone involuntarily looked upward, gazing at the enormous bottle. Suddenly, the Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle erupted with blinding radiance, all light converging toward its opening. Pointed directly at Chen Yuan, countless beams of glazed treasure light poured downward, aiming straight for him. Witnessing this, everyone collectively sucked in their breath. Who would have thought Hong possessed such a treasure and such formidable means? If those glazed beams of light struck Chen Yuan, he would undoubtedly be suppressed. The treasure lights surged like a waterfall, vast and unstoppable. How could Chen Yuan possibly resist? Is that all? Chen Yuan gazed up at the Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle and spoke coldly. As his words fell, Chen Yuan's full power erupted. Within his body, over 100 million profound immortals activated in unison. In that instant, a tremendous force surged upon Chen Yuan, exploding outward and shooting straight into the clouds above. One force shatters all methods. Pure ultimate power unmatched in the world. Wherever it passed, spiritual energy shattered, and the void exploded. The myriad beams of glazed treasure light poured down and met this force head-on. In an instant, they were pulverized into nothingness, scattered and destroyed. The Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle that had loomed above everyone's heads also could not withstand this domineering, peerless power. It trembled violently, roaring without cease. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Pure Calamity Glazed Bottle was smashed away, crashing heavily to the ground. Cracks webbed across its surface as though it might shatter at any moment. A cry of agony rang out. Suspended in the air, Hong vomited a mouthful of blood, vivid red under the sunlight, terrifying to behold. After spitting blood, he could no longer maintain his posture and fell directly to the ground. Backlash. With his treasure damaged, how could its master Hong escape the consequences? At that moment, Hong, suffering from backlash, plummeted from the lofty clouds into the dust. His face was as pale as paper, his body covered in filth, and he kept coughing up blood. Despite pressing his hands over his mouth, he could not stem the flow of blood, a sight both shocking and horrifying. In such a disheveled state, what trace remained of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's sect? The disciples of Chen and Jiejiao sect stood on either side, staring blankly at the scene, utterly stunned and dumbfounded. They were like statues carved from mud or wood, motionless. The silence was so profound that a falling pin could be heard. Only the sound of Hong's coughing and vomiting blood echoed around, lingering endlessly. After an unknown length of time, everyone finally snapped out of it. In an instant, the same thought surged in their hearts: how terrifying. A dignified golden immortal had been defeated, cast down from the clouds into the dust. And the one who accomplished all this was merely a mystic immortal. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yuan. They saw Chen Yuan standing with his hands behind his back, looking utterly at ease. As if the battle just now had been nothing more than a wave of the hand, effortlessly accomplished. And indeed, that was the truth. As everyone could see, Chen Yuan had made no grand movements from start to finish. Not to mention anything else throughout the entire battle. Chen Yuan remained standing in the same spot, never moving an inch. In contrast, Hong had been leaping and darting about, only to be violently suppressed in the end. This fully verified the saying, the higher one flies, the harder one falls. The comparison made the difference clear at a glance. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Yuan with shock. Was he really just a human? Was he really just a mystic immortal? With a mere gesture, he suppressed a golden immortal. How could this possibly be achieved by an ordinary human mystic immortal? Everyone found it hard to believe. Yet Hong, who was still coughing up blood, was the best proof. It reminded everyone that everything that had just happened was real, without any falsehood. At that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within them. Meanwhile, in the Grand Supreme Palace, the usually unruffled Taishang revealed a rare expression of shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. For Taishang, who had always been detached and serene, this was an extraordinary occurrence. It had been countless years since he had last experienced such emotional fluctuation. There was no help for it. The strength Chen Yuan had displayed was simply too astonishing. Even with my expectations, this far exceeds what I had imagined. Taishang could not help but exclaim, his tone brimming with incredulity. Although he had perceived Chen Yuan's extraordinary nature and the boundless power within him, the eruption of that power still left Taishang utterly astounded. Such pure ultimate force, one power that could break all techniques. Such pure power could not be found anywhere else in the entire primordial world. Even the Wu clan, known for their physical cultivation, fell far short. If a comparison had to be made, it could only be with Father God Pangu. The thought that arose in Taishang's mind made him jolt startled. Once the thought took root, it was hard to suppress. Could it be that Chen Yuan was indeed connected to Father God? Taishang gazed at the composed Chen Yuan and fell into deep contemplation. In the Jade Void Palace. Worthless. Sihong, this worthless wretch. Yuanshi stood up, directly disregarding all saintly dignity, and cursed into the void. Sihong, a golden immortal, had fought against Chen Yuan, a mere mystic immortal, and was instead suppressed. This was a disgrace. A disgrace to Chan's sect. Yuanshi could not understand why this had happened. Whether in terms of origin, background, or cultivation level, Sihong was superior to Chen Yuan in every way. Why then had Sihong been unable to defeat Chen Yuan, constantly suppressed? Not only that, but when he finally used his artifact to suppress Chen Yuan, it backfired. The artifact was damaged, and he suffered backlash. Something was very wrong. Yet Yuanshi could not pinpoint exactly what was off. What is the matter with this Chen Yuan? Yuanshi's gaze finally fell upon Chen Yuan, whom he had previously dismissed, and began to scrutinize him. However, to him, everything seemed normal. Chen Yuan was still human, still a mystic immortal. There was no disguise or concealment. Then how had he achieved all this? This brat is infuriating. Unable to figure it out, Yuanshi could not help but curse inwardly. This young man had brought tremendous shame to Chan's sect. Yet he had defeated Sihong fair and square with no fault to be found. Even if Yuanshi wanted to teach him a lesson, he had no reason to do so. Yuanshi was now deeply frustrated. Utterly frustrated. What in the world was going on? In the Green Tour Palace, Tongtian, who had been vexed for a long time, finally relaxed his brow and cheered. Excellent. What a Chen Yuan. As expected of my GSX senior disciple, you have brought honor to your master. Tongtian praised without ceasing. He had thought Chen Yuan was doomed, for a mystic immortal against a golden immortal seemed hopeless. He had already prepared to intervene at the critical moment to save Chen Yuan. Although it would be embarrassing, losing face was better than losing life. Who would have thought things would turn out so inconceivably? Sihong, with his golden immortal cultivation and the aid of his artifact, had been defeated. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Tongtian would never have believed it. Wait, what is going on with my disciple? Tongtian realized belatedly that he had never taught Chen Yuan any of this. How did Chen Yuan possess such terrifying power? At the place where the spirit fruit lay, Chen Yuan stood there, hands behind his back, quietly watching Sihong. His expression was calm, neither joyous nor sorrowful. Chen Yuan said nothing, but his meaning was clear. If Sihong wished to fight again, he was ready to oblige. Sihong, seeing Chen Yuan's composed demeanor, darkened his expression. How could Sihong dare to fight again? He had exhausted his divine abilities and his artifact was damaged, yet he still could not prevail. Even if the battle continued, he would not be Chen Yuan's match. It would only be further humiliation. Let's go. Sihong gritted his teeth and said. Unfortunately, the Chan sect disciples were still in shock and did not come to assist him. Sihong had to struggle to his feet, collect his severely cracked pure glass bottle, and leave without looking back. Whatever the case, losing face was better than losing his life. The Chan sect disciples came to their senses belatedly and hurriedly followed. The GS sect disciples cheered behind them, shouting, "Don't leave. We haven't had our fill of fighting yet. Treasures belong to the capable. Aren't you Chan sect supposed to be formidable? Come on, give it a try." In the face of the GS sect disciples' taunts, the Chan sect disciples pretended not to hear and slunk away in disgrace. Try it, and you'll die. Sihong, unable to defeat Chen Yuan, had conceded and retreated. How could they possibly win? They had better leave quickly. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze, looked at the spirit fruit, and shook his head with a light laugh. Was it for this single spirit fruit that such a conflict had arisen? Chen Yuan waved his hand, and the spirit fruit flew up, landing in Shurji's hands. Since you discovered it first, it is yours. Thank you, senior brother. Shurji quickly bowed in thanks, filled with gratitude. Jinling and the other GS sect disciples now looked at Chen Yuan with admiration. This was what a senior disciple of GS sect should be. Even those who had once been unconvinced by Chen Yuan were now won over. If they had encountered such a situation, could they have handled it as well as Chen Yuan? The answer was of course no. and the strength Chen Yuan had displayed far surpassed theirs. How could they still be unconvinced? How could they dare to be unconvinced? Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Chen Yuan was also pleased. By sheer serendipity, he had managed to win the hearts of these junior brothers and sisters. A good outcome indeed. Just then a voice entered Chen Yuan's mind. Disciple, come to your master. Master. Chen Yuan recognized it as Tongtian's voice. Without daring to delay, he immediately moved his body and headed toward where Tongtian was. After receiving the message from Tongtian, Chen Yuan abandoned his junior brothers and sisters and rushed straight to Bio Palace. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System! Chen Yuan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing that familiar prompt. So mechanical, yet so heartwarming. The system had been silent for so long that he had almost forgotten his golden finger. Yet he could not blame the system, the fault was his own. The system was called the Divine Sign-In System, which, as the name implied, required him to sign in at various locations. Ever since he became Tongtian's disciple, Chen Yuan had been in seclusion, cultivating tirelessly within his dojo and rarely venturing out. How could he possibly trigger the system under such circumstances? Now, as he stepped into Bio Palace, the system finally responded. Sign-in location detected. Bio Palace. Would you like to sign in? The system's voice rose and fell. Such a stroke of luck. Chen Yuan would not miss this opportunity. He immediately commanded in his mind, System sign in at Bio Palace. The system responded swiftly. Ding! Sign in successful at Bio Palace. Congratulations, Master. You have received 100,000 merits. Merits? Chen Yuan was overjoyed. In the primordial world, merits were a precious resource with boundless uses. They could be used for cultivation, far surpassing any heavenly treasure or earthly gem. Moreover, they solidified one's foundation, ensuring no risk of chi deviation. Merits inherently purified karma and eliminated sins. They could also be used to refine magical artifacts, elevating them into merit-based treasures. Such treasures possess the ability to repel all spells and counter any evil artifacts. The greatest use of merits, however, was to attain sagehood. Were not Nuwa, the three pure ones, and other sages able to break the final shackles and ascend to sainthood precisely through merits? Even the two Western saints had shamelessly borrowed merits to achieve enlightenment. This alone demonstrated the difficulty of acquiring merits. Only by performing deeds that profoundly impacted the myriad creatures of the world would heaven bestow merits. For instance, Nuwa creating humanity, Hutu establishing the cycle of reincarnation, and so on. And now, just by signing in at a dojo, I have gained 100,000 merits. Chen Yuan could not help but laugh. If the two Western saints knew of this, what would they think? They were probably still toiling away, scheming and planning, trying to repay the merits they had borrowed. Of course, this was not the time to examine the rewards. Chen Yuan quickly composed himself and strode forward. Soon he arrived at the hall of Bio Palace. Tongtian sat high above, silently watching Chen Yuan enter. Chen Yuan immediately bowed in reverence. Disciple Chen Yuan pays respects to Master. Rise. Tongtian said. Then he gazed at Chen Yuan in silence. His eyes gleamed with a strange light, as if trying to see through Chen Yuan from the inside out. Chen Yuan, unsure of Tongtian's intent, dared not speak further. He simply stood respectfully, waiting in silence. Finally, after a long moment, Tongtian withdrew his gaze. Even with the power of a saint, he could perceive nothing unusual. Chen Yuan was still a human, still a mystic immortal. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Yet recalling his battle with Zihong, how could it be considered normal? Unable to fathom the mystery, Tongtian decided to let it go. He spoke. Not bad. You did well this time. You did not disgrace me, and I am deeply gratified. Tongtian praised. The unexpected compliment caught Chen Yuan off guard. However, he quickly understood. Saints are omniscient. The three pure ones residing in Kunlun Mountain were naturally aware of everything that had transpired. His battle with Zihong could not be hidden from them. Yet the saints had merely observed from start to finish, neither intervening nor stopping it. After all, it was merely a conflict between disciples. If a saint were to meddle in such matters, it would be beneath their dignity. Chen Yuan quickly responded. It is all thanks to Master's guidance. I am deeply grateful for your nurturing. Tongtian was at a loss for words upon hearing this. He truly could not recall having taught Chen Yuan anything. A bit embarrassed, Tongtian changed the subject. Chen Yuan, since you are out of seclusion, I have a task for you. Master, please command me. I will obey without hesitation. Chen Yuan replied. Tongtian nodded in satisfaction and gave his instructions. Perfect. Go to your second senior uncle and first senior uncle on my behalf, and tell them I wish to discuss the Tao with them. This will also serve as a lecture for all the disciples. Tongtian breathed a sigh of relief. At last he could teach something, otherwise he always felt a bit uneasy being called master. Disciple understands. Chen Yuan accepted the task with joy. A saint's lecture on the Tao was a rare and invaluable opportunity, a tremendous stroke of fortune. After all, a saint's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth far surpassed that of any mortal. Even gleaning a fragment of their insight would greatly benefit one's own path. I shall take my leave, Master. To secure this heavenly opportunity, Chen Yuan wasted no time and departed immediately. Leaving Bo Palace, he oriented himself and rushed without pause toward Yushu Palace. Yushu Palace was the dojo of Yuanshi, and the disciples of the Chan sect naturally gathered around it, establishing their own training grounds. Thus, many Chan sect disciples were gathered here. Chen Yuan's appearance quickly drew their attention. They looked at him with complex expressions, pointing and whispering among themselves. Chen Yuan did not need to guess. They were undoubtedly discussing his matter with Zihong. After all, since he had gone to Bo Palace, Zihong and the others should have returned by now. Ignoring them, Chen Yuan walked straight toward Yushu Palace. As soon as he arrived, ding. Sign-in location detected. Yushu Palace. Would you like to sign in? Chen Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This could happen. That was wonderful. He would be going to Taiching Palace later. Would there be another reward? This was no mere errand, it was a reward collection. Sign in. Chen Yuan quickly commanded in his mind, claiming the reward first. Ding. Sign-in successful at Yushu Palace. Congratulations, Master. You have received a fragment of a primordial supreme treasure. After signing in, Chen Yuan stepped into Yushu Palace, not wanting to waste time. After all, he still had to go to Taiching Palace to sign in and collect rewards. He had to hurry, but the announcement made him freeze. His raised foot hung in midair. What? A primordial supreme treasure? Chen Yuan was stunned. Good heavens, was Yushu Palace so valuable? The sign-in reward was this incredible. Chen Yuan listened to the system's voice, stunned and then overjoyed. Primordial supreme treasure. It was well known that in the primordial heaven and earth, primordial spiritual treasures were exceedingly precious and extremely difficult to obtain. Elusive and rare. Primordial spiritual treasures were born of the primordial chaos, embodying the laws of the Great Dao, and their numbers were inherently limited. Moreover, throughout the countless years since the creation of heaven and earth, primordial spiritual treasures had mostly fallen into the hands of the great factions or powerful experts. When the Dao ancestor Hongjun established the method of severing the three corpses, he required primordial spiritual treasures to anchor the primordial spirit, linking them with the Great Dao, which caused their value to surge ever higher. Every emergence of a primordial spiritual treasure was accompanied by countless battles and bloodshed, with legions of living beings charging forward, fearlessly unrepentant even in the face of death. If primordial spiritual treasures commanded such reverence, how much more so the primordial supreme treasures that transcended them? Among the most renowned ancient masters of the primordial world were Xinyuanzi and Mingi. Shaking his head, Chen Yuan let it go. It was better this way. He should hurry to his next check-in location. With that thought, Chen Yuan departed from the Yushu Palace and headed toward Taishang's Taoist sanctuary. Though they roamed the primordial world for countless ages, not a single one possessed a primordial supreme treasure. Even the Taoists Zhuanti and Jian of the western region, though now elevated to the status of sages, had never encountered such fortune. Looking across the entirety of the primordial heaven and earth, Chen Yuan knew that only a handful of beings held primordial supreme treasures. The Dao ancestor Hongjun, the three pure ones, the sages, and the sage Nuwa. The former demon ancestor Luoho and the clan of demons Donghuang Tai had also once possessed primordial supreme treasures. These individuals were either sages or had once dominated heaven and earth, and now by merely checking in, Chen Yuan had obtained a primordial supreme treasure. Even a lowly Xianxian like him could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with these peerless masters. This overwhelming wealth. This heaven-defying opportunity. It has finally fallen to me. Chen Yuan was beside himself with joy. Previously, he had worried over his meager collection of magical treasures, possessing only the Dinghai divine beads bestowed by Tongtian. He had been pondering when he might acquire a few more. Who would have expected to receive a primordial supreme treasure directly? Just as Chen Yuan was overcome with ecstasy, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on obtaining a primordial supreme treasure fragment. Simply gather 10 primordial supreme treasure fragments, and you may synthesize a complete primordial supreme treasure. The system's voice fell mechanical and cold. Wait, a primordial supreme treasure fragment. Wasn't it supposed to be a complete primordial supreme treasure? Chen Yuan froze in confusion and quickly checked. His expression fell as though doused in icy water. Foolish of him. It really was but a fragment, not a complete primordial supreme treasure. He had been so thrilled hearing primordial supreme treasure that he had failed to notice the word fragment at all. He had celebrated far too soon. Chen Yuan's joy evaporated, his smile freezing in place. He had imagined receiving a primordial supreme treasure simply by checking in, only to find that he still had to go through this arduous collection and synthesis process. 10 fragments take a primordial supreme treasure home. In a daze, Chen Yuan seemed to hear the cries of merchants from his past life. After a long while, he snapped back to reality and sighed deeply. Not bad. Chen Yuan comforted himself. Although he could not obtain a complete primordial supreme treasure immediately, there was still a good chance he could synthesize one by collecting the fragments. Provided the system did not play some cunning trick. such as splitting the fragments into other items right when he was close to completing the set. With my current strength, I truly cannot handle such an opportunity. Chen Yuan shook his head. At his present cultivation level, he could barely harness even a fraction of a primordial supreme treasure's power. Moreover, he might face pursuit and assassination because of it. A common man commits no crime, yet carrying a priceless treasure becomes his offense. With these thoughts, Chen Yuan's mood improved considerably. Then there was no need to rush. He could simply check in, slowly treating it, as if the primordial supreme treasure was already on its way. Gathering himself, Chen Yuan stepped into the Yuanshi palace. As Chen Yuan entered the Yuanshi palace, a figure emerged and made his way toward him. From a distance, Chen Yuan recognized him instantly. Guangqingzi. When Yuanshi and Tongtian had accepted disciples, they had crossed paths before. Guangqingzi had even urged Tongtian not to take Chen Yuan as a disciple, an incident that left a deep impression on Chen Yuan. Yet now Guangqingzi wore a broad smile, lacking the arrogance he had shown that day. With the return of Zihong and the other disciples, the news of Chen Yuan subduing Zihong had already spread among the disciples of the Chan sect. Having learned of these events, how could Guangqingzi dare look down upon the man before him? Approaching Chen Yuan, he asked with a smile, "Junior brother Chen Yuan, what brings you here?" Since Yuanshi was Tongtian's elder brother, Guangqingzi's use of the title senior brother was perfectly appropriate. Chen Yuan paid little heed to such formalities, for the matter at hand was what truly mattered. "Senior brother Guangqingzi, I come by master's decree to see the second master." "Oh." Guangqingzi paused briefly before realization dawned, and he quickly replied, "Then please wait, junior brother Chen Yuan. Let me go inform master." With those words, Guangqingzi turned and departed, secretly exhaling in relief. He had feared Chen Yuan came specifically to confront him over the Zihong incident, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. So be it, for the Chan sect was indeed in the wrong. If this escalated to master's attention, neither side would emerge with dignity intact. He then entered the Yuanshi palace to report to Yuanshi. Chen Yuan. The mere mention of this name brought an immediate headache to Yuanshi. Chen Yuan was the last person he wanted to see. It was not merely because Chen Yuan's subduing of Zihong had brought shame upon the Chan sect and dimmed Yuanshi's prestige, but also because Chen Yuan's actions in subduing Zihong had planted a seed of doubt in Yuanshi's unwavering philosophy of accepting disciples and guiding them. Forget it. Since Tongtian sent him, let him in. Yuanshi waved his hand dismissively, and Guangqingzi bowed and departed. Soon after, Guangqingzi returned with Chen Yuan. Upon seeing Yuanshi, Chen Yuan promptly performed a formal bow. "Greetings, second uncle." "Speak. What is it?" Yuanshi cut straight to the point, concise and direct. He truly had no desire to engage in further conversation with Chen Yuan. Noticing this, Chen Yuan quickly stated his business. "Master wishes to discuss the Dao with the second master and the first master, and has instructed me to convey this message." "Very well." Yuanshi agreed, then cast a glance toward Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi understood and immediately led Chen Yuan away. Once they had departed, Yuanshi fell into deep contemplation. Even with Chen Yuan standing right beside him, he could discern no anomaly whatsoever. What exactly was going on with this young man? Yuanshi simply could not fathom it. He could not understand the source of Chen Yuan's immense power. Even more perplexing was why a sage of his stature could not pierce through the mysteries of merely a xianxian. Yuanshi's head throbbed from overthinking, and he shook it in frustration. Never mind, never mind. If that was the case, then out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, who had been politely shown the exit from the Yuanshi palace, was utterly bewildered. He had spent no more than 5 minutes inside the Yuanshi palace. Why did Yuanshi seem to dislike him so? Could it be because of the Zihong incident? Chen Yuan reasoned. However, even without that incident, Yuanshi would not have favored him. After all, considering his humble origins. After flying for a short while, he soon arrived at Taishang's Taoist sanctuary, the Taiching Palace. As Chen Yuan descended, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, master, on discovering a sign-in location. Taiching Palace. Would you like to check in? Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Yuan's face lit up with joy. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Without any hesitation, he immediately spoke in his mind. Sign in. Then the system's voice sounded. Ding! Sign in at Taiching Palace successful. Congratulations, master, for obtaining an innate treasure fragment. Chen Yuan listened with extreme care, this time afraid of making another mistake like before. An innate treasure fragment. Good. Lucky. Keep it up. Chen Yuan was delighted and couldn't hide his excitement. Good luck. Another innate treasure fragment. Thus, the innate treasure fragment count increased by 1, and the unlocking progress of the innate treasure reached 20. If he could maintain this momentum, Chen Yuan believed that before long, he would be able to master an innate treasure. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chen Yuan had to go out more often, seeking blessed lands and caves to check in. Moreover, it probably had to be a top-tier Taoist site like that of the Three Pure Ones. After all, Chen Yuan's experience was limited, and he hadn't tried other places. He didn't know if they could trigger such rewards. No matter. Chen Yuan silently thought to himself. After all, the primordial world was not lacking in blessed lands and caves, he had plenty of opportunities. He really didn't believe that he couldn't gather the remaining 8 fragments by checking in all the way. He wasn't going to occupy someone else's Taoist site. He was just going to check in, and there would be no danger. Thinking this, Chen Yuan conceived the idea of traveling down the mountain. However, now was not the time to discuss this. He had important matters to attend to. On Kunlun Mountain, there was also a great opportunity of the saints discussing the Tao. How could he miss it? Meanwhile, at the moment Chen Yuan arrived at this place, Taishang sensed it. This was Taishang's Taoist site. Any slightest movement could not escape his divine perception. Taishang suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with confusion. What is this young man doing here? However, Taishang then gently shook his head. It doesn't matter. What interested Taishang more was not the matter, but Chen Yuan himself. So Taishang slowly spoke to Xiandu below. Xiandu, go outside and welcome your junior brother Chen Yuan. Xiandu was stunned by this, then realized and was overjoyed. Chen Yuan. He naturally knew Chen Yuan. He was the human compatriot who had become a disciple of Uncle Master Tongtian. Xiandu was full of interest in this person. He had always been curious about what wonders this person possessed to become a disciple of a saint. He immediately replied, "Yes, master." As he finished speaking, he quickly stood up and walked briskly outside, seeming somewhat impatient. Today he would get a good look at what Chen Yuan was like. Xiandu walked out of the main hall and happened to see a figure approaching. That figure was Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan was walking, he saw a figure emerging from the main hall of Taiching Palace. A human. Chen Yuan focused his gaze and saw that the newcomer was also a human just like himself. However, this person's cultivation level far surpassed Chen Yuan's. At this moment, the realm of Daoyuo Golden Immortal was displayed without concealment. His mana was vast as the sea, boundless and infinite, making Chen Yuan feel a sense of looking up to him. A name flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. Xiandu. Without any need for thought, the only person appearing in Taiching Palace with such cultivation and a human background was this one. Grandmaster Xiandu, the only direct disciple of Taishang. In terms of seniority, Chen Yuan, as well as all disciples of the 3 Pure Ones, had to respectfully address him as senior brother. However, Chen Yuan could not feel respect for this person, nor could he like him. You see, since the dawn of humanity, the human race had been struggling and surviving with difficulty in the primordial world. This Xiandu, born of human race, after becoming a disciple of a saint, turned a blind eye to the human race. He even made no move when the human race was being slaughtered by the demon race to forge the demon-slaying sword. Of course, this had not happened yet. However, Chen Yuan still found it hard to change his opinion of Xiandu. The relationship between this senior disciple of Taishang and the human race was probably only that he was of human origin, right? Despite his dislike, when Chen Yuan saw Xiandu approaching him, he composed his expression and respectfully bowed. Chen Yuan pays respects to senior brother Xiandu. No need, no need, Xiandu said with a full smile. You and I are both humans. Now that we have become disciples of the 3 Pure Ones, we share the same origin and the same lineage. Why be so formal? As Xiandu spoke, he could not hide his excitement. His eyes scanned Chen Yuan with curiosity. However, after looking again and again, Xiandu still could not see anything special. He was puzzled. Master once said this person was extraordinary, and I was quite curious. But now that I look at him, I don't think he's anything special. Xiandu sighed inwardly. He truly could not see any remarkable quality in Chen Yuan. He seemed ordinary, just like the other humans he had seen. With this thought, Xiandu immediately lost interest in investigating Chen Yuan. He withdrew his gaze and said, "Junior brother, follow me to pay respects to master." Good. Chen Yuan followed Xiandu into Taiching Palace. There on a cushion sat an old man. He wore a taiji crown and bagua robe with white hair and beard, both kind and majestic. Dao rhymes surrounded him, giving a sense of tranquility and non-action. Seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately understood. This was the head of the 3 Pure Ones, Taishang of the Taiching. This was his granduncle master. He dared not be negligent and quickly bowed. Chen Yuan pays respects to granduncle master. Rise. Taishang spoke, his gaze falling on Chen Yuan, and then he said no more. Chen Yuan knew that Taishang was a man of non-action, so without waiting for Taishang to ask, he spoke on his own. Master Tongtian wishes to invite the 2 granduncles to discuss the Tao, and has specifically sent me to inform you. What does granduncle master think? Agreed. Taishang nodded slightly, giving his consent. Then he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Yuan dared not disturb further, and tactfully took his leave. Chen Yuan takes his leave. With that, he withdrew. My task is done. Next, I just wait for the 3 saints to discuss the Tao, and see how many opportunities one can gain. Chen Yuan thought this, feeling eager. After Chen Yuan's figure left Taiching Palace, Taishang suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Xiandu below, and asked, Xiandu, what do you think of this fellow clansman of yours? Hearing this, Xiandu's expression stiffened, and he hesitated. After a moment of thought, he finally told the truth. Reporting to master, this disciple feels he is nothing special, just so. Having said this, Xiandu looked up cautiously at Taishang. After all, Taishang had previously said that Chen Yuan was not simple. Would he now scold him for being blind? But he truly did not see anything extraordinary about Chen Yuan. Taishang did not say much. However, his gaze was fixed on the departing Chen Yuan, his eyes flickering with divine light. This child is extraordinary. He carries a great secret. In no time, the news of the Three Pure Ones Dao debate, to be held a millennium later, spread throughout Kunlun Mountain, becoming common knowledge among all their disciples. Instantly, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, it instantly stirred up waves towering 10,000 feet high. The entire Kunlun Mountain erupted into a frenzy. Too wonderful. We've waited so long, and today has finally arrived. The opportunity belonging to you and me has finally come. We must prepare thoroughly. The disciples of the Three Pure Ones spread the news eagerly, overjoyed beyond measure. Some were so overcome with emotion that tears of joy streamed down their faces. They had finally waited long enough for this moment. Although becoming a disciple of a saint was already a heavenly opportunity, from then on this status as a saint's disciple would be their greatest reliance and ultimate trump card. With such an identity, they could wander the primordial world with no one daring to provoke them. Even the great ancestors of the primordial world would respect the saint's reputation and spare them any hardship. Yet if this were all, the Three Pure Ones' disciples would truly feel unfulfilled. Who among them wouldn't wish to hear the saint's teachings, comprehend the supreme truths of the Great Dao, and advance further in their cultivation? Unfortunately, most of them, after becoming disciples of the saint, could hardly receive personal instruction from the saint. It was even difficult to catch another glimpse of the saint. After all, there were simply too many disciples for the saint to instruct each one individually. Besides, what an exalted status the saint held. Would they ever stoop to such exhausting work? Only a select few direct disciples would have the fortune of receiving the saint's personal guidance. Now, as the Three Pure Ones saints were about to commence their Dao debate, every disciple of the Three Pure Ones was eligible to participate. Upon hearing such news, the Three Pure Ones disciples were naturally overjoyed and went into a frenzy. A lifelong aspiration fulfilled in a single moment. How rare a fortune was it to witness the saints' Dao debate. Moreover, these were three saints. With the saints' comprehension of the heavenly Dao, if the disciples could grasp even a fraction of it, it would be an enormous gain, leaving the multitude of beings in the primordial world far behind. Thus, the Three Pure Ones' disciples harbored immense anticipation. The skies above Kunlun Mountain rang with joyful cheers that pierced the clouds. After their wild rejoicings subsided, the disciples of the Three Pure Ones each chose to enter secluded meditation. They calmed their minds, regulated their breathing, and steadied their Dao hearts. They aimed to welcome the impending saints' Dao debate in their best state, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And so, after the initial commotion, Kunlun Mountain soon fell quiet once more. Thus years drifted by like a flowing river, time never returning. 1,000 years later, on this day, Kunlun Mountain, dormant for a millennium, suddenly erupted with activity. In an instant, figures surged forth like meteors, streaking across the sky, dense and countless. These figures were all disciples of the Three Pure Ones, rising simultaneously from various corners of Kunlun Mountain. In a flash, their forms blotted out the sky and sun, vast and majestic. Immortal aura soared skyward, breathtaking in its magnificence. With clear purpose, they headed straight for the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Soon the summit of Kunlun Mountain gathered disciples of the Three Pure Ones shoulder to shoulder. Looking out, figures filled the view, densely extending beyond sight. Though numerous, there was no disorder. Everyone stood according to their lineage, direct disciples and outer sect members, all in precise order. On Taishang's Ren sect side, only Xian Du stood quietly as a sole disciple. Beside him lay a green ox with flat horns reclining on the ground, as if unaware of others. Such a scene seemed rather desolate and a touch bleak. Yet the disciples of the other two sects dared not harbor even a hint of contempt. Meeting Xian Du's gaze, they immediately composed themselves and offered distant bows to show respect. The direct disciples of both sects went further, specially approaching Xian Du to pay their respects with formal bows. There was no other reason. This figure held noble status and transcendent position. Xian Du was, after all, Taishang's only direct disciple, the first among the Three Pure Ones disciples, and the senior brother of the Ren sect. On the Chan sect side, Nanji led, followed by Guangqing Zi and the other 12 golden immortals, with a host of Chan sect disciples arranged neatly behind them, displaying impeccable discipline. All the disciples held their heads high and chests out, and combined with their noble origins, they were undoubtedly dazzling at this moment, fully embodying the demeanor of a saint's disciples and the grace of immortals. Compared to the other two sects, the Jie sect was far more bustling. The magnificent spectacle of 10,000 immortals paying homage unfolded before them, teeming with constant activity. As the senior brother of the Jie sect, Chen Yuan, stood at the rear with duo Bao Jin Ling and other direct disciples behind him. At this moment, all disciples of the Three Pure Ones had gathered at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Witnessing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, the disciples of the three pure ones had already grown so numerous, their foundation so profound. Those disciples of the three pure ones with expressions of reverence and anticipation awaited the beginning of the Dao debate. Soon, dong, a resonant bell sound echoed through the void, reverberating across the summit of Kunlun Mountain. In an instant, three boundless and peerless pressures appeared, enveloping the surrounding wilderness like an abyss or ocean. The charm of the Dao surged, and the laws of heaven went into frenzy. The entire Kunlun Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. Saints! The previously bustling mountain peak fell instantly silent, so quiet that even a falling pin could be heard. Everyone felt immense pressure, daring not even breathe heavily, and collectively raised their heads to look. The void thundered and shook as three towering figures tore through space itself, descending slowly. An elder, a youth, and a middle-aged man, the three pure ones themselves. Pay respects to the three saints. All disciples bowed in unison with utmost reverence. Rise. Tongtian spoke while Taishang and Yuanshi nodded slightly. The disciples instantly felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their bodies, that immense pressure vanishing in an instant. This was the majesty of a saint. With a mere thought, they could govern life and death, with all living beings reduced to mere ants. Filled with emotion in their hearts, the crowd gazed at the three pure ones with growing reverence and expectation. Tongtian, seeing this, smiled and spoke. Brothers, since our disciples are all impatient, let us begin. For this Dao debate, I shall start first. Hearing this, Taishang and Yuanshi both nodded. Agreed. Very well. Speaking, they sat cross-legged in midair, gazing at Tongtian. Tongtian, seeing this, also sat cross-legged in the void and began to expound upon his own great Dao. When a saint speaks, heaven and earth tremble. In an instant, heavenly flowers rained down and golden lotuses emerged from the earth. Purple energy came from the east, and auspicious clouds filled the sky. Countless heavenly melodies played at this moment, and myriad lights of propitious omens spread forth together. Behind Tongtian, a colossal phantom of a saint appeared, spanning heaven and earth, reflecting past and present. Such myriad extraordinary phenomena, diverse and wondrous, were endless. Yet all the disciples of the three pure ones seemed to see nothing else at this moment. Their gazes were all fixed on Tongtian, listening quietly, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Chen Yuan was no different, his eyes fixed intently on Tongtian. Just at this moment, ding! Congratulations, Master, for triggering a special sign-in location. A Saints Dao debate venue. Do you wish to sign in? The voice in his mind suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan, who had been listening attentively, was instantly stunned. Not this. Can this also be you? However, a surge of joy followed. This was indeed an unexpected blessing. Such a fine opportunity coming right to him as if found for free. How could Chen Yuan let it slip away? Sign in. Sign in immediately at this Saints Dao debate venue. As Chen Yuan's voice faded, the system's voice soon responded. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully checking in at the sacred location, the Saints' realm of Dao discussion. Congratulations, Master, on receiving the reward. Saints' voice, one-time use. Saints' voice. Hearing the system's words, Chen Yuan's heart swelled with delight. Of course, he had no idea what the Saint's voice truly was. Yet with the word saint embedded in its name, could it possibly be an ordinary treasure? He immediately checked the description. Saint's voice. Upon activation, it allows the voice of a Saint's Dao exposition to reach the depths of one's mind, immersing the user in a profound realm of comprehension to grasp the ultimate truths of the Great Dao. Note, this is a one-time divine ability. Its effects persist until the Saint's discourse concludes. Indeed, Chen Yuan smiled, knowing that anything associated with the word saint must be extraordinary. This is truly wonderful. With Saint's voice, it pairs perfectly with the Saint's Dao lecture. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. It was as if a sleeping man had found his pillow. Now that he was listening to a saint's discourse, couldn't this be used? Despite living two lives, Chen Yuan still harbored one persistent flaw. He always dozed off during lectures. Even now, having attained the status of an immortal deity, the same habit clung to him. Even during the teachings of the three saints, it remained. Just moments ago, as he watched Tongtian, his mind had begun to wander. Had the system not suddenly alerted him, he would have fallen into a deep slumber and missed this historic three saints Dao debate entirely. Now, with this saint's voice divine ability, it was truly a blessing in disguise. System. Use saint's voice. Chen Yuan spoke directly through his mind, activating the saint's voice. Even though it was a one-time ability, Chen Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. A saint's Dao debate is rare and cannot be sought. Moreover, this was a debate among three saints, an event unprecedented in all of history. With such a divine ability, one should use it without hesitation and seize this monumental opportunity. As Chen Yuan's voice fell silent suddenly, his entire body felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. He felt extraordinarily refreshed, his Dao heart clearer and more transparent than ever before. In an instant, Chen Yuan entered in profoundly mysterious realm. The surrounding spiritual energy, Dao rhymes, and cosmic rules all became tangible to his perception. Though flowing ceaselessly, their trajectories could be traced. And Tongtian's every word resonated clearly, allowing Chen Yuan to comprehend without any obstacles. As Chen Yuan comprehended the surrounding spiritual energy, Dao rhymes and rules began to follow his movements. Joy filled Chen Yuan's heart, and he closed his eyes, simultaneously listening and cultivating. The disciples around him noticed none of this. Their eyes were fixed on the void, their attention wholly devoted to the three saints above. They listened intently, fearing to miss the slightest detail and forfeit this rare opportunity. Under such circumstances, who would have the mind to observe anything else? Soon in the void, I have concluded my exposition. What say you, elder brothers? Tongtian suddenly spoke. The abrupt end to the lecture left the entranced disciples longing for more. However, their disappointment quickly vanished. Since the third brother has finished, it falls to me, Yuanshi. Upon hearing Yuanshi's voice, the disciples instantly perked up, their spirits renewed. There was no time for sorrow. The jade pure primordial sovereign was now presenting. Yuanshi took over Tongtian's discourse, unfolding his own exposition of the Great Dao. As Yuanshi spoke, myriad marvels continued to manifest. Yet none in attendance cared. The disciples concentrated wholly on listening, daring not show the slightest negligence. All discourses must eventually conclude. After speaking his fill, Yuanshi, like Tongtian before him, stepped aside, his gaze falling upon Taishang. The disciples' eyes followed, all fixating on the head of the three pure ones. Taishang said little before beginning his teaching. Countless marvels erupted once more, and divine radiance shimmered across Kunlun Peak. Meanwhile, over at Chen Yuan, at first nothing unusual occurred. Everything proceeded as normal, much like the other disciples of the three pure ones, listening intently. But, as the three pure ones continued their discourse, suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Chen Yuan's body. The world's spiritual qi went into violent turmoil, surging madly, like countless swimming dragons, all funneling into Chen Yuan's body. This sudden change naturally drew the attention of the disciples of the three pure ones. What's happening? Where did the spiritual qi go? How has all the spiritual qi been absorbed? The disciples were bewildered. They had been cultivating alongside listening to the saints' teachings, attempting to verify their understanding of the Dao through their own practice. Yet now the spiritual qi had simply vanished. In alarm, they immediately reached out with their senses. In that instant, all their gazes turned toward Chen Yuan. He was the source. What is going on? Why has all the spiritual qi flowed into that human? How is he doing this? The disciples stared in astonishment at Chen Yuan. The three pure ones had long noticed the anomaly, and now turned their gaze toward Chen Yuan's location as well. Just as all eyes converged upon Chen Yuan, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from Chen Yuan's body, sending shockwaves in all directions. The disciples of the three pure ones were staggered by the force. Those nearest were pushed back, stumbling wildly. Yet no one cared about their plight. All eyes remained locked on Chen Yuan. He had broken through. Chen Yuan's cultivation level had surged directly to golden immortal after that aura explosion. And it seemed he was not yet finished. He was still breaking through. The surrounding spiritual qi surged wildly, turbulent and ferocious. The void roared incessantly, as if on the verge of collapsing. And massive vortices of spiritual energy formed, profound and terrifying. Tongtian spoke immediately. You there, leave at once. Do not approach. The surrounding disciples, snapping out of their shock, obeyed. Without hesitation, they activated their movement techniques and distanced themselves from Chen Yuan. Instantly the area around Chen Yuan emptied. Yet the spiritual qi continued to pour in, ever increasing. Nevertheless, even so, Chen Yuan could not achieve a complete breakthrough in one go. The spiritual qi still seemed insufficient. Let us see just how much you can absorb, Tongtian declared, waving his great hand. The surrounding spiritual qi was immediately drawn, converging toward Chen Yuan. This spiritual qi surged violently into Chen Yuan's body. As the energy poured in continuously, Chen Yuan's aura continued to rise. Finally reaching its peak, it erupted all at once. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, Chen Yuan's cultivation level finally stabilized. Golden immortal mid-stage. Hiss! Everyone collectively drew in a sharp breath. The disciples of the three pure ones, even the three pure ones themselves, were stunned by what they witnessed. Breaking through 2 realms in a single day? Such an event was unheard of, unprecedented in all of history. Everyone marveled inwardly. Tell me, in this entire primordial world, what could surpass breaking through 2 realms in one day? However, their expressions soon shifted. Wait, it seemed there actually was something. Their gazes locked onto Chen Yuan, faces filled with awe. Even after breaking through 2 consecutive realms, Chen Yuan had not stopped. At this moment, atop the Kunlun Mountain peak, after breaking through 2 realms in succession, the aura surrounding Chen Yuan did not wane. Instead, it surged ever higher, growing more intense. Could he break through 3 realms in a single day? The same thought flashed through the minds of every disciple present. Instantly their gazes locked onto Chen Yuan, their breaths quickening. Even the three pure ones turned their heads, visibly moved. Breaking 2 realms in one day was already supremely heaven-defying. If he broke 3, it would be the most heaven-defying of all. This directly overturned the fundamental principles of cultivation in the primordial world, a feat unprecedented in history. Never before had such a thing occurred, and it was highly likely that none would ever surpass it. In that instant, every gaze fell upon Chen Yuan, unblinking, afraid to miss a single moment. He became the center of attention. Under the watchful eyes of all, the next moment, Chen Yuan's absorption of spiritual energy became even more violent. The surrounding spiritual energy churned, turbulently pouring into him like a raging tsunami. Terrifying spiritual energy vortices appeared, arrayed in the void, deep and unfathomable. The void trembled and roared without end. Space twisted and deformed, causing the surrounding laws and Dao resonances to manifest as if solids spinning wildly. The disciples of the three pure ones were stunned, utterly shocked. Such a violent breakthrough was truly a first for them. A mere breakthrough could trigger such extraordinary phenomena. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Even the three pure ones were filled with awe. Not only had the disciples never witnessed such a spectacle, but even the sages themselves had never seen anything like it. Though they had traversed the primordial world for eons and now stood as saints, this was the first time they had beheld such a sight, and it left them deeply shaken. Moreover, they could clearly see that Chen Yuan had already drawn nearly all the spiritual energy from the entire Kunlun Mountain, yet he still had not taken the final step. Just how vast a sea of spiritual energy did this lad need to break through a single realm? Taishang stood in the void, gazing into the distance. Spiritual energy surged wildly, but Chen Yuan stood as immovable as a mountain within the chaos, his aura climbing step by step. Yet still he fell far short. It seemed that even if he absorbed all the spiritual energy of this place, he could not break through. Seeing this, Taishang pondered for a moment, then sighed softly and spoke coldly. Enough. I attained sagehood through the human race. Today, let this be repayment of a karmic debt. Taishang had once taught and enlightened humanity, established the human sect, and transmitted the Dao, thereby attaining sagehood, a profound karmic bond with the human race. And Chen Yuan came from the human race. With those words, Taishang acted directly. He waved his hand, and a strand of profound yellow qi appeared, immensely powerful. Then the fragrance of elixir filled the air, and radiant light spread out. A pill materialized in the void. The 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. This was the legendary 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, famed throughout the primordial world, known as the pill that could elevate one straight to golden immortal with a single dose. Before anyone could dwell on it, Taishang waved his hand again. In an instant, the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill in the void was crushed directly. The elixir fragrance dispersed, and 10,000 rays of light shone. The pill's power surged like a tide, astonishing beyond measure. Soon it transformed into endless pure spiritual energy, all flowing toward Chen Yuan. Master! Xian Du cried out in shock, his face turning pale. Everyone knew the preciousness of the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, but Xian Du, having followed Taishang, felt it even more deeply. Even for the foremost alchemist Taishang, refining the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill was a matter of doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Success depended entirely on luck. Even for a saint it was the same. Thus, the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill was extremely scarce, practically unobtainable in the primordial world, and Taishang rarely used it. Yet now, for a mere disciple of the Jie sect like Chen Yuan, he directly employed a 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. The other disciples looked on with envy. This was the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. If they were fortunate enough to obtain one, they would refine it with the utmost care, afraid to waste even a shred of its power. But Taishang crushed it directly, losing who knows how much of its potency. And all of this was done merely to provide Chen Yuan with spiritual energy. This was not just extravagant, it was a blatant waste of a heavenly treasure. However, the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill belonged to Taishang. He could give it to whomever he wished and use it however he pleased. Though the disciples felt regret, they could only envy, sighing inwardly. If only they could be like Chen Yuan, such a heaven-sent opportunity would have fallen upon them. Seeing this, Yuanshi's expression changed. He looked at Taishang in astonishment, never expecting that his elder brother would be so willing to part with such a treasure. After all, to this day, Taishang had only given 1 9 Revolutions Golden Pill each to him and Tongtian. Now for a mere human like Chen Yuan, Taishang used another pill. Could the usually tranquil and indifferent elder brother actually go to such lengths to help Chen Yuan? Tongtian's face was brimming with smiles, unable to close his mouth. He had originally planned to intervene and help Chen Yuan break through. After all, as Chen Yuan's master, would he really stand by and do nothing? But he never expected that his elder brother would act first. For Tongtian, this was naturally a wonderful turn of events, not only saving him effort, but also granting his beloved disciple a tremendous opportunity. On the other side, the 9 revolutions golden pill transformed into boundless spiritual energy pouring madly into Chen Yuan. Before long it was absorbed completely, leaving nothing behind. In places unseen, the vast ocean of spiritual energy as soon as it entered his body was instantly divided and consumed. The divine elephants within Chen Yuan's body, nourished by the spiritual energy, began to light up one by one. Soon all the miniature divine elephants coalesced, shining with golden light. Every single one had become a golden immortal. None were left out. With the divine elephants all transformed into golden immortal figures, the aura around Chen Yuan finally surged without hindrance, rising step by step. At last reaching its peak, it erupted violently, shaking all directions. Late golden immortal realm achieved. Once his cultivation base was completely stabilized, Chen Yuan finally awakened and opened his eyes. But he was utterly bewildered. What happened? Chen Yuan looked around, puzzled. There was no one near him. All the disciples had gathered beneath the 3 saints. Now, including the 3 saints, everyone was staring at him unblinkingly. What are you all doing? Weren't we supposed to be listening to the sermon? Wait. Chen Yuan was about to ask, but suddenly sensed a change in himself. He quickly examined his condition. This late golden immortal realm. Chen Yuan realized that his cultivation had advanced to late golden immortal. Could it be the effect of that one-time reward? He remembered that after using it he had entered a mysterious state, oblivious to everything around him. When he woke up, everyone was gazing at him. Chen Yuan was utterly shocked. The effect was too heaven-defying. He had merely closed and opened his eyes, and he had gone from mysterious immortal to golden immortal, and at the late stage no less. Seeing Chen Yuan awake, Tongtian breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He then announced to everyone, "Enough. The sermon ends here. Return and contemplate well." Hearing this, the disciples' expressions darkened. They had just entered the state, and were still eager for more, only to have it end. Unfortunately, Tongtian had personally declared the end, and neither Taishang nor Yuanshi objected. Left with no choice, the disciples bowed. "Farewell, saints." Taishang and Yuanshi said nothing, merely tore through the void and departed. The disciples, though reluctant, could only disperse with lingering attachment. Soon only Tongtian and Chen Yuan remained atop Kunlun Mountain. Gazing at Chen Yuan before him, Tongtian could no longer contain his joy. He stepped forward, patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You lad have given me a tremendous surprise this time." Tongtian was immensely gratified. Breaking 3 realms in a single day, unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. This was not only a marvel within the 3 Pure Ones sect, but would also become an enduring legend across the entire primordial world. This disciple of his had truly brought him glory. Chen Yuan was still in shock. He could never have imagined the effect would be so potent. It felt as if he had merely slept, and then he ascended directly from a mystic immortal to a golden immortal. Breaking through 3 realms in a single day, without any obstacles, smoothly and effortlessly. Such a feat would leave anyone bewildered and dumbfounded. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Chen Yuan finally snapped back to reality and hastily bowed with clasped hands. "Master, you flatter me. Your disciple is dull-witted by nature. All credit goes to Master and the 2 senior masters. I shall engrave it in my heart and never forget." Although Chen Yuan had yet to grasp what exactly had transpired, what did it matter? Of all things, flattery never fails. Since Tongtian had spoken thus, he would seize the opportunity to curry favor. Moreover, Chen Yuan's flattery was not entirely baseless. The myriad divine elephants within him had all condensed into golden immortals, not a single one omitted. To achieve such a feat would require an immense amount of spiritual energy. If he relied solely on his own absorption, it would be possible, but who knew how many years it would take to break through? Thus, during his breakthrough, his master and the other 2 senior masters must have lent a hand. Otherwise, he would likely still be in the midst of the breakthrough. "You brat." Tongtian laughed even more joyfully upon hearing this. He looked at Chen Yuan with increasing favor, his eyes filled with admiration. This disciple possessed extraordinary talent, was a true talent, and spoke pleasantly. It was not in vain that he had insisted on taking him as a disciple against all opposition and had cared for him all along. It was precisely because he had kept his promise and taken Chen Yuan in that he had such a great disciple. Indeed, the law of cause and effect is profound and mysterious. Who can truly explain it? Now that Chen Yuan had made a spectacular showing, his own reputation was also enhanced. From then on, who would dare to question Tongtian's judgment? Who would dare to question Chen Yuan's position as the senior disciple of the Jie sect? Thinking of this, Tongtian grew even more delighted. He let out a long sigh, feeling an immense sense of vindication. He then carefully examined Chen Yuan, nodded with satisfaction, and spoke. "Good, your condition is acceptable. However, since you have just broken through, you should return and consolidate your foundation properly." Chen Yuan had been thinking the same and immediately agreed. "Yes, thank you for your instruction, Master. Your disciple will not disappoint you." Tongtian nodded, saying nothing more, merely waving his hand. Seeing this, Chen Yuan bowed and withdrew. On his way back to his cave dwelling, the disciples of the three pure ones upon seeing Chen Yuan naturally buzzed with discussion and exclamations of astonishment. Chen Yuan paid them no heed and returned directly to his cave. After activating the protective formation, he sat cross-legged and began his secluded meditation to stabilize his realm. Meanwhile, the news of his breaking through 3 realms in a single day spread like wildfire on Kunlun Mountain and even reached the primordial wilderness. Unaware of this, Chen Yuan remained immersed in cultivation, utterly captivated. Thus time passed leisurely. 1,000 years later within the cave, Chen Yuan, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with joy. After 1,000 years of secluded cultivation, he had completely stabilized his realm. Late golden immortal stage. Chen Yuan sensed his own cultivation level and shook his head with a light chuckle. Though he appeared to be merely a late golden immortal, his true power far exceeded the surface and surpassed imagination. If a comparison were made, he could even contend with a Deluo golden immortal. Yes, exactly, contending with a Deluo golden immortal. The Tai golden immortal who stands between the golden immortal and Deluo golden immortal was directly overlooked. This was not blind arrogance on Chen Yuan's part, but was based on evidence. With the 400 million golden immortals within his body coupled with the innate spiritual treasures in his possession, an ordinary Deluo golden immortal facing Chen Yuan would have only one path: death. As for Tai golden immortals below the Deluo golden immortal stage, dealing with them would be effortless without even needing to exert full strength. Thinking thus, Chen Yuan felt elated, stood up, and walked out of the cave. Since even a Deluo golden immortal is no match for me, it is time to leave Kunlun Mountain. Chen Yuan gazed at the distant heavens and earth, thoughts swirling in his mind, a look of yearning spreading across his face. He prepared to leave Kunlun Mountain. After all, his system was a check-in system requiring him to check in at various locations to obtain rewards. And on Kunlun Mountain, there were no more places left to check in. He had already checked in at the Three Pure Ones Taoist grounds on Kunlun Mountain, and even the hidden site where the saints debated the Tao. What other places on Kunlun Mountain could be more advanced than these? Since there was nothing left to check in on Kunlun Mountain, it was time for him to venture out and check in at the various blessed lands of the primordial wilderness to obtain treasures. Otherwise, staying cooped up in Kunlun Mountain would only waste his golden finger. Thus, without further hesitation, Chen Yuan activated his mind, and his figure vanished from the spot. When his form reappeared, he was already standing at the entrance of the Green Turing Palace. As the senior disciple of the Jie sect, he could come and go freely in the Green Turing Palace with no one daring to block him. Chen Yuan proceeded unimpeded and soon arrived at the main hall of the Green Turing Palace, where he bowed to Tongtian. Disciple Chen Yuan pays respects to Master. Oh, it's Chen Yuan. You have emerged from seclusion. Thanks to your concern, Master, your disciple has stabilized his realm. Chen Yuan replied, and then stated his intention. Master, now that your disciple has achieved the golden immortal realm, I wish to travel and explore the primordial wilderness. Travel? Tongtian was surprised but quickly nodded. That is good. Cultivation should not be confined to secluded meditation. One must also journey through the heavens and earth, broaden one's horizons, and solidify the Tao heart. Tongtian agreed, as Chen Yuan with his current realm could certainly protect himself. Moreover, as his senior disciple, who would dare to harm him in the slightest? Even so, Tongtian could not help but worry. With a wave of his hand, a sword aura shot forth from his palm, hurtling toward Chen Yuan and instantly merging into his body. This is a sword aura of mine, a life-saving trump card for you. It can annihilate any being below the saint level. It can also help you withstand a life and death crisis. I hope you return safely. Chen Yuan was overjoyed and immediately bowed in thanks. Thank you, Master. Truly, what a master. A mere sword aura capable of obliterating any existence below the saint level. With such a trump card, he had nothing to fear and no more concerns. All right, go now, Tongtian said, waving his hand, and then closed his eyes. Chen Yuan said nothing more, bowed deeply, and turned to leave the Green Turing Palace. After leaving the Green Turing Palace, Chen Yuan did not immediately depart from Kunlun Mountain. Instead, he went to the place where Duobao resided. Chen Yuan got straight to the point without any beating around the bush. Duobao, I am leaving Kunlun Mountain. Duobao was startled, his expression changing drastically. Senior brother, you are leaving Kunlun Mountain. In the past, Duobao had not thought much of Chen Yuan, considering him dispensable. However, during the saints' discussion of the Tao, Chen Yuan had broken through 3 realms on the spot, astounding everyone, including Duobao. Duobao marveled at the terrifying talent of his senior brother and no longer dared to show any disdain. Even though Duobao was now a Tai golden immortal standing before Chen Yuan, he still felt fear. Only this one was truly worthy of the position of senior disciple of the Jie sect. Therefore, upon hearing that Chen Yuan was leaving, he was naturally shocked. There is no need for such alarm. I am merely going on a journey, Chen Yuan said, and then began to give instructions. After I leave, I entrust the disciples of the Jie sect to you. Do you dare to accept this charge? Duobao felt flattered and immediately pledged yes. Senior brother, rest assured I will follow your instructions and take good care of all the junior brothers and sisters. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. According to the established trajectory, Duo Bao was destined to become the senior disciple of the Jie sect, so it was perfect to entrust this matter to him. Thus he could travel with peace of mind. After giving further instructions, Chen Yuan bid farewell to Duo Bao and left Kunlun Mountain. The primordial wilderness, here I come. Chen Yuan departed from Kunlun Mountain, stepping into the boundless primordial world. His journey down the mountain was ostensibly a pilgrimage, but in truth he sought to visit the various blessed lands and cave heavens scattered across the primordial realm. The myriad blessed lands and cave heavens of the primordial world made it difficult to choose at first. Yet Chen Yuan harbored no confusion. At this moment his thoughts were crystal clear, and his goal was unmistakably defined. He lifted his gaze to the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. A colossal mountain silhouette emerged at the center of heaven and earth, towering and majestic. Its billion-zhang peak pierced the clouds, standing like a sword planted at the nexus of all realms, cleaving sky from earth. The vast, boundless primordial world stretched beyond measure, beyond imagination. And no matter where the creatures of this realm stood, the first sight they beheld upon looking up was always this divine mountain at the center of all existence. Buzhou Mountain. Chen Yuan gazed at the distant peak, his smile deepening. Good. I shall go to Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain was formed from Panga's spine, the pillar that upheld the heavens and earth. It had supported the sky and anchored the land since time immemorial. No other mountain in the primordial world could rival it. Not even Kunlun or Sumeru, for they were far inferior to its grandeur. Thus Buzhou Mountain's title as the foremost divine peak of the primordial world was well-deserved. Moreover, as it was transformed from Panga's spine, it was abundant in treasures and countless opportunities. His own master Tongtian and his two uncles, along with Nuwa and other great powers, had once divided the innate gourd vines on Buzhou Mountain. Countless other treasures beyond enumeration were also found there. Such abundance naturally drew countless beings in an endless stream. Since the beginning of the world, eons had passed and countless creatures had journeyed to Buzhou Mountain in search of fortune. Thus Buzhou Mountain was also renowned as the foremost blessed land and the premier treasure mountain of the primordial world, a fame known to all. For any cultivator traveling the primordial realm, Buzhou Mountain was the first choice. To have never set foot on Buzhou Mountain in a lifetime was to call oneself an immortal in vain. And since Chen Yuan intended to sign in at blessed lands and cave heavens, his first choice was naturally Buzhou Mountain. There he would surely trigger the sign-in, and the rewards would be extraordinary. After all, it was Panga's spine. How could its quality be anything less than supreme? Moreover, he could also explore Buzhou Mountain and seek opportunities, a perfect plan that reaped multiple benefits. Thus, having made up his mind, Chen Yuan gazed at the divine mountain at the center of heaven and earth and set forth on his journey. Time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. I had heard of the vastness of the primordial world, but I never imagined it to be so immense. Chen Yuan looked at the distant Buzhou Mountain, sighing with emotion. He had thought that with his golden immortal power, he could reach it swiftly by traveling at full speed. Yet 1,000 years had passed, and he still had not arrived. This showed that the primordial world was unimaginably vast, and that Buzhou Mountain was truly worthy of its title as the pillar of heaven and earth. He was now a golden immortal, having traveled without pause for a millennium. Buzhou Mountain remained a distant, unattainable vision. When would he ever truly reach it? Just as Chen Yuan was lost in thought, suddenly ding. Sign-in location discovered. Vulture Peak. Proceed to sign in now. The system's mechanical yet intimate voice echoed in his mind. Vulture Peak. Chen Yuan was startled. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew what Vulture Peak was. This was the Dao field of the ancient sage Randang. I never expected to end up here. Randang was a great power of the primordial era. His strength was remarkable, and his experiences were extraordinary. He first joined the Chan sect, becoming its deputy leader. Later, after the investiture of the gods, he led Zhiliu's son Wenshu Puxian Cihong and others to abandon Dao for Buddhism, joining the Western faith as the ancient Buddha Randang. Whether in the Chan sect or the Western lands, he held supreme and transcendent status. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan turned his gaze to the great mountain ahead. The main peak was solitary and steep, its jagged rocks resembling bones. The summit scraped against the dipper stars, and the treetops seemed to touch the clouds. The sharp peak stood erect, just like the head of a vulture, with visible beak and eyes. Though not lifelike, it was vividly evocative. So this is the origin of the name Vulture Peak. Today I finally understand. Chen Yuan nodded, having gained new knowledge. He observed the mountain's spiritual energy was abundant, soaring into the sky. Countless rare flowers and exotic herbs grew, auspicious birds circled above, and auspicious beasts roamed through the forests. Immortal mists swirled, shrouding the mountain in mystery and allure. Truly a famed blessed land of the primordial world. Chen Yuan praised, smiling with great delight. Since I'm here, I might as well go. In 1,000 years, he had passed countless places without any system response. Now that it had finally given a prompt, Chen Yuan would not miss it. A divine mountain like Vulture Peak surely would not disappoint. He thus headed toward it. Soon he arrived at an entrance. Just as he was about to proceed, a figure descended from the sky. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure spread across the heavens and earth. Along with it came a harsh rebuke. What creature dares trespass into Vulture Peak? The words fell, and the figure landed opposite Chen Yuan, staring at him intently. The eyes were filled with scrutiny, and the expression was hostile. A golden immortal. Chen Yuan was surprised to see this figure. A youth in the guise of a servant, yet also a golden immortal. He quickly understood. Given the demeanor and the attire of a Dao attendant, this must be a servant of Randang. Chen Yuan did not force his way in. Though a golden immortal was insignificant before him, this one represented Randang. Moreover, he had come to sign and not to fight. So Chen Yuan bowed and announced his background. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am the eldest personal disciple of the sage Tongtian of the Jie sect. I am traveling the world and have passed by this place. Knowing that this is the Dao field of the venerable Randang, I have come to pay a visit. I ask for your convenience, or perhaps you could announce me. The servant's expression froze. What? He was stunned, staring at the man before him. He had originally thought this was a mere insignificant ant. Who could have imagined such a terrifying background? A personal disciple of a sage, the first disciple of Tongtian, the senior brother of the Jie sect. Any one of these titles could crush him utterly. Realizing this, the servant dared not be negligent. His arrogance vanished, replaced by respect, and he returned the bow. So you are a personal disciple of the sage. I was blind not to recognize you. Please forgive me. Kindly wait a moment, and I will announce your arrival. With that, the servant bowed again and hurriedly departed. He ascended the mountain, familiar with the path, and soon arrived at a cave dwelling. Inside the cave, an old man sat on a cushion. The servant saw him and said, "Master, a human has come from the mountain. He claims to be the eldest personal disciple of the sage Tongtian and wishes to pay you a visit." This old man was none other than the great power of the primordial world, Randang. Lingzhou Mountain. Within the Yuanshi cave, Daoist Randang sat cross-legged on a cattail mat, eyes closed in meditation, his expression serene. Hearing the boy's report, he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. What? Randang stared fixedly at the boy, his composure gone. He truly had not expected that the personal disciple of Saint Tongtian would come to Lingzhou Mountain to visit him. In the beginning, when Yuanshi and Tongtian opened their mountain gates on Kunlun to accept disciples, it caused a sensation throughout the primordial world, and countless beings flocked there. Among them were not a few experts, and there was no shortage of great powers, who in the primordial world would not wish to become a disciple of a saint. Even a great power like Randang felt his heart stir, wanting to seize such a heavenly opportunity. However, Randang could not bring himself to swallow his pride. After all, he was a great power of his own. He was one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, and had once been on equal footing with the three pure ones. To lower himself and become a subordinate just to join a saint's sect, how could he get past that mental hurdle? If the beings of the primordial world knew, how would they view him? Moreover, even if he went, there was no guarantee of success. He might end up losing face completely, without even securing a disciple spot. It would be a loss outweighing gain, a self-inflicted humiliation. So Randang finally suppressed his thoughts, forced himself to calm down, and simply went into seclusion, ignoring the matter of the saints recruiting disciples on Kunlun Mountain. But afterward, Randang regretted it. Once a tremendous opportunity had been placed before him, and he had not cherished it. After losing it. In any case, Randang was regretful, deeply regretful. Having the backing of a saint brought many benefits, especially for someone in his situation. Although he was a quasi-saint ruling over a domain with no one daring to offend him. But, without attaining sainthood, one was ultimately an ant. One would eventually fall under the calamity of the tribulation. If he had become a saint's disciple, he would have had the saint's protection. How could he have such worries? Randang had always regretted losing that immense opportunity for the sake of face. Face. How could face be more precious than life? If life was lost, everything was truly gone. He had thought that from then on he would have no further connection with the saints of the three pure ones, but who would have expected that today a saint's direct disciple would come? A glint of sharp light flashed in Randang's aged eyes, and hope surged in his heart. Seeing that the boy was still staring at him blankly, he immediately scolded, "What are you dazed for? Quickly go and bring that person here. He is the saint's senior disciple. We must not be negligent. If you show the slightest disrespect, you will be held accountable." Hearing this, the boy snapped back to his senses and hurriedly replied, Yes. With that, he hurried away. Retracing his steps, he arrived at the entrance where Chen Yuan was still waiting, gazing at the scenery in silence. The boy let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was still there, otherwise he would be in trouble. He quickly dashed forward, bowed, and said, "Honored guest, you have waited long. The master invites you." As he spoke, he led the way for Chen Yuan with utmost respect, not even daring to address him as fellow Taoist. "Good," Chen Yuan responded, and under the boy's enthusiastic guidance he stepped into Lingzhou Mountain. At the same time he silently recited in his mind, check-in. Chen Yuan wanted to see early what rewards this check-in at Lingzhou Mountain would bring. Therefore, without waiting for the system to say more, he checked in directly. Immediately the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for being within Lingzhou Mountain. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining one fragment of a primordial supreme treasure from the check-in. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining one lottery chance. A fragment of a primordial supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt delighted. This was already the third fragment of a primordial supreme treasure. His luck was good, another fragment. Indeed, as they said, one should go out more often. This time he had made a profit. Another fragment added. The unlocking progress of the primordial supreme treasure was now 30. In this way, after collecting 7 more fragments, he would obtain a complete primordial supreme treasure. If he had a primordial supreme treasure in hand combined with his explosive divine elephant power, could he fight a quasi-saint? Chen Yuan was not very clear about this. After all, he didn't know what kind of primordial supreme treasure he would get after collecting all the fragments. However, this did not hinder his anticipation. Oh right, there's also the lottery chance. Chen Yuan did not get carried away, though he remembered the other reward. A lottery. Isn't this like opening a blind box? Chen Yuan shook his head. After all, who knew what would be drawn? Actually, to be honest, check-in and lottery were both like opening blind boxes. But check-in and lottery were different. The more advanced the place of check-in, the more advanced the reward you obtained. At least there was a guaranteed floor. The lottery, however, was too random. It could make you ascend to heaven in one step or plunge you into the abyss. Therefore, Chen Yuan did not rush to open the lottery. He planned to try his luck later when the opportunity arose. Thus they traveled in silence. Chen Yuan soon arrived at the destination under the boy's guidance. Yuanshi cave. This was precisely the cave dwelling of Taoist Randang. Entering the cave, there was only an old man. His hair was tied in 2 top knots divided into the colors of heaven and earth with yin and yang flowing. He wore a black Taoist robe with white cranes flying among clouds, an immortal bearing, and a glow of colorful clouds surrounding him. Chen Yuan quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Junior Chen Yuan pays respects to Senior Randang. You know me? Randang was puzzled. What was this familiarity about? He didn't recall ever meeting this person, let alone knowing him. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. He couldn't exactly say that his appearance was similar to what he had in his mind, could he? He quickly said, Senior Randang, you may not know this. I have heard my master speak of you as the saying goes, guest of Lingzhou Mountain, the Taoist Randang of Yuanshi. My master said that among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, Taoist Randang is also an old, kind-hearted man. All schemes fail, but flattery never fails. Chen Yuan didn't care about all that. Since it was a senior, he would flatter first. However, this left Randang at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Randang was bewildered. He was a kind-hearted man. Among the great powers of the world besides that Hongyun, who could be called a kind-hearted person? But Randang was still pleased. Not bad. You are quite articulate. Randang praised and couldn't help but take a few more looks at Chen Yuan, then his expression changed, becoming puzzled. He didn't know why, but he sensed a trace of opportunity on this young man. This puzzled Randang greatly. This young man was merely a human and he had no connection with humans. How could this be? What is going on? Randang grew even more confused, staring fixedly at Chen Yuan, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. He wanted to figure out what that sensation was just now. Chen Yuan sensed Randang's gaze and felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? Could it be that Randang sensed the Dinghai Divine Pearl on me? After a little thought, Chen Yuan realized the key. According to the established plot, although the Dinghai Divine Pearl was the treasure of his junior brother, Zhao Gongming, but the full power and true use of the Dinghai Divine Pearl were realized in Randang's hands. So to be precise, the destined owner of the Dinghai Divine Pearl should be Randang. And Taoist Randang would later shake the primordial world and become the ancient Buddha Randang of the Western Buddhist sect, relying precisely on the Dinghai Divine Pearl. Thinking of the connection between the Dinghai Divine Pearl and the burning lamp, Taoist Chen Yuan grew increasingly certain. The burning lamp's current demeanor must have sensed the pearl on him. However, Chen Yuan was not flustered. The burning lamp first joined the Chan sect, then entered the Western paradise, holding a revered and transcendent status in both saintly sects. This fully demonstrated the formidable nature of this figure. His acuity in assessing situations and his wisdom in avoiding harm and seeking benefit far surpassed that of the myriad primordial powers. Such a person, knowing his identity, would never kill for treasure. Was it worth offending the relationship with Saint Tongtian and even the 3 pure ones of Kunlun for a single artifact? Seeing the burning lamp staring fixedly at him, Chen Yuan smiled and spoke. Senior, what are you doing? The burning lamp snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse, and quickly averted his gaze. He gave an awkward smile and said, Nothing, just thinking you're quite talented and pleasant to talk to, truly impressive. No wonder you are the first disciple of Saint Tongtian. The saint's insight is indeed terrifying. The burning lamp took the opportunity to praise. With a wave of his hand, the void trembled and roared. A Dao fruit emerged in the emptiness, exuding a dense primordial aura and radiating a powerful Dao resonance. Fragrant and overflowing with spiritual energy, its quality was superb, and its age seemed immeasurable, a rare and extraordinary treasure. Chen Yuan gazed at it intently, his heart stirred. Do you like it, eh? That's good. The burning lamp saw this and smiled even more happily. With a gentle wave, the primordial Dao fruit landed before Chen Yuan. You called me senior. How could a senior not give a token? This is for you as a meeting gift to make our encounter worthwhile. The burning lamp spoke casually, but Chen Yuan was deeply moved. Was this the depth of a primordial power? Such an exquisite Dao fruit given away so freely when they had only just met. Indeed, politeness pays off when traveling, and one must bow to elders. These ancient powers with a casual wave bestow immense opportunities. Chen Yuan quickly accepted the primordial Dao fruit, bowed, and thanked him. Thank you for your generosity, senior. I am deeply grateful. The burning lamp nodded, pleased. Forging a good karmic connection with a saint's disciple through a primordial Dao fruit was certainly worthwhile. After all, no matter how precious these things were, they were of little use to him now. Chen Yuan accepted the fruit, overjoyed. Then a thought struck him. Isn't the burning lamp about to join the Chan sect soon? Chen Yuan's mind stirred. Knowing this, rather than letting the burning lamp join the Chan sect, why not intercept him? The burning lamp was formidable and held a great reputation in the world. If he could recruit him to the Jiejiao sect, it would be a tremendous boost. How could he miss this? Moreover, the burning lamp was pleasant to talk to and generous, and they seemed to share a connection. With this thought, Chen Yuan silently apologized. Forgive me, second senior uncle. Your vice sect leader, I want him. Having made up his mind, Chen Yuan remained outwardly calm, put away the primordial Dao fruit, and then asked in a seemingly casual tone, Senior burning lamp, as a primordial power with profound cultivation and broad vision, may I presume to ask your views on the current state of the primordial world? Hearing this, the burning lamp was puzzled, and gave Chen Yuan a few extra glances. Was this matter of the world's affairs something a mere golden immortal like Chen Yuan should concern himself with? Yet considering Chen Yuan's identity, the burning lamp understood. After all, he was a saint's disciple, and the first one at that. Without such a broad perspective, he would be unworthy of the title. So he grew serious, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Now the Wu and Yao are locked in confrontation, vying for dominance over the world, just like the primordial three tribes. Both seek to become the rulers of the world and reign over the primordial realm. Such a situation likely heralds an imminent calamity. This was exactly what the burning lamp had been worrying about. The events of the three tribes were still vivid, and the current Wu and Yao were strikingly similar to those ancient tribes. Both past experience and his own intuition warned him. The calamity was approaching, and the world would fall into chaos. Correct. Chen Yuan nodded and followed up. Under the calamity, the world descends into chaos. Living beings suffer immensely. Only the saints can remain safe. And only the saints can provide protection. The burning lamp nodded repeatedly, replying, Indeed. Did the burning lamp not understand? This was why he earnestly wished to become a disciple of a saint. He had survived the Dragon Phoenix calamity, but could he safely pass through the Wu Yao calamity? During the Dragon Phoenix calamity, how many powers far greater than himself had fallen reduced to dust? Seeing the burning lamp's expression, Chen Yuan knew the time was right and spoke decisively. Senior, in that case, would you be willing to join our Jiejiao sect? If you are willing, I can fully recommend and facilitate this. What? The burning lamp was stunned. How did the conversation suddenly turn to him joining the Jiejiao sect? Joining a saint's sect had always been the burning lamp's desire. He had previously decided to go to Kunlun Mountain to seek out Yuanshi Tianzuan and see if he could join the Chan sect. As for the Rin sect and the Jiejiao sect, he hadn't considered them. Among the three pure ones, he was closest to Yuanshi, so joining that sect seemed easiest. Now, hearing Chen Yuan's words, he didn't hold back and said, Little friend, you may not know, but I have actually considered this. I plan to go to Kunlun Mountain and join Yuanshi Tianzuan's Chan sect. Chen Yuan thought to himself, just as I guessed. The burning lamp already had this intention. Since the matter was out in the open, Chen Yuan pressed on, determined to intercept. He sighed and said with a look of regret, Senior, I fear you are mistaken. Even if you join Yuanshi Tianzuan's sect, you will not be highly valued. You must know my second senior uncle has always valued fortune and background. Senior, I truly mean no disrespect. Although you are a primordial deity with extraordinary origins, you are ultimately an outsider. The burning lamp was taken aback, but after some thought, he had to agree. He knew Yuanshi well, and was aware of his nature, just as Chen Yuan had said. This puzzled the burning lamp. Then if I join your Jiejiao sect, will I be valued? Of course. Chen Yuan knew the critical moment had come, and continued. Senior, my master Tongtian's doctrine is teaching without discrimination. In his eyes, all are equal, and all disciples are his own people. Moreover, if you join, I will strongly recommend you. I guarantee at the very least the position of vice sect leader. Chen Yuan, fearing the burning lamp, might not be convinced used himself as an example. Senior, look at me. I am merely a human, yet I became the senior brother of the Jie sect. Doesn't that speak volumes? This, the burning lamp, was tempted. A saint's sect. The position of vice sect leader. For someone who had long desired to join a saint's sect, this was irresistible. Finally, the burning lamp made up his mind and said, "Fine, you've convinced me. I, the burning lamp, am willing to join the Jie sect." He spoke with resolve. Rather than taking his chances with Yuanshi, uncertain of his future in the Chan sect, he would seize the opportunity before him and become the vice sect leader of the Jie sect. Excellent. Chen Yuan rejoiced. After all his careful persuasion, the burning lamp had finally joined the Jie sect. The Jie sect, Jie, meaning intercept. This time he had successfully intercepted. Fearing the burning lamp might change his mind, Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand, conjuring a mark of his aura before the burning lamp. "Senior, hold this, and my master will surely agree." "Good." The burning lamp accepted and stored the aura mark. With this, the matter was settled. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, finished with the official business, and turned to personal matters. He then said, "Senior, may I seclude myself here for a while?" Chen Yuan thought to try absorbing the primordial Dao fruit given by the burning lamp to break through the final shackles and achieve the Tai golden immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Randang immediately understood Chen Yuan's intentions and said with a smile, "Of course, why not? Since I have decided to join the Jie sect from now on, we are one family. There's no need for formality among our own people." Randang had been worrying about how to repay Chen Yuan, and now the opportunity presented itself like a perfect pillow for a sleepy head. After all, the immense fortune Chen Yuan had brought far exceeded the primordial Dao fruit he had given away. Thus Randang naturally agreed to everything. Since he was about to enter the Jie sect, he would inevitably have dealings with this senior disciple of the sect. Building a good relationship early on was essential. Thinking this, Randang, fearing he might not appear enthusiastic enough, quickly continued. "Not only can you borrow the grounds for seclusion, but this old Taoist will personally guard you. Rest assured, young friend, go ahead and enter seclusion. EY will watch over you, and nothing will go wrong." Chen Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. "See, this is the deputy sect leader of our Jie sect. Indeed, making this preemptive move was absolutely the right choice. More friends mean more paths. More elders mean more mountains to lean on. From now on, the Jie sect's backing would not only be Tongtian, but also a quasi-saint powerhouse like Randang." With this thought, Chen Yuan quickly bowed in gratitude. "Then I thank you, Randang." "No thank you, deputy sect leader. It's a pleasure," Randang replied, cheerfully grinning from ear to ear, his eyes filled with approval for the younger generation. Truly, this lad was a talent and had a way with words. Indeed, every member of our Jie sect is a talent. Thus everything was harmonious and joyful. After rejoicing, Randang instructed his attendant, "Go, find the most spiritually abundant place for young friend Chen Yuan to enter seclusion. Do not neglect him." The attendant dared not show any negligence and immediately agreed, also filled with joy. Now that Master Randang had joined the Jie sect, he too was a disciple of a saint, a far cry from before. He then led Chen Yuan to an excellent location and allowed him to enter seclusion undisturbed. After the attendant left, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged, took out the primordial Dao fruit, and began to refine it using his cultivation technique. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from him, and a powerful force surged forth, landing on the primordial Dao fruit. Boom! The primordial Dao fruit was activated, releasing an endless torrent of spiritual energy. Vast as the sea and surging without end under Chen Yuan's guidance, this energy gathered continuously and flowed into his body. Thus Chen Yuan immersed himself in cultivation. Time passes imperceptibly in cultivation. A single glance spans millennia. Time flowed by slowly. 10,000 years later. On this day, boom! Chen Yuan's aura suddenly surged to its peak, then erupted, suppressing the surroundings and sweeping through all directions. At that moment, Chen Yuan's cultivation realm fully solidified. Tai golden immortal early stage. Chen Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with elation. After 10,000 years, he had finally completely refined and absorbed this primordial Dao fruit, successfully advancing to the Tai golden immortal realm. Indeed, it was worthy of the primordial Dao fruit. Most importantly, within his body, 100 million miniature Tai golden immortal figures had now condensed. This meant that Chen Yuan's power could not be measured by cultivation realm alone. His actual strength far exceeded his realm. At full power, he could easily defeat any Tai golden immortal and even contend with a Daluo golden immortal. He might even be able to fight a late-stage Daluo golden immortal. Moreover, he possessed innate spiritual treasures. Since I'm so happy, why not make it a double celebration? Chen Yuan smiled. He remembered that his check-in at Jiejiao Mountain had granted him a lottery chance. Now that he had just broken through his cultivation, his luck was at its peak. Such an opportunity was rare. Why not take advantage of it to draw a lottery? Action spoke louder than words. Chen Yuan immediately spoke in his mind. System, use the lottery chance. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Using the lottery chance, please wait. As the voice faded, Chen Yuan felt his vision blur. When he regained his senses, an object materialized in the void before him. A slot machine. Chen Yuan was astonished. He had never imagined seeing a slot machine from his past life in this primordial world. What appeared before him was identical to the slot machines of his former life. If there were any differences, it was that the slot machine displayed not fruits or luxury cars, but rather fragments of a primordial supreme treasure. Penga's essence blood. Fragments of the god-slaying spear. A single great path, divine ability. These 4 treasures were arranged around the screen, densely packed and dazzling. Chen Yuan was stunned. Wow, so generous. All 4 were incredible treasures. No matter which he drew, he would absolutely profit. The primordial supreme treasure fragment was exactly what Chen Yuan needed most. With another fragment, the unlocking progress of the primordial supreme treasure would reach 40, it bringing him one step closer to completing it. As for Penga's essence blood, it needed no further explanation. If the system was the standard equipment for a time traveler, then Penga's essence blood was the standard for a time traveler to the primordial world. Absorbing and refining Penga's essence blood could strengthen oneself, temper the body, change one's foundation, and completely transform oneself. Among the countless treasures of the primordial world, this item ranked among the top, representing a heaven-defying opportunity. The god-slaying spear was once the possession of the demon ancestor Rahu. Wielding this spear, Rahu slew gods and immortals alike, his murderous aura filling the primordial world. Who didn't know of it? Finally, the great path, divine ability, though unnamed, was not to be underestimated. Anything associated with the word great path could not be treated lightly. Chen Yuan's heart bloomed with joy. Unable to contain his impatience, he shouted, "Draw." As the words fell, the cursor on the slot machine in the void raced at lightning speed. Ding ding ding. The pleasant sound filled the air, making him feel as if he were immersed in the scene, as if he had returned to his past life. The cursor spun rapidly, and Chen Yuan's heart leaped with it, fluctuating with anticipation. The cursor gradually slowed down, and Chen Yuan's heart was in his throat. Watching it inch forward one space at a time, he was both nervous and expectant. Finally, the cursor came to a complete stop, settling on a single spot. Fragment of the god-slaying spear. Chen Yuan nodded, quite pleased. This is still a fine treasure. The god-slaying spear was a deadly, cursed artifact of the heavenly Dao, on par with the primordial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure capable of slaying saints. Saints are immortal and indestructible. Their bodies are immune to all spells and eternal. The god-slaying spear might be the only artifact in the entire world that can harm a saint. Pity it's still a fragment. Chen Yuan sighed. Along with the god-slaying spear fragment, he also received relevant information. He would need to collect 3 fragments of the god-slaying spear to forge the complete weapon. Another stamp-collecting mission. Chen Yuan shook his head in resignation. However, compared to the primordial supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear required only 3 fragments, which was quite a bit more reasonable. Overall, it's still good. This time it's a double celebration. Chen Yuan thought, feeling elated. He stood up and ended his seclusion. At that very moment, a figure hurried over. Congratulations, young friend, on advancing to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. A truly joyous occasion. The voice arrived before the figure. By the time the words faded, the figure had landed before Chen Yuan, brimming with delight. It was none other than the master of this place, Randang Daoren. Upon completing his 10,000-year seclusion, Chen Yuan found Wanding Daoist arriving without delay. Clearly, over all these years, he had been keeping a watchful eye on Chen Yuan's developments. Moreover, the joy on his face at this moment surpassed even Chen Yuan's own. Anyone watching might think it was Wanding himself who had broken through to a higher realm. Chen Yuan found this amusing in his heart, but facing Wanding's congratulations, he promptly offered a respectful greeting and spoke. This junior was fortunate enough to break through. I must thank you, senior, for your assistance. Chen Yuan's words were not mere courtesy, but sincere gratitude. Without the innate Dao fruit that Wanding had sent him, how could he have had the opportunity to break through during seclusion? And his 10,000-year seclusion, undisturbed in every way, was also thanks to Wanding's protection of his Dao. Such a profound kindness Chen Yuan bore deep in his heart, never daring to forget. Look at you doing it again. Upon hearing this, Wanding feigned anger. Family does not speak with formal politeness. Are you not treating me, Wanding, as one of your own? Chen Yuan was taken aback, never having expected Wanding to adopt this manner so quickly. Just as he was about to explain, Wanding broke into laughter and spoke. Never mind, never mind. After all, I have yet to travel to Kunlun Mountain to find Heavenly Master Tongtian. Saying this, Wanding's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixing steadily upon Chen Yuan. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Young man, let me ask you something. Are you truly of the human race? Wanding was filled with doubt and suspicion, his eyes scanning Chen Yuan from head to toe, seeking any evidence that Chen Yuan might not be human. Alas, no matter how thoroughly he searched, even employing the divine powers of a quasi-saint, he could detect no anomaly whatsoever, despite his absolute certainty of Chen Yuan's origins being undeniably human. And yet, Chen Yuan carried within him an unfathomable power. Unfathomable, unguessable. In some vague corner of his mind, Wanding harbored a sense. If this power were ever unleashed, it would surely shatter the shackles of cultivation realms, terrifying beyond imagination. Could this truly be the strength possessed by a merely newborn human? Wanding's heart trembled with shock. He had certainly encountered members of the human race before, yet which among them could compare to Chen Yuan? Even that foremost disciple upon Kunlun Mountain fell far short. Senior, I am truly of the human race. Chen Yuan replied, feeling rather helpless. Along this journey, it seemed many had doubted his origins, suspecting him not to be fully human. Yet he was unequivocally human, genuine, and unfeigned. It could only be said that the Great Dao's prison-suppressing force was as terrifying as this. This matter was difficult to explain, touching upon his trump card, and Chen Yuan had no desire to say more. Thus, taking advantage of Wanding's uncertain reverie, Chen Yuan decisively spoke. Senior, if there is nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. I have already delayed too long, I must continue my travels across the primordial world. Upon hearing this, Wanding, though brimming with countless questions, could only suppress them. Enough. Every person harbors their own secrets, especially cultivators, who all carry ultimate treasures they dare not reveal to outsiders. If he were to press for answers, it would make him appear lacking in the demeanor of a senior. Thus Wanding set aside his suspicions and spoke. Very well. Then go forth and travel, do not delay. As for this seat, it is also time to pay a visit to Kunlun Mountain. Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, was naturally overjoyed. Wanding was preparing to visit Tongtian and formally join the Jie sect. This was a momentous matter, and Chen Yuan certainly would not treat it lightly. He immediately offered some instructions. Senior need not worry. Once you reach Kunlun Mountain and find Heavenly Master Tongtian, simply relay what I have told you to him, and this matter will naturally come to pass. Understood. Then I owe you my thanks, young friend. Hey senior, you just said family doesn't speak with formal politeness. Look at you being polite again. Haha, I was wrong, I shall correct myself. Then very well, until we meet again upon Kunlun Mountain, Vice, sect leader of the Jie sect. Until we meet upon Kunlun Mountain, eldest senior brother of the Jie sect. Ultimately, after a heartwarming exchange, the two bid farewell to one another. Chen Yuan waved goodbye, riding the clouds and driving the mist away, his figure vanishing into the horizon as he continued his travels across the primordial world. Wanding stood where he was watching until Chen Yuan's figure had completely disappeared before retracting his gaze. Very well, it is time to go to Kunlun Mountain. Wanding spoke aloud, his face alight with excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation. Instantly, he tore open the void and stepped upon empty air, his figure vanishing from Jiejiao Mountain. When Wanding's figure reappeared, he had already landed within the territory of Kunlun Mountain. Gazing upon the towering and majestic Kunlun Mountain's, anticipation burned even more fiercely upon Wanding's face. Meanwhile, Kunlun Mountain, Yushi Palace. Oh. Yuanshi Tianzun suddenly opened his eyes, confusion rippling across his gaze. What an unexpected visitor. Wanding actually comes to Kunlun Mountain. At that very moment, Yuanshi had sensed Wanding's arrival. It must be said they had once traveled together, cultivated together, and debated the Dao together, sharing an exceptionally close bond. Alas, since Yuanshi had achieved sainthood, they had gradually drifted apart. Who would have thought Wanding would pay a visit on this very day? And how terrifying and heaven-shaking were the divine powers of a saint. Within the span of a single thought, Yuanshi had already divined the workings of heavenly fate. So that is how it is. Yuanshi comprehended Wanding's purpose and had an epiphany. Very well. Since this is the case, then grant him the title of vice sect leader. Yuanshi shook his head with a light laugh, showing little concern. After all, they had once been fellow Taoists. Oh, what harm was there in giving him a place? He raised his hand and tapped the void, a ray of light darting from his fingertip before vanishing into nothingness. Soon after having received the message, Guangcheng Zi hurried from outside to pay his respects. I wonder why my master has summoned me. What are your orders? Guangcheng Zi, go to the foot of the mountain to welcome someone. Yuanshi instructed, and Guangcheng Zi immediately agreed. Yes, master. Guangcheng Zi did not ask further questions and departed in haste. Since his master had ordered him to go welcome someone, this person must undoubtedly be a figure of great importance. Guangcheng Zi dared not be negligent. Thus Guangcheng Zi fully activated his divine powers and soon arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Indeed, he saw an old Taoist standing there. Ethereal and transcendent, his bearing carried an otherworldly grace. Senior Wanding. Guangcheng Zi recognized him. This was indeed a formidable existence, one of the supreme powers of the primordial world. Was he Guangcheng Zi some ignoramus who would fail to recognize such a figure? Hastily he descended beside Wanding and offered a respectful greeting. I greet you, Senior Wanding. I am Guangcheng Zi of the Chan sect, sent by my master Saint Yuanshi specifically to welcome you. Yuanshi. Wanding was astonished upon hearing this. Welcoming me. But after a moment's thought he understood. After all, Yuanshi was now a saint, calculating his arrival was only natural. In that case, please lead the way ahead. Wanding spoke. Since Yuanshi had sent someone to welcome him, how could he refuse the face of a saint? Besides, they had once been fellow Taoists and ought to meet. Then he would go with this Guangqingzi to where Yuanshi resided and pay his respects first. With that, Randang followed Guangqingzi up the mountain, heading straight for Yushu Palace. Upon reaching the palace, Guangqingzi stopped and spoke to Randang. Senior Randang, please come in. Our master has been waiting for you. After speaking, Guangqingzi gestured for him to enter. He was perceptive enough to know that his master's meeting with Randang would undoubtedly involve matters of great importance. His role was simply to escort the guest, and anything beyond that fell outside his purview. Randang nodded and pushed open the door to enter Yushu Palace. Upon entering, he immediately saw Yuanshi seated upon the 8 treasures cloud-light throne. Jade green immortal radiance flowed throughout the entire great hall. Seeing Randang arrive, Yuanshi spoke first. Taoist Randang, it has been quite some time. Friend, what brings you to Kunlun Mountain today? Although Yuanshi had since attained the status of a sage, Randang remained at the level of a quasi-sage. Yet upon seeing Randang, Yuanshi still addressed him as a fellow Taoist. After all, they had once associated as equals, cultivating and traveling together. Moreover, they were both among the 3,000 wanderers of the mortal realm who had gathered at Jiejiao Palace, making them arguably disciples under Hongjun. It was simply that the others had not received personal acknowledgement from the Tao ancestor Hongjun himself. Only they, the few great sages, had been formally accepted as Hongjun's disciples. With both the bond of equal companionship and the sacred ties forged at Jiejiao Palace, Yuanshi naturally showed no trace of arrogance or disrespect. Randang harbored similar sentiments. Thus, even facing Yuanshi, who had long since become a sage, he remained neither servile nor overbearing. He responded promptly. This humble Taoist has come merely to visit 3 old friends. Yuanshi heard this, his eyes narrowing slightly with a faint smile, his expression quite amused. Surely not. Did Randang truly believe his petty scheming could deceive a true sage like himself? Ah well, since this Randang wished to play his role, Yuanshi would see how long he could maintain the act. Thus Yuanshi merely gave a slight nod and said nothing more. He did not respond, merely watching quietly. How would Randang continue? Randang had not noticed the change in Yuanshi's expression, and at this moment his mind was fixed on another matter entirely. Seeing Yuanshi fall silent, Randang had no desire to waste more time and immediately spoke. Since I have already had the pleasure of meeting you, Taoist Yuanshi, I shall take my leave now. I still need to visit the other 2. Farewell. Yuanshi did not reply, merely watching silently. Randang, that's quite enough, still pretending. However, what neither expected was. After saying this, Randang turned and left directly, without hesitation. By the time Yuanshi came to his senses, Randang had already reached the great entrance. Boom! Randang walked out, and the great doors of Yushu Palace closed, leaving Yuanshi utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? This script was completely wrong. Yuanshi was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? According to the proper narrative, shouldn't Randang have sincerely and earnestly petitioned, and Yuanshi, in his boundless compassion, graciously agreed? And then both parties would have been delighted, creating a tale for the ages. Yet this Randang had entered without mentioning anything, spoke merely 2 perfunctory remarks, and then left. Departing without the slightest reluctance. Departing with such crisp decisiveness. Yuanshi puzzled over it, endlessly unable to determine which step had gone awry. This did not match his divinations. The heavenly mechanism should not have foretold this outcome. Or perhaps Randang wished to visit Taishang and Tongtian first before returning to explain his purpose. Yuanshi speculated and considered it highly probable. Then there was no urgency. Soon Randang would return on his own. Yuanshi's guess was correct. Randang indeed went to visit Taishang. Since I have already paid my respects to Yuanshi, it would seem disrespectful not to visit Taishang as well, Randang thought to himself. Thus Randang entered Taiching Palace to pay his respects to Taishang. However, with matters weighing on his mind, he did not linger. After exchanging a few words, he hastily took his leave, just as he had done at Yushu Palace. Xian Du, standing nearby, watched in complete confusion. Coming in haste, departing just as hastily. Perhaps it would have been better not to come at all. Yet Taishang perceived the situation with absolute clarity. It seems my second brother's Chan sect has gained another quasi-sage. Meanwhile, after leaving Taiching Palace, Randang hastened without delay to Bio Palace. The moment he laid eyes on Tongtian, his heart surged with indescribable emotion and profound reflection. It has finally arrived. Overcome with excitement, Randang stood frozen in place for a moment. It was Tongtian who broke the silence first. Taoist Randang, it has been far too long. A meeting indeed proves difficult. Tongtian's hearty laughter brought Randang back to his senses, and he immediately laughed along. Taoist Tongtian, what difficulty is there in meeting? If you so desire, we could see each other every day. Tongtian, puzzled, looked at Randang with confusion. Seeing this, Randang composed himself, grew serious, and spoke. Taoist Tongtian, I have come on this occasion for one matter. Oh, Pray tell what matter. Tongtian was curious. After so many years apart, meeting immediately upon arrival always signaled business. With Ronding's formidable status, whatever he sought must be of extraordinary consequence. Thus Tongtian gazed intently at Ronding, exceedingly curious. Under Tongtian's scrutinizing gaze, Randang grew somewhat nervous. He took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes as he spoke word by word. It is that I, Ronding, wish to place myself under your discipleship in Jie's sect. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was instantly dumbfounded. You wish to become my disciple? This hardly seems appropriate. Tongtian instinctively refused. I regard you as a fellow Taoist, yet you wish to become my disciple. We have at least listened to the Tao together in Zhixiao Palace, and claimed treasures together at the Cliff of Bestowal. With Randang doing this, wouldn't the hierarchy be completely overturned? Tongtian's words caused Ronding's expression to stiffen, and he spoke in a grave tone. Taoist friend, are you looking down upon me, Randang? Not at all. Tongtian was rendered speechless. It was precisely because he held him in high esteem that he was reluctant. Did this Randang not understand at all? Seeing this impasse, Randang knew further words were futile and decided to play his trump card. By the way, I was recommended to come by your eldest disciple. He was quite emphatic, saying that once I arrived, I would become vice leader of Jie's sect. As Randang spoke, he waved his hand, and the aura imprint of Chen Yuan flew forth. My eldest disciple recommended me. Tongtian was astonished, never having imagined that Chen Yuan had actually encountered Randang. Sensing that aura imprint, it was indeed unmistakably Chen Yuan. Feeling Chen Yuan's aura, and observing Ronding's sincere expression, Tongtian quickly made his decision. Very well. Since my disciple has spoken so as his master, I must agree. Therefore, I, Tongtian, patriarch of Jie's sect, hereby proclaim. From this day forward, you, Ronding, shall serve as vice leader of Jie's sect. Tongtian agreed. He had assumed that Ronding's so-called wish to join his sect meant becoming his personal disciple, which he absolutely could not accept. However, if it meant becoming vice leader of Jie's sect, then it was quite acceptable. Who could refuse a quasi-sage? Surely that boy Chen Yuan had thought exactly this way. Truly worthy of being my eldest disciple. And even as Tongtian's words fell, Randang had not yet fully processed what had occurred. Boom. A thunderous sound shook heaven and earth. In that instant, a powerful surge of destiny energy appeared from nowhere, vast, as the sea rolling like tidal waves, immediately bestowing itself upon Randang. Randang paused, then rejoiced. He immediately set his cultivation in motion, and his magical power surged forth in mighty torrents. Destiny energy and magical power intertwined inseparably. Soon within the boundless expanse of destiny energy and magical power, a figure emerged. Its form, appearance, and even demeanor were identical to Randang himself. Randang had, relying on this power of destiny, directly severed his third corpse right there on the spot. And as the third corpse was severed, Ronding's cultivation realm instantly rose, achieving immediate breakthrough and attaining the late stage of quasi-sage. Under the blessing of the Jie's sect's fortune, Randang broke through on the spot, successfully attaining the late stage quasi-sage realm. Tongtian witnessed this process, staring in stunned silence for quite a while. Then he quickly came to his senses and immediately spoke. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Rejoice with you, fellow Taoist. Tongtian was overjoyed, the corners of his mouth curling up in a grin he could not suppress. Randang joining the Jie's sect was itself a great delight. From then on, the Jie's sect gained a quasi-sage who could share many of his burdens and provide additional protection for the disciples under his tutelage. Now Randang was even more ambitious. Leveraging the Jie's sect's fortune, he successfully broke through the shackles and attained the late-stage quasi-sage realm. The Jie's sect gained a formidable combatant, its foundation became deeper, and its fortune directly increased by 10%. With such a boon, Tongtian, as the leader of the Jie's sect, was naturally unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, this Chen Yuan is truly worthy of being my chief disciple, the grand senior brother of the Jie's sect. Tongtian thought to himself, silently, giving a big thumbs up to his great disciple Chen Yuan. Merely by traveling down the mountain and wandering for a time, he had persuaded Randang to join the Jie's sect, bringing about such a tremendous good deed. Compared to this great disciple's farsightedness, he himself was far inferior, and he had to admit it. Randang was at this moment immersed in the joy of his advancement. Feeling the dispersion of his own Tao rhythm, he indulged in it, unable to contain his emotions. How many years had it been? How many years had he been stuck here? No matter how many schemes he devised, no matter how many resources he expended, the shackles remained unmoved. He never imagined that only after joining the Jie's sect would such a change occur. With the help of the Jie's sect's fortune, he directly broke through that final shackle, severed the last corpse, and attained the realm he had dreamed of. Hearing Tongtian's words, Randang came back to his senses, quickly restrained his Tao rhythm, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed deeply. Leader, why must you say this? Without the Jie's sect's fortune, how could Randang have achieved this? Ronding's tone was respectful, his attitude humble. He bowed all the way down, his body bending deeply until it was almost touching the ground. Nothing less could express his feelings at this moment. Since Randang has joined the Jia sect, I will surely devote myself wholeheartedly to the sect. Protect our Jia sect's Bo Celestial Palace, guard our Jia sect's 10,000 disciples. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. Randang spoke with resolute determination, as if uttering a heavenly Dao oath with unparalleled solemnity and fervor. He had achieved all this today, thanks to the Jia sect. From now on his heart would belong solely to the Jia sect, unwavering until death. Lord Tongtian, hearing these words and seeing Randang's sincerity, was deeply moved and immediately replied, "Good. The vice leader speaks well. Let us work together in the days ahead to strengthen the Jia sect." Tongtian responded to Randang's fervor, his excitement palpable. At this moment, he could not help but think of his great disciple who was traveling abroad. Without this great disciple's meticulous planning, how could today's joyful occasion have come to pass, bringing delight to all? And Randang, his emotions churning, also could not help but think of Chen Yuan. Where was Chen Yuan now? This man was his great benefactor. He would surely repay him well in the future. Randang stirred the Jia sect's fortune, causing it to fluctuate. This naturally drew the attention of the other 2 saints on Kunlun Mountain. Oh, Taishang was slightly surprised. Randang had ultimately joined the Jia sect, not the Chan sect. This was a bit different from his previous divination. However, Taishang was merely surprised by this. He did not pay much attention. After all, what difference did it make whether it was the Chan sect, the Jia sect, or even the Rin sect? The 3 pure ones were originally from the same root. The 3 sects shared the same origin, so why distinguish between them? No matter which sect Randang joined, he was still a disciple of the 3 pure ones. That was enough. The rest were details not worth worrying about. Thus Taishang quickly withdrew his divine sense and ceased to pay attention to the matter. Unlike Taishang's magnanimity, Yuanshi in the Jade Void Palace was utterly bewildered. Wait, what is this? Randang actually joined the Jia sect. Shouldn't he have joined my Chan sect? Yuanshi was full of question marks, puzzled. According to the heavenly mechanism, wasn't Randang supposed to join the Chan sect? Yuanshi had even prepared to bestow upon Randang the position of vice leader of the Chan sect. Although Randang had just come and gone in a hurry, Yuanshi was only puzzled for a moment before quickly accepting it. He thought Randang did not want to appear partial and intended to visit all 3 pure ones to show proper courtesy. Yuanshi silently waited, expecting Randang to return to the Jade Void Palace after visiting Taishang and Tongtian to discuss serious matters. Then he would go with the flow and offer him the position of vice leader of the Chan sect, bringing joy to all. As a result, while Yuanshi was still waiting in the Jade Void Palace, Randang directly joined the Jia sect at Bo Palace. What on earth is going on? Yuanshi racked his brains, but could not figure it out. Had Tongtian intercepted Randang halfway and persuaded him to join the Jia sect? Or had Randang already made up his mind to join the Jia sect? Yuanshi's repeated questions echoed through the void, met only with silence. The great hall of the Jade Void Palace reverberated with his endless confusion ceaselessly. Back on Kunlun Mountain, the instigator of it all, Chen Yuan, was completely unaware. He was still traveling, heading toward Buzhou Mountain at the center of the world. Unfortunately, after leaving Randang's Dao field, he encountered no new places to trigger a sign-in along the way. What is that? Suddenly, amidst the monotonous, tedious, and boring journey, Chen Yuan noticed something unusual. Not far ahead, a beam of light rose, shooting straight into the clouds. Could it be a primordial treasure emerging? Chen Yuan thought to himself, and his body moved faster than his mind, already heading toward the place where the light rose. Since the journey was boring, he decided to go and see what was happening. Before long, Chen Yuan followed the light and arrived at the spot. Looking around, he saw several beings already waiting there, presumably also drawn by the light. However, these beings had scattered cultivation levels, posing no threat. The one with the highest cultivation was merely a golden immortal. Therefore, when Chen Yuan descended with the presence of a Tai golden immortal, he naturally occupied a dominant position. A Tai golden immortal. Seeing this, the other beings immediately scattered to the side, avoiding his edge. Chen Yuan ignored them, his gaze fixed on the place where the light originated. At the center of the light, a faint shape could be discerned, a primordial spiritual herb. Unfortunately, it was not yet time, or it had not matured. Nevertheless, the primordial aura emanating from it was still remarkably dense. Sensing this aura, Chen Yuan naturally would not let it slip away. He simply decided to wait there and claim the primordial spiritual herb. The other beings, seeing Chen Yuan's cultivation level, instinctively retreated, not daring to contend with him. But they were reluctant to give up the primordial spiritual herb and unwilling to leave. So they quietly waited nearby, watching for any opportunity. Thus both sides remained silent, waiting in stillness. 10,000 years passed slowly. One day the light suddenly surged, and the primordial aura became countless times more intense than before. It was about to ripen. The surrounding beings, thinking the same thought, all gazed toward that spot. After 10,000 years, this primordial spiritual herb was finally about to emerge completely. Just then suddenly an aura descended from the heavens. The demon clan. Sensing this aura, the beings present narrowed their eyes. Next, a vast and overwhelming pressure rolled down, enveloping the surroundings and suppressing everyone. A Daluo Golden Immortal. All were shocked. This demon was actually at the Daluo Golden Immortal level. This was no ordinary demon, it was a demon king. The primordial spiritual herb was about to ripen when suddenly a Yao clan member descended from the heavens. As soon as he appeared, his aura intimidated the crowd, and his oppressive might enveloped the entire area. The Demon King. A great Luo Golden Immortal. The crowd was shocked in their hearts. Never could they have imagined that the emergence of this primordial spiritual herb would actually attract a Demon King to descend here. The sky was piled with layers of black clouds, and demonic chi swept across the heavens. It crashed down with irresistible force. A towering figure of the Yao clan as massive as a mountain now stepped through the void, descending slowly. His body radiated rampant demonic chi with killing intent and baleful aura intertwining, astonishingly terrifying. His gaze was ferocious and icy, sweeping over the living beings here with an air of superiority and utter disdain. I am the Tian Yao Wang of the Yao clan. All of you leave at once. This object my Yao clan claims it. Tian Yao Wang spoke, his voice instantly like a booming bell ringing across the land with unending thunder. These words were full of dominance and arrogance, overwhelmingly powerful. The crowd heard them, feeling their ears deafened and their minds shaken. This one had the confidence to be domineering and the capital to be arrogant. It must be known that aside from the saintly lineages, the Wu and Yao clans were the two most powerful forces in the primordial wilderness. They contended for supremacy over heaven and earth, fighting with no clear victor evenly matched. Except for the saintly forces who could contend with the Wu and Yao. Moreover, the saintly forces never interfered in the affairs of the Wu and Yao. Under such circumstances, this Tian Yao Wang, in terms of both status and cultivation strength, was an existence that crushed all living beings. Therefore, upon hearing these words, the crowd was filled with fear and began to retreat. But should they give up the opportunity before them like this? After all, there were some unwilling to leave just like that. The Wu and Yao contend in the primordial wilderness, locked in stalemate. This primordial wilderness is not the exclusive domain of your Yao clan. A furious rebuke sounded. It turned out to be a golden immortal being who rose in indignation. Though the Yao clan is strong, sharing the primordial wilderness with the Wu clan, they cannot cover the sky with one hand. This treasure was discovered by us first. First come, first served. Why should we yield it to a latecomer like you? These words echoed the feelings of the crowd, who silently applauded in their hearts. Of course, fearing Tian Yao Wang's overwhelming demonic chi, they dared not express their support openly. You're courting death. Tian Yao Wang gave a cold snort, his gaze fixed on the primordial spiritual herb, not even glancing at the speaking golden immortal. He immediately waved his hand. In an instant, boundless demonic chi surged forth, transforming into a terrifying giant claw, astonishing beyond measure. It actually tore through the void and headed straight for that golden immortal. Sensing the overwhelming demonic chi, the golden immortal was greatly alarmed and hurriedly activated his magic treasure to defend. Unfortunately, the demonic chi raged, the giant claw swept across, and the powerful demonic force exploded with a thunderous roar at that moment. Boom. With a deafening sound, the golden immortal was instantly engulfed by the demonic chi, vanishing without a trace. By the time the demonic chi gradually dissipated, the scene there became visible. Where was the golden immortal now? A golden immortal level existence had fallen on the spot, body and spirit utterly destroyed. There wasn't even a trace left. A collective hiss escaped the surrounding beings as they saw this scene. They all drew in a cold breath, utterly shocked, and remained speechless for a long time. They were too shocked to utter a single word, and even more afraid to say anything. After all, a golden immortal level existence had fallen just like that. So casually and carelessly, without even time to let out a scream or cry, and was dead beyond dead. And the Tian Yao Wang, who had done all this, never once glanced at that golden immortal from beginning to end. It was as if he were just an ant, and even a glance would be a waste of time. They asked themselves, if they were to face this Tian Yao Wang, how long could they hold out? So they could only bow their heads in silence. Compared to the primordial spiritual herb, life was clearly more precious. Among the crowd, Chen Yuan had been observing all along. Now that everyone was cowed by Tian Yao Wang's might and bowed their heads, Chen Yuan, however, stared intently at Tian Yao Wang, his eyes full of expectation with excitement on his face. While everyone else shrank back, Chen Yuan was eager to try. After that golden immortal's tragic death, no one dared to make a sound. Seeing that no one opposed him, Tian Yao Wang couldn't be bothered to look at the crowd. His gaze was all fixed on the primordial spiritual herb. These ants. Even one more glance would be a waste of time, let alone speaking to them. On the primordial spiritual herb, the light grew increasingly brilliant, and the medicinal fragrance intensified, spreading around and refreshing the heart. Finally, boom. With a loud crash, the primordial spiritual herb erupted with an imposing aura shaking outward. With this explosive aura, the primordial energy reached its peak, and the medicinal fragrance was unprecedentedly intense, almost tangible. The primordial spiritual herb had fully matured. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that the primordial spiritual herb was now overflowing with spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance, vast as the sea and surging like tides. It emitted 9 colors, distinct and orderly. Bright and dazzling, it was quite pleasing to the eye. The crowd naturally did not know the significance of this, but such a sight was certainly extraordinary. What? It's actually this object. Among the crowd, Chen Yuan recognized it at a glance. The 9-colored golden lotus. It was said that this object's medicinal power was immense. A great Luo golden immortal who consumed it could directly advance one realm. Because this object was so heaven-defying, it appeared extremely rarely in the primordial wilderness, and most beings there were unaware of it. However, for Chen Yuan this was not a problem. He had seen it in the Taishang's alchemy scripture, which recorded it with utmost clarity. After all, his senior grandmaster was the foremost alchemy sage of the primordial wilderness. What is this? Tian Yao Wang was clearly like the others ignorant of this object. But sensing the powerful aura emanating from it, Tian Yao Wang knew it must be a good thing. Whatever it is, let's secure it first, Tian Yao Wang said, and reached out to pick it. Just then a stream of qi appeared, sweeping in and heading straight for Tian Yao Wang. Tian Yao Wang's demonic qi erupted, instantly shattering the stream of qi. Such a technique naturally could not harm him in the slightest. However, this action interrupted his harvesting, and it made Tian Yao Wang very angry. Who? Tian Yao Wang shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping the entire scene with flames of rage burning in his eyes and killing intent rising. I have not slaughtered all of you already. That is my great mercy. These wretches actually dare to oppose me. Do they think I am so easy to talk to? I will make them know what the Yao clan is and what a demon king is. The demon king cannot be bullied. The Yao clan cannot be offended. Tian Yao Wang ground his teeth and glared at all the living beings. Facing such a devouring gaze, the beings were shocked and terrified, trembling, and dared not speak. Only Chen Yuan, ignoring Tian Yao Wang's gaze, spoke up to break the silence. Is the demon king so impressive? Is the Yao clan so impressive? Chen Yuan spoke loudly, stepping forward from the crowd. His tone was utterly calm, yet carried boundless contempt. In my eyes, it's nothing more than that. In an instant, all gazes present fell upon Chen Yuan. Everyone wanted to see which being was so reckless as to court death. When they saw Chen Yuan's figure clearly, they were all shocked. A human. It was actually a human. This being who had interrupted Tian Yao Wang's harvesting and dared to stand up against him was actually a human. Humans. At that moment, every creature present, including the heavenly demon king, was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Yuan. Unimaginable. Such a daring being, bold enough to stand against the heavenly demon king, turned out to be merely a human. A human. This was the race created by sage Nuwa tens of thousands of years ago. Although the human race of Nuwa was created by a sage and possessed the innate Dao body. However, apart from the original innate humans, the rest were born of mortal flesh. Their bloodlines were inferior, their combat prowess feeble. They lacked innate spiritual energy, and their lifespans were pitifully short, a mere 100 years. How could such clayborn mortals compare to the innate beings of the primordial world? Despite possessing the innate Dao body, cultivation was still arduous. Empty Dao body, yet no Dao foundation, merely a semblance of form. Instead, this very innate Dao body reduced them to blood slaves and servants for the myriad races of the primordial world, such as the demon race. Thus, humans had always been looked down upon by the primordial beings, occupying the lowest rung of the contempt chain. Were it not for the sage behind the human race, they would have been annihilated long ago. Yet now among these humans, a Tai golden immortal had emerged. And this Tai golden immortal was so audacious as to leap out and oppose the heavenly demon king, who hailed from the demon race. This stunned every creature present. They were shocked both by the human's cultivation level and by his sheer courage. The heavenly demon king in particular felt an immense insult at this moment. Their demon race dominated the heavens and earth. Humans had never been worthy of their regard. And today this human dared to provoke him. You are indeed impressive. The heavenly demon king lowered his eyes, gazing down from above, scrutinizing Chen Yuan, and offered a word of praise. To have cultivated to the Tai golden immortal stage as a human, this one must surely be a genius among the human race. Even the heavenly demon king, who had always scorned humans, could not help but marvel. But a mere Tai golden immortal dares to step forward and ruin my affair. You seek death. The heavenly demon king's tone shifted, turning icy and sinister, his face instantly darkening. Rolling waves of sound, boundless demonic aura gathered around, chilling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Biting cold, pierced the bones. This was the verdict on Chen Yuan's fate. For such an insolent being, even if he were a genius unseen for millennia in the primordial world, he would still be slain without mercy, let alone a mere human. As the words fell, the heavenly demon king waved his hand. In an instant, Boundless demonic aura swept and locking onto Chen Yuan. Vast demonic power surged forth, converging above Chen Yuan's head and crashing down. The overwhelming force of absolute suppression was now fully displayed. Every creature around trembled in fear. Even though they were not targeted, the power felt like a crushing mountain suffocating them. If they felt this way, how much more so for the targeted Chen Yuan? Under this immense force, Chen Yuan's figure appeared frail and solitary, like a blade of grass in a storm, utterly insignificant. How could it withstand the raging tempest? The creatures sighed, inwardly mourning for him. The human race had finally produced a prodigy, and today he would fall here. Many creatures even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching Chen Yuan crushed into pulp. Yet the next moment, facing the calamity, Chen Yuan's expression remained calm as he raised his hand and gently pinched. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The terrifying demonic suppression was shattered by Chen Yuan's bare hand dissipating into the surroundings. A massive shockwave rippled outward, shaking everything. The demonic aura that had filled the sky was scattered and diminished under the impact. And there stood Chen Yuan, steady as ever. Unharmed, his expression unchanged. The entire scene fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The creatures present had been certain Chen Yuan would die. After all, a mere human cultivator like Chen Yuan facing the heavenly demon king, the overlord of the primordial demon race. A Tai golden immortal against a Daluo golden immortal. Wasn't this pure suicide where even struggle was a luxury? Who would have thought that the overwhelming calamity would be easily shattered by this human before them? Now they stood frozen, their minds reeling. Long they remained speechless, truly at a loss for words. What they had witnessed was far too incredible to believe. This was a fatal strike from a Daluo golden immortal, and it had been nullified so effortlessly. Could any of the creatures present have done the same? Since when had humans become so formidable? Even the heavenly demon king was now stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Though he had not used his full strength, that terrifying suppression could have slain any Tai golden immortal, even an ordinary Daluo golden immortal. Yet it had not only failed to harm the human before him, but had been broken with a single hand. Fine. Enraged yet laughing, the heavenly demon king uttered a series of praises. His eyes scrutinized Chen Yuan as he spoke coldly. It seems I, the demon king, have misjudged you. A mere human, yet so powerful. Very well then, you shall become my blood sacrifice. You are worthy. The heavenly demon king did not know how Chen Yuan had accomplished this. He knew only one thing. This human must die. Otherwise it would tarnish his reputation as a demon king and even the prestige of the demon race. Thus, as the words fell, the demonic aura on the heavenly demon king surged once more, enveloping the surroundings and suppressing the void. Endless demonic power burst forth from his body, piercing the clouds. Boom! A deafening roar shook heaven and earth, cleansing the soul, incomparable. The creatures shuddered, all looking on. They saw the heavenly demon king's flesh swell, his form rising higher and higher, and in an instant, he shed his human shape, revealing his true form. In that moment, heaven and earth darkened, shadows fell. The creatures panicked as above them a colossal demon loomed, blotting out the sky. His enormous body like a mountain towered over all living beings. His demonic eyes were crimson like the sun, his gaze fierce, murderous, intent spreading. As his demonic might shook all beings, bowed, heaven and earth trembled, and mountains crumbled. The heavenly demon king, having revealed his true form, pressed his massive body directly toward Chen Yuan. A force that shattered all techniques, a might that suppressed all beings. Surely this mere human could not resist. Chen Yuan commented expressionlessly. Even facing the true form of the demon king, tens or hundreds of times larger than himself, he neither dodged nor yielded. He murmured silently and waved his hand gently. In an instant, a radiant light blazed, connecting into a tapestry, making the place resemble a brilliant galaxy. The surrounding creatures looked up and saw that the source of the light was a set of spiritual pearls, 24 in total. Arrayed in the void, they emitted a 5-colored radiance, exuding boundless innate spiritual energy. An innate spiritual treasure. This human actually possesses an innate spiritual treasure. The creatures were astonished. Even many powerful innate beings did not own such a treasure. Yet now a human without ancient heritage had unleashed such an innate spiritual treasure, and it seemed of extraordinary grade. The heavenly demon king, upon seeing it, was startled, then elated. I never expected such a fortune on this outing. This treasure was even more precious than the innate spiritual herb, for it was well known that innate spiritual treasures were crucial for advancing to the quasi-sage realm. When a Daluo golden immortal reached perfection and sought to break through to quasi-sage, they needed to sever their corpse. And after severing the corpse, one required an innate spiritual treasure to serve as a vessel. Yet such treasures were rare and hard to come by. Even the heavenly demon king did not possess one. Now to encounter an innate spiritual treasure here, and one of apparent high quality, was a monumental opportunity. Suppress. Chen Yuan uttered a single word calmly. He paid no heed to the surrounding creatures or the heavenly demon king directly activating the innate spiritual treasure he had summoned, the sea-calming divine pearl. In an instant, the light on the sea-calming divine pearl blazed intensely, linking together instantly. A spatial force erupted, surging like a tide, sealing the void, suppressing all. The Tian Yao King and the myriad creatures were correct in their judgment. The calming sea pearl was not only a primordial spiritual treasure, but also of extraordinary rank. Even among primordial spiritual treasures, the calming sea pearl was a remarkable existence. Each of the 24 calming sea pearls was a lower-grade primordial spiritual treasure. If all 36 were united, they would be no less than a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. It was known that this treasure possessed extraordinary powers capable of creating worlds. All because within the calming sea pearls lay infinite power over time and space. One pearl, one world. The 24 calming sea pearls were 24 small worlds. According to the natural course of events, the lamp-burning Taoist had used the 24 calming sea pearls to create the 24 heavens, thereby establishing his position in Western Buddhism. Now Chen Yuan lacked sufficient power, his cultivation was still shallow, and he was far from possessing such great might. Thus he could not use the calming sea pearls to create worlds or transform heaven and earth. However, summoning the power of time and space contained within the calming sea pearls was already sufficient. Therefore Chen Yuan decisively used the calming sea pearls to suppress the true form of the Yao King. In an instant, five-colored light radiated outward, intertwining with heaven and earth, and endless primordial spiritual energy raged in that place. The 24 calming sea pearls were now scattered across the void, their light connecting into a single expanse, forming an encirclement. In an instant, the void was sealed, cutting off heaven and earth. The power of time and space erupted from the 24 calming sea pearls, directly creating a closed temporal prison. Even the Tian Yao King's massive true form was firmly sealed within, without a trace of escape. The forward pressure of the Tian Yao King's true form abruptly halted, and he was suppressed in the void. The demonic aura was locked, the demonic power sealed. The boundless demonic might was directly scattered, shattered into pieces. His colossal demonic body could no longer advance, even a fraction, hanging suspended before Chen Yuan. No matter how hard the Tian Yao King struggled to drive his inner power, he remained trapped in this temporal prison. He could not move, could not advance or retreat. How is this possible? The Tian Yao King's eyes were wide and bloodshot, his face full of terror. Where was his confidence in controlling everything now? Only boundless fear, cold and bone-chilling. He knew this primordial spiritual treasure was powerful, but he never imagined it could be so formidable. He was a genuine great Luo golden immortal, a mighty Yao King ruling alone, oppressing all living beings. Even against the great Wu of the Wu clan, he could hold his own. Now he was suppressed here by a mere human. Most importantly, this human was only a Tai golden immortal. This made the Tian Yao King feel both absurd and terrified. What was this human possessing such great power and such a supreme treasure? But before the Tian Yao King could figure this out, the next moment, Chen Yuan's figure moved, his white robe fluttering in the air, spinning and dancing, agile and graceful as he directly attacked. Chen Yuan exerted his full power, his aura surging as he tore through the void, leaving a trail of thunderous booms. He broke all methods with pure force, channeling all his power forward. His momentum soared to the heavens, sweeping across the four directions, suppressing all. Bang! Before the Tian Yao King could speak, Chen Yuan, with an overwhelming and domineering force, directly smashed down upon him. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, boundless power burst forth, and a massive shockwave swept outward. Ancient trees snapped, mountains trembled, and the earth shook. The void shattered directly, the Tao rhythm collapsed, and spiritual energy exploded. This terrifying strike hit the Tian Yao King's colossal demonic body, causing flesh and blood to fly, bones to crack with loud piercing sounds. The flesh and blood fell like rain or snow, landing on the ground and on the surrounding creatures. Yet the myriad creatures seemed oblivious to it all. They looked up, letting the flesh and blood fall on their faces, unmoved, their eyes fixed on Chen Yuan in the void. The entire place was dead silent. In the hearts of the myriad creatures, however, surging waves of astonishment rose and rolled. A Tai golden immortal suppressing a great Luo golden immortal. A mere human beating a mighty Yao King. What they witnessed was unbelievable, inconceivable. It was the first time they had ever seen such a thing. Indeed, this was an unprecedented event in the primordial world. Never before seen, only today witnessed. They never imagined that a human could unleash such power, not only suppressing the most feared demonic beings, but also beating them so brutally. One could only wonder if this human was too exceptional or the demonic race had declined. However, just as everyone was eagerly watching, hoping Chen Yuan would continue his relentless assault. Bang! In but a moment, the 24 calming sea pearls in the void all dimmed simultaneously. The infinite power of time and space rapidly vanished, disappearing without a trace. The temporal prison they had constructed naturally dissipated, as well ceasing to exist. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt a slight regret. There was no help for it. With his current cultivation, he could only seal it for this long. If he had more time, he could have beaten the Tian Yao King to death. Human, die. Roars of rage echoed, drawing in rolling black clouds. Boundless demonic aura instantly filled heaven and earth, terrifying and overwhelming. The Tian Yao King now glared at Chen Yuan with fury, gnashing his teeth in hatred. He, a noble Yao King, had never suffered such humiliation. This human must die. Moreover, the Tian Yao King was not acting on impulse. If this human dared to humiliate him today, he would dare to humiliate the demonic race tomorrow. If this child were not eliminated, he would become a great calamity. Thus, in his rage, the Tian Yao King directly exerted his full power. In an instant, a powerful force erupted. Demonic aura materialized like flames soaring into the sky. Boundless demonic power surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, suppressing everything. The Tian Yao King's massive body moved, his enormous shadow looming over Chen Yuan like a world-ending omen. The myriad creatures were terrified, trembling all over. Many fell prostrate on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Burnt. Chen Yuan let out a roar, clenched his fist, and instantly dispersed the demonic aura gathering before him. And within his body, 400 million tiny golden immortal divine elephant figures erupted simultaneously, radiating endless brilliance. Vast power gathered, surged through his body, and finally gathered in Chen Yuan's fist. No matter how many divine abilities you have, I will break them all with one punch. Chen Yuan roared, clenching his fist, and charged straight up. In an instant, the wind of the fist howled, tearing through the void. This punch, with the purest, most domineering, and most extreme power, directly struck the colossal demonic body above. Bang! One punch struck a deafening sound, shaking heaven and earth incomparable. The enormous demonic body was directly pierced through. Then in an instant it exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was blown apart. The great Luo demonic body, the Yao King's might, all were shattered by this punch. Only a faint remnant soul flew out amid the raining flesh and blood. Now, looking at the falling flesh and blood, and then at Chen Yuan not far away, it trembled uncontrollably, nearly deformed. The surrounding creatures were stunned, exploded with one punch. The mighty great Luo Yao King was blown apart with a single punch. With a single punch, he obliterated the great Luo Demon King. The entire scene fell into dead silence. All were stunned, speechless. Every living being present stood frozen, staring blankly at the figure suspended in the void. At this moment they felt nothing but a chilling dread, their breaths held still. The great Luo Demon King, a tyrant ruling over a realm exalted and awe-inspiring. How majestic he was! Yet now, by a mere human at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he was obliterated with a single punch, his physical body shattered to nothing, leaving no trace behind. This defied all reason, utterly inconceivable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare imagine such a thing? Were it not for the scattered flesh and blood still drifting through the air, every living being would have thought it nothing but an illusion. Shock, terror, bewilderment. All these emotions intertwined. The creatures stood dazed, unsure how to speak. The remnant soul of the heavenly demon king, now gazing at Chen Yuan, trembled uncontrollably, seized by terror. He still could not believe it. How could he, a dignified great Luo Golden Immortal Demon King, a hegemon ruling over a domain, be defeated by a Tai Golden Immortal? And a mere human at that. The very prey the demon race regarded as mere blood food. Most importantly, one punch. With just one punch, he had shattered the demon race's pride, their invincible physical body. How had this human achieved such a feat? Though he could not fathom the reason, the heavenly demon king now understood one thing clearly: run. Without a moment's hesitation, the remnant soul of the heavenly demon king channeled the last of his power, tearing open the void before him, desperate to escape. Fear had overwhelmed everything. Where was the arrogance of a demon king now? At this moment, only one thought filled his mind: run. Flee as fast as possible. Keep far, far away from this bizarre human. After all, even in his prime, he had been no match for this opponent. Now that his physical body had been destroyed, leaving only a feeble remnant soul, what room was left for resistance? Trying to run. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon him, his expression cold, his tone icy. With the battle having reached this point, he naturally could not allow this opponent to escape. Had the demon king fled from the very start, he might indeed have had no chance to stop him. But now, with only a remnant soul remaining, if he still let him slip away, that would be inexcusable. The heavenly demon king's remnant soul shuddered at these words, his face turning ghastly, sensing danger. And indeed, in the next moment, the calming sea pearl above the void gathered once more, bursting forth with dazzling radiance, brilliant and blinding. In an instant, 5 colored lights intertwined, forming a single expanse resplendent as a river of stars. The divine light crisscrossed, and the power of time and space permeated the air. In the blink of an eye it sealed the void, suppressing everything. The remnant soul of the heavenly demon king, now trapped within, was once again pinned down, unable to move, unable to advance or retreat. Oh! The heavenly demon king's remnant soul let out a wretched, piercing scream. Being in a soul state now unlike his former physical form, he felt the boundless force pressing upon him, the agony unbearable. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan stepped forward through the air, approaching slowly. Each step he took was in the eyes of the heavenly demon king's remnant soul a death knell. Filled with terror, he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and struggled to speak. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." This dry plea was utterly useless. Seeing Chen Yuan draw nearer, the heavenly demon king's remnant soul hurriedly continued. "If you kill me, you won't get off easy either. My father is a quasi-saint." At this, the remnant soul seemed to find a lifeline, his eyes lighting up as he cried out repeatedly. Yes, my father is a genuine quasi-saint. And he is not just any quasi-saint. He is one of the 36 heavenly lords. The heavenly demon king roared, directly invoking his backing, exaggerating his father's power and status. Chen Yuan paused slightly, raised his head, and spoke with a smile. "The 36 star lords. Are they that formidable?" "Of course they are." The heavenly demon king, thinking Chen Yuan was intimidated, quickly replied. "Among the demon race, aside from the 1 emperor, 2 sovereigns, 1 master, and the 10 demon gods, the rest are the 36 star lords. Every single star lord is at least at the quasi-saint level." Chen Yuan pondered upon hearing this. The 1 emperor and 2 sovereigns likely referred to the demon emperor Dijun and Donghuang Tai and Shihuang Fushi. The 1 master went without saying. The most insidious existence in the primordial world, the demon master Kunping. The 10 demon gods, also known as the 10 demon saints, were the 10 powerful demon elites, led by Baizhe. They were Baizhe, Jiming, Yingzhao, Faden, Failian, Juing, Shangyang, Qinyuan City, and Guiche. These 10 were veteran quasi-saints of the primordial world with status in the demon race equivalent to that of the great shamans of the Wu race, and they could even match the ancestral shamans in battle. As for the 36 star lords, Chen Yuan had heard of them for the first time, so he was quite curious and paused. Seeing this, the heavenly demon king thought Chen Yuan was afraid. Seizing the opportunity, he began to threaten him. "My father is among the 36 star lords, transcendent in status and formidable in power. How could he be compared to ordinary demon elites? Are you strong? What use is strength? In this world, power is everything. If you kill me, my father will surely slay you. Not just you. Even your entire human lineage will be wiped out to be buried with me." The heavenly demon king's remnant soul continued to threaten, hoping to force Chen Yuan back and buy a sliver of a chance to survive. He thought he had found a lifeline, but these words sealed his doom. "Demon race. Heh." Chen Yuan sneered. Before his voice had faded, his figure flickered, and he was already directly above the heavenly demon king's remnant soul. "You." The heavenly demon king's remnant soul was horrified, staring at Chen Yuan in terror, his entire soul form nearly dissipating. Under the demon king's terrified gaze, Chen Yuan reached out, grabbed his head, and lifted him up. Looking at the trembling remnant soul, Chen Yuan said coldly, "I forgot to tell you. I am a disciple of the Jiejiao sect." "What?" The heavenly demon king was shocked and terrified. This human before him was a disciple of a saint. Now everything made sense. No wonder a mere human possessed such divine power. His defeat at this human's hands was. The heavenly demon king was still thinking. "Die." Chen Yuan uttered a single word coldly. Then with a firm grip, he crushed his head. In an instant, the heavenly demon king's remnant soul had its head explode, and the entire soul form dissipated. Utter annihilation. He did not even have time to let out a scream before being crushed to nothingness, gone without a trace. His physical body destroyed, his soul extinguished. Thus a generation's great Luo demon king fell completely. Hiss. The surrounding creatures witnessing this all drew in a sharp breath, their eyes filled with shock, their faces marked with terror. A great Luo golden immortal had fallen just like that. Chen Yuan paid them no attention, put away the calming sea pearl, and went to pick the 9-colored golden lotus. The entire process was unhurried, as if no one else was around. None of the creatures dared to stop him, nor did anyone speak. Who would dare? A human suppressing a demon. A Tai golden immortal slaying a great Luo golden immortal. This one's power dominated the entire scene, overwhelming all beings. Everyone only prayed that this figure would not notice them. Who would dare provoke him? After Chen Yuan finished gathering the herbs, he swept his gaze across the crowd. All the creatures lowered their heads, afraid to meet his eyes. Chen Yuan looked at them and shook his head. These creatures were sensible enough. He was not a bloodthirsty man, so naturally he would not indiscriminately massacre everyone. With that thought, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and hurried away. With this matter concluded, he should find a place to refine the 9-colored golden lotus as soon as possible. Chen Yuan did not trouble the remaining creatures. Having harvested the 9-colored golden lotus, he departed hastily, seeking a secluded place to refine it thoroughly. Sensing that Chen Yuan's aura had vanished, all the creatures breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. finally gone. When his gaze swept over them, they felt as if one foot had already stepped through the gates of the underworld. That brief moment was a matter of life and death. If this being had truly chosen to massacre, who among those present could have withstood him? Fortunately, he was not as ruthless as the demon tribe and did not deign to quarrel with them. Now that Chen Yuan had departed, the creatures naturally felt as if they had survived a catastrophe. They looked up at each other, joy evident in their eyes. How wonderful it was to be alive. However, just at that moment, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. Boundless black clouds piled layer upon layer, and thunderbolts cascaded down in torrents. In an instant, the void quaked with ceaseless roars. Spiritual energy turned wild and chaotic as if it might explode at any moment. The creatures were all startled by the sight. They could not fathom why such a celestial anomaly had suddenly occurred. As the creatures puzzled, an overwhelming pressure descended, covering the surroundings and suppressing all things. The creatures were instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. Struggling to lift their heads, they saw within the pervasive pressure a terrifying figure tear through the void and descend. Its appearance bore a faint resemblance to the deceased heavenly demon king. Could it be? Who dares to slay my son? The figure roared with fury, its demonic aura shaking the heavens and earth, carrying boundless murderous intent. This was the father of the heavenly demon king, the heavenly demon Star Lord. As the son of a distinguished Star Lord of the demon race, how could the heavenly demon king lack the protective restrictions set by his father? Just now, far away in the demon realm, the heavenly demon Star Lord sensed that the restriction he had placed on his son had been triggered. He foresaw what had happened and hurried over. Alas, he was still too late. By the time he arrived, the heavenly demon king was nowhere to be seen. Only the scattered flesh and blood still danced in the air. The faint bloodline connection he had felt was now utterly gone. This meant that the heavenly demon king had fallen, and not even his soul remained. He, a mighty Star Lord of the demon race, a quasi-sage, had rushed across millions of miles only to fail to save his own offspring. And in this primordial wilderness, someone dared to lay hands on the son of the heavenly demon Star Lord. In an instant, the heavenly demon Star Lord was shocked and enraged. His demonic aura soared to the heavens. His gaze swept around and landed on the nearby creatures. The creatures trembled uncontrollably, stammering as they tried to speak. But the heavenly demon Star Lord could not be bothered to converse with them. He simply waved his hand. In an instant, thunder crashed down. The creatures had no power to resist and were instantly shattered into dust, not even a trace remaining. Their broken souls fled their bodies in terror. The heavenly demon Star Lord waved his hand again, gathering those souls into his grasp. With a gentle squeeze, he crushed them instantly. As he crushed them, he also read the memories of the creatures. A human, the heavenly demon Star Lord was stunned. His son, the heavenly demon king, a mighty golden immortal demon king, had been slain by a mere human Tai golden immortal. This defied the heavenly demon Star Lord's understanding and overturned all common sense. Were humans not merely blood slaves and servants to the demon race? When had they become so powerful that they could turn the tables and annihilate demons? Yet no matter how unbelievable, it was the truth. After all, facts speak louder than words. The memories of all the creatures were consistent. How could they be false? The heavenly demon Star Lord racked his brain, but could not comprehend. How could humans so weak manage to slay demons? But if he could not understand, so be it. He was now certain that the one who had killed his son was a human. Fine. Humans, you say? I will remember this debt. The heavenly demon Star Lord gnashed his teeth, staring in a certain direction, his eyes filled with hatred. That was the direction the human had taken, as shown in the creature's memories. But now the aura had dissipated and there was no chance of tracking him. The heavenly demon Star Lord could only vent his fury in impotent rage. He shook his head in resignation, tore open the void, and departed with his hatred and wrath. He would not forget this debt. That human had committed such an act, and he would never let him go. One day he would make that human taste the agony of utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, of course, had no idea that he had been marked by a quasi-sage. After leaving that place, he flew a great distance before finally stopping. Having just obtained a supreme treasure, he had to be cautious. Though he did not fear battle, his priority was to refine the treasure. He had no desire to invite complications. Once he was certain of his safety, Chen Yuan found a secluded cave and set up restrictions. Then he entered, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the 9-colored golden lotus. He wondered if the 9-colored golden lotus was truly as described in the Supreme Alchemy Manual, that a golden immortal who consumed it could directly ascend by one realm. Chen Yuan was filled with anticipation and devoted himself entirely to the refinement. Thus days passed one by one. Soon another 10,000 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. During these 10 millennia, the primordial wilderness was relatively peaceful. The Wu and demon tribes did not engage in major battles, and the creatures enjoyed a rare respite. The heavens and earth were like a stagnant pool, with no major events occurring. However, though the wilderness enjoyed rare tranquility, turmoil brewed in the Kunlun Mountains. The discord between the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects had been fated ever since the establishment of their teachings. Now with disciples of both sects cohabiting in Kunlun, constant contact led to constant friction. This friction accumulated over time, and one day it would inevitably erupt beyond containment. That day, finally, the long-standing conflict exploded. It began over a trivial matter. Two disciples, one from Chan and one from Jie, exchanged curses, and then came to blows. Once they started, the situation escalated. Nearby disciples, disregarding the cause, rushed to join the fray. Some disciples, sensing trouble, hurried back to report and seek reinforcements. How despicable. I've had enough of these Jie followers. Today I will settle the score once and for all. How dare the Chan sect bully us like this just because the senior brother is absent? Bao will not stand for it. Two furious roars erupted from the Chan and Jie sects. Soon after, calling their friends and allies, the disciples of both sects poured out in full force, heading to the battlefield. In an instant, all disciples of Chan and Jie mobilized, confronting each other. A vast and mighty host. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the sages behind the Chan and Jie sects. Seeing that a great war between their disciples was imminent, Tongtian and Yuanshi could no longer remain seated. Setting aside all concerns, they activated their sage powers and manifested in the void. Third brother, look at your disciples. A motley crew, a chaotic mess. Such creatures born from moisture and eggs, those with fur and horns. Are they worthy of being disciples of the three pure ones? The sacred Kunlun Mountain, hallowed ground of the three pure ones, has been defiled by them. This is intolerable. As soon as Yuanshi appeared and saw Tongtian opposite him, fury surged from his heart. He immediately launched a torrent of rebukes at Tongtian, his accusations sharp and merciless. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi from his lofty position let out a stern rebuke. The disciples of the Jie sect, upon hearing this, furrowed their brows, feeling deeply displeased and wearing expressions of indignation. Their own origins and backgrounds were predetermined and unchangeable, so enduring such contempt from Yuanshi was a matter of helplessness. Yet Yuanshi's words not only disparaged them so harshly, but also belittled the entire Jie sect as worthless. This was something they could hardly tolerate, and their faces flushed with anger. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Jie sect were forced to suppress their fury. After all, Yuanshi was their uncle, master, and a sage. How could they dare to question him? The disciples of the Chan sect, upon seeing this, nodded in agreement, elated and proud, each holding their heads high with arrogance. In their eyes, Yuanshi's words perfectly aligned with the orthodox path of the Great Dao. These were absolute truths. Now as they gazed at the Jie sect disciples, their looks grew even more disdainful and contemptuous, without any attempt to conceal it. The thousands of immortals of the Jie sect had been barely restraining themselves, but witnessing this scene, they could no longer hold back. A surge of collective fury erupted. One by one they gnashed their teeth, their auras churning violently. Had it not been for the presence of the sage, they would have already charged forward to battle the Chan sect disciples, to settle who was superior and to decide life and death. Seeing this, Ronding, the deputy sect leader of the Jie sect, hurriedly calmed the disciples while turning his gaze to Tongtian. Tongtian's face was now dark as thunder, his eyes as cold and piercing as a frozen abyss. His disciples were wronged, and the Jie sect was humiliated. As the sect leader of the Jie sect, how could he swallow this insult? Immediately, he opened his mouth to refute. Second brother, your words are mistaken, far too narrow and biased. Our Jie sect was founded on the principle of teaching without discrimination. Any living being with a heart seeking the Dao may enter the Jie sect and pursue the Great Dao. The word Jie means to seize a thread of life for all living beings under heaven. Know this, though origins may differ, there is no distinction of nobility or baseness. Though the Great Dao may be easy or difficult, it knows no size. Tongtian's words resounded, shaking the 9 heavens and echoing throughout Kunlun Mountain. Every word was firm and forceful, every sentence powerful. Instantly, countless Jie sect disciples cast adoring gazes upon him, overcome with excitement. Ronding too nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, following Chen Yuan's advice to join the Jie sect had been an immensely wise choice. If he had joined the Chan sect, would Yuanshi have treated him with the same impartiality as Tongtian? After finishing, Tongtian lifted his gaze, slightly scanning the Chan sect disciples, then gently shook his head. The disciples under second brother's Chan sect are all blessed with deep fortune and bear great destiny. Our Jie sect can never compare, he said. But what a pity. Each one looks down on others from above, feeling superior by birth, disregarding all other beings. Instead of dedicating themselves to the pursuit of the Dao, they constantly harbor a competitive spirit. Having lost the heart to seek the Dao like this, how can they cultivate it? Tongtian's gaze finally settled on Yuanshi, looking directly into his eyes, and spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Second brother, their behavior is understandable. But you, second brother, are a sage, yet you still harbor such prejudice. Is this the vision a sage should possess? Know this: all living beings under heaven share the same origin. A sage should treat all with impartiality, viewing all creatures as straw dogs. Tongtian's words fell with resounding force. Yuanshi's expression instantly changed, and the Chan sect disciples were all ashen-faced, their spirits utterly crushed. The Jie sect disciples watched, feeling a surge of satisfaction within their hearts. What a worthy sect leader! Tongtian had spoken not a single vulgar word, yet his rebuke was so thorough and cathartic, giving voice to everyone's thoughts. The entire Chan sect, from its leader Yuanshi down to the fire-tending acolytes, and even the sect itself, had been thoroughly cursed and drenched in humiliation. Yuanshi's brows knitted tightly, and he flung his sleeve, furiously, anger rising. Now he glared coldly at Tongtian and spoke. Third brother, stop twisting words here. We sages of the heavenly Dao must follow the will of heaven. The Chan sect obeys heaven and upholds reason, illuminating the great Dao of heaven and earth. This aligns perfectly with the heavenly Dao. Your Jie sect makes no distinction between the good and the bad, mingling fish and dragons. Yet you call it teaching without discrimination. This is nothing but an excuse. Yuanshi, ignoring all else, attacked the very doctrine of the Jie sect. Tongtian naturally refused to accept this and immediately began debating with Yuanshi. The conflict between the doctrines of the Chan and Jie sects had a long history, its seeds sown even before the two sects were formally established. Back then, Yuanshi and Tongtian often argued over their attitudes toward all beings, each unable to convince the other. When they founded their sects and attained sagehood, this divergence evolved into the core doctrines of the Chan and Jie sects. Even in the past, they could hardly determine who was superior. Now, with the weight of their sects upon them, it was even more difficult. Thus, after arguing for a while, neither could sway the other, and soon both were burning with genuine fury. In an instant, the might of the sages surged, soaring into the heavens. The oppressive aura of the two sages was now fully unleashed, rolling forth with overwhelming force. The two sages each had their own understanding of how to enlighten all beings, and the pressure they now exerted was also distinct. One followed the will of heaven to illuminate the great Dao, majestic and orthodox like Mount Tai, bearing down, aloof and proud. The other seized a thread of life for all beings, teaching without discrimination like the vast four seas, embracing all rivers. The moment the sage's pressure appeared, heaven and earth transformed instantly. Winds and clouds surged across the sky, thunderbolts raged endlessly. The stars trembled, the sun and moon shifted out of alignment. The void boomed incessantly, cracking with fissures. Countless laws and Dao rhythms manifested as if solid. On Kunlun Mountain, black clouds rolled and howling winds whipped up, sand and stones flew. It was like the end of the world. The disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects now felt an immense pressure, staggering and unable to stand firm. Their minds quaked violently, nearly losing control. Those with weaker cultivation were directly prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. At this moment, who cared about the argument? They forced themselves to look up, their gazes fixed on the two figures in the void. All were filled with terror, hearts trembling in fear. Was this the power of a sage? So terrifying. Even the mere confrontation of their sage pressure was this dreadful. If they truly came to blows, it would be the destruction of heaven and earth, shaking the universe. And those of them so close would be the first to suffer, reduced to ashes in the battle of sages. The most despairing part was that the sages might now spread across heaven and earth, enveloping this place, pinning them down, so they could not leave. They could only watch helplessly. In the void, Yuanshi and Tongtian clashed with their sage pressure, glaring at each other with fury. Their saintly faces twisted with rage, as if they were about to strike at any moment. At this critical juncture, a mysterious yellow chi slowly descended from the depths of the nine heavens. Then purple chi came from the east, and myriad rays of multicolored light arose. In an instant, earth, water, fire, and wind subsided, the wind, clouds, and thunder ceased. The sage pressure clashing between Yuanshi and Tongtian was instantly suppressed. Everyone felt a great relief, as if a weight had been lifted. They immediately looked toward one place. An old man's figure emerged from the purple chi, walking through the void as if on level ground. His aura was unremarkable, serene, and inactive. He was the foremost of the three pure ones, Taishang, the supreme elder. Enough, Taishang descended and spoke slowly. His voice was warm and plain, neither loud nor soft, yet it echoed through the space, lingering long, stirring everyone's soul. Yuanshi and Tongtian, upon hearing it, felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly restrained their sage might and turned their gazes to Taishang. Yuanshi, his face brightening with joy upon seeing Taishang, immediately spoke. Big brother, please judge for me. Tongtian was taken aback. He glanced sideways, deeply displeased. Fine, Yuanshi. You were first to curse, and now you're first to complain, aren't you? Tongtian, indignant at Yuanshi's preemptive accusation, glared at him. In that instant, Yuanshi seized the opportunity to lodge a complaint. Big brother, look at this very glare. You must discipline our third brother today. Third brother has fallen into demonic possession, corrupted by prolonged association with those heretics under his tutelage. He no longer holds even me, his elder brother, in any regard. He dares to lay a hand on me today, he will dare to lay a hand on you tomorrow. If this continues, where will the prestige of us three pure ones of Pangu remain? Yuanshi's words only enraged Tongtian further, who retorted in kind. Big brother, second brother, has always been haughty, and now influenced by his disciples, he has become even more arrogant, seeing no one else. If this persists, he will surely become a menace. Big brother, strike now. Do not hesitate on my account. It is all for second brother's own good. Yuanshi and Tongtian both appealed to Taishang, each lodging their complaints. Their tone and demeanor left the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects rooted to the spot mouths agape. These two great sages, renowned across the heavens and the primordial world, behaved before Taishang like petulant children. Indeed, no matter how exalted their status as sages in Taishang's presence, they were nothing more than younger brothers. Taishang listened to the accusations of Yuanshi and Tongtian, and a sense of comfort welled within him. No matter what, these two were his brothers, regarding him, their eldest brother, as their pillar. Yet why could they not set aside their differences and coexist harmoniously? Taishang sighed inwardly, his gaze moving from Yuanshi to Tongtian. Under their expectant eyes, he spoke slowly. The disciples of the three pure ones are numerous and ever increasing. In the future, their numbers will be beyond imagination. So many disciples are gathered in Kunlun Mountain. Even though Kunlun is vast, it has become overcrowded. Although Kunlun Mountain is a blessed immortal realm, its resources are ultimately limited and cannot sustain the cultivation of so many disciples. Taishang did not defend Yuanshi nor excuse Tongtian. Instead, he spoke of the disciples of the three pure ones and the matter of Kunlun Mountain. This left Yuanshi and Tongtian perplexed, and their disciples utterly bewildered. Taishang paused, his gaze resting on Yuanshi, then shifting to Tongtian. He gave a slight nod as if having made a decision, and spoke again. You and I, the three brothers, have all attained sagehood. 3 sages residing in one place. Kunlun Mountain cannot bear such immense fortune. If this continues, Kunlun Mountain will not enjoy the blessings of the sages. Instead, its spiritual veins will be damaged, eventually turning into a barren wasteland, as desolate as the western lands. Therefore, it is best that we three pure ones part ways. Each of us shall seek our own cave heaven and blessed land, establish our own dojos, and propagate our own lineages. This way we will have fewer disputes, and each will find their place. After speaking, Taishang closed his eyes. The truth was, as he had said, Kunlun Mountain was too small to accommodate 3 sages. Parting ways was the best choice. Most importantly, his second and third brothers quarreled incessantly, and their disciples were at daggers drawn beyond reconciliation, the conflict only intensifying. If this continued, they would inevitably turn into bitter enemies, brothers fighting against brothers. Thus it was better to separate early. After all, he had tried over the years to mediate, but could not quell their disputes. Separating might still offer a chance to salvage their bond. Part ways. Part ways. These 2 words struck Yuanshi and Tongtian like a thunderbolt, their minds buzzing, their hearts in turmoil. They had argued, even nearly come to blows. But they had never contemplated parting ways. Since their transformation, the 3 pure ones had cultivated, sought treasures, and traveled together, never once separated. Now Taishang, the eldest of the 3 pure ones, suddenly announced their separation, catching them off guard and leaving them at a loss. The disciples of the Chan and Jie sects were equally stunned, trembling with shock. Never could they have imagined that Taishang, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, would propose such a thing. Yet after the initial shock, they found themselves in complete agreement. It was an exceedingly wise decision. Unlike the 3 pure ones, who shared deep bonds and found it hard to part, the disciples of the Chan sect could no longer tolerate the motley and crude behavior of the Jie sect disciples. Likewise, the disciples of the Jie sect could not bear the arrogance and condescension of the Chan sect. Since they could not stand each other, separation was the best course, preferably never to cross paths again. Out of sight, out of mind. Though they felt some reluctance to leave Kunlun Mountain, being free of each other was a good thing. A happy outcome for all, was it not? With that thought, the disciples of both sects began to feel eager. However, such a major decision was not theirs to make. Their eyes turned to Yuanshi and Tongtian. Enough. Yuanshi was the first to collect himself. Since Big Brother has spoken, we younger brothers dare not defy. Thus this is indeed the best course. Let us 3 pure ones part ways. Yuanshi said, his gaze softening as he turned to Tongtian. Third brother, what do you think? I agree. Tongtian met Yuanshi's gentle gaze, startled for a moment, then after a deep sigh quickly gave his consent. This separation was beneficial for both the 3 pure ones and their disciples. Naturally, Tongtian would not object. Tongtian turned to Taishang and continued, Kunlun Mountain is the birthplace of us 3 pure ones of Pangu. Let it be Big Brother's dojo. Tongtian spoke first, and Yuanshi immediately echoed. Indeed, this place holds great significance for the 3 pure ones of Pangu. It should rightfully be Big Brother's dojo under your guardianship. On this matter, Tongtian and Yuanshi were in rare agreement. Taishang opened his eyes, looked at the expectant faces of his brothers, and gently shook his head. There is no need. This place is not fated for me. I shall seek a new cave heaven and blessed land to establish my dojo. Taishang's gaze shifted between them, finally settling on Yuanshi. Third brother, this place is not for either of us. Let it be Yuanshi's. Yuanshi's heart leaped with joy. Kunlun Mountain was a foremost blessed land, who otherwise the three pure ones would not have chosen it as their dojo to cultivate all these years. Now with Taishang's decree, he could claim it exclusively, a tremendous boon. The disciples of the Chan sect were overjoyed, their faces beaming. Though the immortals of the Jie sect felt a pang of regret, it did not stir much turmoil. We'll let the Chan sect keep this place. After all, they would no longer have to put up with those arrogant beings. That alone was a great blessing. Of course, if Tongtian did not agree, the matter would still need deliberation. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Then I shall follow big brother's decree. Tongtian did not argue. Taishang, his elder brother, was impartial, and his decision was not without reason. Seeing this, Tongtian had no desire to say more. Taishang nodded slightly. Since there is no further objection, let it be settled. Each of you arrange your disciples, and leave at your convenience. No need, big brother, Tongtian said, then waved his sleeve, and commanded the disciples of the Jie sect in a deep voice. Disciples of the Jie sect, hear me. We depart. Tongtian made a sweeping gesture. The Bo palace rapidly shrank, and fell into his hand. He then took the lead, striding through the void. Ronding Duobao Zhao Gongming, and all the disciples of the Jie sect followed closely. In an instant, 10,000 immortals of the Jie sect mobilized, following resolutely. Their momentum was immense, their forms blotting out the sky. As they departed, the disciples of the Jie sect, following Tongtian's example, took their dojos with them. Thus the vast Kunlun Mountain was instantly emptied. Only Taishang and Yuanshi remained among the three sages, and the sparse figures of the Chan sect disciples made the place seem desolate. Taishang gazed in the direction of Tongtian's departure, overwhelmed with emotion and sighing deeply. Now that the three pure ones had parted ways, when would they gather again? Tongtian led the way, followed by the 10,000 disciples of the Jie sect, as they departed from the Kunlun Mountains and emerged into the vast wilderness of the primordial world. How numerous were the disciples of the Jie sect! Such a grand and mighty procession instantly blotted out the sun and cast a shadow over the sky. The primal beings who witnessed this spectacle from afar were struck with terror and fled in panic. All living creatures were gripped by fear, uncertain of what monumental event was about to unfold in the heavens and earth, for suddenly so many immortals had appeared. The disciples of the Jie sect paid no heed to the creatures fleeing for their lives along the way. Their gazes were fixed upon Tongtian, the leader, at the forefront. As the acting senior disciple of the Jie sect, Duobao stepped forward without hesitation, flying ahead to bow respectfully and inquire on behalf of the others. Master, now that we have left the Kunlun Mountains, where shall we go to establish our path and find a dwelling? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Jie sect watched Tongtian even more intently, awaiting his decision. This was a matter of vital importance to the future rise or fall of the Jie sect. Tongtian naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Instead of answering immediately, he closed his eyes and silently contemplated. No one dared to disturb him. They waited in silence. After a short while, Tongtian suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Let us go to the overseas lands." Tongtian's gaze pierced through countless mountains and rivers, landing upon the four seas. By now, most of the famous mountains and great rivers in the primordial world were already claimed, leaving no idle land. Perhaps finding a single cave heaven or blessed land for himself would not be difficult. But to accommodate the vast Jie sect and all its disciples, that was a far greater challenge. Thus Tongtian directly ignored the primordial land and set his sights on the four seas. I, the saint, refuse to believe that amidst the vastness of the primordial world there is no blessed land comparable to Kunlun to serve as the Jie sect's sacred ground. With resolute determination, Tongtian spoke firmly. As his words fell, he manifested his form and sped toward the eastern sea. Inspired by his resolve, the 10,000 immortals of the Jie sect followed suit, each displaying their divine abilities. Soon Tongtian led the Jie sect to the overseas lands. They traversed millions of miles of cloud sea, tirelessly searching the vast eastern sea for a place to establish their path. Alas, every island and immortal mountain they encountered proved unsatisfactory. Either they were too small to accommodate all the disciples of the Jie sect, or the spiritual energy was too thin to serve as a place for cultivation. Tongtian and his followers felt a sense of bewilderment as they gazed upon the misty expanse of the eastern sea. Could it be that the vast primordial world had no place for the Jie sect? Just then Tongtian suddenly sensed something and strained his eyes to look ahead. There in the distant sea, a colossal island with an immortal mountain rose. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, it was shrouded in mist and celestial aura, appearing ethereal and mysterious. Spiritual veins crisscrossed the island, suffusing it with abundant energy. Rare flowers and exotic herbs grew everywhere, and immortal cranes danced while auspicious beasts roamed. Overjoyed at the sight, Tongtian vanished from his spot and reappeared on the island. There a massive stone monument stood tall. 3 ancient Dao characters were inscribed upon it, bold and vigorous, exuding the essence of the Dao. Jiejiao Island. What a splendid Jiejiao Island. Tongtian praised his heart, filled with joy. By now the disciples of the Jie sect had followed him and landed on the island. Seeing this, Tongtian announced loudly, "Disciples of the Jie sect, hear me. Henceforth this Jiejiao Island shall be the land of our Jie sect." As his words fell, he waved his hand. Instantly the earth shook and the seas surged. A magnificent Dao palace descended from the heavens, landing at the very center of Jiejiao Island, majestic and grand. This was the Bio Palace. After settling the palace, Tongtian addressed the gathered disciples. "Since you are all members of the Jie sect, you may seek out and establish your own Dao grounds near Jiejiao Island. From now on, this shall be the foundation of our Jie sect." Hearing this, the disciples were overjoyed and quickly bowed in acceptance. Their hearts had been anxious throughout the journey, but now they could finally find peace. They immediately followed Tongtian's instructions, each searching for a suitable place to establish their own Dao grounds. Despite the continuous travel, everyone remained enthusiastic and energetic. They had found a place to settle and no longer needed to endure the scorn of the Chen sect. A beautiful immortal life would begin here. Meanwhile, on the other side at Kunlun Mountain, after Tongtian led the 10,000 immortals away, the mountain instantly fell silent and desolate. The members of the Chen sect felt no discomfort. Instead, they were overjoyed. Those troublesome Jie sect fellows had finally left. Yuanshi felt a mixture of emotions. He was relieved that he no longer had to see the chaotic Jie sect, but also saddened that the 3 pure ones had parted ways, making it difficult to reunite. Collecting himself, he instructed, "Now that the 3 pure ones have separated, each will establish their own Dao grounds and lineages. Kunlun Mountain is no longer plagued by those chaotic fellows. You must cultivate diligently and not disappoint your master's expectations, and never tarnish the orthodox legacy of Kunlun." His words were stern, and the disciples of the Chen sect dared not take them lightly. They composed themselves and bowed, saying, "We shall keep your teachings in mind." Previously, when the Jie sect was present, their cultivation was hindered, and they could blame the interference. Now that the Jie sect had left, if they still failed to make progress, it would be inexcusable. Yuanshi said no more. He looked in one direction, then another, the places where the Bio Palace and the Taiching Palace once stood. Tongtian and Taishang had taken their respective Dao grounds with them. Of the 3 pure ones, only Yuanshi remained. Of the 3 pure ones' Dao grounds, only the Yushu Palace remained. Gazing at the 2 empty spaces, Yuanshi felt a surge of emotions, unable to find words. After Tongtian's departure, Taishang led Xiandu away from Kunlun Mountain in search of his own Dao ground. His divination skills were extraordinary, and with the aid of the Taiji diagram, he was even more adept. Thus, unlike Tongtian, who wandered with the Jie sect, Taishang had a clear goal and headed directly to a certain place. The location was serene and secluded, surrounded by purple mist with abundant spiritual energy, a rare blessed land. "This place is called Shoyang Mountain. It shall be our new Dao ground," Taishang said to Xiandu. Xiandu nodded and was about to begin preparations. Just then Taishang let out a soft exclamation of surprise. His eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast mountain before him. "There are 2 innate beings here." Xiandu felt a surge of eagerness. However, before he could act, Taishang waved his hand. Xiandu's vision blurred, and when he focused, he saw 2 figures had appeared before him. They were both childlike, with delicate features, utterly adorable. Yet, curiously, each had a single horn on their heads. At this moment, these innocent, naive children stared at Taishang in terror. To be able to summon them here in an instant, such power was beyond their resistance. Seeing this, Taishang restrained his aura, softened his expression, and spoke gently. "I am the Saint Taishang of the Taiching. This place shall be my Dao ground from now on. Since you were born here, it is a bond between us. At present, I lack 2 fire-tending boys. Are you willing to enter my sect?" Taishang spoke slowly, his demeanor kind and gentle, more like a kindly old neighbor than a saint. "What a—" The 2 children were stunned. Then, realizing the opportunity, they were overjoyed and immediately knelt, kowtowing repeatedly. "We brothers are willing to become disciples of the saint. Jiejiao, Yinjiao, pay respects to the saint." Though they had long lived in the mountains, isolated from the world, they were not entirely ignorant of the primordial world. Thus they knew what a saint meant. To be able to become a disciple of a saint, even as a fire-tending boy, was an immense fortune, a dream countless beings yearned for. So they decisively agreed and bowed to Taishang. To demonstrate their worth, they used their familiarity with the mountain to help Taishang establish his Dao ground, bustling about tirelessly. Thus the 3 pure ones parted ways, each settling in their own place. Yuanshi presided over the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Taishang secluded himself on Shoyang Mountain, renaming the Taiching Palace as the Baiying Palace. Tongtian traveled far to the eastern sea, established the Bio Palace on Jiejiao Island, and welcomed 10,000 immortals living freely and carefree. Henceforth, Pangu's 3 pure ones divided their lineages. This was not merely a matter concerning the three pure ones, it would also shape the entire future pattern of the primordial world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yuan, the senior disciple of the Jie sect, was still unaware of these events. He could not afford distraction, for he had entered the most critical moment. Within a certain cave dwelling in the primordial wilderness, a secluded place devoid of any living beings. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, his eyes tightly shut, and his mind deeply focused. A nine-colored radiance swirled around him, flowing ceaselessly. Having consumed the nine-colored golden lotus, the primordial spiritual energy of the lotus surged within his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Chen Yuan activated his cultivation technique, guiding the boundless spiritual energy while absorbing and refining it into his own power. As he continued to absorb, the aura around him swelled and climbed ever higher. Chen Yuan knew that this was the critical moment. Success or failure hinged on this very attempt. He held back no longer and intensified his efforts. In an instant, the nine-colored radiance suddenly rippled outward, then abruptly contracted, madly pouring into Chen Yuan's body. The surrounding spiritual energy was also drawn and surging like a tide into his form. The void trembled instantly, and a piercing roar resounded. Terrifying spirals of spiritual energy materialized, swirling above Chen Yuan's head. The power of the nine-colored golden lotus within combined with the boundless spiritual energy from outside. Working in tandem, their interplay caused Chen Yuan's aura to surge and peak in an instant. At last, the power of the nine-colored golden lotus was completely refined. As it was fully assimilated, a thunderous boom erupted, and Chen Yuan's aura burst forth, violently shaking the surroundings. The barriers of his cultivation realm shattered in that moment, and his cultivation base advanced smoothly. Tai Golden Immortal Midstage. Success! Chen Yuan's eyes snapped open, filled with joy. Upon advancing to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, he had successfully condensed 200 million Tai Golden Immortals within himself. Senior Uncle Taishang did not deceive me. Truly worthy of the nine-colored golden lotus. Even a Daluo Golden Immortal could ascend directly by one realm after consuming it. Chen Yuan's delight was evident. If not for the immense power of his cultivation technique, which required far more energy than imagined, he might have directly advanced to Daluo Golden Immortal after fully refining the nine-colored golden lotus. Still, Chen Yuan was quite satisfied with the current outcome. This was already sufficient. In his early Tai Golden Immortal stage, he could cross realms and slay Daluo Golden Immortals. Now at the mid-stage, unleashing the power of 200 million Tai Golden Immortal Divine Elephants would yield unimaginable might. For Chen Yuan, now realms were merely a reference. Alright, it's time to set off. Calming his mind, he rose to his feet and walked outward. Chen Yuan gazed at the divine mountain at the center of the world, lost in thought. He had intended to head to Buzhou Mountain, but he had left Kunlun Mountain long ago and still had not arrived. At this rate, he would never reach Buzhou Mountain. Thinking this, Chen Yuan dared not delay any longer. With a flicker of movement, he continued his journey. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye 1,000 years had slipped away. A millennium later, Chen Yuan's figure appeared at the foot of a mountain range. The mountain range stretched endlessly, boundless and beyond sight. This was not Buzhou Mountain. That peak remained as elusive as ever. Chen Yuan had traveled for 1,000 years, yet Buzhou Mountain remained unattainable. Just as he stood at the foot of the mountain, lost in thought, a sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations, Master. A check-in location has been discovered. Would you like to proceed immediately? The system's mechanical yet warm voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Oh, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, his spirits soaring. A check-in location. How rare. Since leaving Mount Lingjiao, he had waited countless years to hear that voice again. He focused his gaze and looked ahead at the mountain range. The peaks were majestic and imposing, ancient trees reaching the sky, rich with spiritual energy and veiled in immortal mist. This was indeed a blessed immortal mountain. No wonder it triggered the system's check-in. Since there was a check-in location, Chen Yuan naturally intended to go and sign in. He could obtain treasures again. Buzhou Mountain seemed beyond reach, and without these random rewards along the way, Chen Yuan would have found it hard to persevere. He calmed his thoughts and followed the guidance of the system. Under its direction, Chen Yuan pressed forward, crossing mountains and ridges, soon delving deep into the range. He trekked through countless winding paths and traversed myriad steep peaks and treacherous ravines. Finally, Chen Yuan halted. The system's guidance ended here. He had arrived. Chen Yuan quickly looked up and saw amidst swirling clouds and mist a cave dwelling appearing and disappearing, ethereal and elusive. 3 ancient Dao characters were inscribed above, vigorous and profound, exuding the essence of the Dao Huoyun cave. What? Chen Yuan was astonished. He never imagined that after all his arduous journey he had arrived here. Huoyun cave. As a human, Chen Yuan was all too familiar with this place. This was the famed grotto of the great primordial power, Hongyun Laozu. In the future, it would also be where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity would dwell and pass on their teachings, guarding the fortune of the human race. For humanity, Huiyun Cave held immense significance. It could be called a sacred ground. Just as Chen Yuan was sighing ding. Detected that the master has arrived at the check-in location Huiyun Cave. Check-in successful. Congratulations, master. You have obtained a primordial supreme treasure fusion scroll. The system's voice rang out again, snapping Chen Yuan back to reality. Primordial supreme treasure fusion scroll. What is this? Chen Yuan was puzzled, half expecting another fragment to increase his progress. Instead, another novel item had appeared. He immediately examined it. Information unfolded in his mind, and Chen Yuan's spiritual sense perused it. But upon just a glance, Chen Yuan was utterly shocked. What? This powerful? It was no wonder he was so taken aback. The newly appeared treasure was truly astonishing. Primordial Supreme Treasure Fusion Scroll can fuse treasures of the same attribute, elevating them to Primordial Supreme Treasures. Good heavens! Treasures could be fused to increase their grade, directly becoming Primordial Supreme Treasures. The power of a Primordial Supreme Treasure needed no elaboration. This fusion scroll was simply heaven-defying. Terrifying. However, it had a limitation. Homogeneity. Chen Yuan's mind raced as he pondered this information, countless primordial treasures flashing through his thoughts. For instance, the Dinghai Divine Pearls in his possession. Now Chen Yuan had 24 Dinghai Divine Pearls, lacking 12 more. Once he gathered all 36, he could use this fusion scroll to replenish their origin, allowing the pearls to fully transform into primordial supreme treasures. There were also treasures like the 5 directional banners of the innate, the 5 spirit pearls of heaven and earth, and many others. All these treasures, numerous and sharing a common origin, could be fused and unified with this scroll, upgraded to primordial supreme treasures. Even the 7 innate gourds on Buzhou Mountain fell into this category. Chen Yuan grew curious. Would fusing the 7 innate gourds produce something like a diamond gourd? Just as his mind wandered, a figure slowly emerged from Huiyun Cave. Clad in a red cloud Taoist robe with crimson light flowing, he was strikingly conspicuous. A purple aura encircled him, his fortune deep and enduring. He was the renowned primordial powerhouse, the master of Huiyun Cave, Hongyun Laozu. Within the Huiyun Cave, Hongyun, the old ancestor, had already packed his belongings, ready to set off for Wuzhuang Temple to visit his good friend Jin Yuanzi for a discussion of the Dao and reminiscence. Yet suddenly Hongyun sensed a figure appearing in his Dao field without warning at an unknown moment. Perhaps it's just a passing creature, no need to mind. Hongyun paid no heed, for countless creatures roamed the primordial wilderness, and it was entirely normal for one to wander past his domain. Besides, his cave was protected by prohibitions that the intruder could not breach. The visitor would naturally leave once their wandering spirit was satiated. But just then Hongyun noticed that with the creature's sudden intrusion, the purple qi on his person stirred slightly. This startled Hongyun's heart. Ever since obtaining the Hongmeng purple qi, he had exhausted every means, but still could not refine it. He had tried every method, yet the Hongmeng purple qi remained utterly unmoved, unrefinable, ungraspable. And now a passing creature had actually caused the purple qi to stir. This left Hongyun unable to stay seated, compelling him to come out and investigate. Now emerging from Huiyun Cave, he saw from afar the creature, standing still, mumbling something. Hongyun paid little heed to that. He found something more worthy of attention. A human. His gaze narrowed as he curiously observed the uninvited guest. This was actually a human creature. As a great primordial being, Hongyun naturally knew of human affairs. Nuwa had molded humans from clay, attaining the Dao through the merit of creation, becoming the first among the Hongmeng purple qi recipients to achieve sagehood. Afterward, Taishang personally went to humanity, enlightened them, founded the Rin sect, and ultimately attained sagehood through this enlightenment. Truly, humanity was rather miraculous, directly giving rise to 2 sages. Could it be that the fluctuation of his purple qi was due to this connection to the sages? Hongyun speculated. Yet now, gazing at the human before him, he was more curious about one thing. He stopped and called out loudly, "Esteemed human cultivator, why have you come to my Huiyun Cave?" Hongyun was puzzled. He had no connection whatsoever to humanity. This voice snapped Chen Yuan back to reality, and he saw a red-robed Taoist staring intently at him. Noting the man's benevolent expression, Chen Yuan instantly understood. No need to elaborate. This must be the master of Huiyun Cave, Hongyun, the old ancestor. Only this benevolent old man of the primordial era would be so kind and easy to talk to. Right. Other great ancestors, upon encountering an intruder in their domain, would not waste words. They would simply unleash a grand divine power and restore heavenly tranquility. Chen Yuan quickly composed himself, bowed deeply to Hongyun with utmost respect, not daring to be negligent. After all, this man would later become one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity. This Huiyun Cave would later become a sacred site of humanity. As a member of the human race, he could not slight propriety. In both sentiment and reason, a bow was due. Junior Chen Yuan of humanity, senior disciple of the Jie sect under Master Tongtian, pays respects to Senior Hongyun. What? Hongyun was startled. This human was actually Tongtian's senior disciple. A disciple of a sage. Had it been an ordinary human, Hongyun would not have bothered much. He would simply clarify the situation and send them away. But the identity Chen Yuan had just revealed was no trivial matter. As for the possibility of impersonating a sage's disciple, Hongyun had no need to worry. In the primordial wilderness, if anyone dared to commit such an act, it would be no different from courting death. Understand that sages are immortal and undying with boundless power. With a single thought, they could traverse the cosmos and suppress all things. Impersonating a sage's disciple would create a karmic link. The sage could annihilate them with a mere thought. Thus no one in the primordial wilderness was foolish enough to court death to such an extent. Therefore Hongyun was certain that the one before him was indeed Tongtian's senior disciple, the grand senior brother of the Jie sect. With this realization, Hongyun immediately composed himself, dropping his previous casual demeanor. Looking at Chen Yuan, he smiled and said, "So you are the esteemed disciple of Taoist friend Tongtian. This poor Taoist was blind to your worth. My apologies, my apologies. I dare not. It is I who came uninvited and disturbed you, senior." Chen Yuan hastened to reply. This was a great primordial being, and his courtesy was out of respect for his master. He could not afford to be arrogant and lose decorum. No matter. Hongyun waved his hand. Meeting his fate. Since you young friend have come here, by fate why not enter my cave and sit, so that I may fulfill the duties of a host. Chen Yuan bowed, and replied, "Since you senior have spoken, how dare I refuse? Then I shall trouble you, senior." Hongyun's invitation was such that refusing to enter the cave and signing the Dao at the doorstep would be a great disrespect. Thus Chen Yuan accepted the invitation and followed Hongyun into Hongyun cave. After they were seated and fragrant tea was served, Hongyun could not contain his curiosity and eagerly inquired, "Young friend, why are you not at the Jie sect's Dao field cultivating under your master, but have come to my place instead?" "Alas, it is a long story." Chen Yuan sighed as he spoke. "Senior, I originally intended to go to Buzhou Mountain. Unfortunately, I left Kunlun Mountain long ago and have traveled for countless years, yet it remains distant and unreachable. As for your place, senior, I stumbled upon it unintentionally. Please forgive any offense." Chen Yuan bowed again to express his apology. He felt quite embarrassed for causing a disturbance while the other was peacefully in his cave. "Buzhou Mountain? Are you serious?" Hongyun was surprised, staring intently at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was puzzled. What was wrong with his desire to go to Buzhou Mountain? Since Gonggong had not yet rammed it down, if not now, when? If he waited until Gonggong's wrath toppled Buzhou Mountain, what good things could he sign for then? "So you are indeed serious?" "Huh." Seeing Chen Yuan's earnest expression, Hongyun could not help but burst into laughter. "Young man, do you know that you have taken the wrong path?" Hongyun's hearty laughter shook Chen Yuan's heart, sending a tremor through his body as if struck by lightning. So he had been walking and walking, always on the move, yet never reaching Buzhou Mountain. He had been a fool all along, taking the wrong road. Chen Yuan was filled with mixed emotions, both amused and exasperated. He had thought that as long as he kept the mountain in sight, he could not go wrong. Who would have guessed he could still get lost? Seeing this, Hongyun felt pity, quickly suppressed his laughter, and spoke gently to comfort him. "It's all right, don't worry. Well, you are lucky to have met me. Since you are heading to Buzhou Mountain, I will see you off. I happen to be going to Honghuang Temple, so we are on the same path." Honghuang Temple. Chen Yuan's heart stirred at the mention. Honghuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain. This was the Dao field of Zhen Yuanzi, the Earth Immortal Ancestor. It was a top-tier immortal mountain and blessed land in the primordial world. If he could go to Honghuang Temple, he would certainly trigger a sign-in and obtain generous rewards. Since Hongyun said it was on the way, why not follow along? Thus Chen Yuan immediately spoke, "It is my honor to travel with you, senior. By the way, might I be fortunate enough to follow you and visit the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi at Honghuang Temple?" Fearing Hongyun might refuse, Chen Yuan hastened to add, "I have heard my master and others say that you, senior Hongyun, and the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi are sworn brothers. Your deep bond is no less than that of the three pure ones of Kunlun." Hongyun was greatly pleased upon hearing this. His friendship with Zhen Yuanzi was excellent, and they were true kindred spirits. Receiving recognition from others was naturally a joyful thing. Moreover, Chen Yuan had said that his bond with Zhen Yuanzi was no less than that of the three pure ones. This struck a chord with him. As a senior, since a junior has made this request, how could I refuse? Let us go together then. Hongyun was immensely pleased. This disciple of Tongtian was truly talented, and spoke so pleasantly, no wonder despite being merely human, he was accepted as Tongtian's senior disciple. In high spirits, he wasted no time, and immediately called Chen Yuan to set off. In an instant, two streaks of light flew out from Hongyun cave, heading straight toward Honghuang Temple. With an ancient quasi-saint like Hongyun personally leading the way, immortal light surged ahead to clear the path, while clouds of red drifted beside them in abundance. The two rode upon clouds and mist, swift as wind and lightning, causing the void to tremble with ceaseless thunderous echoes. Scenery rushed backward at an astonishing pace. Before they could take in even a fleeting glimpse, thousands of mountains and rivers had already passed. Chen Yuan marveled inwardly, deeply awed by Hong Yun's formidable power. Though he too was an immortal deity compared to an ancient quasi-saint like Hong Yuan, his meager cultivation was profoundly inferior. Setting aside all else, even in the mere act of travel, he would have been utterly surpassed. The mountains and rivers they swept past. If he had traversed them himself, how long would it have taken? How many years of his life would it have consumed? And so it was. In no time at all, Hong Yuan brought Chen Yuan to rest above a range of rolling mountains and halted. Immortal energy surged toward the heavens, while spiritual essence filled every peak and valley. Celestial cranes circled in the skies, spiritual apes frolicked among the woods. What a paradisiacal scene of immortal mountains and blessed lands. Just as Chen Yuan was about to take it all in, Hong Yuan reached out and tore directly through the void. Chen Yuan felt a flash before his eyes, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself standing before a Taoist temple. Raising his gaze, he saw a green stone mountain gate towering before him. Unadorned yet profoundly ancient, wreathed in swirling clouds and mist, radiating an aura of immortality. Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and he hastened to look upward. Indeed, upon the wooden plaque at the very top of the gate, 3 grand Taoist characters flew with the vigor of dragons and the grace of phoenixes, impossible to overlook. Honghuang Temple. On the left side of the mountain gate, a stone stele bore 10 gilded characters that shone brilliant and bright. The fortunate land of Yuanshi Mountain, the heavenly palace of Honghuang Temple. On either side of the gate, carved into the pillars, stood a couplet of magnificent strength, coiling like dragons and serpents come to life. The mansion of immortals, eternal and ageless, the abode of Taoists who share the heavens' longevity. Everything was profoundly ancient, with the resonance of the Tao flowing continuously, perfectly reflecting the prowess of this place's master, whose abilities reached the heavens and whose spirit wandered freely across the world. Truly worthy of Xuanyuanzi, the ancestor of earthly immortals. What magnificent grandeur! Chen Yuan sighed with deep admiration, bowing before even meeting the person. Just then, ding! Congratulations, master. You have triggered a sign-in location, Yuanshi Mountain Honghuang Temple. Would you like to sign in now? The system's notification suddenly echoed within his mind. Chen Yuan had come precisely for this. How could he possibly let it slip away? He quickly responded within his thoughts. Sign in. The moment the words formed, the system's voice followed. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your sign-in at Yuanshi Mountain Honghuang Temple was successful. Congratulations, master. You have received the sign-in reward, 1 quasi-saint Dao fruit. A quasi-saint Dao fruit. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart swelled with delight. The system had refreshed its rewards once more. This was yet another novel treasure. What effects might it hold? Curiosity driving him, Chen Yuan withdrew his awareness inward and began to examine it within the system space. A golden spiritual fruit materialized, its Dao resonance flowing endlessly. Under Chen Yuan's focused attention, a line of information appeared. Quasi-saint Dao fruit. A primordial Hongmeng rare treasure containing a strand of Hongmeng origin Dao principle, inherently possessing the complete foundation of quasi-saint Dao resonance. No need for meditation or arduous cultivation, no need for worldly journeys to gain enlightenment. Upon consumption, one could immediately attain quasi-saint status. Note, because its power defies the heavens and is unacceptable to the celestial order, those who achieve quasi-saint status through it will be bound by the laws of heavenly Dao, their realm permanently locked, and their cultivation forever restricted, unable to advance further in this lifetime. Terrifying indeed. Chen Yuan's spirit trembled with shock after reading the description, deeply astonished. To attain quasi-saint instantly. This single quasi-saint Dao fruit was far more formidable than Supreme's 9-turn golden pill. 1 9-turn golden pill could elevate one to golden immortal, yet this quasi-saint Dao fruit granted quasi-saint directly. The difference between them was the difference between heaven and earth. After all, it was a Hongmeng marvel inherently carrying Hongmeng origin Dao principles. Such being the case, shattering the shackles of Daoyuo in an instant and condensing the foundation of quasi-saint became entirely natural. Alas, its benefits were tremendous, but its drawbacks were even greater. To achieve quasi-saint through this means meant never advancing further in one's entire life. There was no remedy. After all, who asked for heavenly Dao's recognition? Just as with the primordial chaos pearl, whose inner chaotic worlds were also unrecognized by heavenly Dao. Within the chaos pearl, one could only become a saint of heavenly Dao, not a saint of the great Dao. And those who achieved quasi-saint through the quasi-saint Dao fruit also faced heavenly rejection, forever unable to advance beyond that level, remaining at quasi-saint. However, even so, the flaw did not overshadow the brilliance. After all, attaining quasi-saint was already remarkable, the pinnacle tier of power beneath the saints. When saints do not emerge, quasi-saints stand invincible. This was a realm that countless living beings could never hope to reach in their entire lives. How many Daoyuo golden immortals had cultivated bitterly dreaming of it, yet still failed to fulfill their desires. Yet a direct leap to quasi-saint. For them this was a heaven-sent fortune, a peerless opportunity. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan felt no urgency to use it. Indeed, he had no intention of using it at all. He believed his own achievements would not halt at quasi-saint alone. To bind oneself in such a manner would only be to spin one's own cocoon and trap oneself. Just then, creak, the mountain gates of Honghuang Temple groaned open and two figures clad in azure robes appeared. Both bore refined features and lively, endearing countenances. Upon opening the door and spotting Hongyun, their eyes instantly filled with delight, and they hurriedly bowed in deep reverence. Qingfeng, Mingwe, we greet Elder Hongyun. Elder Hongyun, you have finally arrived. Haha, my master had already calculated your coming and specifically ordered us to come and welcome you. These two were indeed Xuanyuanzi's temple servants, Qingfeng and Mingwe. Upon seeing Hongyun, they immediately began bowing and chattering enthusiastically. Seeing their respectful yet joyous demeanor, it was clear they shared an extraordinarily close bond with Hongyun. After all, since Hongyun was Xuanyuanzi's close friend, his temple servants were naturally intimately familiar with him. To them, this elder Hongyun was scarcely different from their own master. After all, the two seemed almost like the same person. As they spoke, Qingfeng also noticed Chen Yuan beside them, and asked curiously, Elder Hongyun, who is this? Upon hearing this, Mingyue quickly turned to look quite puzzled. Who is this? Their master had only instructed them to welcome Elder Hongyun. There was no mention of another guest. Before Chen Yuan could speak, Hongyun's expression turned serious, and he began the introduction. This one comes from exceptionally distinguished origins. This is Chen Yuan, a disciple of the Jie sect under the heavenly lord Tongtian. A saint's disciple. Qingfeng and Mingwe were utterly shaken by these words, frozen in place. They were Xuanyuanzi's temple servants. Within Honghuang Temple, calling them simply temple servants was acceptable. But beyond these gates, what should they be called? Ancestor Qingfeng, immortal Mingwe. That is what they would become. And this one was a saint's disciple. What would his title be outside? Even ancestor was insufficient for his stature. One might as well address him as supreme ancestor or peerless great immortal. Observing Qingfeng and Mingwe standing dumbfounded, Chen Yuan waved his hand grandly. Light flashed brilliantly, primordial energy diffused outward, and two primordial spiritual fruits materialized, landing before Qingfeng and Mingwe. These were naturally collected by Chen Yuan along the way, of little use to himself now. A perfect opportunity to extend a favor. Having just arrived at your esteemed territory, we have caused considerable disturbance. Please accept these as a gift, a token of our sincere regards. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Qingfeng and Mingwe snapped back to their senses, overjoyed. They hurriedly offered thanks while accepting the primordial spiritual fruits. Such generous generosity, truly fitting for a saint's disciple. No wonder Uncle Hongyun had brought him. He was indeed extraordinary. With these thoughts in mind, Qingfeng and Mingwe naturally felt a measure more admiration and reverence for Chen Yuan. After stowing the primordial spiritual fruits, they warmly and respectfully ushered Hongyun and Chen Yuan into Honghuang Temple. Following Hongyun, Chen Yuan stepped inside, and under the guidance of Qingfeng and Mingwe, made their way directly toward the main hall of Honghuang Temple. The great hall was elegant and unadorned, its furnishings simple, lacking any trace of gilded magnificence. Yet spiritual energy and Tao resonance were so dense, they seemed almost tangible, surging forth as if ready to break free. This was the great Tao reduced to simplicity, returning to primal truth. At the center of the hall, upon a table, rested only a wooden plaque inscribed with two characters, heaven and earth. Bowing to no saints, bowing to no immortals or deities, only to heaven and earth. A Taoist figure clad in an antique plain robe sat upon a meditation cushion, his three long beard streams flowing gracefully. Hearing the commotion, he suddenly opened his eyes and gazed upward. With each opening and closing of his eyes, it seemed as though mountains and rivers turned, the sun and moon cycled, and the chi of the earth's dragon veins coiled around his form like solid presence. This was none other than the lord of Wanshou Mountain, the possessor of the ginseng fruit tree, the master of Honghuang Temple, the keeper of the earthly register, one of the 3,000 mortal guests of Jiejiao Palace, and Xuanyuanzi, Hongyun's closest friend. He who shares dominion with the world, the ancestor of earthly immortals. Xuanyuanzi. In the primordial world where saints did not descend, quasi-saints were invincible existences. Among all quasi-saints, Xuanyuanzi could be counted as one of the strongest beings beneath the saints. Moreover, because he possessed the Earth Book, one of the 3 heavenly books, he was even more feared than the others. It must be understood that as long as Xuanyuanzi held the Earth Book and stood upon the primordial earth, he was equivalent to standing on unyielding ground. The Earth Book possessed tremendous power, allowing Xuanyuanzi to borrow the strength of the earth veins to enhance himself. The earthly chi came endlessly, and his Tao source flowed inexhaustibly. It was simply domineering, unreasonable, and overbearing. Who would dare provoke him? Even the saints would not dare to contend with him. This was Xuanyuanzi's confidence. He bowed neither to saints nor immortal gods, respecting only heaven and earth. living in unity with the world ancestor of the Earth immortals. However, this top-tier powerhouse, whose fame shook the primordial world, was not displaying the slightest air of authority at this moment. Opening his eyes, Yuanshi saw Hongyun stepping into the grand hall. Without hesitation, he swiftly rose from his lotus dais, his brow and eyes brimming with joy. Even from afar, Yuanshi eagerly called out, "Second brother." His genuine delight and closeness were entirely unguarded, flowing forth naturally. "Brother eldest." Hongyun too felt joy in his heart, his steps quickening as he strode forward directly. In an instant, the two stood facing each other, their eyes meeting. No words were needed. A profound bond of brotherhood permeated the grand hall. Had there not been outsiders present, the two would surely have embraced, tears in each other's eyes. Witnessing this, Chen Yuan felt a sigh well up within his heart. Truly, these two are the closest of brothers to Hongyun. Though these two shared no bloodline, they were as close as flesh and blood, bound like siblings. He had once told Hongyun that the bond between Hongyun and Yuanshi was no less than that of the three pure ones. Though Chen Yuan had fabricated those words on the spot, they were far from exaggerated or false. One confidant in life is enough. That these two had found each other was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune, enough to make others envious. If only the three pure ones could be like this. How wonderful that would be. Chen Yuan sighed deeply within his heart, somewhat despondent. If the three pure ones had been as close as Yuanshi and Hongyun, there would have been no parting of the three pure ones, nor would there have been any great war among the three teachings. Unfortunately, just as Chen Yuan was lost in melancholy, Yuanshi had already returned to his senses. Only now did he realize that Qing Feng and Mingyue had not brought only his good friend Hongyun. Behind Hongyun walked a young Taoist clad in white robes. Observing his elegant bearing and extraordinary countenance, his aura was also immensely powerful, not to be underestimated. Surprise flashed across Yuanshi's face, and he hurriedly asked, "Brother Hongyun, who is this young friend?" As Yuanshi spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Chen Yuan. Could this be a newly accepted disciple of Hongyun? Was he bringing his disciple to pay respects to his own teacher's senior brother? Hongyun and Yuanshi were intimately acquainted. Seeing his expression, Hongyun instantly guessed his thoughts, and quickly spoke. "Brother, do not let your imagination run wild. That is quite impossible." Hongyun stopped Yuanshi's thoughts, and pointed at Chen Yuan to formally introduce him. "Brother eldest, this is chief disciple of Saint Tongtian, named Chen Yuan." What? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's complexion shifted dramatically. This was not Hongyun's disciple, but a saint's disciple. And furthermore, the chief disciple of a saint. It should be known that with just a slight observation, Yuanshi could discern Chen Yuan's origins and lineage. He was a member of the human race. A member of the human race could enter a saint's sect and become the chief disciple. Yuanshi was filled with astonishment and uncertainty, but Chen Yuan, having long been accustomed to such reactions, remained unfazed. At this moment, he disregarded Yuanshi's state and proceeded to bow respectfully. "Your humble servant Chen Yuan pays his respects to immortal venerable Yuanshi." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Yuanshi regained his composure and hastily responded. Then, gazing at Chen Yuan, his heart grew ever more moved, and he could not help but praise aloud. "Good lad. Truly worthy of being the chief disciple of a saint." Such a realm and cultivation might not rank among the highest of his peers. However, he radiated an astonishing energy, immeasurably powerful. Throughout the myriad beings of the primordial world, Yuanshi had never encountered anything like it before. Indeed, this one capable of becoming a saint's chief disciple naturally possessed unique qualities beyond ordinary understanding. Deep in thought, Yuanshi immediately composed himself and turned to Qing Feng and Mingyue standing nearby. "Why are you still standing about like fools? Noble guests have graced our humble abode, bringing brilliance to our modest halls. You two go at once and fetch 3 ginseng fruits." Hearing the word ginseng fruit, Chen Yuan's heart swelled with delight. This was indeed a precious treasure. It was one of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Chen Yuan had long heard its name and regarded it with utmost reverence, though he had never seen it in person, only glimpsed it in dramas from his previous life. It was said that the ginseng fruit tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripens only after another 3,000 years have passed. Thus, spanning 10,000 years, merely 30 fruits would be produced, exceedingly rare and precious. The effects of the ginseng fruit were profoundly powerful, most notably in extending longevity. Merely smelling it could add 360 years of life, while consuming one would directly bestow 47,000 years of additional lifespan. Beyond that, it could also nourish the divine soul and stabilize one's cultivation realm. Even ordinary mortals who consumed it could forego the bitter hardships of meditation and cultivation, ascending directly to become earth immortals upon the spot. Even for those who had already attained immortality or divinity, consuming the ginseng fruit would, while extending their lifespan, consolidate their Tao foundation and elevate their cultivation realm. Such a supreme treasure was irreplaceable and hard to come by. Chen Yuan naturally yearned for it deeply. His gaze involuntarily followed Qing Feng and Ming Yue, brimming with anticipation. Had it not been for his shyness as a newcomer to this place, he would have followed them himself, just to see what the ginseng fruit looked like. Zhen Yuanzi, observing this, merely smiled, and then turned to inquire of Hongyun. Second brother, you have contemplated the primordial purple qi for many years. Have you gained any insights? Have you found the opportunity to become a saint? Zhen Yuanzi appeared somewhat restless, full of deepest concern. This matter concerned Hongyun's Great Dao, and as Hongyun's closest friend, he naturally treated it as his own affair. In truth, if one were to speak plainly, this was even more important and urgent than his own affairs. Upon hearing this, Hongyun let out a wistful sigh and responded, "Nothing." A look of utter dejection was written across Hongyun's face. He felt quite helpless. Having already exerted himself to the fullest, why could he not advance even an inch? Those beings who, like him, had received the primordial purple qi, he had watched with envy as they witnessed each other's realization of the Tao and ascension to sainthood. Yet on his own, and not the slightest response had occurred. Chen Yuan, listening from nearby, was suddenly stirred in heart. He naturally knew of Hongyun's eventual fate. Before long, Hongyun would, because of the primordial purple qi, be ambushed and killed by Kunlun, who bore a grudge against him. Ultimately, Hongyun would be reincarnated and reborn, becoming one of the three sovereigns of the human race in later ages. Thus, for Hongyun, there was absolutely no possibility of realizing the Tao and becoming a saint. This was destined by heaven and could not be altered. It was at this very moment that Qing Feng and Ming Yue returned. Qing Feng carried a golden striker, while Ming Yue held a jade plate upon which rested 3 fruits. Hongyun, seeing this, smoothly changed the subject and began to explain. These ginseng fruits are one of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth. They possess the characteristics of the 5 elements: falling when struck by metal, withering when touched by wood, dissolving when meeting water, scorching upon fire, and sinking into the earth when encountering soil. Therefore, only the golden striker can be used to knock them down, and a silk cloth must be placed beneath the jade plate to catch them. Chen Yuan nodded upon hearing this. This aligned largely with his own memories. Hastily, he turned his gaze toward the jade plate held by Ming Yue, where a silk cloth was indeed laid upon the plate, and 3 ginseng fruits rested within. Observing the ginseng fruits, their shapes resembled infants, not yet 3 days old, possessing all 4 limbs and 5 facial features, vivid and lifelike. A faint glow of primal spiritual energy encircled them, and a fragrance overflowed, filling the entire hall. Waves of Tao resonance swept toward him, and powerful primordial energy radiated outward, utterly pure and refined. Chen Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon the 3 spiritual fruits lying on the jade plate, his heart surging with excitement. This was exactly as he remembered, without the slightest difference. So this is the ginseng fruit, one of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that in his lifetime he could witness this object with his own eyes? After all, even a single spiritual root of heaven and earth is already a treasure beyond reach, let alone one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept lightly, taking in Chen Yuan's every gesture, and a faint smile of self-satisfaction curled at the corners of his mouth. He possessed the ginseng fruit, one of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth, and countless supplicants, including mighty figures of the universe, came to him in an endless stream, seeking this fruit. No matter how vast your divine power, no matter how many treasures you possess, regardless of your status or identity, everyone who beholds the ginseng fruit for the first time reacts just like Chen Yuan. This was a source of pride for Zhen Yuanzi. Seeing Chen Yuan like this, he immediately waved his hand grandly. With a light flick of his sleeve, the mysterious Tao resonance flowed, and the 3 spiritual fruits on the jade plate flew out, landing before him, Hongyun and Chen Yuan. "No need to be restrained, oh, just eat it," Zhen Yuanzi said calmly, reaching out first to take the ginseng fruit suspended in the void, and began to chew it directly. "Then I won't stand on ceremony," Hongyun replied. Given his relationship with Zhen Yuanzi, how could he be polite? He immediately reached out, took the fruit, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. He actually gulped down an entire ginseng fruit in one mouthful, not even spitting out the pit. At that moment, he felt a force surging through his body, his entire being incredibly comfortable, and he couldn't help but let out a few pleasurable hums. Closing his eyes, he savored it for a while, then opened them and looked at Zhen Yuanzi with a full-faced smile, saying, "With such a fine scene and such rare spiritual fruits, can't my big brother spare a few more? You scoundrel! You're practically a starving ghost." Zhen Yuanzi's face darkened at the words, his brow furrowed as he couldn't help but scold. "A few more? Over the years have I ever denied you ginseng fruits, you glutton?" Hongyun, over all these years, openly and secretly had consumed who knew how many of his ginseng fruits. Others begged for a single fruit, but never got it, never even tasting a bite. But Hongyun, on the contrary, got the benefit and still acted spoiled, wanting even more. One must know that the ginseng fruit is extremely difficult to nurture. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and then must wait another 3,000 years to ripen, a full 10,000 years before it can be eaten. In 10,000 years at most it only yields 30 fruits. Today picking 3 at once 1/10 of the total was already generous enough. If not for the arrival of his old friend Hongyun and the visit of a disciple of a sage, Chen Yuan would have been reluctant to bring out this treasure. Hongyun was just joking, of course, knowing the difficulty of nurturing the ginseng fruit. As Chen Yuan's close friend, he understood. Today's gesture had already taken great determination. So he stopped teasing Chen Yuan and turned to Chen Yuan, speaking with a smile. Young friend Chen Yuan, you haven't touched it yet. Do you not like it? Perhaps I could do the honors. No need for the senior to trouble himself. Oh, I can manage on my own. Chen Yuan snapped back to reality at the words and quickly replied. Suppressing the turbulent emotions within, he reached out and took the ginseng fruit from the void. It was warm and cool to the touch, Dao resonance entwining his fingers, spiritual energy clinging to it like flowing water threads and strands wondrous beyond compare. Delighted by the sight, Chen Yuan placed the ginseng fruit into his mouth. The ginseng fruit melted on his tongue, instantly bursting with an incomparable fragrance and ultimate pleasure. In that moment, a powerful primordial force, vast and immense, converged upon Chen Yuan in an instant. Then it exploded with a roar, surging violently. This force rushed through, instantly flowing through his limbs and bones, penetrating all the meridians in his body and finally gathering in his dantian. Chen Yuan felt an exquisite comfort, utterly blissful. In that very instant, both his soul and his physical body were tempered, elevated to a higher level. Truly worthy of the ginseng fruit. Chen Yuan marveled inwardly. If eating the fruit brought such effects, what would happen if he refined this power? It would be extraordinary. Without delay, he sat cross-legged on the cushion and closed his eyes. Silently, he began to circulate his cultivation technique, guiding and absorbing the vast force within his body. Instantly, Chen Yuan's aura surged, Dao patterns faintly appeared, and Dao resonance emanated. The surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy was also stirred, gathering madly and pouring into his body. Chen Yuan was oblivious to all this. His mind was completely immersed, unable to extricate himself. He only thought of exerting more effort to absorb the vast ocean-like primordial power within him. This is the true use of the ginseng fruit, not to satisfy the cravings of certain gluttons. Chen Yuan remarked, seeing Chen Yuan in this state. While praising Chen Yuan, he didn't forget to mock Hongyun. Hongyun was rarely embarrassed and quickly whispered, all right. I admit I've wasted your ginseng fruits, okay? Now that young friend Chen Yuan has entered meditation, we should not disturb him here, lest we ruin the opportunity of the ginseng fruit. Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, stopped his mockery and looked seriously at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was now in deep meditation, likely not to wake for some time, and it was truly inadvisable to disturb him. Thus Chen Yuan and Hongyun exchanged a glance and nodded silently. Then they called Qing Feng and Mingyue to leave the hall, clearing the area so Chen Yuan could better enter seclusion and seize this opportunity. Qingfeng, keep an eye on this place. When Chen Yuan wakes, bring him to me. Chen Yuan instructed, leaving Qing Feng to wait there. Then he left with Hongyun to another place. He intended to use the earth book to carefully calculate what was going on. His old friend Hongyun had obtained the Hongmeng purple qi so long ago. Why was there still no movement at all? Meanwhile, at the Beiming Palace, a tall figure slowly emerged from the palace. Lifting his eyes to gaze upon the vast primordial world, his brows were filled with an unshakable gloom and melancholy. His gaze was as cold as a 10,000-year-old icy pool, and his face was even darker. I Kunping still refused to accept. I Kunping cannot swallow this anger. The figure spoke coldly, each word uttered with a grinding, almost gnashing tone. This was none other than the master of Beiming Palace, the demon master of the demon race, Kunping. At this moment, looking at the primordial world, a scene involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That scene from the time he listened to the Dao at Jiejiao Palace. If not for Hongyun, perhaps he too could have obtained the opportunity to become a sage. But it was because of Hongyun that he ultimately lost that opportunity. To take away someone's opportunity is to be an enemy irreconcilable. Moreover, this was the chance to become a sage. Moreover, this was Kunping, who would never let a slight go unavenged. Finally, after years of silence, Kunping could no longer sit still and walked out of Beiming Palace. Since Hongyun had obtained the Hongmeng purple qi so long ago, yet showed no progress, it meant that Hongyun could not grasp this opportunity. If so, then when to act if not now? The time had come. It was time to settle the score with Hongyun. Kunping and Hongyun had no grievances before attending the Dao lectures at Jiejiao Palace. But after that they became mortal enemies, never forgetting their hatred. All because of Hongyun's kind heart. Back then, when the Dao ancestor Hongjun lectured at Jiejiao Palace, it shook heaven and earth. All living beings in the primordial wilderness rushed to Jiejiao Palace, eager to seize such a great opportunity. Kunping was no exception. Relying on his renowned speed across the primordial wilderness, he snatched a forward seat the moment Jiejiao Palace opened. This was one of the foremost 6 meditation cushions. Unfortunately, before Kunlun could even get comfortable, strange phenomena soon arose. The two from the west, Yuanshi and Jian, who were behind others, failed to secure seats. They directly wept and lamented their misery in Jiejiao Palace. Everyone saw through their act and was not deceived. However, Hongyun, with his inherently kind heart, could not bear to see their plight and gave up his own cushion. The two Westerners were still not satisfied and turned their attention to Kunlun, who sat behind Hongyun. Kunlun sneered and remained unmoved. Unfortunately, the always lofty Yuanshi opened his mouth to mock along with the incessant wailing of the two Westerners and Hongyun's persuasion on the side. In the end, Kunlun succumbed to the pressure and was forced to yield his seat. Damn you, Hongyun. If it weren't for you, how could I have lost this opportunity to become a saint? Kunlun remembered this and gnashed his teeth in hatred. He had actually not cared much at first, thinking it was just giving up a seat, nothing serious. Who knew that in the end the Honghuang purple qi, known as the foundation of sainthood, would be distributed according to the positions of the cushions. Although Kunlun had sat on one of the foremost 6 cushions, he did not persist until the end, thus missing the chance to obtain the Honghuang purple qi. This made Kunlun hate Hongyun to death. What made his hatred even deeper was, why did the last strand of Honghuang purple qi still fall into Hongyun's hands? Why? Kunlun shouted repeatedly. Heaven and earth were silent, offering no answer, making his hatred even more pent-up and frustrating. Why was it that both he and Hongyun had once sat in front, yet the last strand of Honghuang purple qi fell upon Hongyun and not himself? Was it simply because Hongyun voluntarily gave up his seat while he was forced to? Kunlun closed his eyes. The past was like dust scattered by the wind. But this matter he would never forget. No matter what, Hongyun must die. I will obtain the Honghuang purple qi. It rightfully belongs to me. Kunlun suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with ruthlessness. How could he forget this opportunity to become a saint? He could never let go of this karmic debt. Now those who had obtained the Honghuang purple qi had all attained sainthood. Even the most despicable two from the west had stepped into the ranks of saints. Only Hongyun had shown no progress. Kunlun knew this was an opportunity, his last chance to fight. He had to act. But that Yuanshi. Kunlun's head ached at the thought of Hongyun's close friend Yuanshi. He was a troublesome fellow. If not for his fear of this man, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until today? To slay Hongyun and reclaim the Honghuang purple qi that rightfully belonged to him, he could not do it alone. He had to find allies. No matter. Hongyun has Yuanshi's protection, but does Kunlun have no one behind him? Kunlun's cold laughter resounded, shaking the clouds. Over the northern sea, dark clouds rolled and thunderbolts flashed. In 1 step he transformed into a Kun, in 2 steps into a Peng. His body was vast as a mountain, his aura vast as the sea, instantly blotting out the sun and covering the stars. Wings spread to cover mountains, and sea's gale-force winds tore the void, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Kunlun's speed was renowned across the primordial wilderness, unmatched by any. Moreover, now that he had revealed his true form, he could traverse millions of miles in an instant, his might pressing down on heaven and earth. Before long, Kunlun appeared in the highest heavens, charging straight toward the demon clan's heavenly court. The demon soldiers and generals at the southern heavenly gate saw him. How could they dare to block? They all fell to their knees, prostrating under his overwhelming pressure. Kunlun acted as if no one was there, advancing unimpeded straight into the demon clan's heavenly court. However, when nearing the Lingxiao Palace, Kunlun obediently descended, transformed into human form, and slowly walked to the gate of Lingxiao Palace. Inside Lingxiao Palace, Demon Emperor Jiejiao and Eastern Sovereign Tai were discussing the situation of heaven and earth with a group of high-ranking demons, deliberating on specific matters of the demon clan's future confrontation with the Wu clan. The demons were sharing their views enthusiastically. Suddenly, Jiejiao, seated high on the throne, stopped mid-sentence and gazed outside Lingxiao Palace. The demons were puzzled, but Jiejiao had already started laughing. What brings the demon master to the heavenly court? Since you are here, why not come in for a chat? Demon master. The crowd was startled and looked in unison. Sure enough, Kunlun's figure appeared in Lingxiao Palace, walking slowly with a disdainful expression, looking straight ahead. Although Kunlun acted arrogantly, the demons dared not slight him and quickly bowed in unison. Greetings, Lord Demon Master. All the high-ranking demons present respectfully bowed without exception. Although they were high-ranking demons, they were still insignificant before this Lord Demon Master. It should be known that within the demon clan, the Demon Master held an extremely high status. The position of Demon Master was second only to Jiejiao and Eastern Sovereign Tai. How could the demons dare to be remiss? Kunlun walked past without looking sideways, his gaze fixed on Jiejiao and Tai, completely ignoring the other high-ranking demons. What were the 10 demon gods? What were the 36 star lords? They were nothing but insignificant trash. What status did they have to deserve even a glance from me, Kunlun? Among the countless demons in the heavens, all must bow before the Demon Master. Although the demons felt humiliated, they were helpless. However, they became curious. This Lord Demon Master was never in the heavenly court. Why had he come now? Yuan and Eastern Sovereign Tai were also puzzled. Although Kunlun was the demon master, he had always stayed in the Northern Sea Palace and rarely interfered in demon clan affairs. It was difficult to even see him, and now he had come of his own accord. May I ask the purpose of the demon master's visit? Without further speculation, Yuan directly asked. His gaze fixed on Kunlun, without leaving as if trying to discern something. Upon hearing this, Kunlun cupped his hands in a salute, then slowly spoke. I came specifically to seek His Majesty the Demon Emperor. I have a matter to discuss with you. Discuss with me, eh? Yuan grew even more puzzled. What matter could make even the proud Kunlun become so humble and polite? I wonder what the matter is. Yuan quickly asked, his mind racing. Kunlun was nominally the demon master, but he had always remained aloof from the demon clan, which was a constant worry for Yuan. After all, Kunlun was known to be capricious, and it was no secret in the primordial wilderness. If he could take this opportunity to gain some leverage over Kunlun, it would be a good thing. The demons present did not think so far, they were simply curious. What exactly had prompted this Lord Demon Master to grace them with his presence? Then in an instant, all eyes converged on Kunlun. Feeling the stares of the demons, Kunlun spoke coldly. I want to kill Hongyun. Hongyun must die. Under the gaze of the crowd, Kunlun spoke coldly, his words enunciated with a gnashing of teeth. The moment his words fell, silence descended upon the entire scene. Yuan fixed his gaze on Kunlun and inquired, Demon Master, have you truly resolved to settle this karma once and for all? Upon hearing this, Kunlun clenched his teeth and spoke with a chilling tone. If this karma is not removed, my Dao heart will be tarnished, and I cannot advance. As long as Hongyun lives, my heart finds no peace. As he spoke, the hatred on Kunlun's face intensified, his features almost twisted, and his voice grew icily extreme. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. That which should have been mine. Saying this, Kunlun's aura surged violently, shaking the surroundings. A chilling wind blew bitingly cold. The demon clans fell silent, standing solemnly. Kunlun's hatred for Hongyun had reached such a depth. Kunlun, known for his deep scheming, could no longer control himself when mentioning Hongyun. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. The Honghuang purple chi, the foundation for sainthood. Kunlun once had the opportunity to become a saint, but due to Hongyun's momentary kindness, he missed that chance. This was unbearable for anyone. Without avenging this grievance, the Dao heart would be damaged, and how could one pursue the great Dao? Yuan nodded upon hearing this. It seemed Kunlun had truly made up his mind. This was almost his last chance. If Kunlun did not act now, once Hongyun comprehended the Honghuang purple chi and attained sainthood, all hope would be lost. Instead, striking now, slaying Hongyun, and seizing the Honghuang purple chi would allow him to inherit the opportunity for sainthood. At this thought, Yuan quickly asked, Demon Master, how do you plan to act? And how should we coordinate? Yuan knew that Kunlun had come to discuss this matter, clearly seeking the aid of the demon clan. With the matter laid bare, Kunlun naturally concealed nothing, revealing his plan. I wish to borrow 4 demon gods from your majesty the demon emperor to help me slay Hongyun, seize the Honghuang purple chi, and completely settle this karma. Excellent. Yuan agreed without hesitation, then laughed and shifted his words. However, Demon Master, I will not lend you 4 demon gods. Instead, I will grant you all 10 demon gods to assist you. With that, Yuan rose from his throne and declared loudly, 10 demon gods hear my command. At your service. By the authority of the Demon Emperor, I order you to follow the Demon Master on this mission, to aid him fully without fail. Understood. The 10 demon gods replied in unison, their voices like great bells echoing through the hall of the heavenly court. Seeing this, Kunlun was filled with joy. If the 10 demon gods intervened, even if Hongyun and Yuanshi joined forces, they would be forced to kneel. Thus the great deed could be accomplished. Then I thank your majesty. I shall take my leave and prepare. Kunlun, overjoyed, quickly expressed his gratitude, then bid farewell and departed in haste. Since matters were settled, there was no time to lose. He must keep a close watch on Hongyun, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Kunlun's presence vanished completely from the heavenly court. At this point, Donghuang Tai, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Brother, how can you do this? Kunlun is clearly using us demons as laborers while he reaps all the benefits. Donghuang Tai was puzzled. Even he could see this, how could his brother not? Moreover, that was the Honghuang purple chi, the foundation of sainthood. Kunlun's loyalty to the demon clan was questionable. Why would his brother knowingly help Kunlun achieve sainthood? Tai, it's fine. Yuan patted Donghuang Tai on the shoulder and smiled. This Honghuang purple chi does not belong to Kunlun, but the karma is certainly his. Yuan smiled, leaving everything unsaid. The Honghuang purple chi, foundation of sainthood. Which creature in the primordial world did not desire it? As the demon emperor, Yuan naturally could not miss this opportunity. It was a chance for him and the demon clan to transcend. However, he had been waiting, biding his time to see Kunlun's reaction. After all, the karma must be borne by Kunlun. Donghuang Tai pondered briefly, then understood and laughed. Haha, my brother's strategy is admirable. I am not your equal. The demons present were all their own, and they exchanged knowing smiles. The demons laughed together, filling the hall of the heavenly court with a cheerful atmosphere. In the 5 villages temple, 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the main hall of the temple, Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Over the millennium, he had completely refined the ginseng fruit, absorbing its essence for his own use. Unfortunately, despite concluding his seclusion, Chen Yuan's cultivation level remained unchanged. But that's fine. Chen Yuan was accustomed to his situation. Though his realm had not broken through relying on the ginseng fruit's essence, he had condensed hundreds of millions of golden immortal avatars within his body. Most importantly, I have awakened a divine ability. Chen Yuan rejoiced and quickly examined his awakened ability. Spear of the Great Dao. By burning hundreds of millions of avatars, he could condense a spear that could break all laws and even battle a saint. Battle a saint. How terrifying. Chen Yuan had not examined it during his seclusion, but now upon inspection, he gasped in shock. A saint's true spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Dao, so as long as heaven and earth exist, a saint is immortal and indestructible. Yet now this divine ability could directly battle a saint. What an astonishing ability. Chen Yuan struggled to calm himself. Excellent. This is a life-saving trump card. This was far more than a trump card, it was a lethal weapon. So powerful it could battle a saint, and what about those below the saint level? It was unimaginable. Just as Chen Yuan's mind was stirred again, a voice sounded. You're awake. Chen Yuan turned to see Qingfeng, who appeared before him, filled with joy. Great. You're finally awake. Hurry, I'll take you to see the master. All right. Chen Yuan agreed and followed closely. Soon Qingfeng led Chen Yuan to where Yuanshi and Hongjun were. Yuanshi and Hongjun were both astonished upon seeing Chen Yuan. They exchanged glances, equally bewildered. How could this be? The young man hadn't broken through. That shouldn't be. After all, a single ginseng fruit should have allowed a Tai golden immortal to reach a new level. Even if not a Daoyuo golden immortal, at least a minor realm within the Tai golden immortal stage should have been achieved. Otherwise, the ginseng fruit's reputation as one of the top 10 spiritual roots of the world would be diminished. Yet after consuming a ginseng fruit and 1,000 years of seclusion, Chen Yuan's cultivation showed no change, as if the fruit had had no effect whatsoever. However, cultivation was a personal matter. Since Chen Yuan did not ask, they did not pry. After all, everyone has their secrets. Seeing their silence, Chen Yuan had to speak up to break the tension. 2 seniors, I have troubled you for too long. This junior intends to set out again for Mount Buzhou, and I have come to take my leave. Hearing this, Yuanshi and Hongjun exchanged knowing smiles, as if to say, we understand. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. No doubt his story of getting lost had been told by Hongjun to Yuanshi. This was not my path. This was my dark history. Very well. Yuanshi agreed, and Hongjun added with a smile, don't look so dejected. This time I'll guide you in the right direction. Thank you very much. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude. Then Yuanshi and Hongjun personally escorted him to the mountain gate. Hongjun kept his promise and pointed out the correct direction. Chen Yuan turned to leave, but soon looked back. Yuanshi appeared calm, while Hongjun still wore a broad smile. Standing before the 5 villages temple, time seemed serene, clouds drifting. Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and he sighed silently. His gaze settled on Hongjun, fixed for a moment, then a resolute look flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Senior Hongjun, if there is no urgent matter, do not leave the 5 villages temple. The roads are long and perilous, take care of yourself. With that, before the two could react, Chen Yuan turned and walked away without looking back. Hongjun had taken care of him along the way, so he must repay kindness. This warning was the only thing he could offer now. I have already given the hint, the outcome depends on Hongjun himself. At the entrance of Honghuang Temple, Chen Yuan gave Hongjun some final instructions, and then departed without looking back, soon disappearing along the mountain path. Yuanshi and Hongjun were left standing before the temple, gazing at each other in utter bewilderment. Do not leave Honghuang Temple. What on earth did that mean? Hongjun pondered for a long time, but still could not fathom its significance, so he turned to ask Yuanshi. Elder brother, what on earth did that young man mean by those words? Hongjun was thoroughly perplexed. He had suddenly turned around, tossed out such an inexplicable remark, and then departed without a backward glance. Chen Yuan had departed with such carefree abandon, yet left Hongjun's heart clouded with endless doubts and unrest. After all, this matter concerned him directly. Without understanding it, he could find no peace. Yuanshi naturally understood this, and considering his friend's state, did not dismiss it lightly. His brows furrowed slightly as contemplation settled in his eyes, carefully savoring Chen Yuan's previous words. Yet after much deliberation, Yuanshi could only shake his head in frustration and speak. Second brother, even I cannot discern the meaning. Chen Yuan's words were truly abrupt and unfounded. No matter how deeply Yuanshi pondered, he could not fathom any hidden significance. Very well. Hongjun said, forced to let it go with a wry smile. Perhaps this young one intends to return to Honghuang Temple soon, and wants me to wait here for our gathering. Hongyun spoke these words less as speculation and more as self-reassurance. Xinyuanzi nodded in agreement, offering no further comment. Since they could not unravel the mystery behind Chen Yuan's words, there was no point in dwelling on them. Perhaps Chen Yuan had simply meant just that. After wrestling with the uncertainty, both Xinyuanzi and Hongyun eventually set the matter aside and quickly forgot about it. Meanwhile, within the void, several figures materialized and looked down upon Yuanshi Mountain from above. They watched intently, without blinking, never letting their gaze wander, terrified of missing even the slightest movement. These figures were the very demons who had once appeared at the Lingxiao Hall. Acting under the command of Demon Emperor Dijun, they were coordinating their efforts with Demon Master Kunpeng. After formulating his plan, Kunpeng had dispatched these individuals to lie in wait here and keep watch over Hongyun. Should Hongyun depart, they would immediately report back to Kunpeng and initiate their operation. They had scarcely arrived when they spotted a living being emerging from Yuanshi Mountain. Oh, already striking gold upon arrival. Should we interrogate them? Never mind, it's not Hongyun. Precisely. Merely an inconsequential being. Let us not alert our target through unnecessary disturbance and jeopardize our mission. After brief discussion, the demon gods quickly dismissed the figure. Inconsequential. Their objective was Hongyun, and there was no reason to create complications that might undermine their larger scheme. Thus they withdrew their divine sense and refocused their surveillance on Honghuang Temple at Yuanshi Mountain, monitoring for any changes. Unbeknownst to them, the figure they had disregarded as insignificant was none other than Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan remained completely unaware of these developments. After departing from Yuanshi Mountain, he gazed upon the sacred peak standing at the world's center and felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him. All these years had passed since he first resolved to reach Yiejiao Mountain, yet it remained perpetually out of reach. With unwavering determination, he clenched his fists. He simply refused to believe that after tens of thousands of years wandering the mortal realm, he would ultimately fail to reach Yiejiao Mountain. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuan determined his direction and set forth toward the legendary peak, following Hongyun's guidance. He traveled by cloud, watching mountains and rivers recede behind him. Days and nights cycled through, winter yielded to summer, and back again. In the blink of an eye, a millennium slipped away, after countless ages of journeying across uncountable landscapes. Finally, on this day, Chen Yuan arrived near Yiejiao Mountain. Looking up the sacred peak he had long dreamed of stood majestically before him. This view was far clearer and more profoundly impactful than anything he had witnessed throughout the primordial world. There it stood, Yiejiao Mountain, towering and majestic, spanning heaven and earth like a pillar supporting the heavens themselves, piercing the clouds. It stretched for countless thousands of miles, boundless and endless, its peak lost to the horizon. Chen Yuan looked up and felt the overwhelming majesty of the mountain crash over him like a tidal wave. Ancient and desolate, domineering and fierce, it inspired involuntary reverence. With the sacred peak now within arm's reach, Chen Yuan's heart raced with emotion he could barely conceal. I'm finally here. How could anyone comprehend what he had endured across these countless years? But perseverance had rewarded him, and after surmounting innumerable obstacles, he had finally reached this place. Yiejiao Mountain, I have come. Chen Yuan reflected on his decades-long trek, his heart heavy with emotion. After tens of thousands of years of arduous travel, he had finally arrived at Yiejiao Mountain. How could he possibly restrain himself now? He urged his steps forward, preparing to launch himself toward Yiejiao Mountain. Having endured such hardship, he was eager to discover what opportunities awaited him at this legendary peak. Of course, his most pressing concern was to get closer and activate the system to complete his check-in. But just then, Chen Yuan abruptly halted, his brow furrowing as his expression tightened with sudden concentration. Moments ago, he had sensed a presence, an aura he recognized instantly, belonging to a disciple of Jie sect. A Jie sect disciple. Have they also come to Yiejiao Mountain to explore? Does Master know? These questions swirled through Chen Yuan's mind. Despite his longing for the sacred peak so close at hand, he ultimately turned away and followed the trail of that familiar aura. After all, he was the eldest senior brother of Jie sect. In the vast primordial world, encountering fellow disciples was a duty he could not ignore. He needed to verify their circumstances no matter what. Only in this way could he live up to his title as eldest senior brother of Jie sect. Following the aura's trail, he soon arrived at a clearing. Before him stood two figures, a man and a woman. They were locked in fierce combat, spiritual energy churning violently around them, while killing intent permeated heaven and earth. Boulders shattered into fragments, and ancient trees snapped mid-trunk, leaving devastation in their wake. The void itself rumbled with ear-splitting. Such was the nature of two golden immortals engaged in mortal combat. Each strike carried devastating force, unchecked by concern for collateral destruction. Wait! Chen Yuan's pupils contracted as something about the woman's figure struck him as familiar. After a moment's scrutiny, recognition dawned. Jin Ling. That woman was indeed Jin Ling. one of the 9 elite disciples of Jie sect who had once sought to fight in Chen Yuan's place against Honghuang during the spirit fruit conflict atop Kunlun Mountain. Yet the Jinling before him bore no trace of the fiery confidence she had displayed on Kunlun's peaks. Overwhelmed in combat, she was being driven back relentlessly. Her body was marred with wounds, her spiritual radiance dimmed to the point of a candle flickering in the wind ready to be extinguished at any moment. Yet Jinling could hardly be blamed for her predicament, for her opponent was a golden immortal of the late stage. Jinling herself had only just reached the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation. Despite this vast disparity, her ability to endure this long was extraordinary. However, Jinling had now reached the limits of her endurance, teetering on the brink of collapse. A single misstep would seal her fate forever, leaving her body unrecovered. At that critical moment, you creatures dare act with such recklessness, courting your own destruction. To dare kill a disciple of my Jie sect is sheer madness. The roar shattered the void like lightning, carrying an overwhelming pressure and fury that cascaded outward like an infinite ocean. The two combatants locked in fierce battle froze mid-motion upon hearing the voice. A thunderous shout exploded, and an immeasurable oppressive aura rolled toward them, with fury stunning both combatants. Senior brother. Jinling's body trembled sharply at the sound, her face etched with shock. Her eyes then flared with brilliant light, overflowing with ecstatic joy. This familiar voice belonged to her senior brother Chen Yuan. She never expected him to appear at such a critical moment. The golden immortal battling Jinling on the opposite side was utterly stunned. He stared fixedly at Jinling's ecstatic expression opposite him, as if carved from clay and wood. Yet within his heart tremendous waves of shock rose, and could not be calmed. So this creature he had been fighting all along was actually a disciple of the Jie sect. This is not good. The creature called out frantically in his mind, filled with regret. A saint sect. If he had known this was a disciple of the Jie sect from the beginning, how could he possibly have fought her and attempted to take her life? After all, the Jie sect was a saint's school, so magnificent and mighty. Not to mention killing her. If he had even slightly injured her, it would be unforgivable sin beyond redemption, with no escape whatsoever. Thinking of this, the creature instantly looked as if life had lost all meaning. No way. Was he really this unlucky? To finally find a soft target only to discover she was a disciple of a saint's sect. Could it be that he hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home? The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared descending from the sky, robes fluttering in the wind, landing steadily beside Jinling. Senior brother. Upon seeing this figure, Jinling immediately called out, brimming with joy and warmth. Indeed, she had not mistaken him. This was their Jie sect's senior brother, Chen Yuan. Looking at Chen Yuan, now Jinling instantly forgot everything, feeling only profound comfort and peace. Chen Yuan gazed at Jinling, nodded slightly, and replied with a smile. Junior sister. Yet merely for an instant Chen Yuan's smile turned cold. When he was far away just now, he hadn't seen clearly. Only now, standing close before him, did he realize Jinling was far more wretched than he had imagined. That small face was covered in dirt, clothes in disarray, hair scattered with wounds large and small that were shocking to behold. This sight made Chen Yuan's heart ache, and suddenly his wrath surged like a towering wave impossible to restrain. His gaze abruptly shifted, landing on that creature. You seek death. Dare to bully my Jie sect disciple. With Chen Yuan's fury igniting, a killing intent permeated the air. As his words fell, he waved his hand lightly. In an instant, the void trembled with relentless booming. A sea-calming divine pearl materialized, its power radiating outward as 5-colored radiance instantly enveloped the area. As Chen Yuan directed his thoughts, the sea-calming divine pearl crashed down with tremendous force. A primordial spiritual treasure. The creature immediately woke to the danger, deeply knowing this was absolutely beyond his ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, he made his choice. Another saint's disciple wielding a primordial spiritual treasure. Besides begging for mercy, there was absolutely no second path to survival. Thus he immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Senior, I didn't know she was. Before his words could finish, the sea-calming divine pearl had already crashed down. Boom. After a muffled impact, that creature was directly smashed into meat paste, with blood mist spraying in all directions. Even his divine soul was shattered on the spot, resulting in complete destruction of both body and spirit, with no hope of life remaining. Jinling witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp sharply. Watching Chen Yuan's back standing in front, her eyes full of astonishment, her heart was deeply shaken. Could senior brother really be this formidable? Just one strike, just one hit, and that creature was directly smashed to death. Complete instant kill. After all, this was at least a mid-stage golden immortal. Watching Chen Yuan's back, Jinling felt a wave of daze. Back when she had reached the golden immortal stage, Chen Yuan was merely a mystic immortal. But now, while she remained at the golden immortal stage, Chen Yuan had already reached the Tai golden immortal level. When had the situation between her and senior brother completely reversed with such a vast gap? Chen Yuan turned his head and carefully inspected, finding Jinling unharmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chen Yuan voiced his question. Jinling, why have you come to this place instead of cultivating diligently at Kunlun Mountain? Senior brother, you have been traveling for so long, without returning, so you are unaware. These days we no longer reside at Kunlun Mountain. No longer at Kunlun Mountain. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's mind stirred, as if something had occurred to him. As expected, Jinling quickly recounted the conflict between Chan and Jie, and how the three pure ones had divided their teachings in full detail. Now our Jie sect resides on Jiejiao Island, and our disciples have also established their cultivation sites near Jiejiao Island. Senior brother, you must return quickly, otherwise there won't be any good places left. Jinling couldn't forget to offer this kind reminder, then proceeded to explain why she had come here. I was experiencing difficulties in my cultivation on Jiejiao Island, so I decided to come out seeking opportunities. And indeed, I actually found a golden immortal flower. As Jinling spoke, she pointed to a spiritual herb in the distance, and continued. Then this creature also found its way here. Both of us wanted the treasure, neither willing to yield, so naturally, we ended up in fierce combat. Fortunately, senior brother arrived in time, otherwise your junior sister would have been in grave danger. Chen Yuan had been listening silently throughout, never interrupting. Now that he had finished listening, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, filled with emotion. Had the three pure ones ultimately reached this point of division? Was it destined by heaven? Could it be that what fate had ordained truly could not be changed? Thinking of this, a sense of desolation welled up in Chen Yuan's heart. If everything was predetermined and unchangeable, then following a fixed path, everyone acting like puppets on strings, how utterly desolate that would be. And as a transmigrator, knowing everything yet unable to change, it was even more tragic. No, a surge of rebellion suddenly rose in Chen Yuan's heart, overwhelmingly intense. What heavenly decree? What fate? He had come here, through transmigration, naturally transcending heavenly destiny and fate, not within the chessboard. Am I not the unknown variable? Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. Since he was the unknown factor, how could one claim that everything was predetermined? In that case, what could not be changed? Heavenly destiny and fate. I am the variable. With a single thought clarified, his Dao heart became luminous. Chen Yuan suddenly felt enlightened, experiencing an unprecedented sense of liberation. The devastating news from Mount Buzhou arrived, and only today did he realize who he truly was. In that instant, Chen Yuan's aura suddenly erupted, rising continuously, terrifying beyond measure. Jinling watched from the side, and immediately widened her eyes in astonishment. How could this happen? Talking normally one moment, then suddenly on the verge of breakthrough. As expected, senior brother was indeed someone who concealed his abilities, extremely mysterious. However, even until that imposing aura completely dissipated, Jinling still didn't see any sign of Chen Yuan's breakthrough. This filled Jinling with endless confusion. Chen Yuan smiled without saying much. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through on the spot to astonish his junior sister still. Within his body, tens of millions of little figures had condensed again, which pleased Chen Yuan even more than a breakthrough would have. In high spirits, Chen Yuan immediately spoke with a smile. It's fine now, junior sister, need not worry. How about you refine this immortal herb while I guard you here? Hearing this, Jinling was filled with joy. Excellent. Thank you, senior brother. With senior brother guarding her personally, she naturally had nothing to worry about. Jinling promptly sat cross-legged, drawing the golden immortal flower into her palm. Chen Yuan raised a hand and pointed, and the Dinghai divine pearl hovered in the void, its five-colored radiance spreading out to seal the surroundings completely. Junior sister, focus on refining it peacefully. With me here, no one will disturb you. Jinling nodded emphatically. Thank you, senior brother. As her words fell, Jinling closed her eyes and began circulating the Shangqing immortal method. The golden immortal flower transformed into a mass of golden light, flowing into her body through her palm. In an instant, spiritual energy surged around Jinling, and her wounds healed at a visible rate. Chen Yuan stood by, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Within 10,000 li, many living beings had sensed the aftermath of the earlier battle and were secretly observing. However, with the Dinghai divine pearl suspended in the sky, those spiritual senses were shattered by the five-colored radiance the moment they approached. A primordial spiritual treasure. That woman actually has such a figure protecting her. That golden immortal was crushed in a single strike. If I had gone forward, I would have been doomed too. The disciples of the Jie sect are truly not to be trifled with. Retreat quickly. One after another, spiritual senses hastily withdrew, daring not to look further. Chen Yuan let out a cold snort. Smart of you. Within Jinling's body, the medicinal power of the golden immortal flower surged through one barrier after another. In her primordial spirit, the Shangqing immortal light suddenly condensed, forming sword intent that slashed through the shackles. With a mighty roar, Jinling's aura soared abruptly. The bottleneck of the mid-golden immortal stage shattered instantly. A wave of even stronger mana fluctuations swept outward. Jinling opened her eyes, a flash of golden light glinting in her gaze. Senior brother, I've broken through. Chen Yuan withdrew the Dinghai Divine Pearl and nodded with a smile. Late Golden Immortal stage, not bad. Jinling rose and bowed solemnly. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Yuan waved his hand. What nonsense. We are all disciples of the Jie sect, one family. Why say such things? Jinling felt warmth in her heart, her face brimming with joy. Senior brother, I will remember these words. Chen Yuan looked toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain and asked casually, I wonder where junior sister will go next. Will you return home, or continue your travels? Jinling blinked and countered, Where are you going, senior brother? Chen Yuan replied without hesitation, I'm heading to Buzhou Mountain. Jinling's eyes lit up. Then I'll go with you, senior brother. Chen Yuan felt delighted at heart. Having a junior sister like Jinling as company was far better than wandering the primordial wilderness alone. Moreover, Jinling had now advanced to the late Golden Immortal stage and could fend off ordinary dangers. Fine. If you're willing to come along, then let's go together. Jinling's smile deepened. Senior brother, don't think I'll be a burden. Chen Yuan immediately shook his head. If you're considered a burden, then every Golden Immortal in the primordial wilderness should probably go into seclusion. Jinling gave a soft hum. Senior brother has learned to flatter people now. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. I'm speaking the truth. With that, the two of them tidied up and set off toward Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain loomed ahead, its towering form pressing down on heaven and earth, the might of Pangu sweeping across the 8 directions. Chen Yuan and Jinling walked side by side. The closer they drew to Buzhou Mountain, the more they felt the pressure on their bloodlines and primordial spirits. Jinling frowned slightly. As expected of Buzhou Mountain. The pressure here is stronger than I imagined. Chen Yuan nodded. It is the backbone of the great god Pangu, so naturally it is extraordinary. But such places are also the most likely to harbor opportunities. Jinling looked at Chen Yuan. Senior brother, you left Kunlun many years ago just to come here, didn't you? Chen Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Let's not speak of that. Jinling immediately caught on and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother Hongyun mentioned that your sense of direction, senior brother, is quite mysterious. Chen Yuan looked at her, regretting ever telling her about what happened after leaving Kunlun Mountain. Junior sister, you've become mischievous. Jinling quickly suppressed her smile. Don't be angry, senior brother. I just find it amusing that someone as formidable as you also has your weaknesses. Chen Yuan gave a light cough. The primordial wilderness is vast. Taking a wrong path a few times is perfectly reasonable. Jinling nodded. Reasonable. Chen Yuan looked at her barely suppressed smile and could only feel helpless. Just as they were conversing, shouts of battle suddenly came from ahead. Kill. You little demon cub, fall. You barbarian of the Wu clan, today, I'll take your head. Form the formation. Tear them apart. Waves of baleful energy surged into the sky and mana fluctuations exploded with a boom. Jinling's expression shifted. Senior brother, what should we do? Chen Yuan halted and looked toward the source of the sound. Let's go take a look. Jinling did not hesitate. All right. The two immediately concealed their auras and sped toward the sounds of battle. Moments later, they landed behind a hillock. Ahead, the ground was cracked, ancient trees were toppled, and hundreds of figures were locked in combat. One side, clad in animal hides, had bodies of formidable strength. With every punch and kick, they shattered the magic treasures of the demon soldiers. The other side rolled with demonic aura. Some transformed into their true forms, others unleashed divine abilities, their claws and fangs tearing through the void. Jinling gazed at the battlefield ahead and spoke in a low voice. They are the Wu and Demon clans. Chen Yuan's eyes fell on the Wu clansman. So this is the Wu clan. A Wu warrior smashed his fist down, driving a demon wolf into the earth. Another Wu warrior roared, enduring demonic flames, wrapping his arms around a demon bird and hurling it against a cliff. The demon clan gave no ground either. Dozens of demon beasts formed a battle formation, their demonic light converging into a blade that sliced toward a Wu warrior's chest. The warrior's chest burst open, yet he still charged forward, biting through the neck of a demon beast. Jinling's eyelids twitched. Such brutal fighting. The Wu clan lack primordial spirits, yet they can use their physical bodies to match magic treasures. Chen Yuan nodded. The Wu clan were born from the essence blood of Pangu, so their bodies are innately powerful. Without formidable magic treasures, ordinary demons find it hard to fight them in close combat. Jinling looked toward the demon clan. The demons are greater in number. At this rate, the Wu clan may not hold out. Chen Yuan did not speak immediately. He watched the battlefield, his thoughts churning. The Wu clan had no great favor toward the later human race, but neither did they bear the blood debts of the demon clan. Especially Hutu, who opened the cycle of reincarnation, completing the world and giving countless living beings a chance for rebirth. The demon clan was different. As a time traveler, Chen Yuan knew that the great calamity of the human race would be triggered by the demon clan, slaughtering humans to forge the demon-slaying sword. That blood debt weighed upon the human race with no possibility of redemption. Jinling noticed the change in Chen Yuan's expression and asked softly, Senior brother, do you dislike the demon clan? Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze. It's not a matter of like or dislike. The demon clan is powerful, and their ambitions are even greater. Today they kill the Wu clan, tomorrow they may not kill other living beings. Jinling nodded. The demon court is indeed tyrannical. Chen Yuan looked into the depths of the battlefield. Let's watch first. At that moment, a demon general at the late golden immortal stage charged out from the demon clan's ranks. The general had a pair of horns on his head, wielded a black long blade, and his demonic aura condensed into 100 zhang ferocious shadow. You Wu barbarians, this land belongs to the demon clan today. A Wu warrior stepped forward to meet him, fists shaking the air. Feathered mongrels of the demon clan, how dare you be insolent? The demon general's long blade slashed down black light, splitting the ground. The Wu warrior raised his arm to block, and a bloody gash opened on his arm. The demon general sneered. Soulless wretches, you're nothing but blood rations for my blade. The Wu warrior roared and crashed into the demon general's embrace. The two fought at close quarters, fists and blades clashing, blood raining down. But the demon general was of a higher realm and had the aid of demon soldiers, and after several strikes, he sent the Wu warrior flying. The demon clan's morale surged. Kill. The Wu clan is about to fall. Slaughter them all today and take this land. The demon court reigns over the primordial wilderness. Who dares to defy? Jinling frowned. Senior brother, that demon general's cultivation is not weak. Chen Yuan spoke calmly. He is nothing special. As his words fell, a sudden roar erupted from the other end of the battlefield. Kill. The earth trembled violently. A Wu clan being charged into the battlefield. He was tall with muscles like iron, a shield in his left hand and a giant axe in his right. With each step, he took the ground split. His giant axe swept across, and 3 demon beasts were instantly cut in two. He thrust his shield forward, and a blast of demonic fire was smashed apart. The late golden immortal demon general had just turned around when the giant axe was already in front of his eyes. You're asking for death. The demon general roared, raising his blade to block. The axe and blade clashed, sparks flying. The demon general's arms sank, and his entire body was thrown back dozens of zhang. Impossible. How can a Wu clan member have such strength? The Wu being did not reply, but raised his shield and charged. The shield struck the demon general's chest, shattering his bones and causing him to spit blood on the spot. The surrounding demons cried out in alarm. Stop him. Form a formation quickly. Don't let him break through. Dozens of demons unleashed their magic treasures, their light weaving into a net that pressed down on the Wu being. The Wu being roared to the heavens, and his giant axe slashed out a blood-colored axe light. The magic treasure net shattered instantly. Several demons caught in the axe light had their bodies explode into pieces. Jinling's eyes widened. So fierce. That Wu being tore through the demon formation all by himself. Chen Yuan also stared intently. The Wu being rampaged across the battlefield, his shield blocking divine abilities, his giant axe cleaving demon bodies. The demon attacks landed on him, leaving only shallow bloody marks. Every time he swung his axe, a demon fell. The late golden immortal demon general, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, immediately revealed his true form. A massive black bull trampled the rocks, its horns crackling with demonic lightning, and charged at the Wu being. Die. The Wu being planted his feet, holding his shield before him. The bull crashed into him, lightning exploding. His body slid back 100 zhang, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Then he suddenly looked up. Get lost. He pushed his shield upward, forcibly flipping the bull's head. The giant axe followed, striking the bull's neck. Blood spurted several zhang high. The demon general screamed in agony, and his massive demon body crashed to the ground. The demons' hearts trembled with fear. The general has fallen. Retreat quickly. Who is this Wu clan being? We can't hold him. Report this to the higher-ups. The Wu clan roared with earth-shaking fury. Kill. Follow him into the fray. Cut down these demons. Jinling stared at that Wu being, her tone unable to hide her shock. Senior brother, this person is incredibly strong. He relies solely on his physical body and weapon, yet he has slaughtered the demons until none can stand against him. Chen Yuan looked at the Wu being, and a thought suddenly stirred in his mind. Giant axe. Shield. Charging across the battlefield. A great general of the Wu clan. Chen Yuan stared at that figure, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Could it be him? Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on the Wu clan creature in the battlefield, his eyes slightly narrowing. The giant axe. The shield. Among the Wu clan, such symbols were far too conspicuous. A name almost instantly surfaced in Chen Yuan's mind. Xingtian. However, judging by the situation, this Xingtian was far from the powerhouse he would become in the future. He seemed to be in a state of recently being born. Jinling stood beside Chen Yuan, also watching the battlefield. Though she did not know what reputation Xingtian would have in the future, she could tell that this Wu was no ordinary member of the Wu clan. With his own strength, he tore apart the Yao formation and forcefully reversed the situation on one side. Such ferocity was truly astonishing. Senior brother, do you know him? Jinling lowered her voice and asked. Chen Yuan did not answer immediately, only slowly shook his head. Not really acquainted. I just feel that he should not be an unknown figure. Jinling nodded upon hearing this. Senior brother is right. With such combat prowess, even among the Wu clan, he must be an extraordinary existence. On the battlefield, the Yao clan was retreating step by step. The Black Bull Yao general was struck down by Xing Tian's axe, blood splattering across the earth. The remaining Yao, seeing their commander defeated, were terrified, and their formation immediately fell into disarray. The Wu clan warriors, however, fought with increasing ferocity. They never cultivated the primordial spirit, and thus feared neither life nor death. Now seeing Xing Tian charging ahead, each of them was filled with surging bloodlust, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Kill. Follow the great Wu Xing Tian and charge. Tear these Yao bastards apart. Xing Tian stomped on a demonic beast's head, crushing it, while his giant axe swept horizontally. The axe, light wrapped in blood chi, directly cleaved several Yao in front into two halves. Chen Yuan nodded inwardly. The physical strength of the Wu clan was indeed as legendary as they said. They had no primordial spirit, could not wield spiritual treasures, and could hardly comprehend the celestial laws. But precisely because of this, they poured everything into their physical bodies. Every punch and kick was pure and simple slaughter. In this respect, he was similar to them, for he also walked this path, though he practiced the dual cultivation method, cultivating both body and primordial spirit. Jinling watched Xing Tian sweeping through the enemy and couldn't help saying, "At this rate, the Yao clan will likely be completely routed." But Chen Yuan's gaze did not relax in the slightest. Not necessarily. Jinling was startled. Senior brother thinks there is still a variable. Chen Yuan looked toward the rear of the Yao clan's formation. There the Yao Qi was churning. Although it appeared chaotic on the surface, deep within, a certain aura had never revealed itself. That aura was very heavy. So heavy it was like thunder hidden behind the clouds. Chen Yuan said calmly, "Since the Yao clan dared to contest the territory near Mount Buzhou, how could they only send these people? The real mastermind has not yet come out." Hearing this, Jinling was startled and immediately focused her gaze. Sure enough, amidst the Yao's retreat, a terrifying Yao Qi suddenly rose from the valley behind. As soon as that Yao Qi emerged, the previously panicked Yao suddenly seemed to grasp a lifeline. Yao King. The Yao King has made his move. The Wu clan is finished. No matter how fierce Xing Tian is, he cannot withstand the Yao King. Amid the ecstatic cries of the Yao, a furious roar suddenly exploded. Roar. This roar shattered the clouds and shook the mountains and rivers. On the ground, countless fragments of rock levitated into the air, only to be crushed into dust by the Yao Qi in the next instant. The hill where Chen Yuan and Jinling stood also shook with it. Jinling's expression changed drastically. The Luo golden immortal. Chen Yuan's eyes also turned grave. This aura was by no means that of a golden immortal or Tai level. It was a Yao King who had truly stepped into the Deluo realm. And not an ordinary Yao King at that. Judging from the aura it emitted, it was at least late-stage Deluo golden immortal. Boom. The Yao Qi exploded. A figure walked out from the depths of the valley. This Yao was tall and imposing, with fiery red hair draped over its shoulders, and its eyes were like two blood moons. On its back grew a pair of dark golden wings. When the wings spread, a gale swept across heaven and earth. With one step, the void beneath its feet trembled. The surrounding Yao all knelt down. Greetings to the Yao King. The Yao King did not look at them, but only stared at Xing Tian and spoke coldly. Xing Tian, I have given your Wu clan a chance. Surrender the innate spiritual veins here and retreat to the Wu clan territory, and today you can spare some of your clan members from death. Xing Tian heard this and threw back his head in loud laughter. The laughter was wild and unrestrained, causing the surrounding Yao to look displeased. Spare some deaths. Since when has your Yao clan been so kind? If you want the spiritual veins, trade them with your lives. The Yao King's eyes turned cold, stubborn and obstinate. Then today I will first slay you, then crush the Wu clan here. With these words, the Yao King's figure vanished instantly. Fast. So fast that even Jinling could only see a blur. The next moment, the Yao King had already appeared before Xing Tian, its claw aiming at Xing Tian's head. Xing Tian let out a furious roar and raised his shield to block. Bang! Claw and shield collided. A deafening roar exploded at the center of the battlefield. The ground beneath Xing Tian's feet instantly sank, 100 zhang with cracks spreading like a spider web around. The Yao King sneered. Not bad strength, but a pity-only strength. Its other hand suddenly shot out Yao light, condensing into a blade directly slashing at Xing Tian's waist. Xing Tian reversed his giant axe, the axe blade cleaving against the Yao light. Boom. Another loud crash. Both figures recoiled simultaneously. But the Yao King only retreated 3 steps, while Xing Tian stumbled back over 10 zhang. Jinling was alarmed. Senior brother, this Yao King is very strong. Xing Tian seems to be at a disadvantage. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice. The Luo is the Luo after all. Xing Tian's physical body is terrifying and his combat power astonishing, but the gap in realm is there. Unless something unexpected happens, it will be difficult for him to win. Jinling looked at Chen Yuan. Senior brother, then we. Chen Yuan did not answer. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. What Yao King? I think he's nothing special. Xing Tian looked at the Yao King and snorted. A flash of killing intent gleamed in the Yao King's eyes. I will grant your wish. Its wings suddenly spread wide, and behind it Yao Qi coalesced into a massive, ferocious bird phantom. The bird cried out to the sky, its eyes blood red, its claws tearing through the void. The Yao King raised a finger and pointed. Annihilate. The ferocious bird phantom dove down, carrying the pressure of Deluo straight at Xing Tian. Xing Tian gripped his axe with both hands and roared as he charged forward. But the next instant the bird's claws had already torn through the axe light and heavily struck Xing Tian's shield. Crack! A harsh cracking sound came from the shield. Xing Tian's body recoiled again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Yao King took a step forward and instantly appeared before Xing Tian. It's over. Its 5 fingers formed a claw aiming straight for Xing Tian's brow. If this strike landed, no matter how strong Xing Tian's body was, he would suffer severe injury. Chen Yuan's eyes darkened. He could not just watch any longer. Just as the Yao King's claw was about to descend, Chen Yuan slowly raised his hand. Suppress. In an instant the Dinghai Shinju emerged from the void. 5-colored radiant light covered the sky and earth instantly, suppressing the void in all directions. The Yao King's outstretched claw, just 3 inches from Xing Tian's brow, suddenly froze for a moment. And it was precisely that moment. Xing Tian's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he abruptly sidestepped to escape the killing blow. The Yao King's strike missed its claw light, smashing into the ground. Boom. The earth split open and a deep crater appeared. Xing Tian flipped up and gripped his giant axe, looking toward one side of the void. The Yao King also abruptly raised its head, its eyes blazing with fierce light. Who? Behind the hill, Jinling's heart tightened. Senior brother. Chen Yuan looked at Jinling and instructed. Stay here. I'll be back soon. With these words, Chen Yuan took a step and his figure appeared in the void above. On the battlefield, the eyes of both the Wu and Yao clans simultaneously fell upon him. Human race. The Demon King and Xing Tian both paused, surprised to see Chen Yuan appear. Chen Yuan floated in the void, the Dinghai Divine Pearl hovering by his side, its 5-colored radiance illuminating heaven and earth. He gazed upon the Deluo Demon King, his eyes showing not a hint of retreat. The Demon King's voice suddenly turned icy cold. A mere human daring to interfere with this king's affairs. Chen Yuan offered no reply, merely tightening his fist with deliberate slowness. In the next instant, the ferocious bird phantom behind the Demon King unfurled its wings once more. Overwhelming demonic aura pressed toward Chen Yuan like a tidal wave. Xing Tian's expression shifted slightly, and he cried out urgently, "Brother, be careful." Yet within Chen Yuan's eyes a golden light quietly began to gleam. Countless dormant golden figures within his body opened their eyes simultaneously at this moment. Boom. An ineffable, terrifying aura rose slowly from the depths of Chen Yuan's physique. Chen Yuan stood amidst the void, his robes billowing in the wind. The Dinghai Divine Pearl hovered beside him, scattering 5-colored radiance like a frozen sea that subdued the surrounding heaven and earth. The Demon King stared fixedly at Chen Yuan. In those blood moon-like pupils, astonishment and suspicion gave way to unhidden wrath. He was a Deluo Demon King of the demon race. Even within the demon court, he was no obscure figure. Leading the demon clan to seize this territory today, he had assumed nothing would stand in his way except Xing Tian. But who could have foreseen that at the crucial moment a human would intervene and thwart his killing strike? A human? To the Demon King's eyes, humanity was merely a recently risen weak race in the primordial world, numerous in population, yet shallow in origin. Were it not for the divine creation of Sanctus Nuwa, humanity might not have even established a foothold in the primordial world. How dare such a race meddle in the battlefield between the gods and demons? Simply absurd. The Demon King's fury twisted into a mocking laugh. Excellent, most excellent. This king has yet to seek trouble with your human race, yet you insects dare to leap forward first. Hearing these words, Chen Yuan's gaze turned frigid in an instant. Seek trouble with humanity. In the eyes of these demons, all living beings of the primordial world were but food soldiers, resources to be consumed for the demon court's grand ambition. The weak possessed no right to speak. The weak could only be devoured. Chen Yuan spoke slowly, his voice carrying an edge. The demon race's arrogance has always been consistent. The Demon King's eyes darkened with cold malice. With a single step forward, ripples spread across the void beneath his feet. The crushing pressure of Deluo oppression bore down upon Chen Yuan without restraint. Boom. The void surrounding Chen Yuan groaned under the unbearable weight. Feeling the Deluo pressure pressing upon him, Chen Yuan's body sank slightly. It must be admitted, a golden immortal of the Deluo level was truly formidable. Even their mere oppressive aura far surpassed that of a Tai golden immortal. Were it an ordinary Tai facing him, they would scarcely have the stature to stand before this demon king. Yet Chen Yuan was no ordinary Tai. Within his physical form, countless golden figures floated and swayed restlessly. These golden figures sat in meditation within every inch of his flesh and blood like miniature deities. As Chen Yuan's consciousness stirred, one golden figure after another began to awaken. 10 million, 100 million, 300 million units of golden man's power slowly converged within his body. The sensation was as if countless volcanoes ignited simultaneously. Blood surged through Chen Yuan's veins, and his bones resonated with deep rumbling echoes. Each heartbeat thundered like war drums. The demon king's face had borne a sneer of contempt. But as Chen Yuan's vital energy surged upward, his expression shifted. "Moi, your human physique is rather peculiar." Chen Yuan regarded him coolly. "Peculiar? You'll find it far stranger soon enough." The demon king's face darkened completely. "This king shall see just how capable you humans are." As his words fell, the wings behind him flared violently. His figure vanished in an instant too swift for the eye to follow. Jinling's pupils contracted sharply. "Senior brother." Xingtian also gripped his massive axe tightly. In the next moment, the demon king reappeared before Chen Yuan, one claw tearing toward his chest. That strike concentrated the full power of a Daluo golden immortal, its demonic radiance razor-sharp. Chen Yuan did not dodge. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. The five-colored radiance of the Dinghai divine pearl blazed forth intensely, subduing the void once more. The demon king's attack faltered slightly. The suppression lasted shorter than before. He sneered. "A heavenly spirit treasure is fine and good, but it depends on who wields it. Would you, a mere Tai, dare to suppress this king?" The demon king forced his way through the five-colored light, his claw strike continuing downward. Chen Yuan countered with a single punch. Crash! Fist met claw. The void detonated violently. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward, reducing surrounding rocks and trees to dust. Chen Yuan retreated 3 steps. The demon king also felt his arm numb from the impact, his expression deepening in shock. He had blocked it. This human had actually halted the demon king's claw with bare flesh. Such defiance stunned not only the demon king, but the entire court of gods and demons. How is this possible? That was the demon king's strike. A mere human actually matching it blow for blow. The God Clan warriors stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Especially Xingtian. As a great shaman, he understood precisely what that punch had represented. It was not mere clash of magical power. It was pure physical dominance. Xingtian looked at Chen Yuan, unable to suppress a grin. Brilliant. What a thrilling display. This human friend has truly remarkable power. Jinling breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Yuan unharmed. Yet in the next moment her eyes filled with awe once more. When had her senior brother's physique become this terrifying? Disciples of the Jie sect primarily cultivated the supreme celestial arts, focusing on miraculous powers, sword intent, and mystical treasure transformations. Though there were naturally those with formidable physiques, few could compare to the strength of the God Clan. But that single punch from Chen Yuan had made her vaguely recall Xingtian. Even more astonishing than him. Because her senior brother was human. How could a human physique ever match a Daluo demon king in direct combat? The demon king glanced down at his trembling hand, his rage intensifying further. Having his strike blocked by Xingtian, he could accept that. After all, the God Clan was renowned for their physical prowess throughout the primordial world. But to be thwarted by a mere human, that was an unforgivable disgrace. "You shall die." The demon king's voice was ice cold. This time he would not diminish himself to engage in close combat as a human would. Amidst surging demonic energy, his frame began to expand and swell. His crimson hair transformed into blazing plumage, his arms became colossal talons, and vast wings blotted out the sky. Within moments, a monstrous avian entity 10,000 zhang tall spanned the heavens. The ferocious beast was entirely dark gold, its eyes like blood, its beak resembling a celestial blade. Spreading its wings, it cast a shadow that nearly blanketed half the battlefield. The demon forces erupted in jubilation. The demon king has revealed his true form. This human is doomed. Ha ha ha, the demon king devours heaven and earth. Such insects are not even worth a bite. Xingtian's expression darkened. "Brother, do not resist blindly." Chen Yuan looked upward at the sky-obscuring beast. His demeanor remained unchanged. Only within his body did the golden figures awaken with greater urgency. 500 million units of golden man's power surged through his limbs and veins like 1,000 rivers converging into the sea. The 10,000 zhang ferocious beast gazed down upon Chen Yuan, its voice rolling like thunder. "Humanant, watch as this king devours you." With those words, the demon king opened its colossal maw. A terrifying force of destruction erupted suddenly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn inward in reverse. Mountains and boulders were torn from the earth. The demon forces on the battlefield, prepared in advance, retreated swiftly. But the God Clan warriors staggered one by one, dragged forward relentlessly by that devouring force. Xing Tian roared and drove his shield into the ground, standing firm before his fellow warriors. Chen Yuan stood at the center of the devouring storm, his robes fluttering. His figure compared to the 10,000 zhang ferocious bird was so insignificant it could almost be ignored. Yet that insignificant figure never retreated half a step. Chen Yuan raised his head and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Eat me. Are your teeth hard enough? In an instant he stepped forward. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Facing the heaven-devouring giant Ma, Chen Yuan's figure transformed into a beam of golden light, charging straight at the Demon King's true body. Xing Tian's eyes widened. Daoist, be careful. Jinling's heart nearly stopped for a moment. Senior brother. The Demon King, seeing Chen Yuan charging at him, had only ferocity in his eyes. Seeking death. The giant maw suddenly closed. The devouring storm converged with a crash. Just as the maw was about to swallow Chen Yuan, the power of 500 million golden figures within his body finally erupted completely. Boom. A dazzling golden light shot up from in front of the Demon King's giant maw. Chen Yuan clenched his fist. Around the fist's edge, the five-colored light of the ocean calming pearl coiled, and the power of 500 million golden figures roared together. Die. He threw a single punch. The moment Chen Yuan's fist shot out, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent. There was no superfluous divine ability or transformation. No intricate incantation or seal. Only the purest, most brutal, and most domineering punch. 800 million golden figures roared simultaneously within his body. Each golden miniature was like a furnace spewing forth infinite power. This power gathered through Chen Yuan's physical body and merged with the suppressing force of the ocean-calming pearl. In an instant, the void before his fist collapsed layer by layer. The Demon King's 10,000 zhang true body opened its maw to devour the sky, thinking it could swallow Chen Yuan in one gulp. But when that punch landed, he finally sensed something wrong. That was not the power a Tai golden immortal should possess. Nor was it the force an ordinary Dayuo golden immortal's body could unleash. Within that punch lay a brutal pressure that made even his soul tremble. It was as if billions of deities had raised their fists and struck down together. The Demon King's blood moon-like eyes contracted sharply. Not good. He wanted to close his mouth, to retreat, to flap his wings and dodge. But the five-colored light of the ocean-calming pearl had already descended at that moment. Void suppression. Though this suppression could only hinder the Dayuo Demon King for an instant, in a clash of experts, an instant was enough. Chen Yuan's fist slammed fiercely into the Demon King's giant maw. Boom. This thunderous sound was like the sky being smashed through. The Demon King's razor-sharp, skyscraping beak began to shatter inch by inch from the point of impact. Dark golden feathers exploded, flesh and blood flying. Then the terrifying punch force poured into the Demon King's body through the maw. The Demon King's massive frame stiffened suddenly. The next moment his chest and abdomen bulged violently, as if a blazing sun had exploded inside him. No! The Demon King let out a shriek of utter terror. But this shriek lasted only half a breath before being swallowed by an even more terrifying blast. Boom! The 10,000 zhang demonic body exploded in midair. A torrent of blood rained down. Shattered bones flew in all directions. The dark golden wings were torn into countless fragments, scattering across the sky. The Dayuo Demon King's physical body, which could overlook a battlefield, had been blasted apart by Chen Yuan's single punch. Chen Yuan, however, was unperturbed, for this was not the first Demon King he had blown apart. Earlier, he had also destroyed another Demon King. The entire battlefield fell into instant silence. Jinling stood in the distance, completely stunned. Xing Tian gripped his giant axe, his eyes wide as saucers. Even the still falling rain of blood seemed to become exceptionally glaring at this moment. After a moment, the sound of sharp intakes of breath arose. Hiss. Then the hissing sounds linked into a chorus. The Wu clan warriors stared at Chen Yuan in the void, disbelief written on their faces. He punched a Demon King to death. But that was a Dayuo Demon King. How can this human have such physical power? Is he really human? I feel like he's more Wu than we are. As soon as these words were spoken, many Wu clan members nodded unconsciously. They, the Wu clan, had always dominated the Honghuang with their physical bodies. If the Wu clan claimed to be second, who in the Honghuang would dare claim first? This was the pride etched into the Wu clan's bones. But today they witnessed a human using only his physical body overpower a Dayuo Demon King and blow apart his true form with a single punch. The impact was too great. So great that these Wu clan warriors did not know how to react for a moment. Xing Tian was equally shocked. He saw more clearly than an ordinary Wu. That punch of Chen Yuan's was not merely reliant on a congenital spiritual treasure. The ocean-calming pearl had indeed suppressed the void and restrained the Demon King for an instant. But what truly blasted apart the Demon King's physical body was Chen Yuan's own fleshly strength. That power was vast, ferocious, and pure. Exactly the kind of power the Wu clan revered most. Tian could not help but laugh heartily. Good. What a fine human Taoist. That punch was thoroughly satisfying. Jinling also snapped out of her shock. She gazed at Chen Yuan's back, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Senior brother had once again surpassed her understanding. First, his cultivation was far above his peers. Then he wielded a congenital spiritual treasure. Now his physical body was so formidable that he could shatter a Daluo demon king with one punch. A peculiar thought arose in Jinling's heart. What exactly had senior brother experienced over the years? Could wandering the Honghuang really transform a person like this? Then she should also travel more in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was not to get lost as badly as senior brother. Thinking this, Jinling could not help but purse her lips. But the scene was grim, so she quickly suppressed her smile and looked back at the battlefield. On the demon clan side, utter panic had taken hold. The demon king's physical body is gone. Impossible. How could a human destroy the demon king's body? Flee. Run. The demon clan's formation collapsed. Countless demon beasts turned and fled. Their earlier arrogance vanished. Seeing this, the Wu clan warriors erupted in earth-shaking roars. Kill. The demon king's body is destroyed. Spare none. But Tian did not immediately give chase. He raised his hand to stop several Wu clan members beside him, his gaze still fixed on the sky. No. That demon king is not dead yet. Chen Yuan also remained alert. He hovered in the void, golden light still coiling around his fist. The demon king's body was destroyed, but a Daluo golden immortal was no ordinary being. The destruction of the physical body did not necessarily mean immediate death and dissolution. Indeed, amid the rain of blood, a phantom soul suddenly emerged. The soul image was exactly the demon king's likeness. But compared to the earlier imposing true body, the demon king was now only a remnant soul, his aura chaotic, his face twisted. He stared at Chen Yuan in terror. In his eyes there was no longer the initial contempt and arrogance. Only horror. One punch. Just one punch. His Daluo physical body had been blasted apart. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have believed it. A human with such terrifying physical power. The demon king's remnant soul trembled, a chill spreading through his heart. He finally understood that the one he had provoked today was no ordinary Tai. This human harbored a great terror. Chen Yuan looked at the demon king's remnant soul, his eyes icy. Still want to eat me now? The demon king's remnant soul, upon hearing this, twisted in fury. Insult. This was a blatant insult. He, a dignified demon king, had been reduced to a remnant soul by a human and mocked publicly like this. If he escaped today, where would he have a place in the demon court? But if he did not escape? The demon king's remnant soul looked at the ocean calming pearl beside Chen Yuan, then recalled that punch, and a sliver of fear grew in his heart. No, this man must die. Otherwise he will surely become a great menace to the demon race in the future. Today I cannot let you leave, you must be eliminated. Chen Yuan said calmly. With your remnant soul, eh? The demon king's remnant soul was bloodshot. Do you think I have no backup plan? As his voice fell, a dark golden talisman suddenly appeared within his remnant soul. As soon as the talisman appeared, the surrounding world fell silent. An extremely mysterious and terrifying aura emanated from the talisman. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. This is a life-saving talisman of the demon court. Taoists, stop him quickly. Tian's face changed drastically. This was a trace of an avatar condensed by a quasi-sage of the demon race using his own law power. Activating this talisman could summon a quasi-sage clone. Even among the demons, it was a precious resource. Who would have thought this demon king possessed such an item? Without hesitation, Chen Yuan raised his hand and urged the calming sea pearl to strike. Five-colored light instantly spread out, attempting to suppress the talisman. However, the demon king's remnant soul suddenly burst into flames. His soul power turned into fire and frenziedly poured into the talisman. Ha ha ha! Too late. The demon king's remnant soul knelt in the void, his visage fanatical and twisted. I invite the demon god to descend and slay the enemy. The talisman burst into flames. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the 9 heavens. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The clouds around Kunlun Mountain were scattered, as if an invisible giant hand pressed down from the void. All living beings felt their bodies sink, as if an ancient divine mountain were pressing down on their backs. Jinling's delicate face turned pale. She circulated her magical power to barely stabilize herself. What is this aura? Tian clenched his shield and gritted his teeth. Not an ordinary Star Lord. This aura. Before he finished, the demon king's remnant soul was already trembling with excitement. For even he had not expected that the one he summoned by burning his remnant soul was not a Star Lord level, but perhaps the level of the 10 great demon gods, even stronger than Star Lords. The void split open. A figure slowly emerged. The figure was draped in a golden imperial robe with indifferent eyes and solar, true fire swirling around him. He stood in midair like a blazing sun descending upon the world. His oppressive aura spread out, crushing the beings of both the Wu and demon tribes, making it hard for them to raise their heads. The Demon King's remnant soul was stunned at first, then burst into insane ecstasy. The Demon Emperor. It's the Demon Emperor himself. Ha ha, you're finished. Today you will all die. Chen Yuan looked up at that figure, his eyes unprecedentedly serious. Dongwang Tai. Of course not the true body of Dongwang Tai. Just a mental avatar. Yet even as an avatar, its oppressive aura was still terrifyingly suffocating. The gaze of Dongwang Tai's avatar swept across the battlefield and finally landed on Chen Yuan. He spoke indifferently. Ants. How dare you offend my demon race? The avatar of Dongwang Tai stood in the void, solar, true fire swirling around him. The flame was no ordinary fire. As its golden red hue flowed, it seemed capable of burning mountains, boiling seas, and melting everything. Just by standing there, the temperature of heaven and earth rose wildly. The ancient trees around the battlefield ignited spontaneously. The earth cracked, and the spiritual energy seemed to evaporate into mist. Even the Wu tribe with their robust physiques felt their skin stinging. The demons, however, prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces full of fanaticism. The Demon King's remnant soul knelt in the void, his face filled with the madness of survival. He had burned his soul power originally, intending to summon a demon god avatar to protect himself and kill the enemy. Unexpectedly, what descended was a mental avatar of Dongwang Tai. What glory! What fortune! In the Demon King's eyes, no matter how bizarre Chen Yuan was, he absolutely could not withstand the Dongwang avatar. Even if it was just an avatar, it represented the supreme authority of the demon race. The might of a quasi-sage. How could a Tai-level rebel against it? The gaze of Dongwang Tai's avatar was utterly indifferent. He paid no attention to the prostrating demons nor the remnant soul of the Demon King. It was as if the life and death of these beings were trivial matters to him. He looked at Chen Yuan, his voice low, but causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Human, you destroyed the physical body of my Demon King. Chen Yuan faced that oppressive aura, his form unmoving. So what? As these words fell, the scene fell silent again. The demons could hardly believe their ears. Facing the avatar of His Majesty Donghuang, this human still dared to speak like that. Was he really not afraid of death? Jinling's heart was extremely tense. This senior brother's courage was truly so bold, it made one's scalp tingle. Yet somehow, looking at Chen Yuan's calm back, an inexplicable trust arose in her heart. It seemed that as long as the senior brother stood there, nothing could truly crush him. Xing Tian, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Ha! Well said. The demons can kill others, so naturally others can kill the demons. What, Dongwang Tai? Your demon race loses one Demon King, and you put on this world-ending act. The Dongwang avatar's gaze shifted to Xing Tian. With just one look, Xing Tian felt the pressure around him surge. His feet sank into the ground, and the stone layer beneath him cracked inch by inch. Yet Xing Tian still raised his head, staring at the Dongwang avatar without fear. If you have the guts, send your true body here, and fight the primordial witch of my Wu tribe. The Dongwang avatar's expression did not change. Wu tribe, disrespectful to the way of heaven, knowing no reverence. Xing Tian sneered. Don't use the way of heaven to intimidate me. My Wu tribe only reveres Father Pangu. You Dongwang Tai are not worthy. Hearing this, the Wu tribe members roared in unison. Only revere Father Pangu. What is Dongwang? Fight. This bold and fearless spirit even stirred something in Chen Yuan's heart. The Wu tribe might be reckless, might not understand the heavenly mystery, but in their bones they truly possessed a bloodline that would not bow. The Dongwang avatar raised his hand. Noisy. In an instant, the solar true fire transformed into a golden red river of flame pouring down from the sky. The target was not only Xing Tian. Rather, it enveloped Chen Yuan, Xing Tian, and the surrounding Wu tribe members entirely. This was to incinerate all enemies in this place with one strike. Chen Yuan's gaze turned cold. This was the Demon Emperor. He viewed all beings as mere weeds. In a single thought, he would burn and kill all living things. Chen Yuan raised his hand and urged the calming sea pearl. Suppress. Five-colored light shot up into the sky, attempting to suppress the pouring solar true fire. The calming sea pearl was a primordial spiritual treasure with extraordinary power. As the light expanded, the surrounding void instantly solidified. The river of flame was indeed halted for a moment, but only for a moment. The Dongwang avatar glanced indifferently at the calming sea pearl. A fine treasure. Pity you are too weak. He lightly pressed his palm down. Boom. The solar true fire suddenly surged. The five-colored radiance was forcibly torn apart by the flames. The Dinghai divine pearl emitted a hum only to be shaken back. Chen Yuan felt a tightness in his chest, his figure retreating slightly. Jinling's face changed drastically. Xing Tian roared and shot straight into the sky. Fellow Taoist, I shall assist you. Chen Yuan had just saved his life. Now that the incarnation of Dongwang made a move, Xing Tian naturally could not stand idly by. The Wu clan did not bother with complicated schemes. A favor was repaid. Fighting side by side made them allies. Chen Yuan raised his shield, his physical blood essence erupting wildly. He stood before Chen Yuan, charging head-on into the solar true fire. Boom. The river of fire crashed against the shield. Chen Yuan's arms bulged with veins, the void beneath his feet cracking under the pressure. The solar true fire spread along the shield's edge, scorching his arms. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. Chen Yuan's flesh was charred black, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. What of the Demon Emperor? Today I Chen Yuan am here, and you shall not kill at will. Chen Yuan looked at Chen Yuan, blocking the way, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He had only met Chen Yuan today. If one spoke of camaraderie, it was far from deep. Yet Chen Yuan could charge forward at this moment to shield him from the solar true fire. That courage was indeed hard not to be moved by. The incarnation of Honghuang's gaze was cold and indifferent. A mere great Wu dares to obstruct me. He pressed his palm down again. The solar true fire blazed even fiercer. Chen Yuan grunted, cracks widening on his shield, his entire body being forced down by the river of fire. The Wu clan members saw this, their eyes nearly splitting. Great Wu Chen Yuan, we shall aid you. Dozens of Wu clan warriors roared and charged, trying to share the burden of the fire river with their bodies. But before they could approach, they were incinerated by the solar true fire. Chen Yuan roared, "Fall back. This is beyond your ability." The Wu clan members were unwilling, yet the terrifying true fire pressed them back, making advancement impossible. Chen Yuan reached out to retrieve the Dinghai Divine, pearl, his palm slightly numb. Truly formidable. Donghuang Tai was indeed the Demon Emperor, a quasi-sage powerhouse. Even if only a thought incarnation, it was not comparable to ordinary Daluo. If Donghuang's true body were here, Chen Yuan would have no second thoughts and immediately take Jin Ling to flee as far as possible. But before him was merely an incarnation. An incarnation descended through the remnant soul of a demon king and a talisman. What was there to fear? Instead, a fierce battle intent rose in Chen Yuan's eyes. If he dared not even fight an incarnation, how could he speak of defying fate and changing destiny? What majesty of the Demon Emperor! What quasi-sage incarnation! Today he would try it. He still had his strongest divine ability unused. Moreover, the treasures his master had given him remained untouched. Chen Yuan stepped forward, arriving beside Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Taoist, this fire is overbearing. Do not force yourself." Chen Yuan looked at the cascading solar true fire and said calmly, "If you can withstand it, why can't I?" Chen Yuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Good. Arrogant enough. I like it." Chen Yuan raised his head, staring directly at the incarnation of Donghuang. What of the Demon Emperor? Just an incarnation daring to put on airs before me. The gaze of the incarnation of Donghuang finally showed a ripple. It was not anger, but a cold, killing intent from being provoked by an ant. "Human, you seek death." Chen Yuan sneered. "Who dies is not yet decided." As his voice fell, the power of the golden figures within Chen Yuan erupted once more. The 800 million golden figures trembled in unison, golden light radiating from the depths of his flesh. The dazzling radiance rivaled the solar true fire. Chen Yuan, watching Chen Yuan, was even more deeply shocked. How was this human's physical body growing stronger with each strike? Within Chen Yuan, the 800 million golden figures sat cross-legged. They were all brilliant with golden light, their features vaguely resembling Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan's thoughts flowed, the 800 million golden figures raised their heads simultaneously. In an instant, countless golden lights surged from within them, circulating through his meridians and gathering in his palm. Chen Yuan's body trembled slightly. This power was too immense. So immense that even with his current physique, he felt a tearing pain. But he did not stop. He was going to condense the power of the 800 million golden figures into a single strike. Not a scattered eruption, not a simple punch, but a weapon sharp enough to tear apart a powerful enemy. The Great Dao Spear. Condense. Chen Yuan roared inwardly. Boom. A golden light suddenly blazed in his palm. At first, the golden light was the size of a grain of rice. But in an instant it expanded wildly. Countless golden patterns emerged on Chen Yuan's arm, spreading all the way to his palm. In the void, a low Dao sound resounded, as if billions of beings were chanting, or as if countless laws of heaven and earth were colliding. The golden light stretched longer. An inch. A foot. A yard. 3 yards. Soon a golden spear phantom appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. The spear was dazzling, its surface covered with countless mysterious patterns. At the spear tip, a point of cold light flickered, as if it could pierce through the cosmos. The moment this golden spear condensed, every living being on the battlefield felt a tremor in their hearts. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. What divine ability is this? He could sense that the golden spear contained not ordinary mana. It was the ultimate condensed physical might. It was a killing spear formed when power was compressed to its limit. Such a technique was unheard of. Jin Ling looked at the great Dao spear in Chen Yuan's hand, shock in her eyes. What kind of art was this? Neither Shangxing celestial art, nor ordinary divine ability. It did not resemble the power of a congenital spiritual treasure. This was Chen Yuan's own power. It was a strike he had forged with his body as a furnace and his blood as fire. The gaze of the incarnation of Donghuang finally turned truly solemn for the first time. He looked at the golden spear in Chen Yuan's hand, a ripple appearing on his indifferent face. This art. Danger. Chen Yuan grasped the great Dao spear, fine cracks appearing on the flesh of his arm. Golden blood essence seeped from the cracks and was absorbed by the spear. Agony surged. Chen Yuan thought to himself that this divine ability truly could not be used carelessly. The incarnation of Donghuang snorted coldly. Ant. Even with divine ability, it's but a fleeting moment. The great sun phantom in his palm fully solidified. The solar true fire converged into a blazing fireball, like a true sun falling. Is that so? Chen Yuan raised the great Dao spear, its tip pointing at the incarnation of Donghuang. The Dinghai divine pearl hung behind him, five-colored light, forming a halo. His aura peaked at this moment. Xing Tian raised his shield and shouted. Everyone retreat farther. Jinling also withdrew immediately, her heart tightly tied to Chen Yuan. High in the sky, the incarnation of Donghuang held the great sun, the solar, true, fire burning the void. Chen Yuan grasped the spear, the power of 800 million golden figures, seething like an ocean. In the next instant, the incarnation of Donghuang pressed down his palm first. That great sun descended with a devastating momentum. Chen Yuan shattered the void simultaneously, the great Dao spear in his hand, erupting with dazzling golden light. Today, I shall slay this incarnation. Before his words faded, the great Dao spear thrust out fiercely. Boom. A terrifying power erupted. It tore through all laws of the void, piercing straight into Donghuang Tai. Oh! A scream rang out. Then the incarnation of Donghuang Tai exploded on the spot, scattering into a mist of blood. Dead. He had truly succeeded in slaying the incarnation of Donghuang Tai. Xing Tian looked at Chen Yuan, his heart completely won over. He rarely yielded to anyone, but now he was convinced. After slaying the incarnation of Donghuang Tai, Chen Yuan's spirit energy and vitality were utterly drained, and he fell directly from the void to the ground. Senior brother, Jinling came to Chen Yuan's side worried. Chen Yuan looked at her concerned gaze and said softly, I'm fine. Xing Tian approached Chen Yuan, taking out a congenital spiritual herb. Fellow Taoist, take this. Thank you. Chen Yuan wasted no words, absorbing the herb to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, high above the 9 heavens within the demon clan stronghold, the Lingxiao Palace, Donghuang Tai suddenly opened his eyes, naturally sensing that one of his incarnations had been slain. Donghuang Tai let out a muffled groan as the solar true fire surrounding his body suddenly faltered. Dijun immediately turned his head. Second brother, what's wrong? Donghuang Tai raised his hand to press against his chest, golden flames flickering in his eyes. No harm done. Dijun frowned. Don't deceive me. The momentary disruption of your aura doesn't match such casual words. Donghuang Tai fell silent for a moment, his gaze turning cold. My divine incarnation was just slaughtered within the Wu tribe's territory. What? Dijun's expression shifted abruptly. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, all the demon clan ministers raised their heads in unison. Baize, one of the 10 great demon gods, narrowed his eyes slightly. If the demon emperor's divine incarnation was slain, the one who struck must not be an ordinary great shaman. Yingzhao spoke with a cold tone. Could it be that an ancestral shaman intervened? Jiming also spoke up. The Wu tribe has grown increasingly bold, daring to slay His Majesty Donghuang's divine incarnation. Killing intent surged within Donghuang Tai's eyes. Although that incarnation of mine lacked the chaotic bell, it was still bolstered by quasi-saint level willpower. Dijun spoke with a deep voice. Among the Wu tribe, only the ancestral shamans possess the strength to slay your divine incarnation. The Wu tribe has pushed us too far. Golden flames surged within Donghuang Tai's palm. If not for the heavenly tribulation not yet arriving, I would have taken the chaotic bell to level the Wu tribe's settlements today. Dijun raised his hand to restrain him. Brother, remain at ease. Another day I shall surely annihilate these Wu tribe people. Baize bowed and said, Your Majesties, please calm your anger. The Wu tribe may be arrogant, but they cannot escape their destined fate. A cold light flashed in Dijun's eyes. Issue the order. Prepare the troops of all demon court factions. We shall follow your Majesty's decree. Donghuang Tai looked up toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Ancestral shamans, you'd best keep watching over the Wu tribe closely. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the residual injuries within his body having been subdued by the innate spiritual medicine. Jinling immediately stepped forward. Senior brother, are you truly unharmed? Chen Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid qi. I'm fine. Xing Tian strode over, his face brimming with martial spirit. Fellow Taoist, that battle was truly exhilarating. Chen Yuan rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Today I owe much to fellow Taoist Xing Tian's assistance. Xing Tian waved his hand. You saved me first, I helped you later. What is there to make of it? Jinling gazed at the lingering scorched marks on Xing Tian's arm. Great Shaman Xing Tian, how is your injury? Xing Tian glanced down at it without a care. The solar true fire burns painfully, but it cannot take my life. A Wu tribe warrior couldn't help but speak up. Great shaman, this human fellow Taoist is far too powerful. Another Wu tribe warrior added. He just severed Donghuang's divine incarnation with a single spear strike, and I'm still trembling inside. Yet another Wu tribe warrior grinned. A human possessing such a physique, this is truly eye-opening for Honghuang. Xing Tian turned to Chen Yuan, the battle spirit, in his eyes undiminished. Fellow Taoist, may I inquire where you cultivate? Chen Yuan spoke. I am Chen Yuan of the human race, a direct disciple of Saint Tongtian of the Jie sect, and his foremost disciple. Xing Tian paused mid-step. What? The surrounding Wu tribe warriors' expressions shifted in unison. A saint's disciple. Even the foremost direct disciple under Saint Tongtian. No wonder he's so formidable. Xing Tian stared at Chen Yuan with wide eyes. So your background is truly astonishing, fellow Taoist. Chen Yuan shook his head. Regardless of my origins, that battle depended entirely on myself. Xing Tian nodded vigorously. I approve of those words. Jinling whispered softly. My senior brother should always be like this. Xing Tian turned to both of them. Fellow Taoists, where are you headed next? Chen Yuan turned his head toward the distance. Buzhou Mountain. Xing Tian slapped his chest. Buzhou Mountain. Allow me to escort you there. Chen Yuan said. I owe you my gratitude, fellow Taoist. Xing Tian added. Since you've come to Wu tribe territory, why not first accompany me back to the tribe? Let us extend our hospitality as hosts. Jinling looked at Chen Yuan. Senior brother, what do you think? Chen Yuan felt a slight stir within his heart. Very well. Xing Tian laughed aloud. Let's go. The Wu tribe people parted to make way, all eyes falling upon Chen Yuan. Someone whispered. This human fellow Taoist appears quite young, yet he dared to confront Donghuang's divine incarnation head-on. Someone retorted. Whoever claims humans are weak from now on will have to answer to me first. Xing Tian called back over his shoulder. Stop muttering among yourselves. This fellow Taoist assisted us today. He is now an honored guest of our Wu tribe. The Wu tribe people responded in unison. Yes. Chen Yuan and Jinling followed Xing Tian onward. Along the way, Wu tribe warriors kept casting sidelong glances. Jinling sent a whispered message. Senior brother, that spear strike you just executed truly frightened me. Chen Yuan replied with a mental transmission. That divine ability consumes far too much energy. I cannot afford to use it lightly. Worry still lingered in Jinling's eyes. Please don't take such risks in the future. Chen Yuan glanced at her. If we hadn't risked it, the solar true fire would have incinerated both of us just now. Jinling pressed her lips together. My senior brother always has his reasons. Xing Tian, unable to hear their whispered exchange from ahead, turned back with a smile. Hurry along, the Xianming tribe lies just ahead. Soon enough, a Wu tribe settlement materialized across the land. Stone halls rose, towering pillars crafted from beast bones, Wu patterns carved across every surface. Wu tribe warriors moved about, their blood qi soaring to the heavens. The moment Chen Yuan crossed into the tribal grounds, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, master, on triggering the check-in location, Xianming tribe. Would you like to check in? Without hesitation, Chen Yuan responded inwardly. Check in. Congratulations, master, on receiving chaos liquid. Chen Yuan's eyes shifted slightly. What exactly is chaos liquid? The system responded. Chaos liquid can restore vitality to spiritual root entities and elevate their cultivation realm. Chen Yuan felt pleased within. This is excellent. I'll certainly need it in the future. Xing Tian turned back and asked. Fellow Taoist, what's wrong? Chen Yuan's expression returned to normal. Nothing, I was simply surprised by the potent Wu tribe aura permeating this place. Xing Tian grinned broadly. That's only natural. This is the ancestral shaman Xuanming's tribe. Jinling whispered. Ancestral shaman Xianming is also here. Xing Tian nodded. That is correct. Chen Yuan gazed toward the depths of the tribe. Since we've arrived here, we ought to pay our respects to the ancestral shaman. Xing Tian said. I was thinking the same. Follow me to the ancestral shaman's hall. The three made their way to the hall. The main hall stood ancient and imposing, its doors carved with Pangu's divine patterns. Xing Tian halted. Wait here. I'll go inside to announce you. Chen Yuan nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Xing Tian stepped into the hall. Cold energy permeated the interior, Wu patterns flowing across the stone walls. A figure sat in stillness. She bore a human face, yet a bird's body, green serpents dangling from her ears and coiled beneath her feet. Her presence was chilling and profound, pressing down upon the void itself. This was none other than Xuanming, one of the 12 ancestral shamans. Xing Tian approached and paid his respects. I greet ancestral shaman Xianming. Xianming turned to look at Xing Tian. Those two outside, are they the Jie sect disciples you mentioned? Xing Tian nodded. That is correct. The human named Chen Yuan among them first saved my life, then slew the demon king of the demon court. Xuanming's gaze shifted. He also slew Donghuang Tai's divine incarnation. Xing Tian's expression grew excited. That is precisely what transpired. That spear strike was merciless. It cleaved through Donghuang Tai's divine incarnation in a single blow. Xianming pondered for a moment. With a Tai Jingxian cultivation, he was able to slay an incarnation of Donghuang. This youth is extraordinary, Xingtian said. Ancestral shaman, he is the eldest disciple under Saint Tongtian's guidance. The 3 pure ones were transformed from the primordial spirit of Father God Pangu. The 12 ancestral shamans were transformed from his precious blood. If that is how it stands, then we are indeed of the same lineage. Xingtian smiled. That is precisely what I thought as well. Xianming raised her hand. Bring them in. Xingtian turned and walked out of the hall. Chen Yuan and Jinling were waiting outside. Xingtian said, "The ancestral shaman invites you to enter." Jinling adjusted his robes, his expression growing more solemn. Chen Yuan stepped into the hall, his gaze settling on Xianming. He clasped his hands in salute. Chen Yuan greets ancestral shaman Xianming. Jinling also bowed. Jinling pays respects to ancestral shaman Xianming. Xianming raised her hand. No need for formalities. We are family after all. Jinling was slightly taken aback. Chen Yuan immediately grasped the meaning. The 3 pure ones were formed from the primordial spirit of Father God Pangu, while the 12 ancestral shamans originated from his sacred blood. Indeed, what the ancestral shaman says holds truth. Xianming looked at Chen Yuan. You understand well indeed. Xingtian laughed. I told you that friend Chen Yuan bears no ill will toward our shaman clan. Xianming spoke. This time you assisted Xingtian and repelled the demon clan's forces. Our shaman clan will remember this favor. Chen Yuan replied. The demon clan slaughtered indiscriminately. I merely acted in passing. Xuanming's gaze fell upon him. To casually slay a demon king and an incarnation of Donghuang. Such casualness is rare in the primordial world. Jinling couldn't help but say, eldest brother has always been like this. Xianming glanced at Jinling. You too are a disciple of Tongtian. Jinling bowed. This disciple is Jinling of the Jie sect. Xianming nodded. Tongtian has a keen eye for selecting disciples. Jinling felt a surge of joy within. Thank you, ancestral shaman, for your kind words. Xianming waved her hand. 2 ancient tokens landed before Chen Yuan and Jinling. The tokens were entirely black, carved with Pangu divine patterns with shaman blood chi flowing within. Chen Yuan caught the tokens. Ancestral shaman, what are these? Xianming said. These can aid you in climbing Mount Buzhou. With them, they can resist a portion of Father God Pangu's pressure. A flash of delight appeared in Jinling's eyes. The pressure of Mount Buzhou is immense. This is exactly what we need. Xianming continued. In the future, when you come to the shaman tribes, display these tokens, and all tribes will grant you passage. Xingtian immediately spoke. These are precious items. Ordinary beings cannot obtain them even if they desired to. Chen Yuan carefully stored the tokens away. Thank you, ancestral shaman. Jinling also said. Thank you, ancestral shaman Xianming. Xianming nodded, faintly looking toward Xingtian. Xingtian, see them to Mount Buzhou. As you command. The 3 withdrew from the ancestral shaman's hall. As soon as they stepped outside, Xingtian began to laugh. Friend, the ancestral shaman, giving you tokens shows she truly considers you kin. Chen Yuan said. Ancestral shaman, Xianming bears herself with exceptional grace. Jinling nodded. Though she is an ancestral shaman, she is not merely about slaughter, as rumors suggest. Xingtian snorted. How much can those rumors outside be trusted? The demon clan also claims we shamans are all barbarians. Chen Yuan glanced at Xingtian. Xingtian immediately glared. Friend, what is that look meant to convey? Jinling chuckled softly. Great shaman Xingtian, please do not take offense. Senior brother means no ill intent. Xingtian burst into laughter. Forget it. I will escort you to Mount Buzhou. The 3 left the Xianming tribe. On the way, Xingtian spoke of the various shaman tribes with bold confidence. Chen Yuan occasionally responded, though his mind was occupied with calculating the uses of chaos liquid. Jinling walked alongside, rubbing the token in his hand. Senior brother, with these tokens, climbing Mount Buzhou will be considerably easier. Chen Yuan nodded. Mount Buzhou was formed from Pangu's spine. Its pressure is no trivial matter. Xingtian turned back and said, even though you have the tokens, do not let your guard down. The higher you climb, the heavier Father God Pangu's pressure becomes. Chen Yuan said, thank you for the reminder. Xingtian gazed toward Mount Buzhou, his eyes filled with reverence. Our shaman tribe was born of the earth and reveres Father God Pangu. Each time I approach Mount Buzhou, I dare not act presumptuously. Jinling spoke softly. Great God Pangu split heaven and earth. All living beings in the primordial world owe him their gratitude. Xingtian nodded. Wise words indeed. Chen Yuan looked ahead, already able to see that colossal pillars supporting the heavens. Mount Buzhou rose into the clouds, its bulk spanning heaven and earth. A vast and solemn pressure pressed down from afar, causing the golden man within Chen Yuan's body to tremble slightly. Xingtian halted his steps. We have arrived. Chen Yuan looked up toward the mountain base, battle fervor rekindling in his eyes. Jinling gripped the token tightly. Senior brother, we have finally arrived. Xingtian stood beside the two, raising his hand to point forward. This is Mount Buzhou. Chen Yuan looked up along the direction Xingtian pointed. Jinling also raised his gaze, the token in his hand vibrating faintly. Xingtian withdrew his hand, his expression deepening with reverence. A colossal peak stood between heaven and earth. Its summit pierced the cloud canopy while its base anchored the primordial world. It upheld the heavens and earth as though Pangu himself still surveyed all creation. Chen Yuan's gaze burned with intensity. After great god Pangu's demise, it became his spinal column. Xingtian nodded. Precisely so. He raised his hand to his chest and bowed toward Mount Buzhou. Here lies Father God's spine. Whenever our shaman clan encounters this mountain, we pay our respects. Jinling also bowed in respect. Great god Pangu divided heaven and earth. All beings in the primordial world benefit from his grace. Chen Yuan clasped his hands and bowed. Chen Yuan of the human race pays homage to the enduring legacy of great god Pangu. Xingtian looked at Chen Yuan, a greater measure of approval in his eyes. Friend, those words give me comfort to hear. Jinling tightened his grip on the Xianming token. Great shaman Xingtian, will you not ascend the mountain with us? Xingtian shook his head. No need. Chen Yuan looked at him. Are you returning to the Xianming tribe? Xingtian nodded. The ancestral shaman tasked me to see you to the mountain base. Beyond this point, your path is your own. Jinling said. Thank you for your escort, great shaman. Xingtian waved his hand. You assisted our shaman clan. Seeing you part of the way is nothing in return. He turned his gaze back to Chen Yuan. The pressure of Mount Buzhou is exceedingly heavy. Though your physical body is formidable, do not recklessly challenge it. Chen Yuan nodded. I shall remember that. Xingtian then looked at Jinling. Friend Jinling, you must also take care. Jinling said solemnly. Thank you for the reminder. Xingtian grinned broadly. If you cannot withstand it, use the ancestral shaman's token. That object can protect your physical body and primordial spirit. Chen Yuan, however, looked toward Jinling. Jinling, do not use the token yet. Jinling paused. Senior brother. Chen Yuan spoke. If you find you cannot hold on, then use it. Only through such trials can we temper ourselves. Understanding flickered in Jinling's eyes. Very well. Xingtian patted his chest. Such courage. You disciples of the Jie sect truly possess a temperament akin to our shaman clan. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. Farewell, friend. Xingtian turned and strode away with long steps. After walking dozens of steps, he turned back and called out. Friend Chen Yuan, should you ever visit the shaman clan again, come find me. Chen Yuan replied. I certainly will. Xingtian laughed heartily, his figure quickly disappearing among the crimson chi at the mountain's base. Jinling returned his gaze. Senior brother, let us ascend the mountain. Chen Yuan nodded. Let us go. Ding. As the two stepped onto Buzhou Mountain, a voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Congratulations, master, you have discovered a place to check in. Buzhou Mountain. Please ascend to the highest point of Buzhou Mountain to check in. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Yuan was naturally delighted, wondering what reward he could obtain by checking in at Buzhou Mountain. The two set foot on the first stone step of Buzhou Mountain. The oppressive pressure immediately descended. Jinling's shoulders sank and the mana within her body grew slightly sluggish. Chen Yuan's steps remained steady as the 9 transformations mystic art within him activated on its own. Golden blood energy surged through his bones and muscles, forcibly withstanding the heavy pressure. Jinling looked at him and asked, Senior brother, how do you feel? Chen Yuan replied, I can still bear it. Jinling gritted her teeth and took the second step. I can do it too. The two continued climbing upward together. At first, the oppressive pressure at the foot of the mountain, though heavy, was not enough to stop them. With every step Chen Yuan took, the mountain stones beneath him rumbled with a deep recoil. Jinling used her mana to protect her primordial spirit Cyan Dao light, swirling around her. 100 years later, the two had already climbed over 10,000 mountain paths. Beads of sweat formed on Jinling's forehead. Senior brother, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain is stronger than I imagined. Chen Yuan nodded, looking upward. This is only the beginning, it will get harder ahead. Jinling looked upward. The higher we go, the more it feels like some supreme being is pressing down on my primordial spirit. Chen Yuan nodded. That is the residual might of Pangu. Jinling murmured softly. If I had not come here in person, I would never have known how heavy the foundation of the primordial world truly is. Chen Yuan nodded again. That is precisely why we must ascend. Cultivating only in a cave abode is not enough. Jinling looked at Chen Yuan's back, her eyes filled with newfound resolve. I will follow senior brother's lead. Another 300 years passed. The two stepped into a higher realm. The mountain wind was like a blade cutting into their flesh, carrying the oppressive might of Pangu. Jinling's mana was forced back into her body several times. Chen Yuan's bones rumbled, and his blood energy was like a furnace. The 9 transformations mystic art constantly assaulted the bottlenecks under the heavy pressure. With each step he took, his physical body was tempered. With every exhale, a portion of the turbid chi within him was expelled. Jinling watched him and could not help but speak. Senior brother, your physical body has grown stronger again. Chen Yuan's gaze fell ahead. Buzhou Mountain is tempering me. Jinling smiled bitterly. It is also tempering me. Chen Yuan turned back. Say something if you cannot hold on. Jinling shook her head. It is not yet time to use the token. I will use it only when I cannot endure any longer. Chen Yuan nodded. All right. Time flowed on. 500 years later the two had already climbed over countless ridges. Jinling's steps grew slower, and she had to circulate the Shangqing immortal art with every step. The Xianming token hidden in her sleeve trembled several times, but she suppressed it. Chen Yuan saw this, but did not urge her. He merely slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up. Jinling looked up and said, Senior brother, you don't have to wait for me. Chen Yuan replied, We came together, so we shall walk together. Warmth filled Jinling's heart. All right. Chen Yuan took another step. A roar exploded inside his body. Bones, flesh, organs, and primordial spirit were all pierced by a heavy oppressive force. The 9 transformations mystic art suddenly accelerated. Golden blood energy surged to the crown of his head, then sank into his limbs and bones. Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks. Jinling's expression changed. Senior brother, what is wrong? Chen Yuan closed his eyes. It's nothing. The 9 transformations mystic art is about to break through. Jinling immediately stepped back half a pace to guard him. On the mountain path, the oppressive might of Pangu descended layer upon layer. Instead of retreating, Chen Yuan advanced, planting his feet on the mountain stones, allowing the pressure to hammer into his body. The golden figure within him trembled, and ancient Dao patterns emerged on his skin. Blood energy burst through the barriers, and his physical power soared. A formidable aura rose from within Chen Yuan. Jinling's eyes trembled. Senior brother really used the pressure of Buzhou Mountain to break through. Feeling the fluctuations of his physical body, her heart could not help but quiver. So this is the 9 transformations mystic art. Within the same cultivation realm, who can compare with senior brother in physical strengths? Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light passed through his gaze. His aura withdrew into his body, and the mountain path settled back into calm. Jinling quickly stepped forward. Senior brother, did you succeed? Chen Yuan nodded. The 9 transformations mystic art, 3rd transformation. Jinling beamed with joy. Congratulations, senior brother. Chen Yuan clenched his fist. This Buzhou Mountain is indeed a sacred ground for body refinement. Jinling gave a soft snort. For senior brother, it is a sacred ground. For me, it is an ordeal. Chen Yuan looked at her. You have already done well to persevere this far. Jinling shook her head. I will continue. Chen Yuan said, all right. The two ascended once more. 1,000 years slipped away as they climbed. The initial ease had long since vanished. The higher they went, the stronger the residual might of Pangu became. Jinling had to stop and regulate her breath every 100 steps. Although Chen Yuan could endure it, he was no longer at ease. The 3rd transformation of his mystic art cycled constantly, and his body emitted a low rumbling thunder under the pressure. Jinling's lips turned pale, yet she still did not take out the token. Chen Yuan stopped. Jinling, let's stop here and rest for a while. Jinling looked up and said with effort, Senior brother, I can still walk. Chen Yuan looked at her. Cultivation requires both effort and moderation. Jinling finally nodded. All right. Senior brother, let's rest. Chen Yuan said, all right. The two sat cross-legged by a cliff face. Chen Yuan took out a primordial spirit herb and handed it to Jinling. Refine it. Jinling did not decline. Thank you, senior brother. She took the herb and began to circulate the Shangqing immortal art. Clear light rose, protecting her primordial spirit. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged beside her, regulating the blood energy within him. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon a cliff face not far away. Jinling sensed something amiss and immediately stopped her cultivation. What is it? Senior brother. Chen Yuan stood up, staring at the cliff. It seems there is some treasure there. Jinling followed his gaze. The cliff was covered in ancient interlocking patterns, and faint spiritual light seeped from the cracks in the stone. A glint of light sparked in her eyes. For something to conceal its spiritual light within Buzhou Mountain, it must be no ordinary object. Chen Yuan stepped forward. Come, let's go take a look. Chen Yuan took a step toward the cliff. Jinling immediately followed. Senior brother, be careful. Chen Yuan raised his hand and pressed against the empty space before the cliff. A faint cyan light barrier suddenly appeared. On the barrier, primordial Dao patterns swirled, blocking his palm. Jinling's eyes narrowed. There is a formation here. Chen Yuan nodded. For a formation to be hidden beneath the pressure of Buzhou Mountain, its origins must be profound. Jinling looked at the spiritual light seeping from the crevices in the cliff. There must be a heavy treasure inside. Chen Yuan's palm emitted a golden flash. The light barrier shook violently. A counterforce surged back along his arm. The mountain stones beneath Chen Yuan's feet sank. Jinling's expression changed slightly. Senior brother. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand. It's fine. On the light barrier, the Dao patterns began to twist. Threads of cyan light turned into vine shadows reaching toward Chen Yuan. Mana surged within Jinling's sleeve. I'll help you. Chen Yuan raised his hand to stop her. Stand back for now. Jinling frowned. Senior brother, this formation has been preserved here. It is no ordinary array. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the cyan vine shadows. Precisely because it is extraordinary, I must break it in one blow. The cyan vine shadows suddenly lashed down. Chen Yuan stepped forward and drove his fist outward. Golden chi slammed into the vine shadow. The shadow shattered only to regenerate within the luminous barrier. Shock flashed across Jinling's eyes as she cried out, Senior brother, this formation draws upon the spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain to heal itself. Chen Yuan had naturally noticed it as well. His voice turned cold. Then we shall strike faster than it can heal. He raised his hand and swept it aside. At that moment, the 24 Dinghai divine beads simultaneously shot forth. The divine beads hovered in midair, their blue radiance pressing down upon the mountain path. Chen Yuan formed a hand seal. Suppress. The 24 Dinghai divine beads rained down in unison. The first bead struck the luminous barrier. Azure light exploded outward. The second bead followed closely behind. A crack immediately split the formation array. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The barrier trembled violently. From within the mountain wall, spiritual light churned as though something precious had been awakened. This formation is resisting, Jinling couldn't help but say. A golden glint flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes. Resistance is futile. The azure Dao patterns coalesced into a massive hand reaching toward the Dinghai divine beads. Senior brother, it intends to seal the spiritual treasure, Jinling said in surprise upon seeing the giant hand. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. Does it dare? He stepped forward, and the 9 turns mysterious art activated within him. Golden chi surged from his body. Chen Yuan punched directly at the azure giant hand. His fist collided with the spectral palm, shattering it on the spot. Jinling was deeply shaken inwardly. After senior brother's physical body broke through to the third turn, he has grown this formidable. She turned her gaze back to the Dinghai divine beads. Spiritual treasures to suppress and physical might to shatter formations. What an overbearing approach. Chen Yuan did not stop. The 24 Dinghai divine beads rose into the sky together. Within each bead, a phantom seascape manifested. The power of heavy water crushed the entire formation. Upon the luminous barrier, all Dao patterns were weighed down and slowed. Chen Yuan raised his hand and pressed downward. Shatter. The 24 Dinghai divine beads plummeted simultaneously. The formation could no longer sustain itself. Cracks crawled across the luminous barrier. Jinling gripped her spellcasting sword tightly. Senior brother, one more strike, and it will surely break. Chen Yuan channeled his spiritual power. The Dinghai divine bead struck again. The luminous barrier shattered with a deafening crash. Upon the mountain wall, Dao patterns annihilated inch by inch. The spiritual light concealed within poured out completely. Jinling's face lit up with joy. It's broken. Chen Yuan retrieved the Dinghai divine beads. Let us go inside and take a look. The two passed through the shattered formation patterns. Behind the mountain wall, a recessed stone platform appeared. At the center of the stone platform, an ancient vine took root in the rock. Its trunk was dark green, etched with profound patterns. Wisps of primordial spiritual energy drifted from its stems. Jinling's eyes brightened with delight. She looked at Chen Yuan and said, Senior brother, this is an innate spiritual root. However, Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the end of the vine. Hanging there was a purple gourd. The gourd was only the size of a fist. Its purple radiance was dim, its primordial essence incomplete. Jinling hurried forward but stopped 3 steps away. Senior brother, this gourd vine carries such dense primordial aura. Chen Yuan's heart trembled violently. Good heavens. He stared at the ancient vine, his spirit profoundly shaken. It is actually the gourd vine, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Jinling turned to look at him puzzled. Senior brother, do you recognize this object? Chen Yuan nodded and began to explain. This vine is the innate gourd vine, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Joy deepened in Jinling's eyes. No wonder it could conceal itself within Buzhou Mountain. Chen Yuan took a few steps closer. This vine once bore 7 gourds. Jinling counted. Indeed, there were 7 gourd nodes on the vine, though 6 had already been taken. Chen Yuan studied the broken stumps remaining on the vine. The first 6 gourds were taken by the 3 pure ones, Donghuang, Tai Hongjun, and Yuhua. Jinling looked at the purple gourd. Then this last one is the 7th. Chen Yuan nodded. Exactly. Jinling reached out toward the purple gourd. The gourd trembled slightly, but did not truly awaken. Jinling withdrew her hand, her joyful expression fading slightly. She said with concern, Senior brother, this treasure seems to lack its primordial essence. Chen Yuan also approached the purple gourd. He placed his hand upon the vine beside the gourd. A withered aura seeped into his palm. It has not yet fully gestated. No wonder this object was never plucked. Jinling sighed, a helpless expression on her face. Senior brother, if its primordial essence is already depleted, this gourd may never emerge. Chen Yuan did not answer immediately. Images of the rewards obtained from signing in at the Xianming tribe surfaced in his mind. Chaos Fluid. Chaos Fluid could restore vitality to spiritual root objects. It could also elevate their grade. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. This is exactly what is needed for it. Jinling looked at him and asked, "Senior brother, do you have a solution?" Chen Yuan turned his palm. A pool of chaotic-colored liquid appeared. Chaos Chi descended, and the innate spiritual energy immediately surged. "Senior brother, what treasure is this?" Jinling looked at the chaos fluid appearing in Chen Yuan's hand. Chen Yuan gazed at the purple gourd. Chaos fluid. Jinling was puzzled. What was this? She had never heard of it before. Can it rescue spiritual roots? Chen Yuan nodded. It can save it. With a curl of his fingers, he cupped the chaos fluid and walked toward the gourd vine. Jinling immediately held her breath, her gaze locked onto his palm. If its primordial essence can be replenished, this seventh gourd can truly emerge. Chen Yuan raised his hand and dripped chaos fluid onto the root of the gourd vine. One drop fell. The entire gourd vine shuddered violently. Azure light surged upward, and primordial Dao patterns ignited along its stems. The purple gourd trembled in response. Jinling's eyes suddenly brightened. It works. Chen Yuan flicked out a second drop of chaos fluid. Chaos Chi descended, and the withered portions of the gourd vine quickly turned green. The originally incomplete primordial essence began to flow back. Along the vine stem, cracks healed one by one. The purple gourd drew in and exhaled spiritual energy, its dim purple glow deepening into a profound radiance. Jinling couldn't help but step forward half a pace. Senior brother, it has truly come back to life. Chen Yuan watched the gourd vine intently and let another drop of chaos fluid fall from his palm. Only one final portion remains. The chaos fluid merged into the vine stem. The gourd vine suddenly grew 3 inches taller. Its roots dug into the mountain rock, drawing upon the primordial spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain. The purple gourd hung at the vine's tip, chaos patterns emerging around its opening. Jinling's face broke into a smile. It succeeded. Chen Yuan sensed the gourd vine's aura reaching completeness, and his eyes also warmed. Excellent. Jinling looked at the purple gourd. Senior brother, this treasure's primordial essence has been restored. Its aura is far stronger than that of ordinary innate spiritual treasures. Chen Yuan smiled. It was worth using chaos fluid to save it. Jinling nodded. Such an opportunity. If anyone else had found it, they would have returned empty-handed. Chen Yuan waved his hand. The Dinghai divine beads scattered waterlight, protecting the surrounding spiritual energy. His other hand rested upon the gourd vine. Come. The gourd vine trembled gently, its roots pulling free from the mountain rock. The entire spiritual root transformed into a beam of green-purple divine light and fell into Chen Yuan's palm. The instant the gourd vine entered his possession, a stream of information flooded Chen Yuan's mind. Chaos gourd vine. Capable of nurturing an innate supreme treasure. Requires 1 million years. Chen Yuan's spirit trembled violently. His hand gripping the gourd vine shook slightly. Good heavens. Jinling immediately looked at him. Senior brother, what is wrong? Could the treasure have some other issue? Chen Yuan forcibly suppressed the turmoil within his heart. Nothing. Jinling's gaze carried confusion. Chen Yuan stored the gourd vine within his inner world. But his heart was already churning with astonishment. An innate supreme treasure. With the blessing of chaos fluid, this purple gourd has advanced from an innate spiritual treasure to an innate supreme treasure. Though it requires 1 million years to fully gestate, the primordial world lacks nothing in the way of time. After settling the gourd vine within his inner small world, Chen Yuan turned to Jinling. Let us go. We shall continue ascending the mountain. Jinling nodded and rose to follow. The two stepped onto the mountain path once more. The crushing pressure of Pangu intensified layer upon layer, bearing down upon their primordial spirits. Jinling activated the Shangxing immortal art, a cyan radiance enveloping her body. Chen Yuan's 9 revolutions mystic art resonated through his bones, and Sinu's golden blood chi countering the immense pressure. Day followed day, year followed year. 100 years slipped away in silence. Every 100 paces, Jinling would pause. Chen Yuan had grown accustomed to this rhythm. He urged her did not press ahead, maintaining a constant distance of 3 steps behind her. Another day passed. As Jinling stepped upon a mountain rock, her footing suddenly faltered. Cultivation power within her body surged violently. The Shangxing immortal art was driven to its utmost limit, a golden radiance manifesting above her primordial spirit. Chen Yuan halted immediately, his gaze sweeping toward her. Jinling's eyes were tightly shut, her aura rising sharply. Streams of Dao light erupted from her entire body. A torrent of immense cultivation power swept outward from within her. Shattered stones rolled down the mountain path. The oppressive weight of Mount Buzhou bore down, yet her aura advanced rather than retreated. Breaking through the cultivation barrier, golden light blazed above her primordial spirit. A tiny golden immortal Dao fruit condensed. Jinling suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, Senior brother, I have broken through. Tai golden immortal. Chen Yuan gazed at the golden Dao light swirling around her, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Excellent. Jinling stood upon the mountain path, circulating her cultivation power through a complete cycle before drawing the fluctuations back within. Senior brother, I am indebted to you for bringing me to Mount Buzhou. Had I merely cultivated bitterly at Bio Palace, I would never have known when I could enter this realm. These were Jinling's sincerest words. Chen Yuan did not dwell on them, for they were disciples of the same sect, and helping one another was only natural. The oppressive weight of Mount Buzhou has tempered your primordial spirit, while the lingering might of Pangu has compressed your cultivation power. 100 years of cultivation here surpasses 1,000 in a secluded cave. Jinling drew a deep breath, feeling the abundant power coursing through her body. Tai golden immortal. She whispered the words, unable to conceal the excitement shining in her eyes. I have finally caught up to your pace, senior brother. Chen Yuan looked at her and spoke softly. You already possess the foundation. You only lack the right opportunity. Jinling shook her head and replied, that opportunity was given by you, senior brother. Had I not met you, I fear it would have taken me far longer to advance to Tai golden immortal. Chen Yuan did not press the matter further. He turned his gaze upward. The oppressive force from above grew ever heavier, even the air itself becoming viscous and still. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Jinling. Jinling responded at once. Senior brother, you shall cultivate here and stabilize your Tai golden immortal Dao fruit. Senior brother, you intend to ascend alone. Jinling understood his purpose as soon as she heard his words. Chen Yuan nodded. Further up, the pressure far exceeds what a Tai golden immortal can endure. If you force yourself to follow, it will harm your cultivation and damage your very foundation. Jinling raised her eyes toward the mountain peak. She could feel that oppressive force herself. Even having just broken through to Tai golden immortal, the weight pressing upon her made her primordial spirit tremble. Senior brother is right. My current strength can only take me this far. Jinling pondered for a moment before answering. Chen Yuan said, there is no need to push yourself. Cultivation is a path each must walk alone. Remain here to stabilize your realm and wait for my return. Senior brother, then please take care of yourself. Chen Yuan offered a faint smile. Rest assured. Jinling sat cross-legged beside the mountain cliff. She took out the Xinming token, placing it before her to guard her entire body. Senior brother, I shall wait for you here. Chen Yuan cast her a glance, then turned his face upward. He took a single step. The oppressive weight surged dramatically. From below, Jinling watched his figure gradually dissolve into the dense fog step after step. She whispered softly, Senior brother, travel safely. Upon the mountain path, only Chen Yuan remained. His footsteps echoed across the barren ridge. Oppressive weight layered upon layer pressed upon his physical body. His 9 revolutions mystic art operated at full capacity. Golden blood chi surged through every limb and vessel. With each step, his bones emitted dull cracks. With each stride, his fascia and tendons were compressed tighter. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, never stopping. 10 years, 30 years, 50 years. The mountain path grew ever steeper. Ancient Dao patterns emerged faintly within the fog. These were traces left when Pangu shattered heaven and forged the world. The weight of pressure had surpassed even the limits of a Daluo golden immortal. Chen Yuan's bones groaned faintly. His 9 revolutions mystic art continued to forge ahead under the crushing weight. Blood chi surged, golden radiance seeping from between the cracks of his skin. He let out a fierce cry and stomped his foot. The mountain stone shattered. His body was driven up another tier. Another century passed. Chen Yuan stood drenched in blood. Not from wounds, but because his physical body, pushed to its absolute limit, saw capillaries constantly rupture and regenerate. Through this merciless tempering, his 9 revolutions mystic art grew ever more refined. Golden blood chi transitioned from dim to intense. He lifted his head. The fog parted. A stone peak rose before him. Its summit was flat as a platform. Chen Yuan stepped onto it. The lingering might of Pangu pressed upon him from every direction. His feet found solid ground. His 9 revolutions mystic art guarded his entire body, and golden blood chi surged skyward. He opened his eyes and beheld the sight at the highest point of Mount Buzhou. The vast earth stretched endlessly before him. The myriad realms of the primordial world unfolded beneath his feet. Chen Yuan drew a deep breath. We have arrived. Ding. A familiar voice exploded within his mind. Congratulations, host, on reaching the highest point of Mount Buzhou. Sign-in successful. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had waited too long for this moment. Let us see what marvelous reward awaits. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a wisp of Pangu's essence blood. Chen Yuan froze. His mind went completely blank. 3 breaths later, those words re-emerged in his consciousness. Pangu. Essence blood. Pangu's essence blood. He stood utterly motionless. The essence blood of the great god Pangu. By reaching the summit of Mount Buzhou, could one actually receive such a heaven-defying treasure? Turbulent waves surged within Chen Yuan's heart. He knew only too well what this essence blood represented. Pangu, the first great god who shattered heaven and forged the world. His essence blood was the very source of all creation. Even a saint would likely tremble upon hearing of it. Chen Yuan steeled his emotions and directed his consciousness toward the system reward. A thread of exceedingly faint golden light hovered within his sea of consciousness. He focused his gaze carefully. Wait, something was wrong. A wisp. Chen Yuan's eye twitched sharply. Why is it only a wisp? He thought he had misread it and checked again, but the result remained the same. He examined the system prompt with full attention. The system wrote clearly, a wisp of Pangu's essence blood. One wisp. Not one drop. Not one cluster. Simply undeniably, just one wisp of essence blood. Chen Yuan could only admire whatever standard this system used for rewards. Was this considered generous or stingy? In his previous life, he had read countless novels where transmigrators received at least a single drop of essence blood as a starting gift. Some even received several drops outright. But now when it came to him, why only a wisp? Others can refine a single drop of Pangu's essence blood and achieve immediate perfection of their physical body. What on earth can I do with this wisp? Chen Yuan could not help but grumble inwardly. System, are you truly serious? The system offered no response. Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. He took a deep breath. Very well. Regardless, this is still Pangu's essence blood. A wisp is still essence blood. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He steadied his mind and fixed his gaze upon that faint golden speck within his sea of consciousness. Though merely a wisp, it contained an ancient and boundless primordial aura. Such profound and limitless energy. Even the faintest fragment caused his sea of consciousness to tremble. This was truly the essence blood of Pangu, the great god. Even a single wisp was terrifyingly powerful. Chen Yuan felt that aura and light gradually kindled in his eyes. Though this wisp is small, its nature is extraordinarily pure. If I can refine it and merge it with my 9 revolutions mystic art, my physical body will surely ascend to a higher level. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged upon the summit of Mount Buzhou. The lingering might of Pangu enveloped all directions. That wisp of golden essence blood slowly sank within his sea of consciousness, then dissolved into the deepest core of his physical form. Boom. That wisp of golden Pangu essence blood fell into Chen Yuan's flesh body, exploding with tremendous force within him. The terrifying power contained in the essence blood surged through his limbs and bones. Chen Yuan's entire body trembled, his form seated at atop Mount Buzhou, suddenly sinking downward. The mountain rocks could not bear the force, cracks spreading outward in all directions. What a domineering power befitting the blood of the great Pangu. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and spoke. Even a single wisp of Pangu's essence blood possesses such formidable power. Golden spiritual energy erupted from his body, only to be suppressed back by the lingering might of Pangu. The essence blood's power swept through his meridians, assaulting his organs and penetrating into his marrow. Meanwhile, within Chen Yuan's body, countless tiny figures opened their eyes one after another. They sat cross-legged deep within his flesh and blood, Dao patterns flowing around their bodies. When the Pangu essence blood power descended, those tiny figures immediately opened their mouths to absorb it. Strands of golden light were drawn into their bodies. Ancient patterns emerged on the surface of the tiny figures. Chen Yuan's spirit trembled. These miniature beings are also devouring the power of Pangu's essence blood to advance. Excellent. Since they can absorb, let them absorb everything. He activated the 9 turns mysterious art. The golden blood chi within his body transformed into a torrent, pushing that wisp of Pangu essence blood throughout his entire physique. Wherever it passed, flesh was torn open. Wherever it passed, muscles and bones were remolded. Sweat seeped from Chen Yuan's forehead. He did not retreat. If I cannot withstand this, how can I ever achieve the Tao of primordial vastness? He pressed both hands against his knees, forcefully enduring this heaven-splitting power. Come, become even stronger. If I cannot refine you today, what talk is there of the great Tao? The Pangu essence blood trembled slightly. A more terrifying power erupted. Chen Yuan's bones rang out in unison within his body. The 9 turns mysterious art spun wildly. The power of the 3rd turn was instantly pushed to its limit. Within his flesh body, barriers were breached one after another. The miniature figures within uniformly exhaled and inhaled golden light. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. An ever-increasing number of miniature figures condensed forth. They presided over the realm of flesh and blood dust like countless Tao furnaces, refining the power of Pangu's essence blood. Chen Yuan roared low. Refine for me. Golden light sank into flesh and blood. Thunderous resonance erupted from within his flesh. The lingering might of Pangu pressed from without, while Pangu's essence blood surged from within. 2 forces closed in upon Chen Yuan's flesh body from both sides. Yet he did not collapse. He bore everything through the 9 turns mysterious art. Wherever his flesh was crushed by an inch, it instantly regenerated by an inch. Wherever his tendons and bones cracked by a fraction, they immediately healed. His aura continuously ascended. Atop Mount Buzhou, golden blood qi surged toward the heavens. Chen Yuan's eyes remained tightly shut, his primordial spirit firmly seated within the sea of consciousness. Tai Golden Immortal is not enough. Daluo Golden Immortal is my next step. Now that opportunity lies before my eyes, how could I possibly give up? The Pangu essence blood continued to merge into his body. The number of miniature figures surged explosively. They absorbed the essence blood, exhaled, and inhaled magical power, and then fed that strength back to Chen Yuan's original body. Within Chen Yuan's body, it was as if countless miniature worlds bloomed into existence. Each miniature figure was practicing the profound art. Each miniature figure was tempering his flesh body. Time flowed onward. 100 years. 300 years. 500 years. Chen Yuan remained seated in meditation, unmoving throughout. The oppressive pressure atop Mount Buzhou grew stronger each day. His internal aura also intensified day by day. The 9 turns mysterious art advanced into the 4th turn. His physical strength skyrocketed. Chen Yuan did not open his eyes. Not yet enough. The Pangu essence blood has not been fully refined. Continue. The miniature figures within uniformly vibrated. The 4th turn profound art continued its assault. The remaining power of the Pangu essence blood was thoroughly drawn forth. Deep within Chen Yuan's flesh and blood, more miniature figures condensed into form. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, until 50 million. 50 million miniature figures opened their eyes simultaneously. Their auras were interconnected, all bearing the spiritual pressure of Daluo Golden Immortals. Roaring sounds continuously echoed within Chen Yuan's body. His flesh body broke through barriers once again. The 9 turns mysterious art reached the early stages of the 5th turn. His physical strength rivaled that of the great Wu of the Wu tribe. 1,000 years later, Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot from his gaze, tearing through the clouds atop the mountain. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. The blood qi within his fist pressed the void to tremble. He let out a cold snort. Break. A powerful force swept through his entire body. The barrier of the Tai Golden Immortal realm shook open with a tremendous sound. Upon Chen Yuan's primordial spirit, a shackle was forcibly broken apart. Magical power surged into a higher realm. The aura of Daluo Golden Immortal rose from within his body. The oppressive pressure of Mount Buzhou descended, yet it could no longer bend his spine. At Chen Yuan's shoulder, a ray of Dao light condensed. The ray of Dao light transformed into a flower bud. The bud trembled gently. The first gray bloomed. The second gray bloomed. The third gray bloomed. Chen Yuan's gaze condensed sharply. Continue. The 4th gray bloomed. The 5th gray bloomed. The 6th gray bloomed. That flower exhaled and inhaled primordial spiritual energy, its aura growing increasingly complete. 50 million miniature figures within Chen Yuan's body uniformly circulated their magical power. The residual power of the Pangu essence blood was entirely pushed into the flower bud. The 7th grade bloomed. The 8th grade bloomed. The 9th grade bloomed. The human flower of 9 grades was complete. Chen Yuan gazed at the Dao flower on his shoulder, his eyes blazing with intense light. The sign of a Daluo Golden Immortal. The 3 flowers are opened. 3 grades is the lowest. 6 grades is acceptable. 9 grades is the strongest. Since I, Chen Yuan, have entered the Daluo realm, I must bloom the most powerful flower. The human flower hung upon his shoulders, scattering golden Dao light. The magical power surrounding Chen Yuan underwent a thorough transformation. The boundary between Tai Golden Immortal and Daluo Golden Immortal was crossed in a single bound. He rose slowly. The mountain stones beneath his feet trembled. The lingering might of Pangu atop Mount Buzhou pressed down once more. Chen Yuan looked upward, his body as steadfast as divine iron. This oppressive pressure is much weaker than before. Not so. It is that I have grown stronger. He raised his palm. Within his palm, golden blood qi gathered. The power of the 5th turn, early stage of the 9 turns mysterious art, churned within his palm. Chen Yuan gently clenched his hand. The void emitted a muffled sound on the spot. My flesh body rivals the great Wu. 50 million Daluo Golden Immortal level miniature figures guard within my body. Should I encounter the Donghuang incarnation again, I could shatter it with a single punch. He withdrew the human flower. The human flower transformed into a ray of Dao light and sank into his body. Chen Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid qi. He slowly rose to his feet and walked to the edge of Mount Buzhou, gazing down at the world below, his heart filled with profound changes. When he first arrived at Mount Buzhou, he was merely a Tai immortal, but now he had entered the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Though Daluo Golden Immortals may not be extraordinary in this current age, they at least possess the power to protect themselves. Moreover, relying on his divine abilities and treasures, even a quasi-saint would find it difficult to harm him. This journey to Mount Buzhou has yielded tremendous gains. It is time to descend the mountain. Junior's sister Jinling is probably growing anxious with anticipation. Chen Yuan turned around, preparing to descend the mountain. However, as soon as he took a step, he perceived a trace of aura emanating from the opposite side of Mount Buzhou. That aura was faint, yet it directly stirred the residual power of Pangu essence blood within his body. Chen Yuan could not help but halt his descent. My. His gaze turned toward the source of the aura. What lies there? A sharp light appeared in Chen Yuan's eyes. Something capable of stirring the bloodline fluctuations within my body cannot possibly be ordinary. As Chen Yuan pondered, that mysterious aura arrived once more as if guiding him to proceed forward. Chen Yuan gazed at that wisp of aura, his feet lingering without descending. What could it be? His brows furrowed as he sensed the residual power of Panga's essence blood within his body stirring once more. He pondered aloud. To move even a trace of Panga's essence blood within one's body signals something profoundly extraordinary. Chen Yuan pressed a hand to his chest as the 9-turn mystic art coursed through him on its own accord. That wisp of aura drifted toward him once more, its origin pointed squarely at the far side of Buzhou Mountain. Chen Yuan's gaze hardened. Let us investigate. With a single step, his figure swept along the mountainside. Buzhou Mountain's crushing pressure descended upon him, yet his flesh shimmered with golden light as he withstood it unyielding. Soon Chen Yuan arrived before a mountain cliff where Dao patterns crisscrossed the stone. An ancient formation was embedded deep within the mountain stone. Though it emitted no light, a heavy spiritual pressure lingered within its core. Chen Yuan halted, his eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the formation. Could this be a treasure? Chen Yuan raised his hand and summoned the 24 Seas calming divine beads. They hovered overhead, pressing down with an azure glow. Just as Chen Yuan's spiritual energy was about to surge into the beads in preparation for an attack, the formation suddenly quivered. Boom! A surge of power erupted from the formation, sweeping directly toward Chen Yuan. His eyes shifted. Not good. The moment he attempted to activate the 9-turn mystic art, the formation's force coiled around his body. The 24 Seas calming divine beads trembled in unison, yet they were dragged into the formation along with him. This formation can suppress an innate spiritual treasure. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he was pulled straight into it. Heaven and earth reversed before his eyes. Spiritual power roared within his body. Chen Yuan felt his primordial spirit plunge downward, his consciousness pressed into darkness by an ancient power. After an uncountable span of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red sky pressed down above. The earth was scorched black, intersected by countless fissures. In the distance, fractured Dao patterns floated, carrying chaotic spiritual pressure. Chen Yuan immediately rose to his feet, the seas calming divine beads circling his body. What place is this? He scanned his surroundings, his expression grave. Am I still within Buzhou Mountain? Ding! A system notification sounded within his mind. Congratulations, Master, on checking in at the land of the demon god. You have received 10 drops of 3 light divine water. Chen Yuan's heart trembled. The check-in location had refreshed. 3 light divine water had been awarded as well. Originally used by Nuwa in the creation of humanity, it was indeed a fine treasure. But before Chen Yuan could feel pleased, his gaze suddenly stiffened. Land of the demon god. What manner of place is this? Boom. An aura capable of destroying heaven and earth swept over him. The blood-red sky shuddered. The earth's fissures exploded outward. Chen Yuan's frame sagged, his bones groaning audibly. Such a formidable aura. He immediately set his spiritual energy in motion. The 24 Seas calming divine beads blazed with azure light in unison. Phantom seas shimmered within each bead, their heavy waters suppressing the void. Chen Yuan's hands formed a mudra, and he barked a command. Suppress. The seas calming divine beads hovered in 4 directions, holding back that devastating aura at a distance of 3 zhang. But the aura was too overpowering. The beads' azure light trembled relentlessly. The earth beneath Chen Yuan's feet crumbled inch by inch. This aura far exceeds even a quasi-saint, he thought, a chill settling in his heart. Without the seas calming divine beads, I would have been crushed to death just now. Ha ha ha. A roaring laugh exploded from the depths of the blood-colored heaven and earth. The sound wave struck his primordial spirit, causing the seas calming divine beads to shake violently. Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold. Who goes there? Blood mist churned. A colossal figure walked toward him from afar, a creature bearing wings upon its back and horns upon its head. Its massive frame was wrapped in chaotic markings. A black iron chain pierced through its chest, restraining its 4 limbs, with the other end disappearing deep into the void. Each step sent the chain trembling. Each tremor split another fissure across the blood-colored earth. Chen Yuan's heart pounded violently as he beheld this being. What manner of existence is this? The being lowered its gaze to Chen Yuan, murderous intent churning in its eyes. Ant. Chen Yuan tightened his grip on his hand seal, the seas calming divine beads forming a protective circle around his body. Who are you? The being's wings trembled behind it, chaotic chi surging forward like a tempest. The seas calming divine beads were driven back half a zhang on the spot. Chen Yuan grunted, releasing the power of the 5th turn of the 9-turn mystic art. Golden blood chi surged upward, forcing the divine beads to hold steady. The being's eyes flashed with surprise. Beyond Tai barely into Daluo, yet you can withstand a fraction of my aura. Gagaga. You carry the essence of Pangu upon you. Chen Yuan's heart sank at those words. It can actually sense the trace of Pangu's essence blood within me. The being gazed at Chen Yuan, its voice like thunder. Behold your demon god, and kneel. Chen Yuan raised his head, war blazing in his eyes. Kneel to you? Are you worthy? The unknown being laughed in fury. Bull, a mere Daluo golden immortal dares to act so presumptuously before me. Chen Yuan activated the 24 C's calming divine beads, their azure light pressing down in successive layers. You are bound by iron chains, yet dare to claim authority before me. The being's wings snapped open. Countless runes exploded from the black iron chain, pinning it forcefully back to its spot. It let out a ferocious roar that split the blood-red sky asunder. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light. As I thought, you cannot break free. The being locked eyes with Chen Yuan, killing intent surging. Were it not for this Panga chain, I could crush you with a single thought. Chen Yuan's heart trembled once more. Panga chain, to be sealed by a chain left by Pangu. This being's origin must be extraordinary. The being looked down at Chen Yuan, speaking coldly. Can't remember my name. I am a chaos demon god. Behold my true form. How dare you not kneel? Chen Yuan's pupils contracted. Chaos demon god. Those 4 words sent a shock through his spirit. Before the primordial era there existed the chaos epic. 3,000 chaos demon gods swept through the chaos, each holding sway over a fundamental Dao. Their power was naturally beyond measure, for every one of them was an existence of the chaos level. Yet ultimately they fell victim to the great tribulation of heaven's opening. Pangu, in his quest to attain the supreme Dao, split the chaos and created the world. These chaos demon gods perished one by one at his hands. Had every one of these beings been slain by Pangu? If so, then this being before him could not possibly be an intact true form. Golden light flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Humph. He stepped forward, and the 5th turn of his mystic art surged powerfully. Golden blood chi cleaved through the crimson mist, while the 24 C's calming divine beads vibrated in unison behind him. Chen Yuan fixed his gaze upon the chaos demon god and spoke coldly. The chaos era has long passed. The chaos demon god's eyes flared with murderous light. Chen Yuan continued, and you are but a remnant soul. The iron chains upon the chaos demon god's chest snapped taut. Chen Yuan raised his finger and pointed at it, his voice cutting like a sword. In days of old, great spirit Pangu slew you all upon opening the heavens. Today I can do the same. The chaos demon god was momentarily stunned. A mere ant of the Daluo golden immortal realm dared speak such presumption. Then it roared toward the heavens. Excellent. Excellent. A mere junior of the primordial world dares invoke Pangu to suppress me. The blood-colored heaven and earth shook violently. The black iron chains exploded with runes pinning its limbs and chest firmly. The chaos demon god roared. If my true body remained intact, you would not even be worthy to gaze upon me. Chen Yuan said coldly, is your true body still here? If you had a true body, how could you be chained here devouring ants to prolong your pathetic existence? The murderous intent in the chaos demon god's eyes materialized, piercing straight into Chen Yuan's primordial spirit. Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness trembled, but the light of his human flower emerged, forcefully blocking that killing thought. The chaos demon god's heart shook. At the same time, he felt particularly delighted. This was the most suitable vessel he had encountered in these endless eons. This child has only just entered Daluo, yet his primordial spirit can withstand my killing intent. His Pangu aura is extremely pure. If I devour him, I can be reborn through this shell. The primordial heaven and earth have already formed. If I am reborn, I can seize one of the great Daos. Pangu, you have suppressed me for endless eons, yet today you have sent me a fine vessel. The chaos demon god looked down at Chen Yuan, his laughter shattering large patches of blood clouds. Ant, today I will kill you, then devour your flesh and blood, and use this body of yours to be reborn into the primordial world. Chen Yuan formed hand seals, and the Dinghai divine pearls encircled him into an array. Having set foot in the Daluo golden immortal realm, he naturally wanted to test his current strength. Coincidentally, this chaos demon god had come to him, so he would see just how powerful he had become. Want to devour me? That depends on whether you have the ability. The chaos demon god roared died. In his eyes, Chen Yuan was merely a lamb to be devoured. How could an insignificant Daluo golden immortal possibly stir any waves before him? Although he was now only a remnant soul, the power he could unleash was still above the quasi-saint level. He raised a massive palm. The palm descended with chaos patterns interweaving in its center. The blood-red earth collapsed under the pressure of the palm. Chen Yuan's feet sank, and the phantom of mountains and rivers surged within the Dinghai divine pearls. He let out a low shout. Dinghai divine pearls suppressed the void. 24 pearls flew up simultaneously. Blue light spread out, forming a curtain of heavy water. The phantom of the ocean within the pearls pressed down toward the massive palm. The palm struck the heavy water curtain. The curtain immediately caved in. Chen Yuan's arm trembled, and the 50 million tiny figures within his body opened their eyes, simultaneously erupting with power. Suppress. 50 million streams of Dharma power surged into the Dinghai divine pearls. In an instant, the 24 pearls blazed with dazzling light. A flash of anger crossed the chaos demon god's eyes. An ant was an ant and should simply be devoured. A mere innate spiritual treasure dares to suppress me. If it were Pangu's divine axe, I might still fear it a little. The chaos patterns in the demon god's palm suddenly exploded. Terrifying power descended, crushing everything. Boom. The power erupted by the Dinghai divine pearls was torn open. The first pearl flew back. The second pearl was also shaken away. The third, fourth, and fifth pearls let out mournful cries in succession. Chen Yuan grunted, blood churning in his chest. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and forcibly stabilized his stance. Inwardly, he had to admit that the chaos demon god was truly formidable. Even a mere remnant soul was not to be trifled with. However, Chen Yuan did not give up. Instead, he was filled with boundless battle intent. The chaos demon god sneered, "This treasure of yours is not bad. If you had reached the quasi-saint level, I might have feared you. But now you are too weak to unleash its true power." Chen Yuan raised his hand, and the Dinghai divine pearls gathered again. He shot forward, unleashing the full power of the fifth layer of the 9 revolutions mystic art. A golden fist slammed into the chaos demon god's chest. The demon god watched him charge, greed flashing in his eyes. Panga bloodline, and such a body-refining technique. Fine vessel. Truly a fine vessel. He opened his mouth and spat out a mass of black chaos chi. The chaos chi turned into a spear, thrusting straight at Chen Yuan's brow. Chen Yuan punched down. The fist collided with the spear. Golden blood chi exploded. The spear shattered inch by inch. Chen Yuan's body was blasted back 100 jong. His feet dug into the scorched earth, leaving 2 deep furrows. The chaos demon god's heart shook again. This child's physical body is already comparable to a great witch. With such combat power at the early Deluo stage, if he grows, he will become a great threat. He cannot be allowed to live. I must devour him immediately. The chaos demon god suddenly spread his wings. Countless chaos wind blades slashed through the void. Chen Yuan activated the Dinghai divine pearls to protect himself. The blue light had just risen when the wind blades struck the pearls. The 24 pearls trembled violently. Chen Yuan's Dharma power surged, but he was still forced back. He gritted his teeth. Is this the power of a remnant soul of a chaos demon god? The chaos demon god laughed. A remnant soul is enough to crush you. He raised his hand and grasped. In the blood-red world, a massive chaos hand condensed into shape. The hand descended directly, grabbing the 24 Dinghai divine pearls. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Release them. He changed his hand seal, and the heavy water within the pearls erupted. The chaos hand remained unmoved. The chaos demon god said coldly, suppress. The hand suddenly clenched. The 24 pearls were crushed, their light dimming. Chen Yuan's Dharma power stalled. The chaos demon god reached out with his other hand, grabbing at Chen Yuan's body. Chen Yuan swung his fist to meet it. The two collided. Chen Yuan was sent flying backward, smashing several blood-red stone peaks. He rose from the rubble, golden blood spilling from his mouth. When the chaos demon god saw the blood, his eyes went completely mad. Panga's essence blood. It really is Panga's essence blood. Huh. Pangu, after all, you have given me a path to life. Chen Yuan wiped the golden blood from his lips, his gaze icy. You rejoiced too early. The chaos demon god reached out and grasped. The black chains trembled, and he forcibly dragged the chains, taking half a step forward. The blood-red world cracked open in large fissures. The pressure around Chen Yuan surged. The human flower on his shoulder manifested its 9 petals, scattering Dao light. The chaos demon god stared at that human flower, his voice low. 9-petal human flower. This vessel of yours is even better than I thought. Willingly become my new body. The chaos hand descended again. This time, ancient Dao symbols appeared in the palm. The Dinghai divine pearls were pressed in midair, unable to return. Chen Yuan crossed his arms, pushing the 5th layer of the mystic art to its limit. Golden blood chi turned into an armor, covering his entire body. The hand pressed down. The golden armor shattered. Chen Yuan's legs sank into the earth. Bones groaned. The 50 million tiny figures within him activated the mystic art simultaneously, but still could not withstand the chaos pressure. The chaos demon god looked down at Chen Yuan, victory in his eyes. And what can you use to fight me? Chen Yuan raised his head, no fear in his eyes. You are suppressed by Panga's chains, you can't even take a full step. The chaos demon god roared, shut up. Chen Yuan grinned coldly. Is that so? The chaos demon god's heart leaped. Does he still have a trick? The Dinghai divine pearls are already suppressed by me. His body is also pinned down. What gives him the right to speak like that? Chen Yuan slowly raised his right hand. In his palm a trace of mysterious sword intent quietly awakened. Seeing what appeared in Chen Yuan's hand, the Chaos Demon God's expression changed drastically, as if sensing something terrifying. That aura. Chen Yuan swung his hand. A sword chi appeared. That sword chi hovered in Chen Yuan's palm. Before its edge moved, it had already cut through the oppressive chaos weighing down on him. Chen Yuan lowered his head, gazing at the sword chi in his hand. The sword chi was as fine as a silken thread, yet it possessed the might to sever the heavens and break the Dao. It was a life-saving trump card bestowed by his master Tongtian when he left Kunlun Mountain. It contained a strand of sage sword chi. Master Tongtian had said that if Chen Yuan encountered an invincible foe, he could use it to slay them. Chen Yuan had kept it until today. Today it could be used. The Chaos Demon God's pupils contracted, and its massive demonic body suddenly retreated. Impossible. This power. It's the power of a sage. The black chains on the Chaos Demon God's chest trembled violently. It stared at the sword chi in Chen Yuan's palm, and the greed in its eyes had now completely transformed into terror. The Chaos Demon God asked unwillingly, "You merely a golden immortal of Great Luo, how could you possess such a treasure? Who exactly are you? Which sage stands behind you?" Chen Yuan looked up at it, slowly rotating the sword chi in his palm. The Jie sect, under Master Tongtian. The senior disciple Chen Yuan of the human race. The Chaos Demon God's expression drastically changed. Tongtian. In the primordial wilderness, a sage has actually been born. After Pangu created the heavens, this world has nurtured such an existence. A storm raged in its heart. Secluded here from all outside information, it had originally thought the primordial wilderness had not developed too far, but it never expected a sage had already appeared. Damn it. I have been suppressed for too long, unaware of the changes in the primordial wilderness. This child bears Panga's essence blood, and is protected by a sage's sword chi. This is by no means an ordinary Great Luo. If I had known earlier, I would never have pushed him to this point. The Chaos Demon God suppressed its fear, folded its wings, and formed myriad barriers of chaos chi before itself. Brat, stop. I can teach you supreme divine abilities. I am a Chaos Demon God wielding a fundamental law of the Great Dao. If you spare my life, I can pass on to you the Chaos Dao method. Chen Yuan looked at the Chaos Demon God, and naturally would not take its words to heart. After all, who wasn't a 1,000-year-old fox? Was it trying to play tricks on him? Just now you wanted to devour my flesh and blood. Now you beg for mercy. The Chaos Demon God said urgently, that was just a test. I can swear a Great Dao oath. I can help you step into the primordial golden immortal of Honghuang. Even under the heavenly Dao, I can let you roam the primordial wilderness unhindered. The sword chi in Chen Yuan's palm lit up. I do not trust Chaos Demon Gods. The Chaos Demon God roared, youngster. Do not push me. Though I am broken, I once contended with Pangu. At my peak, even a sage was like an ant in my eyes. Chen Yuan said coldly, but now you are nothing but a remnant soul. The Chaos Demon God's expression froze. The chains on its chest burst with black light, and its limbs were bound tighter by runes. Chen Yuan stepped forward, his golden blood energy reigniting. You have devoured many beings and lingered on for endless ages. Today it is time for you to be extinguished. The Chaos Demon God was completely panicked. Brat, don't kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master. I can suppress your enemies for you. Whatever divine abilities you desire, I can give them to you, as long as you spare my life today. The Chaos Demon God naturally did not want to die, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. Chen Yuan did not reply. He gently loosened his 5 fingers. That strand of sage sword chi shot out from his hand. Die. The sword chi rose. The blood-colored world suddenly trembled. The 24 calming sea pearls suppressed in midair all let out a clear ring. The chaotic great hand pressing down on the pearls instantly split open. The myriad barriers before the Chaos Demon God shattered layer by layer. The sword chi swept across the sky, cutting through blood clouds, chaos chi, and Dao symbols. A wisp of sage might erupted, sweeping across the entire land of gods and demons. Chen Yuan's body sank, and the 50 million miniature figures within him trembled in unison. He stared at the sword chi, his mind surging violently. Is this the power of a sage? With just a single sword chi, it forces the Dao of this place to wail and lament. If Master's true form were to act, how terrifying would that be? The Chaos Demon God suddenly clapped its hands together, forcefully grabbing at the sword chi. Block it for me. Chaos symbols stacked up in its palms. The black chains it dragged emitted sparks of fire. A vertical crack split open on its forehead as its remnant soul's origin burned. I am a Chaos Demon God. I cannot die under a mere sword chi. Shatter for me. The sword chi descended. The chaos symbols silently broke apart. The demon god's palms split open from the center. Black blood spattered onto the ground, only to be evaporated into nothingness by the sword light. The chaos demon god let out a scream. No. I am unwilling. Panga slew me once and today he uses a later generation's hand to destroy me. I am unwilling. The sword Qi continued forward. The black chains on its chest were illuminated by the sword light. One by one the Pangu runes on the chains awakened. The chaos demon god's remnant soul was locked in place, unable even to retreat. Only fear remained in its eyes. Brat, spare me. I am willing to yield my origin. I am willing to offer chaos divine abilities. I am willing to open a path straight to the Great Dao for you. The chaos demon god, still unwilling, continued to spout lies. Chen Yuan raised his hand and beckoned, and the 24 calming sea pearls flew back behind him. He looked at the chaos demon god, his expression cold and hard. Too late. The sword Qi slashed into the demon god's brow. The chaos demon god's body stiffened. The next moment its massive demonic body split open from the brow to the chest. The sage's sword intent exploded within it, extinguishing the remnant soul, the origin, and all chaos imprints. No. I am a chaos demon god. I should not fall like this. Pangu, I hate you. The final roar had not yet traveled far before it was completely swallowed by the sword light. The demon god's body disintegrated inch by inch. Black flesh turned to ash. The chaos Qi was annihilated by the sword intent. Those giant pupils that once looked down upon the heavens and earth lost their light in the sword glow. After a moment, the chaos demon god completely turned into nothingness, vanishing between heaven and earth. Chen Yuan stood still, his chest heaving. He looked at what had happened, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. A remnant soul beyond the quasi-sage level gone, just like that. A single sword Qi from a sage can be so powerful. Master bestowed this upon me, truly giving me a lifeline. The 24 calming sea pearls circled behind him, their light still trembling. Chen Yuan raised his hand and grasped one of the pearls, feeling the residual sage might upon it. Without this sword, even with the 9 revolutions mystic art, I would have found it hard to slay it today. A chaos demon god is after all a chaos demon god. Pity it encountered a sage's sword Qi. The blood-colored world began to crack. The black chains that had suppressed the demon god, having lost their target, transformed into ancient runes and scattered into the void. Chen Yuan looked up. This place was born because of the demon god. The demon god is destroyed. This place should also dissipate. As his words fell, suddenly a thunderous roar came from the depths of the void. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened. This is... Golden light descended from the heavens. That golden light was unstained by dust, untouched by slaughter, carrying the might of the primordial wilderness Great Dao. The human flower on Chen Yuan's body automatically manifested its 9-grade petals, gently swaying. Merit. Above the void, a force of merit descended with a crash. Chen Yuan stared at the descending golden light, his pupils contracting sharply. This merit is not from the heavenly Dao. The merit he once received from check-in at Kunlun Mountain was warm and nurturing, enriching his primordial spirit and refining his magical power. But this golden light before him was far heavier, far more ancient. It seemed to descend from beyond heaven and earth itself, causing even the Panga divine blood within his body to tremble. What kind of merit is this? Could slaying the chaotic demon god have provoked a resonance beyond the heavenly Dao? Boom. The golden light descended directly into Chen Yuan's body. Chen Yuan's body shuddered. The 50 million Daoyuo golden immortal figures within him simultaneously raised their heads. The 9 transformations mystic art began operating on its own. Golden aura surged from his body, only to be forcefully pressed back deep into his flesh by that merit energy. Chen Yuan groaned. How powerful! This merit can directly refine my physical foundation. In the next instant, a profound piece of information appeared within his primordial spirit. Dao merit. Having eradicated the remnant soul of a chaotic demon god, and severed its chance of resurrection, thereby protecting the foundations of the primordial world, the Great Dao took notice and bestowed this merit. Chen Yuan's heart trembled violently. Dao merit. It is truly Dao merit. I actually shook the Great Dao by slaying that chaotic demon god. He took a deep breath. 24 sea calming divine pearls encircled his body, their radiance made translucent by the Dao merit. Chen Yuan pressed his hand against his chest. Heavenly Dao merit is already rare in the primordial world. Dao merit ranks above the heavenly Dao. This time I have gained enormously. The Dao merit circulated within his body. It did not wash over his magical power. Instead, it surged directly toward the human flower above Chen Yuan's head. A 9-grade human flower emerged. As its petals unfolded, the entire shattered bloody world was held together by the light. Chen Yuan looked upward. Human flower, can you continue to bloom? Before his words finished, the human flower vibrated violently. The 10th petal slowly unfurled. Golden light surged wildly in Chen Yuan's eyes. 10th grade. A 10-grade Daoyuo golden immortal human flower. How many in the primordial world could achieve this? The Dao merit had not yet ceased. It transformed into a golden stream swirling around the human flower. The 11th petal broke through the Dao light. Inside Chen Yuan's body, all 50 million figures chanted the true meaning of the mystic art in unison. Bloom again. Bloom for me again. Chen Yuan shouted. Mystic light shot skyward above the human flower. The 12th petal gradually unfolded within the Tao merit. At this moment, the human flower reached perfection. A 12th-grade human flower hung above Chen Yuan's head. 12 petals bloomed, illuminating his primordial spirit. Tao light descended, protecting his physical body. Chen Yuan stood in place, golden aura intertwining with Tao merit, his presence terrifying beyond measure. He clenched his fist. Excellent, excellent. A 9th-grade human flower has transformed into the form of a 12th-grade human flower. Even if I expended one sword strike from my master on this trip into Buzhou Mountain, it was worth it. The 24 sea calming divine pearls emitted a clear chime. Chen Yuan raised his hand and drew the residual aura of the Tao merit into his body. By absorbing these remnants of merit, his body awakened another 50 million figures, bringing his total to 100 million Thuo golden immortal figures. His strength naturally advanced another tier. The chaotic demon god is destroyed. This place should disperse completely now. Cracks in the bloody world widened. The edges of the void began to collapse. Chen Yuan did not linger. One step forward, and his golden aura tore through the remaining blood fog ahead. Junior sister Jinling is still waiting for me below. I promised to take her with me, and I cannot let her wait any longer. Another step fell. Space around Chen Yuan shifted. The bloody world was left behind. The aura of Buzhou Mountain pressed down upon him again. Panga's oppressive weight fell upon Chen Yuan's shoulders like an ancient divine mountain. Yet he felt only warmth. The 12th-grade human flower vibrated, gently dissolving that pressure into his body. Chen Yuan looked toward the depths of Buzhou Mountain. Great Pangu. This junior one has severed a remnant soul of a chaotic demon god. It counts as removing a threat from the primordial world. No one answered, but the Panga divine blood within Chen Yuan's body grew slightly warm. His expression shifted. Is this a response? After a moment of silence, he bowed deeply. This junior one, Chen Yuan, thanks you, great one, for your protection. After the bow, Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the mountainside. With each step, the 12th-grade human flower above his head faded into his primordial spirit. The 9 transformations mystic art flowed through his flesh and blood. The lingering echo of Tao merit continued to expand his foundation. Sharpness remained in Chen Yuan's eyes. I have now reached Daoyuo. My human flower has also reached 12 grades. When I return to Bo Palace, my master will surely be surprised. His figure passed through the mountain path, descending Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, above the 33 heavens, a palace stood at the edge of chaos. Its gates were closed, Tao patterns flowing across its surface. This place was the Purple Myriad Palace. Hongjun, teacher of heaven and earth, resided here. Suddenly an aura exploded within the Purple Myriad Palace. Upon his meditation cushion, Hongjun opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through countless heavens, landing upon the primordial world. The heavenly Tao has issued a warning. An unknown variable has been born within the primordial world. The jade disk of creation appeared before him. Heavenly mechanism patterns flowed frantically across the disk. Hongjun extended his hand and tapped. Countless future trajectories manifested within the jade disk. In the next moment, one trajectory suddenly shifted. Hongjun's gaze sharpened. The future trajectory has fluctuated. It seemed he needed to accelerate his path of merging with the Tao, otherwise unforeseen changes would be difficult to control. Hongjun placed his hand upon the jade disk of creation, forcibly pressing the heavenly mechanism patterns back into its depths. Tao light flowed in his eyes, and 3,000 laws flashed through the Purple Myriad Palace before vanishing. Since a variable has arisen, the matter of merging with the Tao can no longer be delayed. The jade disk of creation trembled slightly. Hongjun closed his eyes, and his aura returned to nothingness. At the midpoint of Buzhou Mountain, Chen Yuan's step caused the rocks to tremble faintly. The Pangu oppressive weight pressed upon him, yet the lingering resonance of the 12th-grade human flower quietly dissolved it. Jinling stood beside the mountain path. Looking up and seeing Chen Yuan, her eyes immediately filled with joy. Senior brother, you have returned. Chen Yuan nodded, the sea-calming divine pearls fading into his sleeve behind him. Forgive me for keeping you waiting. Jinling stepped forward quickly. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly tightened. She stared at the aura surrounding Chen Yuan, her eyes revealing shock. Senior brother, you have broken through. Jinling stepped another half-pace forward, her voice unable to conceal her astonishment. This is Daoyuo energy. Senior brother, have you attained Daoyuo Golden Immortal? Chen Yuan nodded slightly and replied softly. I obtained an opportunity deep within Buzhou Mountain. With that opportunity, I was fortunate enough to step into Daoyuo. Jinling's shock deepened. Senior brother has been with us only a short time, yet has already attained Daoyuo. If this news returns to Jiejiao Island, all the junior brothers and sisters will surely be stunned. Chen Yuan said, Daoyuo is merely the beginning. The primordial world is vast, and there are too many powerful beings. Jinling nodded. Those words were indeed true, Within the primordial world, Daewoo golden immortals were as common as dogs. Only quasi-sages held real authority. Let us go. We descend the mountain and return to Jiejiao Island. Jinling nodded, joy returning to her face. Very well. Master will surely be very pleased to hear of senior brother's breakthrough to Daewoo. The two walked together down Buzhou Mountain. The two descended together. The mountain grew lower and lower. The pressure emanating from Pangu's fall gradually dissipated. Reaching the foot of the mountain, Chen Yuan turned back to glance at Buzhou Mountain. Jinling also halted, noticing Chen Yuan's gaze. Thinking he was reluctant to leave, she asked, "Senior brother, are you reluctant to part with the opportunities here?" Chen Yuan heard Jinling's words and shook his head. "I have already obtained the opportunity. This place is not suitable for a long stay." Jinling asked why. Chen Yuan didn't reply. He couldn't very well say that this place would soon be shattered due to the war between the Wu and Yao tribes, and that Mount Buzhou would vanish from the world. He merely wanted to take one last look at Buzhou Mountain. After leaving Buzhou Mountain, the two did not choose to tear through the void for teleportation. After reaching the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, one could initially tear through the void for teleportation. Chen Yuan naturally wanted to see if he could encounter any blessed land to sign in. After all, there was no rush to return to Golden Ao Island. A few days later, a region where spiritual energy gathered appeared ahead. Spiritual springs flowed from the mountains, forming a great river rushing eastward. Jinling looked at the mountainous area, a look of familiarity in her eyes. Senior brother ahead seems to be junior brother Zhao Gongming's dojo. She turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "Senior brother, should we go take a look?" Hearing Jinling's words, Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks. He looked at the place where spiritual energy gathered, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. "Mountain," Jinling nodded. "Indeed it is. Junior brother Zhao Gongming has often cultivated on this mountain since he became a disciple of our master at Mount Kunlun." Chen Yuan gazed toward Mountain, his mind stirred. "Since we've arrived at junior brother Gongming's dojo, we naturally should go." Jinling smiled. Senior brother hasn't seen junior brother Gongming for a long time. Chen Yuan nodded. "Let's go. We'll take a look." As his words fell, Chen Yuan took a step forward. Jinling followed closely behind. The two transformed into two immortal lights sweeping over mountains and rivers, descending upon Mountain. The spiritual energy at Mountain was like a tide, immortal mist swirling among the peaks, and spirit birds flapped their wings and took flight. The moment Chen Yuan's feet landed outside the mountain gate, a prompt sounded in his sea of consciousness. "Ding! Congratulations, master, for signing in at Mountain. You have obtained a skill generation manual." Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. Skill generation manual? What is this thing? Jinling noticed his pause and turned to ask, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Chen Yuan composed his expression. "Nothing. I just think that junior brother Gongming's dojo has a strong spiritual energy." Jinling looked at Mountain and nodded. Junior brother Gongming has a remarkable origin, and this place has a convergence of innate spiritual veins. It is indeed suitable for cultivation. Chen Yuan immersed his mind into the system and directly examined the skill generation manual. A piece of information appeared in his sea of consciousness. The skill generation manual could generate a specific skill according to the master's needs. A sharp light flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. "This thing is quite powerful. Whatever I lack, it can generate. If I have many disciples in the future, or if I need something else, this item will be very useful. However, I currently possess the Great Dao Prison Suppression Art and the 9 Cycles Mystic Art, so I don't need it for now. I'll keep it for later." With that thought, Chen Yuan stored the skill generation manual into his system space. Jinling looked at him and asked, "Senior brother, shall we enter the mountain directly?" Chen Yuan looked up toward the depths of Mountain. "No need to trespass. Junior brother Gongming is cultivating here. I can just call out to him." Jinling nodded. "That's fine." Chen Yuan stepped forward, and the aura of Deluo around him stirred slightly. He opened his mouth and spoke, his Dao voice transmitting to every peak of Mountain. "Junior brother Gongming." As the sound fell, the spiritual springs in the mountain trembled, and the clouds and mist parted to both sides. Deep within Mountain, inside a cave-dwelling, Zhao Gongming was sitting cross-legged on a cattail cushion, with black and white chi swirling around him and the Dao rhythm floating before his chest. Hearing this voice, he abruptly opened his eyes. "Senior brother." Zhao Gongming's eyes showed shock. "Did I hear correctly? Senior brother has actually come to Mountain." He immediately rose, waved his sleeve, and the stone door of the cave-dwelling burst open. Zhao Gongming's heart surged with emotion. "Back then, when I and my 3 sisters became disciples at Mount Kunlun, it was senior brother who came forward to help. Without senior brother's intercession, we might not have been able to join the Jie sect so smoothly. Later, senior brother left Mount Kunlun to travel. It has been a long time since we parted. I never expected that today he would personally come to my Mountain." Zhao Gongming stepped out of the cave dwelling in one stride, transforming into a streak of light and rushing toward the mountain gate. The young attendants in the mountain, seeing him emerge, all bowed. "Master!" Zhao Gongming waved his hand. "All of you withdraw." Senior brother has arrived. The attendant's expressions jolted. The senior brother of the Jie sect. Zhao Gongming did not pause, directly crossing the sea of clouds. Indeed, none of you must be discourteous. Outside Mauname Jinling sensed the commotion in the mountain and said, Junior brother Gongming is coming. Chen Yuan nodded. His cultivation has indeed improved a lot. Jinling said, Junior brother Gongming has always been diligent. The three Xiao sisters often come here to discuss the Dao. The next moment Zhao Gongming descended from the sea of clouds. He wore a black Taoist robe, his aura steady, and he rode a black tiger. Seeing Chen Yuan and Jinling, he jumped off the black tiger and quickly strode forward, arriving before them. Senior brother. Senior sister Jinling. Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully. Chen Yuan raised his hand to support him, lifting Zhao Gongming up. Junior brother Gongming, there's no need for such formalities. Zhao Gongming rose smoothly, his gaze falling on Chen Yuan. His mind trembled violently. Deluo golden immortal. Waves surged in his heart. Has senior brother already broken through to Deluo golden immortal? How is this possible? Senior brother is of human origin. How long has humanity existed? With such a foundation, cultivation should be difficult. But senior brother's aura now far surpasses mine. Zhao Gongming glanced at himself. Mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Such cultivation was already quite good among the many disciples of the Jie sect. But placed before Chen Yuan it seemed dim. Zhao Gongming took a deep breath. Senior brother, have you stepped into the Deluo realm? Chen Yuan looked at Zhao Gongming and nodded. I was fortunate to obtain an opportunity. Zhao Gongming gave a wry smile. If this is mere fortune, then our arduous cultivation is nothing but a joke. Seeing Zhao Gongming like this, Chen Yuan coughed lightly. Junior brother Gongming, do you intend to keep me and senior sister Jinling standing outside the mountain gate? Zhao Gongming finally came to his senses. A look of chagrin appeared on his face. I have been discourteous. Senior brother, senior sister Jinling, please enter the mountain. Today, since senior brother has come to my Mauname, how could I not offer spiritual tea? Jinling smiled. That's more like it. Zhao Gongming immediately turned sideways to lead the way. Let's go, let's go. Senior brother, please come inside. Senior sister Jinling, please as well. Chen Yuan nodded and stepped into the mountain. Jinling followed beside him. Zhao Gongming waved his sleeve and cast a spell. The clouds and mist of Mauname parted to both sides. Within the mountain gate, a spiritual light rose, forming a cyan Taoist staircase. The young attendants in front of the cave dwelling all knelt in worship. Greetings, Uncle Master Chen Yuan. Greetings, Uncle Master Jinling. Chen Yuan glanced at the young attendants. Rise. The attendants immediately stood up, yet dared not look too much. Chen Yuan gently waved his hand, and a few primordial spiritual fruits appeared, ones he had casually gathered at Buzhou Mountain. They were of little use to him, but suitable for these young attendants. Elder brother, you. Zhao Gongming spoke to Chen Yuan, then turned to the attendants. Why don't you quickly thank your Uncle Master Chen Yuan? Thank you, Uncle Master Chen Yuan. The attendants were delighted, and each accepted a primordial spiritual fruit. Zhao Gongming glared at them. Fetch the finest spiritual tea. Also open the spiritual spring. Today the elder brother has entered the mountain, we must not be remiss. The attendants hurriedly replied in acknowledgement. As you command, Master. The three entered the cave dwelling. Inside, spiritual energy was abundant, and Dao patterns were carved into the stone walls. Zhao Gongming invited Chen Yuan to take the seat of honor. Chen Yuan did not decline. Jinling sat to one side. Zhao Gongming personally served tea. Elder brother, please. Chen Yuan took the jade cup and took a gentle sip. Gongming, this Mauname is quite serene. Zhao Gongming smiled. It cannot compare to Kunlun Immortal Mountain or Jiejiao Island. Yet this place possesses a primordial spiritual vein sufficient for my cultivation. Chen Yuan looked at Zhao Gongming. You have reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Your foundation is stable, your Dao resonance profound. You have not been negligent these years. Hearing Chen Yuan's praise, Zhao Gongming's expression turned solemn. Elder brother, back in Kunlun Mountain you helped me and my three sisters to become disciples of our master. This grace Gongming has always kept in his heart. After joining the Jie sect, I dared not be idle. I only feared to disgrace our master's legacy and to let down the elder brother's help back then. Chen Yuan set down the jade cup. It is good that you have such a heart. Jinling nodded. Brother Gongming has indeed been diligent in cultivation within the Jie sect. Zhao Gongming looked at Chen Yuan, unable to suppress his curiosity. Elder brother, after you left Kunlun Mountain, it seems you obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could you have attained to Luo in such a short span of time? Chen Yuan did not answer immediately. However, Jinling spoke first. Brother Gongming, it is because you have not witnessed it with your own eyes that you ask this. Zhao Gongming's expression shifted, puzzled. Senior sister, have you personally seen the elder brother in action? Jinling glanced at Chen Yuan. Seeing that he remained silent, she continued, certainly. I encountered danger on the road, and it was the elder brother who saved me. Then I followed him. At Buzhou Mountain with decisive slaughter, when the demon army surrounded us, the elder brother stood alone at the front. He summoned the 24 calming sea pearls, and as their radiance pressed down, the demon soldiers disintegrated en masse. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming was also shocked. 24 calming sea pearls. The elder brother obtained such a treasure. May I see it? Hearing Zhao Gongming's request, Chen Yuan raised his hand. The 24 calming sea pearls flashed in his palm, and then vanished again. Zhao Gongming gazed at the pearls, feeling a strange, inexplicable connection, as if they were destined for him. He found it perplexing. Seeing Zhao Gongming's expression, Chen Yuan smiled inwardly. Logically, this treasure originally belonged to Zhao Gongming, but he had seized it first. Junior brother Zhao Gongming, do not worry. Your elder brother will compensate you in the future. Jinling continued. And after slaying the demon soldiers, a demon king appeared and was ultimately killed by the elder brother. But before dying, that demon king summoned the incarnation of Donghuang Tai. What? The incarnation of Donghuang Tai? Zhao Gongming was stunned. Who was Donghuang Tai? He was one of the 2 supreme emperors of the demon race. His cultivation needed no mention. Even an incarnation must be immensely powerful. Jinling said, indeed. The incarnation of Donghuang Tai descended with the might of the demon race, demanding the elder brother surrender his spiritual treasure. That incarnation, relying on the true body's quasi-sage status, demanded submission. Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with fury. The demon race is too oppressive. The elder brother is the foremost disciple of the Jie sect. How dare Donghuang Tai act like this? Jinling sneered. Of course he dares. But the elder brother also dares to kill. Zhao Gongming's body trembled again. Jinling raised her hand and waved. A stream of magical power manifested the scene of that day. In the void, the incarnation of Donghuang Tai appeared. Chen Yuan stood before the mountain, the 24 calming sea pearls orbiting around him. Zhao Gongming stared at the magical image, his breathing growing heavier. In the image, the incarnation of Donghuang Tai raised his hand and pressed down. Demonic fire turned into golden wheels, tearing the void apart. Chen Yuan took a step forward, golden blood energy surged into the sky, and a long spear appeared in his hand. In the end, one spear pierced the incarnation's body. The image stopped there. Zhao Gongming gasped sharply. He looked at Chen Yuan. This elder brother of his was terrifyingly strong. Chen Yuan, however, dismissed it lightly. It was merely an incarnation of Donghuang Tai, nothing remarkable. Hearing these words, Zhao Gongming felt his scalp tingle. What did he mean by merely an incarnation? Donghuang Tai is the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. He wields the Chaos Bell and stands at the quasi-sage level. Even an incarnation is far beyond what an ordinary Tai can defeat. By the way, senior sister Jinling, what was the elder brother's cultivation at that time? Jinling replied, Tai Golden Immortal. Zhao Gongming was stunned on the spot. Tai Golden Immortal. Jinling nodded. Correct. At that time, the elder brother had not yet attained Deluo. Zhao Gongming's lips moved, but he could not find words for a moment. He looked at Chen Yuan, waves of shock surging within him. To slay a quasi-sage incarnation at Tai Golden Immortal. Such a feat, if spread, would shake the primordial world. The Eastern Emperor of the demon race. What a figure! Yet he suffered a loss at the elder brother's hands. No wonder the elder brother's aura is so astonishing now. What does it matter that he was born a human? The elder brother's path has already surpassed many innate beings. Seeing Zhao Gongming like this, Chen Yuan gave a light cough. When the elder brother was at Tai Golden Immortal, he could slay a quasi-sage incarnation. Now that he has entered Deluo, how formidable must his combat power be? He looked at Chen Yuan with newfound respect. I, Zhao Gongming, consider my origins not weak and my cultivation not slow. But seeing the elder brother today, I realized the vastness of heaven and earth. Chen Yuan shook his head. The incarnation of Donghuang Tai was, after all, just an incarnation. If the true body had come in person, I might not have been able to withstand it at that time. Zhao Gongming immediately replied, Elder brother, you need not say that. Even a quasi-sage incarnation carries the Dao resonance of the true body. To slay it at Tai is already a rarity in the primordial world. Jinling said, Brother Gongming is right. If it had been an ordinary Tai that day, they could not have even withstood a single glance from Donghuang Tai's incarnation. Zhao Gongming sat down again, still unable to hide his agitation. After calming his mind, Zhao Gongming asked, Elder brother, since you have attained Deluo, will you return to Jiejiao Island to see the master? Chen Yuan said, that is my intention. Junior sister Jinling and I passed by Mauname, so we came to see you. Zhao Gongming immediately stood up. Elder brother, since you are returning to Jiejiao Island, let me accompany you. I have not seen the master and my 3 sisters for a long time either. Jinling looked at Chen Yuan. Elder brother, having Brother Gongming accompany us is fine. Chen Yuan gave a slight nod as it was along the way. All right. And so the 3 did not stay long on Mauname before setting off together toward Jiejiao Island. The 3 transformed into immortal light and continued to speed toward Jiejiao Island. Chen Yuan walked in the front, his Daluo energy concealed within his body. Zhao Gongming followed beside him, still occasionally glancing at Chen Yuan. Senior brother, your journey has yielded truly astonishing opportunities. Had I known you would pass by Mei Mountain, I would have welcomed you well in advance. Chen Yuan glanced at him. Gongming, there is no need for such formality. Among fellow disciples, these empty gestures are unnecessary. Sister Jinling smiled. Gongming, if you truly wish to welcome him, you should devote yourself to cultivation instead. Once you attain the Daluo realm, you may stand beside senior brother as an equal. Zhao Gongming's expression grew solemn. Sister Jinling speaks wisely. Seeing senior brother reach the Daluo realm today has deeply moved me. The Dao fruit of Daluo grants freedom across heaven and earth. Zhao Gongming should also break through to this realm as soon as possible. Chen Yuan nodded. Your foundation is solid. As long as your Dao heart remains unwavering, advancing from Tai to Daluo is not beyond reach. Chen Yuan knew well that among the GS sect's major direct disciples, none lacked powerful backgrounds. Attaining the golden immortal of the Daluo realm would pose no obstacle for them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of brilliance sparked in Zhao Gongming's eyes. With those words from senior brother, my heart is at ease. The three continued their journey together. Soon an island came into view above the sea ahead. Immortal radiance rose from the island, clouds and colored mists encircled it, and spiritual energy drifted upward from the ocean surface. Zhao Gongming pointed ahead. Senior brother, Sister Jinling's Sanxian island lies ahead. My three younger sisters cultivate there. Sister Jinling gazed at the island, a smile crossing her face. Yinxiao has always preferred quietude, but Chengxiao and Bixiao can never sit idle. With your arrival, they will likely drag you into lengthy philosophical discussions once more. Zhao Gongming laughed. If my three sisters wish to debate the Dao, I as their elder brother would gladly join them. Chen Yuan observed Sanxian Island, his thoughts stirring. Sanxian Island. Truly a renowned location in the primordial world. He took a step forward, descending toward the island's territory. The moment his feet crossed the spiritual light barrier surrounding the island, a familiar chime resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations on checking in at Sanxian Island. You have received 3 sea-calming divine pearls. Chen Yuan paused in his steps. A divine light flared in his eyes. Sea-calming divine pearls. What the? It is actually the sea-calming divine pearls. Ripples stirred within Chen Yuan's heart. He already possessed 24 sea-calming divine pearls upon him. Even with merely 24 pieces, this treasure qualified as a supreme grade innate divine artifact. Yet the complete set of sea-calming divine pearls numbered 36. When all 36 were gathered, their power would far surpass that of the 24 he held. Should he ever evolve the myriad heavens, this treasure could bear even greater potential. Chen Yuan stilled the turmoil within his heart. I had thought finding the remaining 12 would consume considerable effort. Yet arriving at Sanxian Island yielded 3 pearls through the check-in system. This visit to Sanxian Island has proven exceedingly worthwhile. Noticing Chen Yuan's halt, Zhao Gongming immediately asked, Senior brother, is something amiss with Sanxian Island? Sister Jinling also turned her gaze toward him. Senior brother, do you sense anything unusual? Chen Yuan withdrew the divine light from his eyes. Nothing of concern. The island's spiritual energy is merely exceptionally potent. A truly remarkable place. Zhao Gongming exhaled in relief. Naturally. After my 3 sisters chose this location for cultivation, I have visited several times. The island offers tranquility and robust spiritual veins. It suits them well. Chen Yuan shifted his focus and transferred the 3 newly acquired sea-calming divine pearls into the system's spatial dimension. As the 3 pearls entered the space, they immediately resonated with the original 24. A profound current of water Dao resonance surged through the system's domain. Chen Yuan murmured inwardly, 27 pearls now. 9 remain before completion. Once all 36 converge, this treasure shall be truly whole. Sister Jinling gazed toward the depths of Sanxian Island. Brother Gongming, your 3 sisters have likely sensed your arrival. Zhao Gongming nodded. If they were in meditation, they should be awakening by now. Deep within Sanxian Island, inside a celestial residence, Yunxiao sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, a clear radiance swirling around her form. Chengxiao was contemplating a magical treasure, its spiritual light rising and falling within her palms. Bixiao rested her chin on her hand, fixated on a barrier before her in deep thought. Suddenly all 3 opened their eyes simultaneously. Bixiao rose to her feet first. Eldest brother is here. Joy dawned in Chengxiao's eyes. That is indeed eldest brother's aura. Why would he suddenly come to Sanxian Island? Yunxiao did not respond immediately. She focused her senses for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. Something is wrong. He is not alone. Chengxiao's expression shifted. Who else? Bixiao blinked. I do not know. Yunxiao sensed the other 2 figures' auras bore a faint familiarity, yet she could not recall which disciples of the GS sect they belonged to. At that moment, Zhao Gongming's voice echoed from beyond the island. My 3 sisters. Will you not come out? No sooner had he spoken than 3 streams of immortal light surged from the depths of Sanxian Island. Yin led the way with Xiao and Bixiao trailing closely behind. The three descended before Zhao Gongming first looking to him, then turning their gaze toward Chen Yuan and Sister Jinling. Bixiao's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother. Sister Jinling. Xiao also froze where she stood. It really is senior brother and Sister Jinling. Yin reacted most swiftly, stepping forward to bow. Yin greets senior brother and Sister Jinling. Xiao and Bixiao quickly followed suit, offering their respects. Xiao greets senior brother and Sister Jinling. Chen Yuan raised his hand in a graceful gesture. There is no need for such formalities, fellow junior sisters. Sister Jinling regarded the three Xiao sisters with warmth in her eyes. It has been some time. Your cultivation has indeed advanced considerably, my junior sisters. Yin spoke softly. You flatter me, Sister Jinling. Xiao turned to Chen Yuan, surprise still lingering in her gaze. Why have you come to Santian Island alongside eldest brother? Zhao Gongming smiled. Senior brother is returning to Jiejiao Island to pay respects to our master. I encountered him and Sister Jinling at Innate Mountain, so we journeyed here together. Bixiao blinked about to speak when she suddenly sensed the Dao resonance within Chen Yuan, a profound depth concealed beneath an unassuming surface. Her body trembled slightly. Senior brother, you. Bixiao stumbled mid-sentence, unable to continue. Yin looked at her. Bixiao, what is it? Xiao followed Bixiao's gaze toward Chen Yuan. In the next instant, both their expressions shifted simultaneously. Yin eyes narrowed in realization. A golden immortal of the Daoyuo realm. Xiao drew a sharp breath. How is this possible? Bixiao finally finished her thought. Senior brother has already attained the Daoyuo realm. All three gazed at Chen Yuan, their hearts tumultuous. When they had first encountered him at Kunlun Mountain, though he was the senior disciple of the Jie sect, he remained fundamentally of human origin. In the primordial world, those born from heaven and earth possessed an innate advantage in cultivation. Yet now Chen Yuan had already surpassed them. Moreover, this step forward had been taken with astonishing speed. So swift that even as beings born of primordial nature, they found it difficult to believe. Yin heart stirred with turbulence. Though senior brother's foundation had always been strong back, then none could have anticipated he would reach the Daoyuo realm so swiftly. A human body, yet surpassing us innate beings to reach the great Luo realm first. Senior brother, how exactly did you cultivate? Isn't this speed too fast? Zhao Gongming, seeing the three Xiao sisters in this state, burst into laughter. The expressions you wear now are exactly the same as mine back on Mount Amei. Bixiao immediately looked at Zhao Gongming. Elder brother, did you already know? Zhao Gongming nodded. Of course I knew. When I first met senior brother, I was also shocked. Xiao couldn't help but ask, Elder brother, when did senior brother attain the great Luo realm? Zhao Gongming glanced at Chen Yuan, his tone filled with admiration. Senior brother journeyed through the primordial world, encountered a great opportunity, comprehended the great Dao, and returned already as a great Luo. Bixiao immediately pressed on. Just an opportunity. Zhao Gongming shook his head. If it were only opportunities, there are countless beings in the primordial world with opportunities. What enabled senior brother to reach this step was his own Dao heart, an iron-blooded slaughter. Yin expression shifted. Slaughter? Jinling Xingmu interjected. The three junior sisters may not know this. Before Mount Buzhou, senior brother, while still a Tai, golden immortal, slew an incarnation of Donghuang Tai. Chen Yuan heard this and felt quite speechless. Junior sister Jinling, do you have to tell every Jie sect disciple about this incident? Telling it once was enough, but repeating it constantly made Chen Yuan feel awkward. The three Xiao sisters' bodies trembled simultaneously. Bixiao exclaimed in surprise. An incarnation of Donghuang Tai. Xiao's eyes grew even more astonished. The incarnation of the demon clan's Eastern Emperor was also slain by senior brother. Yin looked at Chen Yuan, her heart even harder to calm. She knew the name of Donghuang Tai. That one wielded the Chaos Bell, dominated the primordial world, and was one of the two emperors of the demon clan's heavenly court. Even just an incarnation carried the Dao resonance of a quasi-saint. Before such authority, ordinary Tai golden immortals could barely steady their Dao hearts. Yet Chen Yuan had slain it. Such a feat could no longer be measured by ordinary prodigies. Bixiao looked at Chen Yuan, her voice rising several pitches. Senior brother, did you truly slay an incarnation of Donghuang Tai as a Tai? Chen Yuan coughed and said softly, it was just an incarnation. Xiao immediately shook her head. Senior brother, you speak too lightly of this. That was the incarnation of Donghuang Tai. Yin also nodded. A quasi-saint's incarnation carries the original's Dao resonance. To slay it as a Tai is rare in the primordial world. Zhao Gongming smiled at the three Xiao sisters. I said the same on Mount Amei just now. But senior brother never took it to heart. Bixiao couldn't help but say, senior brother is too formidable. Jinling coughed lightly. Junior sister Bixiao. Bixiao quickly restrained herself, yet still couldn't help looking at Chen Yuan. Now that senior brother has attained the Great Luo realm, if he encounters the demon clan again, things will surely be different. Chen Yuan looked at the three Xiao sisters. The path of cultivation is a series of calamities step by step. My entry into the Great Luo realm is merely taking the lead. Your foundations are not lacking. You too can attain this realm in the future. Yin Xiao bowed solemnly. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Xiong Xiao also said, I will remember your words, senior brother. Bi Xiao nodded firmly. I must also cultivate quickly. I cannot be left too far behind by senior brother. Zhao Gongming looked at the three Xiao sisters, his smile widening. Having such resolve is not bad. Witnessing senior brother's attainment of the Great Luo realm today is an inspiration for all of us. Chen Yuan had no intention to linger on the Three Immortals Island. His main purpose was to return to Golden Ao Island and pay respects to Tongtian cult leader. Now having also signed in on the Three Immortals Island and obtained 3 Dinghai Shinju, it was an unexpected delight. Chen Yuan looked at Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters and said, Junior brother Zhao, junior sisters, I will go to Golden Ao Island first to meet master. Zhao Gongming immediately nodded. Yin Xiao also said, senior brother returning to the mountain to meet master should not be delayed. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Jin Ling said, senior brother, I will stay at the Three Immortals Island to chat with the three sisters. I won't accompany you to Golden Ao Island. Chen Yuan nodded. Transforming into a beam of immortal light, he left the Three Immortals Island and headed toward the depths of the Eastern Sea. Zhao Gongming, the three Xiao sisters, and Jin Ling stood on the island watching Chen Yuan slowly fade into the distance. Bi Xiao still couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. Elder brother, senior brother, is truly too strong. Zhao Gongming smiled. From today you know what it means to be the first disciple of the Jie sect. Yin Xiao's gaze was deep. Now that senior brother has attained the Great Luo realm, the Jie sect's fortune will wax even stronger. After leaving the Three Immortals Island, Chen Yuan's gaze fixed ahead. He could sense a familiar aura flowing between heaven and earth. It was the Dao resonance of the Jie sect. The further he traveled, the stronger the spiritual energy became. With a single step, his figure crossed 10,000 miles of sea. From afar, an island lay across the Eastern Sea. That island was vast and boundless, with undulating mountain ranges and spiritual mists swirling around it. The entire island looked like a giant turtle lying in the sea. This was the sacred land of the Jie sect. Golden Ao Island, the dwelling place of Tongtian cult leader, and a sacred land that countless Jie sect disciples yearned for. Chen Yuan took a step and landed outside Golden Ao Island. Ding! Congratulations, master, for signing in at Golden Ao Island. Obtain the top-grade innate spirit treasure, one of the 5 elements spirit pearls, the Fire Spirit Pearl. Just as he landed on the island, the system's prompt arrived as expected. Fire Spirit Pearl. Hearing that the reward for this sign-in was the Fire Spirit Pearl, one of the 5 great spirit pearls, Chen Yuan felt a stir. If he could find the other 4 spirit pearls, he might be able to synthesize an innate supreme treasure. He had obtained the innate supreme treasure fusion scroll from signing in at the Fire Cloud Cave. It could fuse items of the same origin into an innate supreme treasure. And these 5 spirit pearls exactly fit that. Just then a familiar aura approached from the front. Senior brother, you're back. As the words fell, a plump figure emerged from the spiritual light. The person wore a Daoist robe with a restrained inner glow of treasures. It was Duobao Daoren. Seeing Duobao, a hint of warmth appeared in Chen Yuan's eyes. Junior brother. Duobao stepped forward quickly and bowed solemnly to Chen Yuan. Duobao pays respects to senior brother. Duobao looked at Chen Yuan, his face full of joy. Senior brother has been away from the sect for a long time. It's good to finally have you back. Master will surely be delighted to know of your return. Chen Yuan nodded. I have returned precisely to meet master. Duobao smiled. Senior brother journeyed through the primordial world. I imagine you have gained much. Chen Yuan said, indeed, I have obtained some harvests. Duobao was about to continue speaking, but suddenly his expression froze. His gaze fixed on Chen Yuan, and his primordial spirit trembled violently. Senior brother, you. Chen Yuan looked at him. What is it? Duobao's pupils contracted, and his voice trembled with excitement. Senior brother, have you broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm? Chen Yuan did not hide it. That's right. Duobao's body shook and he stood stunned in place. Deluo Golden Immortal. Senior brother has already attained the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. How many years has it been? Chen Yuan looked at Duobao's state and said, Junior brother, no need to be astonished. Duobao took a deep breath, still unable to calm himself. Senior brother, how can I not be astonished? I have always been by master's side, listening to the saints' great Dao every day. Yet I am only at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. But senior brother leaves the mountain to travel and returns already having attained the Deluo realm. This gap is simply too great. Junior brother, why be so modest? You are always by the master's side. Your foundation will only become more stable in the future. Chen Yuan looked at Duobao and encouraged. Back already. Why don't you come in? At that moment a Dao tone emanated from Bio Palace. Duobao and Chen Yuan heard it. and immediately bowed in the direction of Bo Palace. The voice was naturally that of Patriarch Tongtian. Inside Bo Palace the Dao tone resounded again. Come in. Duo Bao looked at Chen Yuan and said hurriedly, Senior brother, please go in quickly. You must not keep the master waiting. Chen Yuan nodded. Oh, of course, he could not let Tongtian wait. All right. He stepped forward and headed towards Bo Palace. Before the palace gate the clear light parted on its own. Layers of Shangqing Dao verve spread beneath his feet, supporting him as he entered. Chen Yuan walked into Bo Palace, his gaze falling ahead. Patriarch Tongtian sat upright on a cloud bed with the Qingping sword lying horizontally at his side. His saintly might was not evident, yet he made the entire Bo Palace seem to bear the great Dao. Chen Yuan stepped forward and solemnly bowed. Disciple Chen Yuan pays respects to master. Patriarch Tongtian looked at Chen Yuan, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Rise. Chen Yuan stood up. Thank you, master. Tongtian's gaze rested on Chen Yuan, but he did not speak immediately. He looked deeply. With a single thought, a sage can perceive cause and effect, examine foundations, and illuminate the path. The Deluo Dao aura around Chen Yuan was retracted into his body, but it could not be hidden from Patriarch Tongtian. That trace of immortal and indestructible intent had already taken root in his primordial spirit. It was the Deluo golden immortal Dao fruit. A flicker of divine light stirred in Tongtian's eyes. Deluo golden immortal. Chen Yuan clasped his hands. Disciple was fortunate to break through. Tongtian glanced at him. In cultivation there is no such thing as fortune. To advance from Tai E to Deluo, one must cut through all kinds of delusions and condense one's own Dao fruit. That you have reached this realm is due to your own ability. Chen Yuan said, Disciple dares not be complacent. Tongtian nodded. That you have this mindset means my years of taking you in at Kunlun Mountain were not in vain. As he spoke, a hint of recollection entered his eyes. Back when the three pure ones were still at Kunlun, I saw that although you were of the human race, your Dao heart was tenacious, and your edge was concealed within. At that time I took you as my disciple because I felt a connection with you. As for how far you would go in the future, I had not drawn any conclusion. Chen Yuan listened quietly. Tongtian continued, in the primordial world the theory of origins is not absolute, but it still has a great influence. Innate ancient gods are created by heaven and earth. They are born close to the great Dao. Innate beings have deep foundations, and from the beginning of cultivation, they surpass all post-natural races. The human race is just emerging with frail bodies and short lifespans. You as a human joined the Jie sect and became the first disciple. Many eyes were watching you in the past. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened. Disciple understands. Tongtian looked at him. It's good that you understand. The Jie sect teaches without discrimination. Since I accepted you as the great disciple, I never cared about your origin. But the powers of the primordial world will care. The Chan sect will observe, the Yao clan will observe, and the West will also observe. They will wonder how far Tongtian's first disciple can go. But it's good you have not disappointed me. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, Disciple will not disgrace the reputation of the Jie sect. Tongtian's eyes lit up. That's a remark befitting a disciple of my Jie sect. He raised his hand and waved, and a beam of Shangqing immortal light descended. The light circled around Chen Yuan's body once, and then returned to Tongtian's palm. Patriarch Tongtian looked at the immortal light, his satisfaction deepening. Foundation undamaged. Dharma power profound. Primordial spirit condensed. Dao fruit stable. Your Deluo golden immortal realm has no trace of instability. Tongtian asked, It seems your journey away from the mountain has brought you considerable opportunities. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Naturally, he could not reveal a single word about the system. When he came again, he had already thought of a plan. Chen Yuan turned it over in his mind and quickly settled on a story. Reporting to master this time, I traveled to Mount Buzhou and obtained a stroke of fortune. Tongtian looked at Chen Yuan. This kid had actually gone to Mount Buzhou. That was the territory of the Wu clan. Mount Buzhou was formed from Panga's spine, bearing the celestial pressure, stabilizing the primordial world. Disciple comprehended the Dao there, and was fortunate to obtain a trace of Pangu's essence blood's fortune. Tongtian had been quite composed originally, but upon hearing this the saintly aura on his body suddenly trembled. Inside Bo Palace the Shangqing Dao patterns all lit up. The Qingping sword also let out a sword cry. Tongtian stared at Chen Yuan. What did you say? Chen Yuan bowed again. Disciple obtained a trace of Panga's essence blood at Mount Buzhou. It was through that trace of essence blood that I refined my body, made up for my foundation, and was able to advance to Deluo golden immortal. A sword light rose in Tongtian's eyes. Even though he was a heavenly Dao sage, he could not conceal his shock at this moment. Panga's essence blood. Chen Yuan met Tongtian's gaze and nodded again. Reporting to master, it is indeed a trace of Pangu's essence blood. Tongtian spoke slowly. I didn't expect you, kid, to have such fortune. You know that I am transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, and the essence blood is from the same origin. The 12 ancestral witches were all conceived from Panga's essence blood. A single drop of Panga's essence blood can create an ancestral witch. Although what you obtained is only a trace, it is enough to wash away many deficiencies of the postnatal human race. Your body has been tempered by it, your primordial spirit has been sustained by it, and only then has your Tao fruit become as stable as it is today. Good, good. This fortune of yours is indeed remarkable. Chen Yuan said, if it weren't for Master's teachings in the past, even if I had obtained the opportunity, I might not have been able to bear it. Tongtian nodded. The first disciple of the Jie sect should have such a heart. You have returned as a Deluo. I am very pleased. Chen Yuan looked up at Tongtian. Disciple returned to the mountain this time to report to Master my cultivation gains. If Master commands disciple is willing to contribute to the Jie sect. A sharp edge appeared in Tongtian's eyes. The Jie sect teaches without discrimination and has many disciples. But with many disciples someone must suppress the fortune and establish a prestige. Duo Bao is steady, Jin Ling is sharp, Zhao Gongming is bold, and the three Xiao are pure and upright. And you as the great senior brother having now attained a Luo should let the disciples know that the first disciple of Jie sect has returned. Chen Yuan clasped his hands. Disciple understands. Tongtian raised his hand and pressed it on the Qingping sword. The sword vibrated lightly. Inside Bo Palace layers of Shangqing Dao patterns spread out. Streams of sword intent surged out from the palace. Tongtian looked at Chen Yuan and suddenly laughed. Since you have returned, I will give a discourse on the Dao. Chen Yuan's mind stirred. Master will give a discourse. Tongtian nodded. Indeed, the disciples of the Jie sect are scattered across the primordial world. It's time for them to gather. Moreover, since moving here I have not yet given a discourse on the sage's Dao. Now is the perfect time. Chen Yuan stepped aside. Tongtian raised his hand and waved. A Shangqing Dharma decree flew out from Bo Palace. The decree soared into the clouds and struck a golden bell above Golden Ao Island. Dong! The golden bell rang mightily. The bell's sound pierced through the sea of clouds, overpowering the tides of the East Sea. On Golden Ao Island the peaks all lit up with immortal light. The Dao sound descended, and the immortal light of all peaks on Jiejiao Island trembled. Countless disciples of the Jie sect lifted their heads, joy shining in their eyes. Some immediately prostrated themselves, bowing toward the Bo Palace. The master is going to lecture on the Dao. In 3 days the lecture at Jiejiao Island. A saint's lecture. Such a fortune cannot be missed. Quickly inform all fellow disciples, do not miss the hour. Since we joined the Jie sect we have never heard the master lecture on the Great Dao at Jiejiao Island. This time we must rush to the front of Bo Palace to listen to the Dao. Above the islands of the eastern sea streaks of escape, light shot up. Some disciples walked out from their cave dwellings. Some disciples put away their alchemy furnaces. Some stopped refining their magic treasures. Some directly rode clouds and bowed toward Jiejiao Island. In 3 days we will surely arrive. The master's lecture. Who dares to neglect it? This is an omen of the great prosperity of our Jie sect. On Sanxian Island Bixiao could no longer restrain herself. Big brother, the master's decree has been issued. Oh, let us go now. Zhao Gongming smiled and glanced at her. 3 days is enough time. Why are you in such a hurry? Bixiao snorted. A saint's lecture. Naturally the earlier the better. Xiongxiao nodded. Little sister's words also make sense. Yunxiao looked toward Jiejiao Island and said, this lecture must be related to the return of the senior brother. The senior brother has attained Daoyuo. The master wants all disciples of the Jie sect to see him. Zhao Gongming let out a loud laugh. In the Bo Palace Chen Yuan looked at Tongtian and said softly, Master, your disciple wishes to go and see Taoist Randang. After all, this person had been persuaded by him to join the Jie sect. A trace of amusement flickered in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes. Since Randang joined our Jie sect he has been quite well behaved. He moved Mount Lingzhou to the eastern sea and established a separate Dao field outside Jiejiao Island. Over the years he has listened to the Dao and cultivated, which can be considered diligent. Chen Yuan said Senior Randang's ability to join the Jie sect is also a matter of the sect's destiny. Tongtian Jiaozhu gave a snort of laughter. That speech of yours back then cut away all his hesitation cleanly. Chen Yuan cupped his hands and said, your disciple only spoke the truth. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked at him. Randang is a man of deep thoughts and not shallow in insight. When you interact with him you may use his strengths, but you must also know his nature. Your disciple understands. Tongtian Jiaozhu waved his hand. Go. Chen Yuan bowed again. Your disciple takes his leave. Chen Yuan took a step and his figure exited the Bo Palace. Outside the palace Duobao was still waiting. Seeing Chen Yuan come out, Duobao immediately stepped forward. Senior brother, your treatment is quite good. As soon as you return the master lectures. Indeed the master treats you like his own son. Chen Yuan looked at this brat Duobao who really dared to say anything. Alright, you go prepare the lecture arrangements. I will go to vice sect leader Randang's place. When Duobao heard that Chen Yuan was going to Randang, he said, vice sect leader Randang has been cultivating on the outer islands since joining the sect. His Mount Lingjiao Dao field is not far from Jiejiao Island. Chen Yuan said no more. He took a step transforming into an Shangqing escape light and left Jiejiao Island. Soon Chen Yuan appeared at a place. Looking up, he saw an ancient lamp standing on the mountain peak illuminating a Dao field. Chen Yuan glanced and recognized the place. This was the Dao field established by Randang in the Eastern Sea. Since Randang joined the Jie sect, he had used his great divine power to move the lineage of Mount Lingjiao and placed it outside Jiejiao Island. A trace of the coffin lamp's Dao resonance was hidden deep within the mountain, ancient and steady. Chen Yuan landed outside the mountain gate, not entering directly. He raised his hand in a salute. Senior Randang Chen Yuan has come to visit. The words transmitted into the mountain. Within Mount Lingjiao, a lamplight suddenly flared up. In the cave dwelling at the peak, Daoist Randang abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes first showed confusion, then a surge of surprise. Chen Yuan, this kid actually returned. The next moment Randang's figure flickered, and he appeared outside the mountain gate. He saw Chen Yuan standing in front of the gate, was startled at first, then looked him up and down. Divine light condensed in Randang's eyes, and the surprise on his face deepened. Daluo Golden Immortal. You brat actually broke through to Daluo Golden Immortal. Chen Yuan cupped his hands and smiled. Just luck. Randang glared at him. Don't give me that. From Tai to Daluo, how can there be such a thing as luck? Your spiritual power is profound, your Dao fruit is stable. Clearly your foundation is complete. Chen Yuan said. Senior has keen eyes. Randang circled Chen Yuan, looking at him, half a circle, and the more he looked the more shocked he became. Back when you persuaded me to join the Jie sect, you were only a golden immortal. How long has it been, and you have already stepped into Daluo? In the primordial world, even those innate divinities would envy you upon seeing you. Chen Yuan said. Senior flatters me. Randang waved his hand. I never praise people recklessly. No wonder the sect leaders suddenly issued a decree today to lecture in 3 days. I was just wondering why the sect leaders suddenly decided to lecture. Now that I see you arrive, I understand. I'm afraid it's because of you, kid, that the sect leader is lecturing. Chen Yuan said. The master's lecture is a blessing for the disciples of the Jie sect. Randang nodded. That is not false. A saint's lecture. In 3 days, Jiejiao Island will surely gather 10,000 immortals. You as the senior brother of the Jie sect should also let the disciples see you. Chen Yuan said. Senior's words put some pressure on this junior. Randang looked at him and suddenly laughed loudly. You also have pressure? Back then on Mount Lingjiao, you dared to say to my face that the Chan sect might not accept me. You dared to persuade me to join the Jie sect and laid out the reasons one by one before me. Now that you have become a Daluo, you say you have pressure? Chen Yuan smiled and said, at that time I was also thinking of Senior's Dao path. Randang stared at Chen Yuan. You kid, your mouth is indeed sharp. But compared to your mouth, your cultivation is more terrifying. Speak, have you come back this time specifically to see me, or do you have other matters that require my assistance? Chen Yuan said, this junior just came out of the Bo Palace. The master allowed me to first visit my fellow disciples. I thought of the events of that year, so I came to see Senior first. The smile in Randang's eyes deepened. At least you kids still have a conscience. Chen Yuan said, Senior, after joining the Jie sect, are you accustomed to it? Randang, with hands behind his back, looked at Mount Lingjiao, thought for a moment, and replied, I am quite accustomed to it, but there is one issue I need to mention to you. The Jie sect has many disciples with diverse temperaments, and conflicts occur from time to time. This may be an unstable factor for the future of the Jie sect. After becoming the vice sect leader of the Jie sect, Randang was already on the same boat as the sect, so naturally, he was secretly observing everything about the Jie sect. Chen Yuan heard Randang's words, and naturally understood that this was also a drawback of the Jie sect. Tongtian Jiaozhu accepted disciples without discrimination, so the disciples varied in quality. However, regarding this problem, Chen Yuan had already thought of a solution to set down several sect rules in the future to restrain the disciples of the Jie sect. But the biggest issue was still to find an object to suppress the Jie sect's destiny. The Jie sect's greatest foundation besides its disciples was that it lacked an object to suppress destiny. Tongtian's 4 immortal slaying swords were instruments of slaughter and could not suppress destiny. The human clan had the Taiji diagram, the Chan sect had the Panga banner, the Western sect had the Merit Golden Lotus, but only the Jie sect had no supreme treasure to suppress destiny. Chen Yuan could only hope that in the future he might obtain a treasure capable of suppressing destiny through his check-in. And so Chen Yuan stayed with Randang for 3 days. 3 days later, the time for Tongtian's lecture arrived. When the 3-day period arrived, Randang Daoist arose from his cave, dwelling on Lingjiao Mountain. Chen Yuan followed him out of the cave. Randang gazed toward the direction of Jiejiao Island. The sect leader's sermon has begun. It is time for us to go, said Randang. Chen Yuan nodded. Let's go. 2 streaks of escaping light rose from Lingjiao Mountain and shot straight toward Jiejiao Island. At this moment, many disciples of the Jie sect had gathered before Bo Palace. Disciples from various peaks stood in lines according to their lineages, all gazing toward the palace gates. Someone murmured in a low voice, "Today the master will give a sermon. I suspect all the senior brothers and sisters will be present." A nearby disciple immediately said, "The golden bell resounded across the East Sea. Such a decree, who dares not come?" Another disciple looked into the distance. "I heard that the senior brother has already returned to the mountain. The master's sermon this time will likely also allow us to meet that human senior brother." As these words were spoken, the eyes of the surrounding disciples flickered with interest. "I entered the sect late. I have only heard of the senior brother's name, but never seen him. It is said that the senior brother was highly regarded by the master in the past. I also heard that vice sect leader Randang's entry into the Jie sect was related to the senior brother. If that is true, that senior brother must possess extraordinary abilities. To make a vice sect leader join our Jie sect, it's more than just extraordinary." While they were speaking, 7 streaks of immortal light broke through the sky and arrived. 7 figures simultaneously landed before Bio Palace. One held a long sword, his aura sharp and keen. Another carried a spirit gourd on his back, his dharma power profound. The others each displayed their own Dao charm, all being renowned immortals of the Jie sect. A disciple immediately recognized them. "The 7 great immortals have arrived. Wuyun Xian, Jinggu Xian, Pilu Xian, Lingyao Xian, Qiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, Chang'er Dingguang Xian." The disciples all bowed in greeting. "Greetings to all senior brothers." Wuyun Xian nodded. "Today the master is giving a sermon. Do not be noisy." Jinggu Xian swept his gaze over the crowd. "Has senior brother Duobao arrived yet?" A disciple replied, "Senior brother Duobao has not been seen yet." Chang'er Dingguang Xian looked toward Bio Palace. "Senior brother Duobao manages all affairs of the sect. He is probably still arranging seats for the sermon." Wuyun Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Duobao handles matters. Naturally, he is thorough." As soon as the words fell, 10 more streaks of escaping light pressed toward them from the distance. The 10 streaks of escaping light landed, transforming into 10 Taoists. An aura of formation Dao spread out, causing the disciples' expressions to tremble. "It is the 10 heavenly lords of the Jie sect. Qin Heavenly Lord, Zhao Heavenly Lord, Dong Heavenly Lord, Yuan Heavenly Lord, Golden Light Holy Mother, Sun Heavenly Lord, Bai Heavenly Lord, Yao Heavenly Lord, Wang Heavenly Lord, Zhang Heavenly Lord." After the 10 heavenly lords landed, they all looked toward the 7 great immortals. Chen Yuan was the first to clasp his hands in greeting. "You senior brothers have arrived quite early." Wuyun Xian returned the greeting. "The master is giving a sermon. How could we be late?" Golden Light Holy Mother looked around. "Today disciples are gathered like clouds. I'm afraid Jiejiao Island has not seen such a grand occasion for a long time." Zhao Jiang laughed. "I am eager to see what kind of bearing that senior brother truly has." Dong Quan nodded. "To make the master ring the bell for him, he must have extraordinary qualities." Yuanshi looked toward the front of Bio Palace. "Don't rush. If he has truly returned, he will surely appear today." The murmurs of the disciples had not yet died down when 3 streaks of pure light swept in from beyond the East Sea. Within the pure light, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao arrived together. Zhao Gongming came riding a black tiger, a golden whip hanging at his side. Guiling Holy Mother and Wudong Holy Mother descended afterward. Seeing this, the disciples immediately parted ways. As soon as Bixiao landed, she looked around. "Has the senior brother not arrived yet?" Zhao Gongming laughed. "Little sister, you've asked that 7 or 8 times along the way." Bixiao glared at him. "I'm asking about the senior brother, not you." Qiongxiao said softly. "Since the senior brother is outside Jiejiao Island, he should be arriving soon." Yunxiao looked toward Bio Palace. "The master has not yet appeared. The time has not truly begun." Guiling Holy Mother said, "Today disciples from all peaks have come. If the senior brother appears, he will surely draw everyone's attention." Wudong Holy Mother nodded. "The senior brother has attained the great Luo. This return should be made known to all fellow disciples." Hearing this, the 10 heavenly lords all changed expression. Chen Yuan could not help but say, "The senior brother has already attained the great Luo." Zhao Gongming laughed loudly. "Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes." No wonder the master sounded the golden bell. Bailey took a deep breath, shocked. A great Luo golden immortal. Among the Jie sect's generation, someone has actually stepped into this realm first. Wuyun Xian's gaze sharpened. Being of human origin to reach this step, his fortune and spiritual roots are extraordinary. A flicker passed through Chang'er Dingguang Xian's eyes, but he still cupped his hands and said, "If the senior brother has already become a great Luo, we should naturally revere him." Just as everyone was discussing, a beam of treasure light rose from the side hall of Bio Palace. Duobao Daoist stepped onto the treasure light and landed before the palace. As soon as he appeared, many Jie sect disciples bowed. "Greetings, second senior brother." "Greetings, senior brother Duobao." "Senior brother Duobao." Duobao raised his hand. "All fellow disciples, no need for formalities. The master's sermon is about to begin. Each of you return to your places." Do not jostle or cause disturbance. If anyone disobeys, they shall go to the reflection cliff after the sermon. The disciples responded in unison, "We obey the second senior brother's decree." A disciple murmured in a low voice. As soon as the second senior brother arrives, the scene is settled. Another disciple nodded. In these years, most of the sect's affairs have been managed by the second senior brother. Apart from the master vice sect leader Randang, and that human senior brother, the second senior brother has the highest prestige in the sect. If the senior brother comes today, we will have seen all the leaders of the Jie sect. Duo Bao overheard some of the discussions, but paid no heed. He looked toward the distant horizon where sea and sky met, and his eyes brightened. "He's here." Zhao Gongming immediately turned around. Bi Xiao also looked sharply. The next moment, two figures stepped on clouds and arrived. The one in front wore a Taoist robe with the Tao charm of lamp flames floating and sinking around him. The other person had Shangqing immortal light flowing around him, and as his steps fell, the void naturally opened with Tao traces. All disciples looked at the same time. Someone immediately recognized Randang. It's Vice Sect Leader Randang. Who was that beside the Vice Sect Leader? Who else could it be? It must be our GS Sect's senior brother. The human senior brother Chen Yuan. The 7 great immortals' gazes simultaneously fell on Chen Yuan. The 10 heavenly lords' gazes also naturally locked onto Chen Yuan. A smile appeared in Duobao's eyes, and he stepped forward first. "Greetings, Vice Sect Leader. Greetings, senior brother." Randang Taoist landed before Bio Palace. Chen Yuan descended side by side with him. The disciples did not dare to be negligent, and all bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the Vice Sect Leader. We greet the senior brother." Chen Yuan raised his hand, and the disciples of the Jie sect felt a gentle force of mana lifting them. Randang Daoren also gestured for them to rise. Duo Bao looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. "Now that the senior brother has returned today, you all have finally met the true master." Bi Xiao immediately said, "Senior brother, you have finally come." Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. "My little sister urged me countless times, afraid she would miss the senior brother's appearance." Chen Yuan gazed at the disciples, his eyes sweeping over the 7 great immortals, the 10 heavenly lords, the 3 Shaos, Zhao Gongming, Guiling Wudong, and others. Many disciples of the Jie sect were also looking at him. Some were shaken inwardly. The senior brother's aura is truly that of a great Luo golden immortal. To achieve great Luo as a human, such a Tao fruit surpasses countless innate beings. No wonder the master rang the golden bell to summon the disciples. Seeing the senior brother today, we witness the flourishing destiny of the Jie sect. This senior brother stands beside the Vice sect master, his aura not the least bit weaker. Chang'er Dingguang Xian's eyes flickered, stepping forward to flatter. Dingguang Xian greets the senior brother. "Your return is a blessing for the Jie sect." Chen Yuan looked at Dingguang Xian. This fellow was no good. In the future, the Jie sect's defeat in the investiture of the gods would be due to him. Wei Xian also stepped forward. "Senior brother has attained great Luo, we are all convinced." Qin once spoke. "To see the senior brother's grace today, we 10 heavenly lords have not traveled in vain." Jingguang Shengmu looked at Chen Yuan, light flickering in her eyes. The senior brother's Tao rhythm is profound, his mana restrained. It seems he is not merely a novice in the great Luo realm. Bailey whispered, "Such a foundation is truly terrifying." Chen Yuan addressed the crowd. "All fellow disciples who have joined the Jie sect are family." The disciples immediately became solemn. Chen Yuan continued, "Today, as we meet for the first time, I, your senior brother, cannot come empty-handed." Duobao's eyes flickered. Randang Daoren looked at Chen Yuan, curiosity rising in his heart. Zhao Gongming laughed. The senior brother is about to bestow a meeting gift. Bi Xiao's eyes brightened. The senior brother's gift is certainly no ordinary thing. Xiong Xiao said softly, "Little sister, don't be rude." Bi Xiao immediately fell silent, but still stared at Chen Yuan's palm. Chen Yuan raised his hand and waved. A mass of golden substance emerged from his palm. Golden light rose, illuminating the front of Bio Palace. As the golden substance appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth spontaneously withdrew. A thick aura descended, pressing upon the disciples' primordial spirits, making them clear. Someone gasped sharply. "SSS. This is merit. Truly merit. Such a large mass of merit." The senior brother produced it casually. Merit is hard to come by. Ordinary immortals cultivate for countless ages and may not obtain even a wisp. Such a thing can protect the primordial spirit, be refined into treasures, and dispel calamities. If used to sever karmic ties, its wondrous effects are boundless. The 7 great immortals changed colors simultaneously. The 10 heavenly lords also raised their heads. Yin Xiao showed a shocked expression. The senior brother actually possesses such merit. Xiong Xiao exclaimed, "Such merit is enough to greatly enhance the power of a spiritual treasure." Bi Xiao couldn't help asking, "Senior brother, where did you obtain so much merit?" Zhao Gongming glanced at her. "Little sister, the origin of this merit is not to be casually inquired." Bi Xiao stuck out her tongue. "I was just too astonished." Randang Daoran stared at the mass of golden merit, his expression also shifting. He had cultivated for eons and seen many treasures. But merit, even the great powers of the primordial world dared not underestimate it. Randang Daoran asked solemnly, Chen Yuan, are you truly going to give away this merit? Chen Yuan, however, was unconcerned. Since it is a meeting gift, naturally, I cannot take it back. Randang Daoran gave him a deep look. You are truly magnanimous, young man. Duobao also couldn't help saying, Senior brother, this merit is too precious. Chen Yuan looked at Duobao. For a first meeting among fellow disciples, something precious is appropriate. Duobao opened his mouth, then finally smiled. Since the senior brother says so, allow us to thank you on behalf of all fellow disciples. Chen Yuan looked at the disciples, and the golden light in his palms suddenly expanded. For our first meeting, let this merit be my greeting gift to all fellow disciples. As his words fell, the mass of merit burst apart with a roar. Streams of golden light descended from the air. Each wisp of merit landed precisely upon a disciple of the Jie sect. Before the 7 great immortals, a portion each. Before the 10 heavenly lords, a portion each. Before the 3 Shaos, Zhao Gongming, Guiling Shimu, Wudong Shimu, and Duobao Dorn, merit also descended. The disciples from other peaks were not left out either. The golden light entered their bodies, and each disciple felt their primordial spirit clear. For some, the old karmic vapors within were gently suppressed by the merit. For others, treasures that had been unstable despite years of refinement emitted soft chimes within their sleeves. Some felt their Dao hearts tremble, nearly entering meditation on the spot. Wu Yunxian raised his hand to receive the merit. Senior brother, I Wu Yun will remember this gift. Jinggu Xian cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Wan led the 10 heavenly lords in a collective bow. Thank you, senior brother, for bestowing merit. Duobao looked at the disciples and spoke. Fellow disciples, why not thank the senior brother? In an instant before Bo Palace, 10,000 immortals bowed in unison. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, for bestowing merit. The senior brother's great kindness we shall remember. The senior brother has attained great luo and bestowed merit upon us. The Jie sect shall flourish. Voices of thanks gathered, rising straight into the clouds. Randang Daoran watched this, seeing his heart stirred. This young man certainly knows how to win hearts. By scattering a mass of merit, who among the Jie sect disciples would not acknowledge him as their senior brother? Tongtian Zhaozhu has gained a great fortune by accepting this disciple. What does it matter that he was born human? This young man's boldness far surpasses many innate sacred beings. Chen Yuan's expression did not change much. This merit came from his daily check-in rewards. He still had plenty left. For him, parting with a mass was not a great loss. But for the disciples of the Jie sect, it was a true opportunity. No need for such courtesy. Chen Yuan looked at the crowd. The disciples then rose. Duobao's smile widened. With the senior brother's arrival today, my burden as the manager has lightened considerably. Chen Yuan patted Duobao on the back. You have worked hard managing the Jie sect all these years. Duobao waved his hand. I merely run errands. Your words overwhelm me, senior brother. Randang Daoran glanced at the time. Let us go. The hour for the lecture approaches. We must not keep the sect master waiting. Chen Yuan nodded. Let us go. Duobao immediately turned. Fellow disciples, follow me inside. The gates of Bo Palace swung open. Shanqing Dao patterns lit up from within the doors. Randang Daoran stepped forward first. Chen Yuan entered shoulder to shoulder with Randang. Duobao followed closely behind. Jinling Xingmu, Guiling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Shaos stepped in afterward. The 7 great immortals and the 10 heavenly lords followed in sequence. The remaining disciples of the Jie sect proceeded in order, none daring to break rank. Once inside Bo Palace, each took their cushion. At the foremost seats, Randang Daoran and Chen Yuan sat side by side. Duobao sat just below Chen Yuan. Jinling Xingmu, Guiling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu took their places in succession. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos sat on one side. The 7 great immortals were arrayed after the direct disciples. The 10 heavenly lords were further behind. After all disciples were seated, a surge of immortal light shook Bo Palace. Duobao whispered, the master is coming. Chen Yuan looked up. Randang Daoran immediately straightened his posture. All the disciples simultaneously restrained their auras. A figure descended. It was Tongtian Zhaozhu, the master of the Jie sect. Tongtian pre-march descended to the main seat, the 4 sword lights behind him coming to a halt. The 4 immortal swords hung in the void, their blades still, yet the myriad vital forces within Bo Palace were suppressed. Randang Daoist was the first to rise. Chen Yuan also stood up. Duobao Daoist, Jinling Sage Mother, Guiling Sage Mother, Wudong Sage Mother, Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shao sisters, the 7 great immortals, the 10 heavenly lords, and the disciples of all peaks, all bowed low. We pay respects to Master. We pay respects to the pre-march. The voices of 10,000 immortals sounded in unison, the sound waves surging into the palace ceiling's Dao patterns. Tongtian Primarch's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Chen Yuan. He nodded. The 4 swords behind Tongtian Primarch trembled slightly, and the Shangqing Dao resonance spread out. He began to preach. The Dao arises from the nameless, transforming into Qi. Qi separates into pure and turbid. The pure rises, the turbid sinks. The Shangqing lineage seizes a thread of life, therefore it does not discriminate by origin or background. All who possess a heart set on the Dao may enter the gate. As the first sentence fell, golden lotuses bloomed on the palace floor. As the second sentence fell, jeweled tassels hung from the void. As the third sentence fell, the primordial spirits of all disciples trembled in unison. Some closed their eyes on the spot. Others felt their magical power circulate of its own accord. A few heard the faint hum of spiritual treasures within their sleeves. Wu Yunshin's heart shook. Master's teaching today is deeper than ever before. Jin Guxian murmured softly. This is no ordinary transmission of the Dharma. Master is refining the fundamental Tao of our Jie sect. Chen Yuan looked at the 10 heavenly lords beside him. Listen carefully to every word. Golden light, Sage Mother's eyes flickered with golden light. The birth and death of formations also lie within that thread of life. Wiley took a deep breath. If we can comprehend this, our 10 absolute formations will surely advance further. Duo Bao Daoist closed his eyes in concentration, the myriad treasure Qi within him sinking one by one into the Dao resonance. Randang Daoist listened to Tongtian's sermon, his expression turning solemn. Having been in the Jie sect for many years, he was still moved by this saint's preaching. Seizing the thread of life. Tongtian Primarch's 4 words truly surpass all other methods. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on his cushion, his primordial spirit also drawn by the Shangqing Dao resonance. The great Luo Dao fruit within him trembled slightly. Strands of Dao tones entered his purple mansion, transforming into clear light that refined his magical power. At that moment, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Special venue detected, Saint's sermon. Check-in available. Check-in. Chen Yuan's mind jolted. Bloody hell. This works too. He had thought check-in could only be triggered at blessed lands, primordial divine mountains, or spiritual treasure Dao fields. Now even Tongtian's sermon had become a special venue. Chen Yuan suppressed the turmoil within him. Definitely checking in. He immediately spoke to the system. Check-in. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a fragment of a primordial supreme treasure. Chen Yuan's heart paused. Oh, another fragment. He recalled that he had already obtained 3 fragments of the primordial supreme treasure earlier. 10 fragments could synthesize 1 primordial supreme treasure. Now he had obtained another, making it 4. 6 more were needed. Chen Yuan's thoughts churned. A primordial supreme treasure. If I can truly synthesize one, it can serve to suppress the luck of the Jie sect. The 4 immortal slaying swords are unparalleled in slaughter, but they struggle to suppress luck. If Master had a treasure to suppress the sect, it could provide an additional foundation for the future tribulations. At this moment, Tongtian's saintly sermon had reached its crucial point. With each word that fell, another layer of golden lotuses surged from the ground. With each Dao tone that spread, the immortal light in the palace thickened by 1 degree. Chen Yuan listened, utterly captivated. His great Luo Dao fruit grew increasingly stable. The 5 Qi in his chest transformed into 5-colored divine light, circling his primordial spirit. The 3 flowers above his head swayed gently, as if containing the embryonic form of the great Dao. Before Duo Bao Daoist, 10,000 points of treasure light shone. Behind Jinling's Sage Mother, sword intent surged upward, only to be forcibly suppressed into her primordial spirit. Around Guiling's Sage Mother, water and fire Dao patterns interwove. At Wudong's Sage Mother's brow, clear light condensed. On Yunxiao, the aura of the Honghuang golden dipper flickered before fading into silence. Time flowed within the Dao tones. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Outside the palace, the tides rose and fell. Inside the palace, the golden lotuses never withered. The disciples forgot time, guarding only the single thought of their primordial spirits. Chen Yuan's great Luo aura grew increasingly steady. With each sentence he heard, he polished his own great Dao by 1 degree. The various foundations he had gained from previous check-ins were now fully integrated into his Dao fruit. He understood in his heart. A saint's sermon was a rare encounter not to be sought. 1,000 years passed like the snap of a finger. Yet in the hearts of every Jie sect disciple, this 1,000 years was worth more than 10,000 kulpas of bitter cultivation. When Tongtian Primarch reached the end of his sermon, he raised his hand and pointed. The Shangqing Dao resonance transformed into a beam of green light, landing in the center of Bio Palace. Today's sermon ends here. As these words fell, the golden lotuses on the ground slowly dispersed. The jeweled tassels in the void returned to the Dao patterns. The 4 immortal slaying swords also withdrew their sword light. The disciples remained immersed in the Dao, intent, reluctant to open their eyes. Duo Bao Daoist opened his eyes and let out a long breath. 1,000 years have passed. Zhao Gongming was startled. It has already been 1,000 years. Bixiao opened her eyes, her face full of reluctance. I haven't heard enough. Qiong Xiao said softly. To hear a saint's sermon for 1,000 years is already great fortune. Yinxiao looked at the main seat and bowed with clasped hands. Your disciple thanks Master for the teaching. Randang Daoist stood up and bowed. This poor Daoist thanks the pre-march for the teaching. Chen Yuan also rose and bowed. Your disciple thanks Master for the teaching. The 10,000 immortals followed suit, bowing together. Your disciples thank Master for the teaching. Tongtian pre-march accepted this salute, his gaze sweeping over the disciples. When you return, you must deeply contemplate what you have gained today. Disciples of the Jie sect must remember their original heart. If anyone brings ruin to the sect, I will not show leniency. The disciples' hearts tightened. We humbly obey Master's decree. Chang'er Dingguang Xian bowed even lower. Chen Yuan glanced at him, then withdrew his gaze. Tongtian pre-march waved his hand. You may disperse. Yet none of the disciples moved immediately. They looked at the main seat, their faces full of reluctance. Bixiao murmured softly. What a pity. Zhao Gongming also sighed. Master will not teach anymore. The 10 heavenly lords exchanged glances, all regretful. Wu Yunxian said in a deep voice. If only we could hear such a great Dao for another 1,000 years. Duo Bao Daoist looked at the others and shook his head gently. The disciples sighed helplessly. What a pity Master will not teach anymore. But just as the Jie sect disciples were about to leave, Chen Yuan stepped forward and said loudly, Junior brothers, please wait a moment. I have something to say. As Chen Yuan spoke these words, the Jie sect disciples who were about to leave Bio Palace stopped and turned to look at him. Tongtian pre-march also did the same, his gaze falling on Chen Yuan, wondering what his great disciple wanted to say. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Yuan walked to the center and said to Tongtian, Master, today I wish to establish a few sect rules for the Jie sect. Establish sect rules. Tongtian Zhaozhu's gaze also fell upon Chen Yuan as he spoke in a deep voice. Chen Yuan clasped his hands and said, exactly. Randang Daoren had already understood what Chen Yuan intended to do. I never expected that this boy Chen Yuan would actually take the advice to heart. The Jiejiao has countless disciples, their origins are mixed. Without rules to bind them, calamities will surely arise in the future. Now that the Jiejiao lacks a supreme treasure to suppress its fortune, he intends to use sect rules to establish order and stabilize fortune through the hearts of men. Randang Daoren looked at Chen Yuan, his heart stirred even more deeply. Such means are not merely a matter of cultivation level. He has seen the root ailment of the Jiejiao. If Tongtian Zhaozhu agrees, the fortune of the Jiejiao will surely undergo a change. Within Bio Palace, the numerous disciples were also stunned. The senior brother wants to establish sect rules. Duo Bao Daoren spoke. Senior brother, our Jiejiao already has the master's decrees as the foundation. Why do you wish to establish additional rules? Chen Yuan looked at Duo Bao. The master's decrees focus on transmitting the Dao. The Jiejiao welcomes 10,000 immortals, its disciples spread across the eastern sea and the primordial wilderness. Without a few fundamental iron laws, some will surely use the sage's name to commit evil in the future. Duo Bao Doran's expression changed. What the senior brother worries about is not without reason. Jinling Shengmu nodded. The more disciples there are, the more fundamental constraints are needed. Guiling Shengmu said in a deep voice, in recent years there have indeed been disciples who fought fiercely outside. Wudong Shengmu said, if it's merely sparring among fellow disciples, that's fine. Zhao Gongming interjected, but if it results in the death of a fellow disciple and tarnishes the Jiejiao's reputation, that is no small matter. Bixiao said softly, what the senior brother says is also reasonable. Wu Yunxian clasped his hands and said, since the senior brother wishes to establish rules, we are willing to listen. Qin Wan also said, the 10 heavenly lords are willing to follow the senior brother's commands. Chang'er Dingguang Xian lowered his head, but a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Sect rules. With a sage sitting at the helm of the Jiejiao, who would dare to truly do anything to us? If we encounter opportunities in the future, are we to be shackled by a few rules? He suppressed the thought as soon as it arose. Chen Yuan did not look at Chang'er Dingguang Xian. He turned to face Tongtian Zhaozhu and bowed once more. Master, the Jiejiao seeks a thread of vitality, teaching without discrimination. This is the fundamental Dao of the Jiejiao. The freedom of disciples must have boundaries. Today your disciple dares to request that you allow the establishment of 3 sect rules. Tongtian Zhaozhu did not speak immediately. He looked at Chen Yuan, sword light flickering in his eyes. Speak. Chen Yuan rose, his voice spreading throughout Bio Palace. The first rule. Disciples of the Jiejiao shall not kill one another. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the 10,000 immortals trembled. Many disciples in Bio Palace instinctively raised their heads. Some who had grudges with fellow disciples changed color. Chen Yuan continued, among fellow disciples one may debate the Dao, engage in contests of magic, and compete for superiority. But if anyone kills a fellow disciple out of personal enmity, seizes their treasures, or ruins their path, that undermines the foundation of the Jiejiao. Such a person shall at the very least have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. At the worst, the master shall descend with his sword and annihilate their primordial spirit. Duo Bao Daoren was the first to stand. I support this rule from the senior brother. Jinling Shengmu also stood and said, fellow disciples killing each other most deeply harms the foundation of a sect. Guiling Shengmu said, without this rule the more the 10,000 immortals the deeper the internal strife. Wudong Shengmu said this rule should be established. Zhao Gongming laughed loudly. If anyone dares to kill a fellow disciple, I Zhao Gongming will be the first to show no mercy. Bi Xiao also raised her voice. Yes, whoever harms a fellow disciple should be punished. What the senior brother says hits the hidden danger of the Jiejiao. Randang Daoren spoke, sect leader, I also believe this rule should be established. Tongtian Zhaozhu's gaze swept over the disciples. Do any of you have objections? We have no objections. The Jiejiao disciples answered in unison. Chen Yuan glanced at everyone, and then spoke again. The second rule, disciples of the Jiejiao shall not flaunt the sage's name outside. As these words fell, the expressions of many disciples changed slightly. The master is a sage. The sage's authority can protect the Tao, but it must not be used by disciples to bully others. If anyone relying on the Jiejiao's name outside seizes opportunities, oppresses the weak, and brings disgrace to the sect, that damages the Jiejiao's fortune. Such a person shall be punished the first time, severely punished the second time, and expelled from the Jiejiao the third time. Duo Bao Doran's expression turned grave. Senior brother, once this rule is established, many disciples walking the primordial wilderness will have to restrain themselves greatly. Chen Yuan said, precisely because restraint is needed, this rule must be established. The Jiejiao can be strong. The disciples of the Jiejiao can be proud. But the Jiejiao must not be such that when people mention it they think of bullying the weak by relying on power. Randang Daoren nodded slightly. Well said. A sage's sect should have the bearing of a sage's sect. If everyone flaunts outside, one day the karma will fall upon the Jiejiao. Tongtian Zhaozhu's eyes flickered. Hearing the words, karma, the Zhuxian four swords behind him trembled lightly. Continue. Chen Yuan said, after this rule is established, if fellow disciples encounter bullying outside, they may invoke the Jiejiao's name for self-protection. But if one seeks treasures, fights for profit, or acts violently, using the master's prestige to oppress others, that violates this rule. The many disciples said in unison, we respectfully heed the senior brother's words. Chen Yuan did not stop. He looked at Tongtian Zhaozhu, his voice growing heavier. The third rule. All the disciples sensed that this third rule would surely be the most severe. Chen Yuan enunciated each word, disciples of the Jiejiao shall not betray the sect. In Bo Palace, everyone's hearts tightened. The master opened the door to transmit the Tao, asking not for origins or background. To enter the Jiejiao is to receive the master's grace. If someone receives the Jiejiao's Tao arts, enjoys its protection, but later betrays fellow disciples, abandons the sect, and defects to the enemy, this crime is unforgivable. He raised his head to look at Tongtian. Your disciple requests the establishment of this rule. Whoever betrays the sect shall surely be reduced to ashes. As these 8 words fell, the Tao patterns in Bo Palace trembled violently. The Zhuxian four swords behind Tongtian Zhaozhu simultaneously emitted sword cries. The lamp of Randang Daoren blazed brightly. What a ruthless rule! And what a precise rule! What the Jiejiao fears most is disunity among its disciples. If this rule enters the sect's doctrine, whoever dares to betray the sect in the future must first bear the sage's karma. Duo Bao Daoren suddenly stood up and bowed to Tongtian Zhaozhu. Master, this rule should be established. Jinling Shengmu stood and said, those who betray the sect deserve death. Guiling Shengmu said, if anyone betrays the master, I will personally suppress and kill them. Wudong Shengmu said, the master's grace in transmitting the Tao is heavier than heaven and earth. A betrayer does not deserve to exist in the primordial wilderness. Zhao Gongming said in a deep voice, I Zhao Gongming also agree. The 3 Xiaos stood up simultaneously. The rest of the Jiejiao disciples also rose to their feet. Your disciple agrees. This rule should be established. Those who betray the sect shall be reduced to ashes. Just as the 3 sect rules were acknowledged by all the disciples, the fortune above Gold Ao Island suddenly surged. Tongtian Zhaozhu, being a sage, was the first to perceive the change. Originally, the Jiejiao's fortune was as vast as the sea, yet there were strands of energy leaking outward. That leakage was slow but never ceased. Tongtian Zhaozhu had noticed it before, but without a supreme treasure to suppress fortune, he had never been able to stabilize it completely. But at this moment, with the 3 rules established and the 10,000 immortals pledging their assent, the Jiejiao's fortune suddenly condensed. The dispersing trend was forcefully halted. Tongtian Zhaozhu's heart shook. The fortune has stabilized. He looked at Chen Yuan, his eyes filled with surprise. With only 3 sect rules, he has managed to anchor a portion of the Jiejiao's fortune. This is using rules to bind people's hearts, and then using people's hearts to stabilize fortune. Though this method cannot compare to a supreme treasure that suppresses eternity, it can remedy the Jiejiao's current deficiency. As Tongtian Zhaozhu listened to the chorus of his Jie sect disciples, the light in his eyes grew brighter. He turned his gaze to Chen Yuan, a rare smile gracing his face. Good. With that single word, the Shangqing Dao patterns within the Bo Palace trembled in unison. Duo Bao Daoren immediately leaned forward and asked, Master, have you approved the 3 rules set by the senior brother? Tongtian Jiaozhu naturally nodded. Approved. The disciples' hearts shuddered. If even the master supported it, what more could they say? Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Since the master has approved, from now on, anyone who breaks the rules will be courting their own calamity. Bixiao proclaimed, the senior brother has set excellent rules. Xiao looked at Chen Yuan and said softly, once the 3 rules are established, there will be a fundamental restraint among fellow disciples. Yunxiao also added, this matter concerns the fate of the Jie sect. It is indeed necessary. Randang Daoren stepped forward, cupping his hands. Your insight is clear, Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu turned to Randang Daoren. Randang, you see it too. The Jie sect has 10,000 immortals paying homage. Its fate is like the ocean, yet also like the surging tides. Without something to suppress it, there must be laws to channel the flow. The 3 rules Chen Yuan established today, though not as powerful as a primordial treasure in suppressing fate, can reduce its leakage. Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze settled on Chen Yuan. What you have said today aligns perfectly with my intentions. Tongtian Jiaozhu gently waved his hand. A streak of cyan light flew out from his sleeve. As the cyan light appeared, the sword intent within the Bo Palace immediately unfolded. It was not like the apocalyptic killing intent of the 4 immortal slaying swords, but rather a pure upright will that pierced through the great Dao of Shangqing. Duo Bao Daoren abruptly raised his head. The Qingping sword. The master has actually brought out the Qingping sword. Zhao Gongming gasped. This sword is the master's personal treasure. Yunxiao also rose, saying, this object represents the master's lineage. Its significance is extraordinary. Bixiao stared at the cyan light, startled. Could the master be bestowing the Qingping sword upon the senior brother? Randang Daoren looked at the Qingping sword, his heart shaken. Tongtian Jiaozhu is handing over the authority of the Jie sect to Chen Yuan. With the Qingping sword in hand, who dares to defy? From today onward, Chen Yuan will no longer be merely the senior brother. He will represent Tongtian Jiaozhu in administering rewards and punishments within the sect. Chen Yuan gazed at the Qingping sword, a solemn expression on his face. Tongtian Jiaozhu raised his hand and sent the sword forth. The Qingping sword landed before Chen Yuan. Its blade shimmered with clear light, and Shangqing Dao patterns coiled around the hilt. Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan immediately knelt. Your disciple is here. Tongtian Jiaozhu said, today I bestow upon you the Qingping sword. Within the Bo Palace, the 10,000 immortals all raised their heads. Though this sword is not a primordial treasure, it has accompanied me for many years. In the days of old, when the 3 pure ones roamed the primordial chaos, we obtained 3 treasures together. What I obtained was this Qingping sword. Today I give it to you. From now on you shall govern the Jie sect in my stead. When the disciples of the Jie sect see this sword, it shall be as if they see me, the Jiaozhu. Should anyone violate the 3 rules, you may slay them with this sword. As these words fell, the hearts of all disciples in the Bo Palace quaked with shock. Chen Yuan took the Qingping sword with both hands. As the sword entered his palm, a surge of Shangqing sword intent flooded into his purple mansion. His primordial spirit trembled, and the Daluo Dao fruit within him began to turn. He bowed deeply to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Your disciple accepts the command. Chen Yuan said, I shall use the 3 rules to restrain the disciples of the Jie sect. If any fellow disciple violates them, I will show no leniency. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded. Good. The Qingping sword in Chen Yuan's hand gave a gentle tremor. The next moment, the river of fate above the Bo Palace surged. Boom. A vast torrent of fate descended from the void, pouring directly into Chen Yuan's body. The disciples' expressions changed drastically. The fate of the Jie sect was entering his body. Indeed, the Qingping sword represents the authority of the Jiaozhu. By accepting the sword, Chen Yuan has become fully linked to the fate of the Jie sect. From today, his Dao fruit will be bound to the rise and fall of the Jie sect. Jinling Xingmu stared at Chen Yuan, her voice deep. The senior brother has taken on the fate of the Jie sect. Guiling Xingmu said, such a burden of fate entering the body is something even ordinary Daluo might not endure. Wudong Xingmu commented, the senior brother's foundation is deep. He might even take another step forward. Zhao Gongming's eyes lit up. Another step? Bixiao immediately said, the senior brother is already a Daluo golden immortal. Could he break through further? The fate has stirred, and the Dao fruit is also moving. Boom. Chen Yuan's magical power surged abruptly. The energy of the 3 flowers shot out from the top of his head. The 5 qi coiled around his body, transforming into a 5-colored divine light. The Daluo Dao fruit vibrated within the purple mansion, and strands of Shangqing Dao patterns descended into it. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, the Qingping sword lying across his knees. His aura climbed steadily, charging directly from the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal to the middle stage. Duo Bao Doran's face showed shock as he whispered, Could the senior brother truly be breaking through? Jinling Xingmu said, having just heard the master's 1,000-year sermon and now receiving the added fate of the Jia sect. Guiling Xingmu added, with such a convergence of opportunities, a breakthrough is not surprising. The other Jia sect disciples watched with envy. But this is the Daluo realm. Every step in Daluo requires countless years of refinement. And the senior brother is charging through the barrier right now. Boom. The 3 flowers above Chen Yuan's head fully manifested. First, the human flower appeared. Its radiance illuminated the entire Bio Palace. 1 grade, 2 grades, 3 grades, 4 grades, 5 grades, 6 grades. The disciples held their breath watching the human flower manifesting above Chen Yuan. 6 grades already form an excellent foundation. The senior brother will not stop at 6 grades, 7 grades, 8 grades, 9 grades. Many disciples in the Bio Palace rose to their feet. Zhao Gongming exclaimed, 9-grade human flower. Bi Xiao shouted, the senior brother is too strong. Xiong Xiao could not help but say a 9-grade human flower is rare in the primordial world. But Yin Xiao fixed her gaze on the human flower, the clear light in her eyes intensifying. It hasn't stopped yet. Randang Daran abruptly turned to look at Tongtian Jiaozhu. A fierce sword light blazed in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes. Watch on. 10 grades. 11 grades. 12 grades. The human flower fully bloomed with 12 grades. The 10,000 immortals in the Bio Palace fell silent in unison. Duo Bao Daran shot to his feet. 12 grades. Jinling Xingmu's mind trembled. A 12-grade human flower. Guiling Xingmu exclaimed in astonishment, the 3 flowers of Daluo can actually open to 12 grades. Wudong Xingmu looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with awe. What kind of foundation does the senior brother have? Zhao Gongming burst into laughter. Excellent. The senior brother's flower blooms with 12 grades. Today the Jia sect has truly produced a world-shaking figure. Bi Xiao said excitedly. I knew the senior brother was extraordinary. Xiong Xiao spoke softly, a 12-grade human flower. Once this news spreads across the primordial world, it will surely shake all the sects. Yun Xiao gazed at the human flower and slowly spoke. 6 grades can already be called remarkable. 9 grades are enough to dominate one's peers. 12 grades surpass the ordinary path of Daluo. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked at the human flower above Chen Yuan's head, his smile growing more pronounced. What a magnificent 12-grade human flower. The aura on Chen Yuan's body suddenly settled. But then the next moment another flower began to open. An earth flower. Could it be? Was the senior brother's earth flower also going to bloom with 12 grades? The earth flower had just manifested when it erupted with a formidable pressure above Chen Yuan's head. The earth flower has bloomed too. Zhao Gongming abruptly rose, his eyes blazing with divine light. Xiong Xiao murmured. Of the 3 flowers of the great Luo, each one concerns the foundation. The senior brother is pushing his foundation to the utmost today. Yun Xiao gazed at the earth flower. The earth flower bears the foundation of the Dao body. If it blooms at a high grade, the senior brother's future path will be even more stable. Duo Bao Daran took a deep breath and said, the senior brother has already opened the human flower at 12 grades. Now if the earth flower also blooms high, the fortune of our Jia sect will gain another supreme foundation. Watch on. Guiling Xingmu spoke in a deep voice. Such an opportunity to break through realms is rare in 10,000 ages. Wudong Xingmu looked at Chen Yuan and said softly, the senior brother bears the fortune of the Jia sect and has gained the recognition of the master's Qingping sword. This is the moment of his Dao fruit transformation. Randing Daran was also astonished. If this lad opens the earth flower at 12 grades, that would be truly terrifying. Tongtian Jiaozhu remained silent, simply watching the earth flower above Chen Yuan's head. The earth flower slowly rotated and the first petal burst open. 1 grade. The Shangqing Dao patterns in the Bio Palace immediately lit up. The second petal followed closely. 2 grades. Chen Yuan's mana surged like a tide, and the 5 chi swirled around his body. 3 grades. 4 grades. 5 grades. With each grade blooming, the fortune of the Jia sect quaked. It's already 5 grades. Qin Wan suppressed the turmoil in his heart, staring at the earth flower. It's still opening. Jingguang Xingmu's golden light blazed even brighter. 6 grades. Bailey uttered a low shout. As the 6th grade of the earth flower unfolded, a Shangqing Dharma form appeared behind Chen Yuan. The Dharma form held the Qingping sword, its feet treading the river of fortune. 7 grades. Wu Yunxian's eyes shone with brilliance. 8 grades. Jinggu Xian could not help but exclaim. 9 grades. Lingya Xian cried out in astonishment. In an instant the earth flower fully bloomed at 9 grades. The many disciples in the Bio Palace all changed color. 9-grade earth flower. Zhao Gongming slapped his knee. The senior brother's foundation has already surpassed most great Luo cultivators in the primordial wilderness. Bai Xiao exclaimed excitedly, the human flower at 12 grades and the earth flower at 9 grades. This is already terrifying. Xiong Xiao looked at Chen Yuan and gently shook her head. Little sister, the senior brother will not stop here. Yun Xiao spoke. Since his human flower can reach 12 grades, the earth flower still has the possibility of continuing to bloom. Duo Bao Daoren stared at the earth flower, his tone grave. But after 9 grades, each additional grade will shake the very foundation of the Dao body. Randang Daoren said in a deep voice, after the 3 flowers of the great Luo reach 9 grades, ordinary mana is no longer the determining factor. It depends on the Dao fruit, fortune, and destiny. Jinling Xingmu said, the senior brother now possesses all 3. It is not impossible for him to advance further. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes suddenly opening wide. He gazed at the 9-grade earth flower above his head, and the 5 qi within his chest exploded outward. Open for me. As these words fell, the Qingping's sword trembled. The fortune of the Jie sect pressed down like a tidal wave, pouring directly into the earth flower. Chen Yuan's bones and sinews rang in unison. His primordial spirit sat firmly in the purple mansion, forcibly pushing the Dao fruit forward. Since the human flower can bloom at 12 grades, the earth flower, naturally, must also reach 12 grades. Chen Yuan roared, and the Qingping's sword in his hand slashed out a beam of clear light. The clear light plunged into the earth flower. The 10th petal of the earth flower trembled violently. Boom. The 10th grade bloomed. The immortal light in the Bio Palace surged abruptly. 10 grades. Duo Bao Daoren stood up directly. The senior brother has truly opened it to 10 grades. Zhao Gongming laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Bai Xiao clapped her hands. Senior brother opened 2 more grades. Xiong Xiao immediately said, do not disturb the senior brother's mind. Yun Xiao did not reproach Bai Xiao, but simply watched the earth flower above Chen Yuan's head. After 10 grades, it becomes difficult. After the 10th grade of the earth flower opened, Chen Yuan's aura clearly paused. The outline of the 11th petal emerged, but it could not fully unfold. The fortune of the Jie sect poured in continuously. The Shanqing Dao patterns pressed down relentlessly, yet the earth flower remained stuck. The clear light between Chen Yuan's brows pulsed violently. Inside the purple mansion, the great Luo Dao fruit rumbled without cease. Open! Chen Yuan gave another low shout. The 11th petal trembled, but only opened half an inch. All the disciples held their breath, not daring to utter a word. Randang Daoren frowned. It lacks a breath of the holy path. Duo Bao Daoren immediately looked toward Tongtian. Master, Jinling Xingmu also sensed the anomaly. The senior brother's foundation is sufficient, but the earth flower bears the Dao body. After 10 grades, a stronger catalyst is needed. Guiling Xingmu said in a heavy voice, if he forces the breakthrough, it will harm the Dao fruit. Wudong Xingmu looked at Tongtian Jiaozhu. Master, the senior brother cannot retreat. A glint of sword light flickered in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes. Since that is the case, your master will lend you a hand. Chen Yuan's heart trembled upon hearing these words. Master, Tongtian Jiaozhu raised his right hand and gently tapped with his fingertip. A drop of blood flew from his finger. The moment that drop appeared, all the Dao patterns in the Bio Palace parted to the sides. The blood of a sage. Randang Daoren changed color on the spot. The sect leader is using sage blood to help Chen Yuan bloom the flower. Duo Bao Daoren was shaken. By this act, the master is bestowing a strand of the sage's Dao mechanism upon the senior brother. Zhao Gongming's eyes shone. With the master's help, the senior brother will surely open 12 grades. Bai Xiao exclaimed excitedly, senior brother, absorb it quickly. Xiong Xiao said softly, little sister, do not speak. Yun Xiao looked at the drop of sage blood with a solemn expression. As the sage's blood enters the earth flower, if this flower succeeds, the senior brother's foundation will surely ascend another level. Tongtian Jiaozhu flicked his finger. The drop of sage blood fell toward the earth flower above Chen Yuan's head. Boom. The sage's blood scattered over the earth flower. The blood radiance carried no violent killing intent, only a pure Shanqing Dao resonance. The earth flower shuddered violently, and the 10 petals lit up together. The 11th petal burst open. 11 grades. Chen Yuan's mana surged again. The clear light of the Qingping's sword blazed. The fortune of the Jie sect also pressed down completely at this moment, all pouring into the earth flower. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, directly absorbing the last thread of Shanqing Dao resonance from the sage's blood into his Dao fruit. Open. The final petal bloomed in response. The 12-grade earth flower fully blossomed. Boom. Immortal light shot up in the Bio Palace. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground again. Jeweled garlands hung down from the void. The 4 immortal slaying swords trembled in unison. The 12-grade human flower and the 12-grade earth flower hung side by side above Chen Yuan's head. Between the 2 flowers, Shanqing Dao patterns interwove into a Dao bridge. The 10,000 immortals were shaken. 12-grade earth flower. Duo Bao Daoren exclaimed in disbelief. The senior brother truly did it. Jinling Xingmu's sword intent soared to the heavens. Human flower at 12 grades, earth flower at 12 grades. Such foundations are rare in the primordial wilderness. Guiling Xingmu said in a deep voice, from today onward the senior brother can suppress countless ancient powerhouses within the great Luo realm. Wudong Xingmu looked at Chen Yuan and said softly, With the senior brother in the Jie sect, its fortune shall flourish. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. How exhilarating. Bai Xiao shouted loudly. The senior brother is mighty. Qiong Xiao also revealed a smile. If word of today's events spreads, those people of the Chan sect will surely be restless. Yun Xiao said, a great luo flower blooming at 12 grades can no longer be measured by ordinary paths. Randang Daoren gazed deeply at Chen Yuan. This lineage of Tongtian Jiaozhu has truly produced an extraordinary human disciple. Chen Yuan slowly retracted his aura. The human flower and the earth flower transformed into clear light, sinking into the positions of the 3 flowers above his head. The Qingping sword also returned to calm. He rose and bowed deeply to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Thank you, master. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked at Chen Yuan, a clear smile in his eyes. It is nothing. This is your own destiny. Your master merely gave you a breath of aid. Chen Yuan said respectfully, without the master's sage blood, this disciple's earth flower could not have opened to 12 grades. Tongtian Jiaozhu shook his head. The sage blood was merely a catalyst. If your foundation were insufficient, even more sage blood would be useless. He looked at the place where the 3 flowers had vanished above Chen Yuan's head and spoke slowly. Who would have thought that you lad could bloom a flower at 12 grades? Know that even your master could not achieve this in his time. As these words fell, the disciples in the Bo palace were shaken again. Even the master could not do it. Bai Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Gongming was also stunned. But the master was born from Pangu's primordial spirit. How exalted his origins were. Duo Bao Doran's voice grew heavy. The senior brother has truly opened an unprecedented foundation this time. Randang Daoren looked toward Tongtian. Sect leader, when you were at the Great Luo realm, how many grades did your 3 flowers reach? Tongtian Jiaozhu said indifferently. All 3 flowers opened at 11 grades simultaneously. The disciples all gasped. All 3 flowers opening at 11 grades simultaneously was already the pinnacle of the primordial wilderness. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded. During the heyday of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin races, the world had just been created, and the Dao opportunities were profound. At that time, a few innate great powers could achieve 12-grade flowers. Later, the causal ties of heaven and earth grew heavier, and calamity cycles continued, making 12-grade 3 flowers increasingly rare. He looked at Chen Yuan, his tone tinged with gratification. For you, a human, to have reached this step has truly delighted your master. In truth, Tongtian himself was very puzzled as to why Chen Yuan could achieve such a degree. Could it be that the humans created by Nuwa were somehow different? Chen Yuan clasped his hands and said, this disciple dares not be complacent. Tongtian Jiaozhu swept his gaze over the disciples. Enough. You may all withdraw. Consolidate what you have gained from this sermon. The disciples rose together to pay their respects. Chen Yuan did not linger, but walked toward a spiritual peak on Jiejiao Island. Chen Yuan raised his hand and traced a line. The Qingping sword flew out a beam of clear light. The light struck the mountain's belly, directly carving out a cave dwelling. He raised his hand to set up restrictions, sealing off external distractions. Having done all this, Chen Yuan entered the cave dwelling and sat cross-legged on a cushion in the center. He closed his eyes, and the human flower and earth flower emerged simultaneously. Chen Yuan began to stabilize his cultivation. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on a cattail cushion, the Dao resonance slowly settling around him. The human flower above his head and the earthly flower flickered in turn, both stabilizing his foundation. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open. The qi within his body was entirely restrained, his dharma power like the tide receding into the sea with no trace of leakage. Finally stabilized. Chen Yuan rose, flicked his sleeve, and the cave's prohibitions dissolved. At that moment his brow twitched slightly. Outside Jiejiao Island, an unfamiliar aura was approaching through the void. That aura was extremely condensed, carrying the unique, pure, immortal light of the Chan sect. A glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. A Chan sect disciple. What business does he have at Jiejiao Island? He took a step, and his form had already exited the cave. Above the void, a golden light was cleaving through the waves from the eastern sea. The newcomer wore a Taoist robe, a jade crown binding his hair, and a solemn expression. It was Guang Chengzi. Just as Guang Chengzi reached outside Jiejiao Island, a golden flash appeared before him. A figure had already stood in the void. He raised his eyes, his brow twitched slightly, and then he recognized the other's identity. Junior brother Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked at him, his expression calm. Senior brother Guang Chengzi, what brings you to Jiejiao Island? Guang Chengzi raised his hand in greeting. By order of my master, I come to see Uncle Master Tongtian. My master intends to convene the Three Teachings Conference and has sent me to extend the invitation. Chen Yuan heard this. The Three Teachings Conference. Guang Chengzi nodded. It is my master's command, I dare not neglect it. For this visit I request junior brother Chen Yuan to deliver the message. Chen Yuan said nothing more, merely glanced at him. In that case, let's go. I'll take you to see master. Guang Chengzi felt a slight relief. Thank you, junior brother. The two went one after the other descending toward Bio Palace. As they flew, Guangchengzi's gaze fell upon Chen Yuan, and his expression gradually changed. He had come under orders carrying a measure of composure. But at this look a storm surged in his heart. A great Luo golden immortal. Chen Yuan's aura had already reached the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Guangchengzi's pupils shrank, and even the cloud light beneath him faltered. How is this possible? He is clearly of human origin. How could a mere human cultivate to this step? I have been under my master's tutelage for many years, listening daily to the Tao of the sage, and with my master's support, I have only now entered Great Luo. Yet he stands equal to me. How is this possible? Guangchengzi's thoughts raced, and the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. He considered himself deeply rooted orthodox in the Chan sect with matchless fortune. Yet this person before him had without a sound caught up to him. Guangchengzi suppressed the turmoil within, keeping his face calm. But when he looked at Chen Yuan, the trace of contempt in his eyes had been thoroughly suppressed. Chen Yuan noticed the change in his expression, but only smiled faintly. Two immortal lights, one after the other, went straight into Bio Palace. They soon arrived at the front gate of Bio Palace. Chen Yuan looked at Guangchengzi, cupped his hands, and said, "Senior brother, please wait a moment, I will inform master." Guangchengzi nodded. Good. Chen Yuan turned and entered the palace, went straight to Tongtian Jiaozhu and bowed. Master, senior brother Guangchengzi has come by order of Uncle Master Yuanshi to seek an audience with you. Tongtian Jiaozhu pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Bring him in." Chen Yuan replied yes. He turned and left Bio Palace, saying to Guangchengzi, "Senior brother, please follow me inside." Guangchengzi adjusted his robe and followed Chen Yuan into Bio Palace. As soon as he entered the hall, he bowed respectfully to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Disciple Guangchengzi pays respects to Uncle Master Tongtian. Tongtian Jiaozhu sat upright on the cloud platform, his gaze falling on him. What brings senior brother Yuanshi to send you? Guangchengzi raised his head. My master ordered me to deliver a message 10,000 years hence. The Three Teachings Conference will be held at Mount Kunlun. He requests the Jie sect to attend. Tongtian Jiaozhu listened, his expression unchanged, merely smiling lightly. So that's it. In his heart, he naturally understood what Yuanshi Tianzuan was up to. It was nothing more than using the Three Teachings Conference to display the prowess of the Chan sect disciples, and then suppress the momentum of the Jie sect. But such tactics before the current Jie sect were hardly worth considering. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked at Guangchengzi and said slowly, "Go back and tell senior brother Yuanshi in 10,000 years the Jie sect will surely come." Guangchengzi immediately cupped his hands. Disciple will remember. Having said this, he bowed once more and withdrew from Bio Palace. After Guangchengzi left, Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze fell upon Chen Yuan. Disciple, what do you think of your uncle Master Yuanshi holding this Three Teachings Conference? Chen Yuan raised his head, a clear light swirling in his eyes, and answered without hesitation. Master, I believe Uncle Master Yuanshi wishes to showcase the strength of the Chan sect, and then take the opportunity to suppress our Jie sect. Tongtian Jiaozhu heard this, and the sword intent in his eyes blazed even brighter. You see it clearly. Tongtian Jiaozhu looked at Chen Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Since you see it so clearly, tell me how to respond. Chen Yuan bowed. Disciple believes that the Jie sect should not only attend this Three Teachings Conference, but attend with dignity and imposing momentum. If the Chan sect wants to assert authority, let them know the Jie sect is not to be trifled with. If Uncle Master Yuanshi truly wishes to contend at the conference, then our Jie sect will go all the way with him. Tongtian Jiaozhu was naturally pleased. By the way, Master, I wish to return to the human realm. Chen Yuan cupped his hands. Disciple has left the human realm for tens of thousands of years. It is time to go back and see. Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze fell upon Chen Yuan. Go. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded. You are now a great Luo and wield the Qingping sword. It is fitting for you to make a journey to the human realm. Chen Yuan bowed once more, then turned and left Bio Palace. After exiting the palace, he rose on a cloud and sped away from Jiejiao Island. He felt a touch of emotion. Tens of thousands of years away, he wondered what state the human realm had reached. Chen Yuan traveled swiftly, his form turning into a clear light traversing the sky. At that moment, ding. A familiar notification sound echoed in his sea of consciousness. A sign-in location discovered. Do you wish to proceed and sign in? Chen Yuan paused mid-step, his eyes flickering. The system proactively prompting a sign-in location was rare. Without hesitation, he moved his mind. Following the system's guidance, he quickly arrived at the sign-in location. System sign-in. The next instant, the system did not immediately respond. Not at the sign-in location, unable to sign in successfully. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, slightly scanning ahead. It's empty here. A trace of doubt flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes. If not for the system's prompt, he would never have stopped here. But since the system said there was a sign-in location, this place was certainly not simple. Strange. I can't see any abnormality, he murmured to himself. But at that moment, Chen Yuan sensed a ripple in the space around him. This place really is unusual. He shifted his thoughts to the Qingping sword in his palm, not yet drawn, and merely raised his hand to press against the void ahead. Chen Yuan stood in the void, striking out with a forceful palm. Boom. From the seemingly empty space ahead, a faint, barely audible sound suddenly emerged. Immediately after, layers of forbidden patterns floated into view. Chen Yuan raised his eyes, slowly leveling the Qingping sword in his hand. There is indeed a formation here. As his voice fell, a flash of clear light flickered on the Qingping sword. Within the blade, a sliver of sword intent steeped in the aura of a sage from serving the heavenly Lord Tongtian for many years began to slowly awaken. The moment that aura emerged, the surrounding void suddenly sank. Chen Yuan let out a fierce roar. Break for me. He slashed down with his sword. Boom. The sword light, without any hesitation, fell directly upon that layer of invisible forbidden seal. In an instant, the void trembled. Array patterns exploded, ring by ring. Layers of light curtains shattered, and snapping sounds echoed one after another. Chen Yuan's robe stirred, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took another step forward. Strike again. The second sword followed. The Qingping sword surged with clear light, and the sword energy pierced through the cracks, directly shattering the formation's eye into pieces. With a thunderous roar, the void ahead was forcibly torn open. A gap. As the gap opened, a dense law of water rushed out from within. The water vapor was not cold, but instead extremely heavy, pressing down on one's primordial spirit as if to stagnate it. Chen Yuan did not hesitate. He stepped forward and walked. With one step into the crack, his figure vanished into it. As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan saw an object suspended in the void ahead. It was a banner. The banner's surface was still, yet it exuded a vast flow of water aura. Around the banner's body, Dao patterns layered, and the law of water nearly condensed into substance. Upon seeing this object, the name of a primordial innate treasure appeared in Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan Control Water Banner. One of the 5 directional banners, a supreme grade primordial innate treasure. The moment this object appeared, even a Deluo golden immortal would be shaken in spirit. Chen Yuan did not rush forward. He merely stood still, gazing at the banner. Just as he was about to raise his hand, a clear chime rang within his sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for checking in at the sealed land and obtaining a fragment of the Godslayer's spear. Chen Yuan's brow twitched. A fragment of the Godslayer's spear. Previously, when he had checked in, he had also obtained a fragment. The Godslayer's spear was infamous for its fearsome reputation. In ancient times, it was the weapon of Luo Ho, and its killing power was so heavy that even many primordial innate treasures had to avoid its edge. Now, obtaining another fragment, he was only one piece away from reassembling this spear. Chen Yuan raised his eyes and said calmly, "Today it is a double blessing." Having said this, he stepped forward. The Chen Yuan Control Water Banner hung silently, surrounded by the law of water, like a tide, each strand exerting a pressure that could overwhelm. Chen Yuan reached out. His 5 fingers closed together, gripping the banner pole firmly. In an instant, the banner's body trembled. Boom! A vast water aura surged upward along the pole, and Chen Yuan's arm shook slightly, his sleeves rustling loudly. He did not let go, but instead tightened his grip. Collect! As the word fell, the Qingping sword in his other hand vibrated gently. The sage's aura within the sword, together with the fruition of his own Deluo path, pressed down simultaneously. The resisting force from the Chen Yuan Control Water Banner was instantly suppressed. The banner's surface curled slightly, and the water patterns all withdrew. Chen Yuan rolled it up with a flick of his hand and stored the banner into his palm. As soon as he had put away the Chen Yuan Control Water Banner, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank. Not right. The moment these 2 words left his mouth, a heavy aura slowly pressed forward from the void ahead. As that aura appeared, Chen Yuan's robes were pressed flat against his body. He looked up. In the depths of the crack ahead, a black mist-like aura slowly dissipated. An aged voice came from within. "Young man, you enter my domain without greeting me." Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged, the Qingping sword already held before him. "I did not know this place was a senior's abode. Had I known, I would not have been so discourteous." The voice snorted coldly. "Discourteous? You were about to take my banner, and you call that not discourteous?" Chen Yuan said, "I did not know this object belonged to a senior. I thought it was ownerless." From the black mist ahead, a figure slowly walked out. The man was not tall, clad in ancient robes, with a weathered face, deep Dao lines on his brow, and extremely bright eyes. With each step, he took the void sank a little more. He looked at Chen Yuan, his gaze first falling on the Qingping sword, then on Chen Yuan himself. "The Qingping sword. How did the sword of the heavenly Lord Tongtian come into your hands?" Chen Yuan did not retreat. He raised his hand in salute and said, "I am Chen Yuan, the senior disciple under the tutelage of the heavenly Lord Tongtian." Hearing this, the aged figure's eyes flashed with keen light. The senior disciple under Tongtian. He looked at Chen Yuan, and the heavy aura that had been pressing down slowly withdrew. Chen Yuan felt his body lighten, and his sleeves fell back into place. He did not lower the Qingping sword, but instead gripped it more firmly. The old man before him, though seemingly gaunt, gave him an extremely strange feeling. It was not the aura of an ordinary Deluo, nor that of a quasi-saint. It was a heaviness that connected with heaven and earth, with mountains and seas. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Who exactly is this person? To be able to set up a seal here and dare to speak of taking away the Chen Yuan control water banner, he is certainly no unknown figure. The old man looked Chen Yuan up and down for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Young man, you are the first living being who has managed to walk this far since I came into being. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened. Senior, your words make me even more ashamed. The old man waved his hand. Spare me these empty pleasantries. Since you can wield the Qingping sword and enter here, it shows that Tongtian truly values you. There were few in the primordial world who dared to address Tongtian in such a manner. Thoughts raced through his mind, but his expression grew more respectful. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior? The old man did not answer immediately. He simply looked at Chen Yuan, as if recalling something long forgotten. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Ami, my original body was the first mystic turtle between heaven and earth. You may call me Old Ancestor Xian Turtle. Chen Yuan's body quivered slightly. Old Ancestor Xian Turtle. He almost blurted out. It is him. This is the very being who would later support the heavens. In an instant, many long-buried legends of the primordial world rushed into his mind. The North Sea mystic turtle. The body that propped up the sky. After the war of Wu and Yao, heaven and earth were damaged. After Nuwa mended the sky, a great cultivator was needed to transform into a pillar and support the shattered firmament. The one who was ultimately slain was the Old Ancestor Xian Turtle. Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, the Old Ancestor Xian Turtle asked in confusion, how is it that you have heard of my name in the primordial world? Chen Yuan shook his head. By all rights of being like you, senior, why have I never heard of your name in the primordial world? The Old Ancestor Xian Turtle looked up at the void side and said, it is not that I am unwilling to leave this place, but the heavenly Tao has sealed it here. However, though this place is sealed, my physical body is immensely powerful. Even a sage cannot harm me in the slightest. Sealed by the heavenly Tao, invincible body. Hearing this explanation, Chen Yuan understood. In short, this mystic turtle was born for the Great Tribulation. Thinking this, Chen Yuan suddenly said, Old Ancestor Xian Turtle, I wonder if you would like to make a deal with me. Chen Yuan stood in the void, gazing at the aged figure before him. The Qingping sword in his hand drooped slightly, its blade shimmering with pure light, carrying an unyielding confidence. At these words, the oppressive weight that filled the air suddenly paused. The Old Ancestor Xian Gui's piercing eyes locked onto Chen Yuan. A desolate. He seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world, and suddenly broke into a grin, his laughter causing the surrounding void to tremble faintly. Boy, do you know what you're saying. I am the first Xian Gui in the heavens and earth with a physical body so powerful that even a sage cannot harm me. You, a mere golden immortal of the great Luo stage, what kind of deal can you make with me? The Old Ancestor Xian Gui's voice carried disdain, but even more so a profound loneliness. Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly looked at him. Senior, your physical body is invincible, indeed unmatched, in this primordial world. But so what? You are trapped in this sunless sealed land, eternities passing, without even the ability to turn over. What difference is there between this invincible body and a prison? Chen Yuan's words pierced like a sharp blade straight into the Old Ancestor Xian Gui's heart. The smile on the Old Ancestor's face vanished, instantly replaced by a furious rage. Boom. The black mist around them surged violently, an oppressive aura pressing down on Chen Yuan like a tsunami. Boy, you seek death. Yet Chen Yuan did not retreat, even half a step. A flash of pure light from his head, and the 12-petal human flower and earth flower rotated within his purple mansion. A transcendent foundation power beyond ordinary great Luo cleaved through the oppressive aura along the sword intent of the Qingping sword. Senior, please calm down. Since I dare to speak, I naturally have a way to help you escape. Chen Yuan's voice pierced through the black mist, landing clearly in the Old Ancestor Xian Gui's ears. The Old Ancestor Xian Gui's movement abruptly halted. The overwhelming black mist also paused. He stared at Chen Yuan, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. What did you say? You can help me leave this place. The Old Ancestor Xian Gui's voice even carried an uncontrollable tremor. He had been trapped here for so long that he had even forgotten what the outside world looked like. Even if there was only a thread of hope, he would never let it go. Chen Yuan nodded, his tone solemn. Indeed, I can help you leave this place. But the price is that you may have to lose this invincible physical body that you are so proud of. The Old Ancestor Xian Gui was stunned at first, then fell into silence. Chen Yuan did not urge him, merely waiting quietly. He knew how difficult a decision it was for any living being to abandon a physical body cultivated for countless eons. Moreover, this body was one that even a sage could not destroy. But Chen Yuan understood even more clearly that the fate of the Xian Gui was to have its 4 legs severed to prop up the collapsing heavens and earth. This was the great trend of the heavenly Tao, which no one could change. Only by preserving his true spirit could the Xian Gui find a path to survival. After a moment, the old ancestor Xian Gui suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Lose my physical body. Boy, you underestimate me. The old ancestor Xian Gui lowered his head sharply, his gaze burning as he stared at Chen Yuan. I have been stuck in this damned place for endless eons and I have had enough. As long as I can leave this place, as long as I can regain my freedom, even if it means losing this body, even if I have to give up everything, I am willing. Although his body was invincible, he was sealed here by the heavenly Dao, rendered useless. He would rather not have such invincibility. The old ancestor Xian Gui took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He looked at Chen Yuan and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what do you want? Since it's a deal, you can't possibly help me for nothing." Chen Yuan smiled faintly, raising his hand to point at the small blue flag suspended in the void ahead. "I want the Xian Yuan water control flag." The old ancestor Xian Gui followed Chen Yuan's finger, stunned for a moment. Just that, he had thought Chen Yuan would ask for something exorbitant like demanding a Dao oath of allegiance. But it was only a flag. Although the Xian Yuan water control flag was an ultimate innate spiritual treasure exceedingly precious, it was utterly useless to someone trapped here. Chen Yuan nodded. Just that. The old ancestor Xian Gui laughed heartily and waved his hand. Take it. As his words fell, the water laws on the Xian Yuan water control flag suddenly retracted. The flagpole transformed into a blue light that landed steadily in Chen Yuan's hand. The old ancestor Xian Gui even took the initiative to erase the trace of his own aura from it, allowing Chen Yuan to refine it without hindrance. Chen Yuan grasped the Xian Yuan water control flag, feeling the vast water Dao within it, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He stored the flag in his sleeve and bowed solemnly to the old ancestor Xian Gui. Senior is straightforward. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will naturally come to rescue you from this place. I, Chen Yuan, swear on my Dao heart that I will not break my word. The old ancestor Xian Gui looked at Chen Yuan, his eyes full of hope and trust. Good. Boy, I believe you. I have waited countless eons here. I don't mind waiting a few more days. Just don't fall out there. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, turned, and stepped out, his form transforming into a beam of pure light that passed directly through the crack. The crack slowly closed behind him, and the array patterns receded into the void. The old ancestor Xian Gui stood in the black mist, gazing at the direction Chen Yuan had left his gaze lingering for a long time. 12 petal, 3 flowers. This boy might truly be able to break this damned fate of the heavenly Dao. He murmured to himself, a long-lost vitality finally appearing on his aged face. Chen Yuan departed from the sealed land, racing toward the human territory. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, he flew, without consuming any mana, the 5 energies within his body flowing endlessly. As he traveled, Chen Yuan diverted a strand of his divine sense into his sleeve. The Xian Yuan water-controlling flag floated silently within his Z mansion, emitting a soft blue glow. Chen Yuan activated his Deluo Dao fruit, and the Shangqing Dao patterns transformed into strands of pure light, beginning to refine the innate restrictions within the flag. As a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it contained 48 innate restrictions. Even with Chen Yuan's profound foundation fully refining, it would not be accomplished overnight. However, merely refining the outermost layers of restrictions allowed him to feel a significant leap in his comprehension of the water law, as expected of one of the 5 directional flags, unrivaled in defense and capable of controlling all waters. Chen Yuan praised inwardly. With this treasure, he now had another hidden card for future confrontations. Unconsciously, Chen Yuan had traversed the boundless primordial land. Ahead, a vast azure sea appeared in his sight. The sea breeze rushed toward him, carrying a heavy moisture and salty tang. This was the East Sea, one of the 4 seas of the primordial world. The moment Chen Yuan stepped into the airspace above the East Sea, his brow slightly lifted. He keenly detected an extremely violent fluctuation of mana stirring on the sea surface ahead. Are creatures fighting? Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately concealed his aura. Using the Shangqing concealment technique, his form merged completely into the void, silently approaching the source of the disturbance. Soon Chen Yuan arrived above the battlefield. Looking down, he saw the sea below in full turmoil. Giant waves surged, water columns shot up like dragons, and blood stained large swaths of the sea into a glaring dark red. At the center of the battlefield, a 5-clawed golden dragon, 10,000 zhang long, roared in fury. Its scales were shattered and multiple deep wounds oozed dragon blood, presenting a miserable sight. Around the golden dragon, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals had formed a formation, fighting desperately against the enemy. Their foes were a group of demons exuding a chilling demonic aura. These demons, each with hideous features, wielded all sorts of bizarre weapons and struck with merciless cruelty. Every attack claimed the lives of many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Chen Yuan stood in the void, scanning the group of demons, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Interesting. He did not immediately intervene, but quietly watched the situation below. Just then a leading demon general stepped forward from the ranks. With a green face and fanged mouth, he held a long fork radiating a chilling black aura, his cultivation having reached the peak of Tai, golden immortal. He stared coldly at the besieged five-clawed golden dragon and let out a disdainful snort. Ao Guang, stop your futile struggle. Hand over the East Sea quickly, and I might spare your corpse intact. Otherwise my ancestral master will soon personally intervene and utterly annihilate your East Sea Dragon clan. The demon general's voice, laced with dense demonic power, exploded like rolling thunder across the sea. Hearing this, the golden dragon let out a furious, earth-shaking roar. With a flash of golden light, the dragon transformed into a middle-aged man clad in tattered imperial robes. He was the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. Holding a golden dragon sword, Ao Guang glared at the demon general, his eyes bloodshot. Have you from Biming Palace overstepped your bounds? Ao Guang gnashed his teeth, his voice filled with boundless grief and humiliation. Hearing the name, Biming Palace, Chen Yuan's gaze in the void sharpened. So it's the underling of the demon master Kunpeng. The Biming Sea was millions of li away from the East Sea. Had Kunpeng's reach stretched this far? Below, the demon general burst into raucous laughter at Ao Guang's words. Overstepping. Ao Guang, are you still dreaming? In the primordial world, the weak are prey to the strong. This East Sea is so bountiful. Do you mere pathetic dragons deserve to occupy it? The demon general slammed his fork down, causing the sea to explode with a thunderous roar. Hand over the token and get out of the East Sea. That's your only way to live. Ao Guang trembled with rage, the veins on his sword-wielding hand bulging. He stared at the demon general, his eyes filled with defiance and despair. Could it be that the East Sea Dragon Palace was truly doomed today? Ao Guang stood atop the churning waves, his imperial robes stained with blood, his figure appearing utterly frail. He looked at the arrogant Biming demon general, and then at the falling shrimp soldiers and crab generals around him, a profound sense of sorrow welling in his heart. In the days of yore, Ao Guang's voice was hoarse, laden with endless vicissitudes. Our dragon clan ruled the four seas, and all races bowed in submission. What a glorious era that was. At that time, let alone a mere demon general of Biming Palace, even your ancestral master Kunpeng would have stood aside in deference to our dragon elders. Ao Guang's words were filled with nostalgia for past glory. During the Dragon Han primordial calamity, the Dragon Clan was the undisputed hegemon of the world. With a single command from the ancestral dragon, the four seas churned and the primordial world shook. But now, a tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. Since the ancestral dragon's fall, the Dragon Clan has borne boundless heavenly karma. Their descendants struggled to advance, and cultivation prodigies withered and powerhouses perished. By his generation, the dignified Dragon King of the East Sea had only a mere mid-Tai, golden immortal cultivation. Any creature with even a bit of power dared to trample on the Dragon Clan. If not for the protection of the great formation left by the ancestral dragon, the East Sea Dragon Palace would have long been carved up by other forces. The demon general sneered even more wantonly at Ao Guang's words. Ha ha ha, Ao Guang, are you still living in a dream? A flash of cruel, killing intent crossed the demon general's eyes. The Dragon Clan today is nothing but a bunch of loaches that can't leave the water. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink the penalty, don't blame me for being ruthless. The demon general raised his black fork and roared, warriors of Biming, kill them all. Leave no one alive. At his command, the surrounding demons pounced like wolves and tigers on the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Cries of agony, clashing weapons, and booming spells instantly interwove. The seawater turned completely crimson. No. Ao Guang's eyes nearly split as he watched his people slaughtered, his heart bleeding. I'll fight you to the end. Ao Guang roared, igniting the true dragon essence blood within him. The golden dragon sword in his hand burst into brilliant light, transforming into a massive golden sword shadow that struck directly at the demon general. This strike concentrated all of Ao Guang's mana and fury. The demon general, however, sneered scornfully. A spent arrow. He gripped the fork with both hands, unleashing his peak Tai, golden immortal demonic power. Black mist billowed from the fork, coalescing into a ferocious black water serpent that met the golden sword shadow. Boom. The golden light and black mist collided violently in midair. The raging shockwave swept in all directions, raising a tsunami hundreds of zhang high. Ao Guang felt an overwhelming force surge through the dragon's sword into his body, shaking his internal organs as if they would shift. Ao Guang spat a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a snapped kite and crashing heavily into the sea. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals cried out in grief, but were mercilessly slain by the demons. Chen Yuan stood in the void watching coldly. He did not intervene immediately due to the Dragon Clan's plight. In the primordial world, such slaughter happened every day. The weak were preyed upon by the strong. That was the law of survival. However, Chen Yuan was calculating something else. Though the dragon clan has declined, the foundation of the four seas remains vast. The human race is now developing. If they could gain the dragon clan's allegiance, perhaps as a totem for humanity, that would be a tremendous boost to human fortune. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. Gilding the lily is not as good as offering fuel in snowy weather. Now is the perfect time to subdue the East Sea Dragon clan. Below, Guang struggled to fly out of the sea, his aura already at its lowest ebb. The demon general grinned, stepping closer, his fork aimed at Guang's brow. It's over, Guang. Chen Yuan looked at the battlefield below. The time had come. Guang stood atop the surging waves, his body drenched in blood, his figure appearing utterly frail. He gazed at the arrogant, beaming demon general before him, a profound melancholy welling up in his heart. The demon general sneered as he stepped closer, his long trident pointed directly at Guang's brow. Guang, go seek your ancestor, he bellowed, unleashing the peak power of a Tai golden immortal. Black chi swirled around the trident, coalescing into a vicious black water serpent that opened its maw wide. The serpent, reeking of the stench of decay, lunged at Guang's head. Guang closed his eyes, his arms hanging limp. The true dragon's blood within him had burned out, leaving him unable to muster even a wisp of spiritual power. Heaven has doomed my dragon clan. Guang lamented in his heart, awaiting his death in despair. Just at that critical moment, a sudden change occurred. To think that the dragon clan, once rulers of the four seas, has fallen to such a state. A clear and calm voice suddenly echoed across the sea and sky. The voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of every living being present, as if it were the sound of the great Dao carrying an undeniable and supreme authority. Guang's eyes snapped open, filled with sheer disbelief. The beaming demon general also changed expression, his movements pausing involuntarily. Who goes there? The demon general shouted, scanning the surrounding void with vigilance. The next moment, 3 dazzling beams of 5-colored light flew out of the void without warning. The light was so brilliant it seemed to dispel the gloom over the entire eastern sea. 3 round translucent pearls spun gracefully in midair. With the appearance of these 3 pearls, the raging sea instantly became docile. An immense force of the four seas poured forth from the pearls, suppressing all things. Boom. The black water serpent, formed from the demonic power of a Tai golden immortal, slammed into the 5-colored light. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no terrifying ripple of energy. The black water serpent struck the light, as if hitting an insurmountable primordial divine mountain. It shattered inch by inch, dissipating into wisps of black chi in the cold sea breeze. The demon general grunted, staggering back thousands of feet, his hands split at the tiger's mouth. Who dares to interfere with the business of the beaming palace? The demon general, shocked and enraged, stared at the 3 fixed sea pearls hovering above Guang's head. Guang, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, equally astonished at the supreme treasure above him. Such a treasure of the water Dao, which great power has descended upon the eastern sea. Both sides turned their gaze toward the direction from which the pearls had come. A slight ripple appeared in the void ahead, like water shimmering. A young man in a Daoist robe stepped out of the void. Chen Yuan stood in the void, looking down upon the brutal battlefield below. He did not deliberately release his aura, yet the innate Dao resonance made every living being feel suffocated. A Daoyuo golden immortal. Both Guang and the demon general exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with utter shock. The aura of transcending the river of fate, imperishable through countless kulpas, was unmistakably that of a Daoyuo golden immortal. In this era where sages were absent, a Daoyuo golden immortal represented the peak combat power in the primordial world. However, when they discerned the primal chi circulating around Chen Yuan, their shock turned into terror. You are a human. The beaming demon general's eyes widened as if seeing a ghost, his voice trembling. Guang gasped, forgetting even his fatal wounds. A human? That weak race created by the sage Nuwa, which had existed for only a few tens of thousands of years. In the eyes of the myriad races of the primordial world, humans were merely blood food for the demon race and vassals of the witch race. How could a human have cultivated to become a lofty Daoyuo golden immortal in such a short time? This shattered their understanding and defied the logic of the primordial world. What of it if I am human? Chen Yuan cast a faint glance at the demon general, his voice devoid of emotion. The demon general snapped out of his shock, his expression darkening. Though Chen Yuan was a Daoyuo golden immortal, behind the demon general stood a colossal power in the world. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and straightened his back forcibly. Sir, though you are a Daoyuo golden immortal, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. The demon general sneered, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I am a demon general under the beaming palace, ordered to take over the eastern sea. My ancestor is the guest of the Jiejiao palace, the teacher of the demon race, the ancestor Kunpeng. At the mention of ancestor Kunpeng, Guang's face turned deathly pale. That was a quasi-saint, a fearsome supreme powerhouse in the primordial world. The demon general looked at Chen Yuan, believing that invoking Kunpeng's name would surely make this human Daoyuo retreat. After all, a Daluo golden immortal was still like an ant before a quasi-saint. If you withdraw now, the Biming Palace will let bygones be bygones. The demon general declared smugly, as if he had already seized control of the Eastern Sea. Chen Yuan listened to the threat, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the arrogant demon general as if he were already dead. The atmosphere over the sea grew extremely oppressive due to the demon general's invocation of ancestor Kunping. Ao Guang's heart sank. He looked at Chen Yuan in the sky in despair. In his view, no Daluo golden immortal would risk offending a quasi-saint for the sake of the fallen dragon clan. The demon general's smile grew more arrogant. He was already planning how to torture Ao Guang. But Chen Yuan's next words chilled every living being present. Is the Biming Palace so formidable? Chen Yuan's voice remained calm, but to the demon general it sounded like a wind from the underworld. They are nothing but a swarm of ants. At these words the entire sea fell into absolute silence, as if even the wind had stopped. The smile on the demon general's face froze completely. He could not believe his ears. You dare insult my ancestor. The demon general roared in fury, but the fear in his eyes betrayed his inner panic. Chen Yuan had no further interest in wasting words with him. The most effective way to deal with such bullying demons was to crush them directly. Chen Yuan slowly raised his right hand, his wide sleeves flapping in the sea wind. With a casual wave, the spiritual power in his Zifu surged out like a river of stars. The void let out a groan of strain, as if something terrible was about to descend. Then clusters of dazzling five-colored light leaped out of the void one after another. 1, 2, 10, 20. A full 27 fixed sea pearls linked end to end like a string of brilliant stars floated around Chen Yuan. When these 27 fixed sea pearls appeared simultaneously, the sky above the eastern sea changed completely. The endless five-colored light blotted out the sun, illuminating the surrounding millions of miles of sea, as if it were day. Each pearl seemed to contain a vast small world within it. With 27 pearls together, they bore the terrifying weight of 27 worlds. What kind of divine artifact is this? The demon general completely collapsed, finding it excruciatingly difficult even to breathe under this oppressive pressure. His once proud Tai golden immortal demonic power was utterly insignificant before these 27 divine pearls. Crush. Chen Yuan lightly uttered a single word from his lips like a lethal decree issued by the heavenly Dao. Boom. The 27 sea-calming divine pearls carried the might to destroy heaven and earth, crashing down upon the demon army below. There were no flashy spells, nor intricate formations. It was the purest, most extreme crushing force. No. The demon general let out a piercingly shrill scream, desperately raising his long trident in an attempt to block. But all was in vain. When the first sea-calming divine pearl descended, the top-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure, trident in his hand, instantly exploded into dust. When the second pearl fell, his proud, demonic body shattered into a mist of blood. Even his Tai golden immortal primordial spirit could not escape, instantly obliterated by the five-colored radiance on the pearl. Then the remaining 25 pearls rained down like a meteor shower into the demon army. Bang, bang, bang. An endless series of dull explosions echoed across the sea, deafeningly loud. Those ferocious Biming demons couldn't even let out a scream before being crushed into pulp. In an instant, the demon army on the sea was annihilated, utterly wiped out by this single blow. The violent force hit the sea, instantly evaporating billions of tons of seawater. The surface of the East Sea was forcibly blasted into a bottomless, massive vacuum vortex. Surrounding waters rushed in madly, raising terrifying tsunamis tens of thousands of feet high, the scene like an apocalyptic disaster. Ao Guang stared blankly at all this, his mind completely lost the ability to think. Such terror. His lips trembled, feeling that his worldview had been utterly overturned. Is this the true power of a Daluo golden immortal? Was this truly an existence that could be born from a newborn race? Chen Yuan stood in the void, gazing at the completely cleared battlefield below, his expression still calm. He waved his wide sleeve, and the 27 sea-calming divine pearls turned into streams of light, flying back into his sleeve. The five-colored radiance in the sky dissipated, and the raging winds and waves of the East Sea gradually subsided. Chen Yuan trod upon the void, his form descending slowly like a falling leaf toward Ao Guang below. Ao Guang, seeing Chen Yuan descending before him, was filled with utmost reverence. Ao Guang hurriedly stepped forward, bent down, without hesitation, and performed an extremely solemn grand bow. Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, thanks the senior for saving us. Ao Guang's voice was filled with the relief of surviving a calamity and boundless awe for the powerful. Chen Yuan looked at the once lofty Dragon King before him, and slightly raised his hand. No matter, it was merely a casual act. Chen Yuan's tone was extremely casual, as if annihilating a million demons was merely crushing a group of ants. Ao Guang straightened up, but his head remained slightly lowered, not daring to meet Chen Yuan's eyes. He hesitated for a moment, a deep worry flashing in his eyes. Senior, though you are immensely powerful, killing the people of Biming Palace today will likely invite enormous trouble. Ao Guang gritted his teeth and decided to offer a warning. That Kunping old ancestor is narrow-minded, vengeful, and a quasi-saint. You must not take it lightly. In Ao Guang's view, though Chen Yuan was a Daluo golden immortal, he was ultimately alone and weak. If Kunping truly came in person, this human powerhouse might find it hard to escape. Upon hearing Ao Guang's words, Chen Yuan showed no trace of fear. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The clear laughter echoed across the sea, exuding a proud arrogance that looked down upon the world. Biming Palace is nothing. Even if Kunping dares to come, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Chen Yuan's words were resolute without a hint of falsehood. He now had both the human flower and earth flower blooming to the 12th grade, a foundation so profound that it was rare in the primordial world. Within his body, hundreds of millions of tiny figures were also condensed. Coupled with the top grade innate spiritual treasure in his hand, he could even contend with a powerhouse at the early quasi-saint stage. Moreover, standing behind him was none other than a heavenly Dao saint. Ao Guang was stunned by these words. He couldn't understand where this human Daluo got the confidence to so disdain a quasi-saint. Ao Guang swallowed his saliva and boldly asked, "May I ask where the senior cultivates and what your revered title is, eh?" He was extremely curious. When had such a formidable figure appeared in the primordial world? Chen Yuan withdrew his smile, looking calmly at Ao Guang, and suddenly an inscrutable Shangqing Dao resonance surged around him. "I study under the tutelage of Tongtian of Jiejiao." Chen Yuan's voice was not loud, but it struck Ao Guang's heart like a heavy hammer. "The senior disciple Chen Yuan." Boom. These few short words stirred a stormy sea in Ao Guang's mind, even more shocking than the sea calming divine pearls earlier. "What?" Ao Guang exclaimed in shock, his legs going weak, nearly kneeling on the sea surface. He stared blankly at Chen Yuan, his eyes almost popping out. A disciple of a saint, and the senior disciple of Tongtian Patriarch. No wonder he dared to hold Kunping old ancestor in such contempt. No matter how powerful Kunping was, he was only a quasi-saint. Before a heavenly Dao saint, he was still an ant that could be crushed at will. As the senior disciple of Jiejiao, Chen Yuan represented not only his personal strength, but also the supreme fortune of the entire Jiejiao. Ao Guang was blind and failed to recognize a disciple of Saint Tongtian. "You please forgive me, fellow Taoist." He was ecstatic inside. If the dragon clan could cling to this towering tree of Jiejiao, why fear Biming Palace? Chen Yuan watched Ao Guang prostrating on the ground, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The plan to subdue the dragon clan had taken the most perfect first step. The surviving shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the sea watched from afar, not daring to breathe. Their lofty dragon king was now acting like a humble servant. But Ao Guang felt no humiliation. Instead, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the senior disciple of Jiejiao. If they could cling to this mighty leg, perhaps the dragon clan could restore the glory of ancient times. He, Ao Guang, was a dragon king with dreams and ambitions. He was unwilling to see the dragon clan in such a state. He wanted to restore the former prestige of the dragon clan. Thinking back to the time of the Honghuang first calamity, ancestor dragon looked down upon the primordial world, the dragon clan ruling the four seas. How majestic and awe-inspiring they were. All races came to pay homage, none dared to disobey. But now, Ancestor Dragon had fallen. The dragon clan bore boundless karmic burden of heaven and earth, and their cultivation could hardly advance an inch. By his generation, the dignified dragon king of the East Sea had only a mere mid-tai golden immortal cultivation. Any random demon general from Biming Palace dared to point at his nose and curse, even threatening to slaughter the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. If not for this senior disciple of Jiejiao passing by and saving them today, the East Sea Dragon clan would have been completely erased from the primordial world. There was no opportunity before, but now one lay right before his eyes. The eldest senior brother of the Jie sect. Wouldn't that be an impeccable backer? If he could forge such a connection, would not the Dragon clan soar to new heights? This is an opportunity, a rare and unprecedented fortuitous encounter. He was fully aware that in this ruthless prehistoric world, survival and the revival of the Dragon clan demanded every advantage. The only path forward was to ally with the powerful, and it had to be someone of unimaginable stature. Did the senior cultivator Chen Yuan not represent the ideal choice? As a Daluo Jin Xian with limitless potential, he stood beneath the protection of a heavenly Dao saint. If he could secure such a backer, not to mention Kunpeng, the demon tutor of the Biming Palace. Even if Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai from the heavenly court arrived, they would still show deference to the Tongtian saint. But how could he move such a formidable figure? Ao Guang's brows knitted together as his mind raced. That person was a Daluo Jin Xian and the foremost disciple of a saint. What treasures had he not already witnessed? Ordinary treasures would never catch his eye. Suddenly inspiration struck Ao Guang. He vividly recalled the supreme treasure Chen Yuan had wielded to annihilate that northern sea demon general. Those 27 pearls radiating five-colored light brimming with terrifying world-shaping power. Ding Hai Shinju. A.O. Guang's heart thundered with excitement. As the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, he knew the aura of aquatic supreme treasures intimately. He clearly remembered within the deepest vault of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. In that dusty corner, there seemed to be 3 identical pearls. These had been war booty the ancestral dragon had inadvertently acquired during his wandering through the primordial world. Since there were merely 3, they could never unleash their true power or reveal their hidden mysteries. Thus they remained neglected in the treasury, gathering dust through countless epochs. Senior's Ding Hai Shinju appears incomplete. If I offer those 3 pearls, I am certain to earn his favor. At this thought, A.O. Guang could hardly contain his excitement. If he presented these treasures, he would naturally secure Chen Yuan's goodwill, and speaking of serving him, then would simply follow as a matter of course. He lifted his head abruptly, gazing at Chen Yuan, who floated in the void. Senior. A.O. Guang's voice trembled, yet carried an air of resolute determination. Chen Yuan glanced down slightly, his expression calm. What is it? A.O. Guang drew a deep breath and pressed his forehead deeply against the seabed. Senior's grace in saving my life cannot be repaid. Just now I witnessed the supreme treasure you wielded. If I may presume to guess, could it be the supreme grade innate treasure, the Ding Hai Shinju? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yuan's eyes. He had not expected A.O. Guang to possess such keen perception, recognizing the Ding Hai Shinju at first glance. Indeed, Chen Yuan nodded faintly, showing no concealment. Hearing the affirmative reply, A.O. Guang's confidence grew further. He raised his head, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Senior, I recall that deep within the treasury of our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, there seem to be 3 pearls sharing the same origin as your treasure. If Senior does not disdain them, I would offer those 3 pearls to repay the debt of salvation. With these words spoken, from Chen Yuan's typically serene eyes a brilliant flash erupted. What? Even with Chen Yuan's composure, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The Dragon Clan's treasury actually contained the Ding Hai Shinju. Such a supreme grade innate treasure consisted of exactly 36 pearls. Each pearl held immense world-shaping power. Through the system check-ins, he had already obtained 27, whose combined might had reached terrifying levels. He had assumed the remaining 9 pearls had long scattered across the primordial world, nearly impossible to locate. Some may have already perished in a previous tribulation, but he never imagined 3 would rest within this declining Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. If he could obtain these 3, his Ding Hai Shinju would reach 30 pearls. Their power would surge to another realm. Is what you say true? Chen Yuan appeared, instantly releasing a subtle deluo pressure that stilled the surrounding waters. A.O. Guang struggled to breathe under the pressure, yet his heart leaped with triumph. The senior was moved. This meant his plan had succeeded. I pledge my life as guarantee. The aura of those 3 pearls matches yours exactly. Nothing fabricated. If Senior doubts me, accompany me to the Dragon Palace treasury and verify for yourself. A.O. Guang declared with absolute conviction, his tone resolute and unwavering. Chen Yuan studied him intently. He knew A.O. Guang would never dare deceive him. 10 lives would not buy the old dragon the courage to mock a Deluo Jin Xian. Very well. Chen Yuan nodded, sweeping his wide sleeve. Then lead the way. A.O. Guang felt as though released from a death sentence. Wounded as he was, he rose and quickly led the way. Senior, please follow me. The two transformed into twin streaks of light, piercing through the churning sea surface and diving toward the deepest abyss of the Eastern Sea. Along the path, Chen Yuan witnessed countless ruined underwater structures. Massive coral reefs lay severed, and the underwater spiritual veins had withered. Desolation and decay permeated everywhere. This stood in stark contrast to the legendary Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, famed for its boundless wealth. It was clear the Dragon Clan had suffered terribly under oppression from other forces over the years. After an unknown span of diving, a brilliant luminescence finally emerged from the dark seabed ahead. A magnificent palace spanning tens of thousands of li stood quietly within a deep seabed trench. The structure was crafted entirely from premium crystal, radiating a soft, yet luminous glow. Though cracks marred many sections, and some side halls had already collapsed, it could not conceal the majesty and dominance of its former glory. Here stood the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. A.O. Guang guided Chen Yuan through layers of defensive formations and landed before the palace gates. Senior, this is my humble dwelling. I apologize for any impropriety. A.O. Guang offered an awkward smile. Chen Yuan said nothing, merely observing the ancient palace silently. The Dragon Palace was indeed in considerable disrepair, yet it made sense. After all, following the 3 races war, the Dragon Clan had declined. At that moment, a crisp system notification echoed within Chen Yuan's consciousness. Ding. Check-in location detected, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Proceed with check-in. The system notification echoed in his sea of consciousness. Chen Yuan naturally knew it was a check-in. Check-in, he murmured in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Great Dao Divine Ability, the Great Dao Forging Art. As the system's voice faded, an immense torrent of information, like a breached flood, surged into Chen Yuan's purple mansion. The information was so vast that even Chen Yuan, a golden immortal of the Great Luo, felt a slight swelling pain in his primordial spirit. He closed his eyes and began to assimilate this knowledge rapidly. A moment later, when he fully comprehended the nature of this divine ability, a tempestuous wave surged within his heart. What the hell? There is actually such an incredible divine ability. Chen Yuan exclaimed inwardly, his breath quickening. The Great Dao Forging Art. This was not merely a method of artifact refinement, but a supreme divine technique that pointed directly to the origin of the Great Dao. In the primordial world, treasures were divided into postnatal and innate. Postnatal treasures were forged by great cultivators from celestial materials using their own true fire and laws. Even the most refined, such as Grand Supreme Elders, Honghuang Linglong Pagoda, was still a postnatal merit supreme treasure. Yet postnatal, after all, remained postnatal. Innate spiritual treasures were entirely different. They were fragments of laws nurtured in chaos before the world was created, or they were transformed from the innate imperishable spiritual light bestowed by the heavenly Tao at the beginning of creation. Each innate spiritual treasure embodied the might of heaven and earth, containing complete Great Tao laws. In the iron law of the primordial world, innate spiritual treasures could never be artificially forged. Even the supreme heavenly Tao sages could only forge postnatal treasures. But now this Great Tao forging art had shattered that iron law. The information clearly recorded that as long as Chen Yuan mastered this divine ability, as long as he possessed sufficient top-tier materials and the corresponding law origins, he could artificially forge innate spiritual treasures. Even if the materials were sufficiently extraordinary, he could hammer out the legendary Chaos Supreme treasures. Holy shit. Chen Yuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. This divine ability was ridiculously overpowered. He knew that in the future investiture of the God's calamity, one of the reasons the Jie sect suffered such a thorough defeat, besides being schemed against by the four sages, was another crucial factor. The Jie sect, though boasting 10,000 immortals, had extremely poor foundations. Apart from the 4 immortal-slaying swords in Tongtian sect leaders' hands, the disciples had few innate spiritual treasures worth mentioning. When facing the Chan sect's golden immortals who were laden with supreme treasures, they naturally suffered heavy losses. But now everything was different. With the Great Dao Forging Art, as long as Chen Yuan gathered enough materials, he could craft top-grade, innate spiritual treasures for every personal disciple of the Jie sect, even the inner disciples. When the 10,000 immortals formation was deployed, and all those innate spiritual treasures were thrown simultaneously, not even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, nor the 4 sages themselves, could withstand the onslaught without being battered. Senior, what's wrong? Beside him, Ao Guang noticed Chen Yuan suddenly closing his eyes and standing motionless with his aura fluctuating violently. His heart tightened, and he cautiously inquired. Could it be that the Dragon Palace's formation had offended the senior? Chen Yuan was pulled back to reality by Ao Guang's voice. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his ecstasy, and reigned in his golden immortal of the Great Luo aura. Nothing. Chen Yuan replied calmly, his tone returning to its previous composure. Lead me to the treasure vault. Seeing Chen Yuan's expression normal, Ao Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, please follow this little dragon. Ao Guang led the way, guiding Chen Yuan through numerous corridors to the deepest part of the Dragon Palace. There stood a massive hall made entirely of 10,000-year deep-sea silver. Carved on the stone door of the hall were 9 lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons exuding an ancient and weathered aura. This was the treasure vault of the East Sea Dragon clan. Ao Guang approached the door, bit his fingertip, and flicked a drop of true dragon essence blood onto it. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a series of complex incantations. Rumble. The heavy stone door emitted a low roar and slowly opened to both sides. An extremely dense spiritual energy, mixed with the radiance of various celestial treasures, poured out from the vault. Senior, please. Ao Guang respectfully stepped aside. Chen Yuan strode into the vault. As soon as he entered, even with his composure, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The vault was enormous, spanning hundreds of miles. It was densely packed with countless rare treasures. Although due to the decline of the Dragon clan, the top-grade innate spiritual treasures had long been plundered. Ao Guang walked straight to a jade platform at the deepest part of the vault. On the platform, an extremely profound innate prohibition was arranged. Ao Guang took a deep breath, mobilized the remaining divine power of his Tai golden immortal realm, and forcefully broke the prohibition. As the prohibition dissipated, an ancient purple gold treasure box slowly emerged from the jade platform. Ao Guang held the box with both hands turned around and respectfully walked to Chen Yuan. Senior, these are the 3 pearls this little dragon mentioned. Ao Guang's voice carried a hint of nervousness and anticipation. He knew that the fate of the dragon clan now rested in this box. Chen Yuan's gaze instantly locked onto the purple gold box. He could clearly sense the 27 calming sea pearls in his purple mansion vibrating with intense desire and resonance. In an instant, a dazzling 5-colored light burst forth from the cracks of the box. Crack! The lid of the purple gold box was completely lifted. 3 round translucent pearls radiating brilliant 5-colored light lay quietly in the box. Their light intertwined, as if containing 3 complete worlds. They are indeed the calming sea pearls. Chen Yuan stared at the 3 pearls, his eyes blazing with terrifying light. That familiar world force was unmistakable. The moment the box opened, the 27 calming sea pearls which had been silently floating in Chen Yuan's purple mansion suddenly felt an irresistible attraction. Chen Yuan waved his hand lightly. Go! Whoosh! 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 27 brilliant streams of light, like meteors streaking across the night sky, howled out from Chen Yuan's sleeve. They instantly hovered in mid-air within the vault, connecting end to form a gigantic 5-colored halo. The phantoms of 27 small worlds flickered within the halo, emitting a terrifying pressure that could suppress eternity. The 3 calming sea pearls in the box sensed the call of their companions. Swish! The 3 pearls transformed into beams of light, flew directly from Ao Guang's hands, and at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye slammed fiercely into the halo formed by the 27 pearls. Boom! The moment the 30 calming sea pearls converged, a terrifying power more than 10 times stronger than before erupted. This was not merely an increase in quantity, but a completion and elevation of the fundamental laws. 30 Dinghai Shinju calming sea divine pearls floated in midair, emanating a terrifying pressure that seized the heart. 5-colored rays intertwined, illuminating the entire Dragon Palace treasury as bright as day. Chen Yuan stood beneath the pearls, his hands rapidly forming seals as he cast profound and mysterious incantations. These incantations merged into the pearls, causing the 30 miniature world projections to tremble violently. Merge! Chen Yuan murmured as the spiritual power within his Z-mansion purple palace surged forth like a mighty river. The 30 pearls burst with blinding light, their auras thoroughly intermingling. The originally incomplete chains of law were now perfectly restored. An overwhelming pressure belonging to an ultimate grade, innate spiritual treasure swept across the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Guang, standing not far away, was forced back step by this pressure. He gasped for air, yet his eyes were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy and awe. Congratulations, Senior. Rejoice with Senior for obtaining this unparalleled treasure. Ao Guang knelt without hesitation, his voice brimming with utmost reverence. He gazed at Chen Yuan's upright figure, his heart already blooming with joy. This is the mighty patron the East Sea Dragon clan will cling to today. Ao Guang silently vowed in his heart, willing to abandon everything to follow this grand senior brother of the Jie sect. Chen Yuan waved his sleeve, and the boundless 5-colored light instantly receded. The 30 Dinghai Shinju transformed into a stream of light, steadily settling into his Z-mansion. He turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at Ao Guang, who was still kneeling. What reward do you seek? Chen Yuan's voice was not loud, but it echoed distinctly in the empty treasury. Ao Guang's heart leaped at these words. He knew the moment to decide the fate of the Dragon clan had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his head deeply to the ground. Senior, I seek no reward. I only wish to follow you, to serve you as your humble servant. Ao Guang's voice was resolute, carrying a desperate determination. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his profound gaze resting on Ao Guang. Follow me. Do you know the immense karmic burden your Dragon clan bears? Ordinary great cultivators flee from it, yet you dare to willingly submit. Chen Yuan's tone was calm, but each word pierced the heart, directly targeting the Dragon clan's greatest pain. After the Longhan initial catastrophe, the Dragon clan was entangled in karma, making cultivation advancement difficult. Anyone who dared to shelter the Dragon clan would be stained by this terrifying karma. Even a Daluo golden immortal, if careless, could be devoured by the karma and perish. Ao Guang's body trembled violently, his eyes flickering with pain and despair. He was well aware of the Dragon clan's plight, which had long been his heart's burden. I know my sins are heavy. If Senior despises me, I dare not insist, but I beg you to protect the East Sea's peace for a time. Ao Guang's voice grew hoarse, filled with boundless sorrow. He thought Chen Yuan was politely refusing him. After all, who would willingly take on heavenly karma for a declining race? However, Chen Yuan's next words struck Ao Guang like a thunderbolt. Fine. I agree. Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A mere bit of karma cannot harm me, Chen Yuan. As a human variable with boundless Dao merits, he had billions of tiny figures chanting sutras within him. That Dragon clan karma was nothing before him. Moreover, subduing the Dragon Clan would bring immeasurable benefits to the future of humanity. Ao Guang lifted his head abruptly, staring at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Senior, you truly agree? His voice trembled and his eyes instantly reddened. What do you want to back out? Chen Yuan looked down at him with a hint of mockery. No, I will never back out. Ao Guang, trembling with excitement, kowtowed 3 times on the ground. Ao Guang pays homage to my master. From now on, the East Sea Dragon Clan will follow your lead, even unto death. At that moment, Ao Guang completely set aside his dignity as a Dragon King. He willingly acknowledged Chen Yuan as his master solely to secure a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Clan. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand to gesture for him to rise. Rise. Since you acknowledge me as your master, I will not treat you poorly. Chen Yuan looked at Ao Guang, who had respectfully stood up, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. With Ao Guang's current cultivation at the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, he was far too weak. He could not possibly accomplish the upcoming tasks. His strength must be enhanced. Chen Yuan moved his mind, communicating with the system space. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm 10,000 golden rays suddenly burst forth. An indescribable, terrifying medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire treasury. Under the impact of this fragrance, Ao Guang felt his spiritual power surging wildly. He stared fixedly at Chen Yuan's hand, his breath halting. There, a golden pill the size of a dragon's eye with mystical Dao patterns flowing across its surface floated quietly. It seemed to contain the purest essence of the laws of heaven and earth. Just a wisp of its aura caused the surrounding void to warp faintly. Ao Guang's eyes widened, his mouth dry. Having lived for countless eons, he had witnessed innumerable rare treasures. Yet this golden pill before him sent a shiver from the depths of his soul. What celestial pill is this? Ao Guang swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He could sense that even a single whiff of its fragrance was loosening the stagnation of his cultivation that had lasted for years. Chen Yuan found Ao Guang's awestruck expression amusing. This pill was the incredible reward he had obtained from a previous sign-in. It had been gathering dust in the system space, but today it finally found its use. What do you think of this? Chen Yuan asked casually, holding the golden pill in his palm. Ao Guang stared fixedly at the golden elixir, frantically searching his memory for any recollection of such a pill. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he recalled a legendary existence. Could it be? Could this be the 9 Revolutions golden elixir refined by the Supreme Sage? Ao Guang exclaimed, his legs going weak as he nearly fell to his knees again. The 9 Revolutions golden elixir. That was the legendary supreme divine medicine of the primordial world. A mortal who consumed a single pill would instantly attain the great Luo golden immortal realm, thus transcending the 3 realms and escaping the 5 elements. Even a great cultivator, if they took it, could save countless eons of arduous cultivation. Such a divine treasure existed only in the 8 scenic palaces of Lord Laozi. Ordinary beings were not even worthy of a single glance. The master truly lives up to his reputation as the senior brother of the Jie sect. He can even produce the Supreme Sage's 9 Revolutions golden elixir. Ao Guang screamed in his heart, his reverence for Chen Yuan reaching an unimaginable level. He stared at that golden elixir, his eyes brimming with intense desire. If he could consume this 9 Revolutions golden elixir, breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal realm was absolutely certain. Then the East Sea Dragon Clan would have a formidable powerhouse to guard them. Chen Yuan looked at Ao Guang's excited expression, but shook his head with a smile. 9 Revolutions golden elixir? You underestimate me, and you underestimate this pill. Chen Yuan's words, like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished Ao Guang's excitement. He stood frozen, looking at Chen Yuan with utter confusion. Not the 9 Revolutions golden elixir. Then what other pill in the primordial world could emit such a terrifying aura? Chen Yuan gazed at the golden elixir, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. This object is called the quasi-saint Dao fruit. These 4 casually spoken words struck Ao Guang's ears like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Ao Guang's pupils abruptly contracted, his mind instantly going blank. He stared at Chen Yuan dumbfounded, as if he had heard some incredible fantasy. Quasi-saint Dao fruit. How could such a pill exist in this world? Chen Yuan ignored Ao Guang's shock and continued speaking calmly. Consume this, and you will instantly ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Boom. As these words were spoken, the air in the entire treasure vault seemed to congeal. Ao Guang's breath completely stopped, and he felt as if the world was spinning. He widened his bloodshot eyes, staring fixedly at that golden elixir. An uncontrollable madness wildly sprouted in the depths of his heart. What? One can become a quasi-saint by consuming it. Ao Guang shrieked, his voice so shrill that even he found it unfamiliar. Damn it. This can't be real. Ao Guang roared in his heart, even unable to suppress modern profanity. He was a dragon king who had lived for countless ages, having seen all kinds of storms. But today his worldview was brutally ground into the dust by Chen Yuan. A quasi-saint. That was the pinnacle of the primordial pyramid. Apart from the lofty heavenly Dao saints, quasi-saints were the absolute overlords of this world. How many brilliant innate deities after countless eons of arduous cultivation remained stuck at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal without making any progress? To sever the three corpses and ascend to quasi-saint required such extraordinary fortune and enlightenment. But now the master was telling him that by simply consuming this pill, he could directly become a quasi-saint. This was utterly absurd to the extreme. This is something even a saint couldn't accomplish. Guang trembled all over looking at Chen Yuan as if he were a monster. Even Taishang Laozi couldn't refine a pill that would directly make someone a quasi-saint. Chen Yuan looked at Guang's shocked expression and smiled faintly. He naturally knew how heaven-defying this pill was. This was a supreme divine treasure obtained from the systems check-in, a product that fundamentally did not belong to the heavenly Dao of the primordial world. Don't doubt it. Since I've taken it out, I naturally won't deceive you. Chen Yuan toyed with the quasi-saint Dao fruit in his hand, his tone calm, without a ripple. Guang swallowed his saliva and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that the master had no reason to mock him with such a matter. Since the master said it was true, then it must be. The thought of possibly becoming a quasi-saint made Guang's blood boil. But just then Chen Yuan suddenly changed the subject. However, this item has a side effect. Chen Yuan's gaze grew deep, staring intently into Guang's eyes. That is, after consumption your cultivation will be permanently fixed. In the future you will not be able to advance even a single step, remaining forever at the early quasi-saint stage. Chen Yuan thoroughly explained the drawbacks of the quasi-saint Dao fruit. He wanted to see if Guang had the courage to accept it. Upon hearing this, Guang was momentarily stunned. Then an extremely peculiar expression appeared on his face. He looked at Chen Yuan, then at the quasi-saint Dao fruit. This is what you call a side effect. Guang ridiculed wildly in his heart, almost wanting to laugh out loud. Stuck as a quasi-saint for a lifetime. Bloody hell, that's a side effect. You should know how many beings in the primordial world spend their entire lives unable to even touch the threshold of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, let alone the lofty quasi-saint. For him, Guang, not to mention staying at the early quasi-saint stage for a lifetime. Even if he could be a quasi-saint for just one day, he would die without regret. If this thing appeared on the primordial continent, countless powerful beings would fight to the death for it. Guang secretly sighed in his heart, admiring Chen Yuan's means to the utmost. Chen Yuan watched Guang's ever-changing expression and casually tossed the quasi-saint Dao fruit to him. This is for you. Consider for yourself whether to take it. Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Guang's decision. The quasi-saint Dao fruit traced a golden arc through the air and landed steadily in Guang's palm. Sensing the terrifying law fluctuations emanating from the pill, Guang's eyes turned completely red. Holding the quasi-saint Dao fruit in both hands, his body began to tremble. He stared fixedly at the golden elixir in his palm, madness and desire intertwining in his eyes. Consider. There's nothing to consider. If Guang couldn't seize such a heaven-defying opportunity to change his fate, he might as well just go and die. Guang will never fail the master's cultivation. The next moment, without any hesitation, Guang opened his mouth wide and swallowed the quasi-saint Dao fruit that radiated terrifying pressure. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a violent, extreme warm current. Boom. Guang felt as if a volcano had erupted inside him. A boundless force of law instantly washed through his limbs and bones. Up. Guang let out a dragon roar that was both painful and exhilarated, tilting his head back. His body involuntarily soared into the air, tumbling wildly above the treasure vault. The tattered imperial robe instantly exploded into shreds. Amidst the flashing golden light, Guang manifested his 10,000 zhang long 5-clawed golden dragon form. Chen Yuan stood below, quietly watching the scene. He casually waved his hand, sending out a beam of Shangqing immortal light to protect the surroundings of the treasure vault. If not concealed, the commotion of a quasi-saint breakthrough would likely demolish the entire EC Dragon Palace. In midair, the 5-clawed golden dragon roared in agony. The power of the quasi-saint Dao fruit was too domineering, forcibly transforming his dragon body. The bottleneck of Tai golden immortal that had been stagnant in Guang's body was like paper in the face of this power. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking rang out within Guang's body. Tai golden immortal peak. Great Luo golden immortal initial. Great Luo golden immortal midstage. Guang's cultivation soared like a rocket, ascending at an incredible speed. The dragon scales on his body became even more dazzling, each one shimmering with the radiance of laws. The dragon bloodline, once dimmed by karmic entanglement, was now completely ignited. Guang's transformation had reached the most critical moment. Great Luo golden immortal peak. Only one final step away from the supreme quasi-saint realm. Breakthrough. Ao Guang roared furiously in his heart, concentrating all the power within him into a single point. The last trace of the quasi-Saint Dao fruit's medicinal power exploded. In an instant, a terrifying pressure that transcended the river of fate and surpassed all living beings erupted from within Ao Guang. Boom. Boundless power swept in all directions, causing even the Shangqing immortal light laid down by Chen Yuan to ripple. Ao Guang's 10,000 zhang dragon body abruptly halted in midair. Then the dazzling golden light receded. Ao Guang transformed back into human form and slowly descended before Chen Yuan. At this moment, Ao Guang had undergone a complete transformation. He wore a brand new 9-dragon imperial robe and a flat heaven crown, every movement exuding supreme majesty. His originally murky dragon eyes now gleamed with a captivating sharpness. Early quasi-saint. Ao Guang had finally taken this incredible step. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? Ao Guang clenched his fist, feeling the vast world-destroying magical power within him. He had the illusion that he could shatter the very void before him with a single punch. How many years? The Dragon Clan finally has another quasi-saint born. Ao Guang was so excited that he could not contain himself, his voice filled with endless vicissitudes and release. Ever since the ancestral dragon fell, the Dragon Clan had suffered endless bullying from all the races of the primordial world. Today he finally had the confidence to stand tall. And all of this was bestowed by Chen Yuan. Thud. Ao Guang's knees went weak, and he heavily knelt before Chen Yuan. This time he was willing, prostrating himself completely. Deep within the treasure vault of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the dazzling golden light gradually receded. Ao Guang knelt prostrate on the icy deep-sea silver floor, his body trembling slightly from extreme excitement. Chen Yuan gazed upon the transformed Dragon King of the East Sea before him. Very good. Chen Yuan spoke calmly, his voice echoing through the empty vault, carrying an unquestionable authority of a superior. Since you have entered the quasi-saint realm, then you shall clean up the mess of the East Sea yourself. I shall take my leave. Chen Yuan waved his sleeve, and a profound Dao resonance of supreme purity surged around him, his form already beginning to grow ethereal. Ao Guang's heart tightened abruptly upon hearing this. He quickly raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence and fervor, and replied loudly, "Yes, master. Ao Guang will never fail to repay your grace of rebirth. I will firmly grasp control of the Four Seas Dragon Clan." Chen Yuan looked at Ao Guang's earnest demeanor, a satisfied curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. "When I have need of you, I will naturally summon you." The moment the words fell, Chen Yuan's figure completely transformed into a dazzling streak of light, piercing through the myriad restrictions of the Dragon Palace and vanishing without a trace. Ao Guang remained kneeling until Chen Yuan's aura completely faded from his perception. He then slowly rose to his feet. He took a deep breath, feeling the terrifying power within him that could seemingly shatter heaven and earth. Quasi-saint. Ao Guang have finally ascended to the peak of the primordial era. Ao Guang's eyes burst with awe-inspiring light, the suppressed frustration of countless epochs erupting at this moment. He abruptly threw his head back and let out a terrifying dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens. Roar. This dragon roar, infused with the supreme pressure of the initial quasi-saint stage, instantly pierced through the waters of the East Sea, raging wildly in all directions. The entire East Sea Dragon Palace trembled violently under this pressure. Countless shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and patrolling yakshas were all pinned to the seabed mud by this absolute bloodline suppression, not daring to breathe. "By my decree," Ao Guang's voice thundered across the East Sea. "Immediately sound the gathering dragon bell, summon the dragon kings of the Southwest and North Seas to pay homage at my East Sea. Those who disobey shall be killed without mercy." Ao Guang's eyes blazed with the fire of ambition. Since his master had bestowed upon him such heaven-defying fortune, Ao Guang was determined to unify the Four Seas and restore the glory of the ancient Dragon Clan. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already burst out of the turbulent East Sea, stepping on an auspicious cloud and hovering in the 9th heaven. He glanced back at the rolling East Sea below, listening to the faintly majestic dragon roar, and smiled with satisfaction. Subduing the Dragon Clan was only the first step in his grand scheme of the primordial era. Next, he had more important matters to attend to. Chen Yuan turned his gaze, piercing into the depths of the primordial continent, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "It has been some time since I left the ancestral land of humanity. I wonder what the human race is like now." Although Chen Yuan was the great disciple of Tongtian, the leader of the Jie sect, he had never forgotten his own origins as a human. In this cruel primordial era where quasi-saints walked the earth and Daluo golden immortals were as common as dogs, humanity, a newly created race by the sage Nuwa, was far too fragile. They lacked innate powerful physiques, had no accompanying innate spiritual treasures, and possessed pitifully few cultivation techniques. In the eyes of the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan, humans were merely prey to be slaughtered at will. The catastrophe of Wu and demons is approaching. If humanity cannot become strong, tragedy will inevitably repeat itself. Chen Yuan mused inwardly. He would never allow humanity to follow its original fate, being wantonly slaughtered by the demon clan and refined into the sinful butchery sword. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart. Chen Yuan's speed was extremely fast, his peak Deluo golden immortal cultivation fully displayed. His target was very clear, the origin place of humanity, a sacred site in the primordial era. Mount Honghuang. This was the ancestral land of humanity, carrying the initial hope and fortune of the human race. Soon a towering, majestic mountain range piercing into the clouds appeared at the edge of Chen Yuan's vision. The mountain range was magnificent, shrouded in mist, with faint golden fortune dragons circling above the peak. This was Mount Honghuang, the ancestral land where humanity was born and multiplied. Chen Yuan looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar divine mountain, an indescribable sense of intimacy surging in his heart. Just as he stepped into the territory of Mount Honghuang, a crisp mechanical voice abruptly rang out in his sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for checking in at Mount Honghuang. Obtain 9 Huangjong Li. The moment the system's voice fell, Chen Yuan's steps halted abruptly in midair. He was struck as if by lightning, his eyes instantly widening in disbelief. What? Chen Yuan exclaimed in astonishment at the reward, his voice filled with utter incredulity. Huangjong Li. It's actually the Huangjong Li, one of the top 10 spiritual roots of the primordial era. Chen Yuan's heartbeat raced uncontrollably, his breathing becoming heavy. He was all too aware of what those 3 words represented in the primordial world. It was a divine object ranking alongside Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit and the Queen Mother's flat peach. Legend has it that the Huangjong Li blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and takes another 10,000 years to ripen. A full 30,000 years for only 9 fruits. Its preciousness was simply staggering. Chen Yuan could not wait to probe his divine sense into the system space to examine the specific effects of the Huangjong Li. 9 fruits radiating a dense, chaotic aura floated silently in the space. The fruits resembled pearl stamens, their surfaces naturally imprinted with the innate Dao patterns of the characters Huangjong. Just one glance left one feeling refreshed and clear-minded, as if even the primordial spirit would ascend. When Chen Yuan read the effect description provided by the system, he was also surprised. Consuming this fruit instantly grants the cultivation of a golden immortal, powerful, and without any side effects. In the primordial era, heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could forcibly enhance cultivation were rare, but not non-existent. However, most of those treasures had fatal flaws. Some would drain future potential, causing one's cultivation to remain stagnant forever. Others would lead to an unstable foundation, making one extremely vulnerable to perishing during heavenly tribulation. But the Huangjong Li was entirely different. It contained the purest essence of the innate Dao. Not only could it instantly grant one the golden immortal realm upon consumption, but it could also perfectly forge a flawless golden immortal foundation. With these 9 Huangjong Li, I can instantly create 9 golden immortal masters for the human race. Chen Yuan calculated excitedly in his heart. For the current human race, this was a peerless opportunity, like snow in winter. Yet just as Chen Yuan was immersed in boundless joy, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Rumble. A violent roar of magical power suddenly came from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Immediately after, a demonic aura, wild to the extreme and reeking of blood and slaughter, surged into the sky. Like a tangible black cloud, it instantly blotted out the sunlight over Kunlun Mountain. The smile on Chen Yuan's face froze instantly. He turned his head sharply, his gaze piercing like lightning toward the source of the demonic aura. His divine sense at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm swept out without reservation. This is... Chen Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. He suddenly realized that Kunlun Mountain was facing an extremely lethal crisis. At the center of the black cloud of demonic aura, a demon race, at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, was furiously attacking the ancestral land of humanity. Screams of despair and cries of hopelessness drifted into Chen Yuan's ears along the wind. Chen Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. An uncontrollable, surging, murderous intent erupted from within him, seeking death. Chen Yuan was naturally enraged. His voice was as cold as if it came from the deepest hell. Without any hesitation, he tore through the void and rushed over. By now, the ancestral land of Kunlun Mountain had turned into a hellish slaughterhouse. The originally peaceful and tranquil tribe was now nothing but ruins, with pitch-black, demonic flames burning fiercely everywhere. The earth was stained a piercing dark red by blood. Countless weak humans fled amid the rubble, only to be mercilessly swept up by the terrifying demonic wind in the sky and torn to pieces. Above the firmament, demonic clouds churned. A massive black golden mad lion as huge as a mountain stood in the void. This was the demon king at the great Luo golden immortal realm, the one committing the massacre. Feeble blood meals wail to your heart's content. The Demon King roared with deafening laughter, casually waving his giant lion claw. Boom. A mountain peak below was instantly leveled and thousands of humans were annihilated in that single strike. At this moment of utter despair, 3 streaks of brilliant golden light, filled with the determination to face death, shot up from the ruins. They were drenched in blood and clothed in rags, but their upright bodies stood like a dam blocking a flood, firmly shielding the front of the Demon King. 3 figures were fighting against the Demon King at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. These 3 were none other than the 3 primordial ancestors of humanity, Yuanshi, Yukashi, and Jiejiao. They were the spiritual pillars of humanity, the great pioneers who led humans out of ignorance. Now to protect their people they stepped forward without hesitation. Demon, do not be arrogant. Yuanshi's hair bristled with rage. He raised his right hand high, and a cluster of flame radiating boundless warmth and hope blazed fiercely in his palm. That was the torch of humanity, a merit spiritual treasure passed down through generations. Yukashi raised his hands to the sky, and the shadow of an ancient sturdy stone nest firmly sheltered the surviving humans below. Jiejiao swung a beast-hide garment that emitted a soft golden light, trying to dispel the pervasive cold demonic aura. The 3 of them all exuded the formidable pressure of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. All 3 were at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, wielding merit spiritual treasures. Such a lineup would be enough to intimidate any party in an ordinary primordial conflict. However, against this Demon King who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the situation turned into a one-sided crushing. Bang! The Demon King casually spat out a mouthful of demonic aura, which transformed into a violent black hurricane. The black hurricane slammed into Yuanshi's torch, sending him staggering backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Big brother! Yukashi and Jiejiao cried out in alarm, hastily diverting their magical power to support Yuanshi. But their actions appeared clumsy and laughable in the Demon King's eyes. Why was this so? Because although they possessed the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortals, they could not unleash their true combat power. The 3 had cultivation magical power and spiritual treasures, but they lacked matching techniques and divine abilities. They did not know how to mobilize the laws of heaven and earth, nor how to perform exquisite spells. They could only fight like barbarians, instinctively expending their inner power and activating their treasures for defense. Such crude fighting methods were riddled with flaws before the late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Demon King. The Demon King watched the 3 ancestors struggling desperately with amusement, like a cat playing with a mouse, savoring the prey's final struggles. Despair. That's right, you should recognize your fate. The Demon King's voice echoed over Kunlun Mountain like a death curse. The situation of the 3 primordial ancestors had reached a perilous point. Their cultivation was forcibly elevated by the power of merit. Yuanshi drilled wood to make fire, illuminating humanity's darkness. Yukashi built nests in trees, protecting humans from wild beasts. Jiejiao sewed clothes to cover their bodies, giving humans protection against the cold. The heavenly Dao, moved by their immense contributions to the survival of humanity, bestowed boundless merit. This forcibly raised their originally weak mortal bodies to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortals. It was a kind of growth through forced nurturing. Without enduring long years of bitter cultivation, without experiencing the cruelty of the heavenly Dao, their power, though vast, was like water without a source, extremely insubstantial. Boom! The Demon King's heavy claw slammed into Yukashi's stone nest shadow. A crisp crack rang out. The stone nest shadow shook violently, its surface covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Yukashi's face turned pale, and the bones in his arms groaned under the terrifying pressure. Hold on. Jiejiao gritted her teeth and hurled her beast-hide garment into the air, transforming it into a golden canopy that barely shared some of the pressure with Yukashi. The Demon King stopped his attack, not rushing to deliver the killing blow. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the merit spiritual treasures in the hands of the 3 primordial ancestors. Huh. The Demon King was naturally delighted to see the treasures in the hands of the 3 ancestors. He greedily licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor. What a waste. Such exquisite merit spiritual treasures falling into the hands of useless fools who can't even use divine abilities. It's an insult to the treasures. The Demon King laughed loudly, his voice dripping with arrogant condescension. In the primordial world, merit spiritual treasures were rare and priceless treasures. Not only did they kill without incurring karmic retribution, but they were also excellent tools for suppressing fortune. If he could seize these 3 treasures, his status in the heavenly court of the demon race would surely rise. Hand over the treasures obediently, and this king might grant you a quick death out of mercy. The Demon King pressed closer, the pressure of the late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal weighing down on the shoulders of the 3 primordial ancestors like 10,000 mountains. Hearing the Demon King's extremely insulting words and seeing the slaughtered people below, Yuanshi's eyes turned completely red. It was a crimson of fury so extreme that even his soul seemed to burn. Damn you, Demon King! Rinshi roared in anger, his voice hoarse like torn cloth. We humans were born between heaven and earth. Even if we shed the last drop of blood, we will never beg for mercy from a beast like you. Rinshi roared and directly ignited his own unstable Great Luo origin. Boom. The torch in his hand instantly swelled dozens of feet, transforming into a golden fire dragon that charged toward the Demon King with a desperate tragic momentum. Seeing this, Yukashi and Ziyishi also had a look of determination in their eyes. They too burned their origins, pouring all their power into their spiritual treasures, launching a desperate counterattack in coordination with Rinshi. Stubborn and unyielding, the Demon King, seeing the three ancestors dare to strike back, flew into a rage. Since you're so eager to die, this king will grant your wish. The Demon King opened his bloody maw, his demonic power surging like boiling magma. A pitch-black destruction radiating massive demonic sphere rapidly condensed in his mouth. The surrounding void began to collapse inch by inch under this terrifying power. The Demon King prepared to unleash a lethal strike to completely obliterate these three ignorant human ancestors. That suffocating aura of death instantly enveloped the three primordial ancestors. The counterattack of Rinshi and the others, exhausting their origins, was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before that massive demonic sphere. The golden fire dragon was instantly swallowed by darkness. The light of the stone nest shadow and the beast hide garment dimmed to the extreme. It's over. Rinshi closed his eyes in despair, but he still stood upright, firmly blocking the front of his people, ready to receive death. Is humanity finally going to be destroyed? Yukashi and Ziyishi were also filled with grief, their hearts resentful of fate. The Demon King in midair already wore a cruel and triumphant grin. He seemed to already see the glorious scene of the three primordial ancestors turning to ashes and the Merit spiritual treasures falling into his hands. Yet at this critical moment, when everyone thought humanity was doomed, an anomaly suddenly occurred. How dare a mere demon touch my human race? A voice icy to the extreme and filled with boundless fury exploded like a divine thunderclap over Honghuang Mountain. This voice was like a world-destroying divine thunderbolt rolling down from the nine heavens. Carrying an unquestionable supreme majesty, it exploded across the sky above Honghuang Mountain. The voice stunned everyone present. The Demon King, who had been extremely arrogant and ready to deliver a fatal blow, suddenly froze in his movement. Who was it? How dare someone openly interfere with the massacre of the demon clan's heavenly court on the primordial continent? In the ruins below, the three human ancestors who had closed their eyes awaiting death also trembled violently. They opened their eyes one after another, gazing at the void with incredulous expressions. Rip! A harsh tearing sound echoed. The thick demonic clouds were forcibly torn open, revealing a massive rift. Dazzling golden sunlight poured through the rift, illuminating the hellish landscape of Honghuang Mountain. Amid the myriad rays of golden light, a tall and upright figure slowly emerged. An aura of a peak Duo golden immortal fused with the Shangxing Dao of the Jiejiao radiated. Like a bursting heavenly river sweeping wildly in all directions without restraint. The surrounding void, crushed under this pressure, emitted creaking sounds of unbearable strain. Human, the Duo golden immortal late-stage black gold mad lion Demon King stared fixedly at Chen Yuan. When he sensed the pure human bloodline aura on Chen Yuan, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. His voice was filled with extreme shock and absurdity. How could this be? Humans were merely a postnatal race, casually created by Sage Nuwa, weak and fragile, born to be blood food for the demon clan. Even the three so-called human ancestors below were merely waste Duo, forcibly elevated by heavenly Dao merits. But this youth before him was not only human. Moreover, the aura on his body was extremely condensed, radiating a perfect and flawless Dao charm. This was clearly a peerless great power who had entered the Duo golden immortal realm through his own arduous cultivation for a long time. Not only the Demon King. Below, the three ancestors, Rinshi, Yukashi, and Ziyishi, also widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Feeling the kindred bloodline throb, their hearts trembled violently. It really is a human. Could there be such a terrifyingly powerful being hidden among our human race? Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, high above the nine heavens, paying no attention to the Demon King's shock. His gaze swept over the ruined tribes below, looking at the human compatriots who had died miserably in the demonic wind. Looking at the land of Honghuang Mountain, stained with blood, Chen Yuan's eyes instantly turned into an extremely dangerous dark gold. A tangible killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet to freezing point. And you dare to claim you will exterminate the human lineage? Chen Yuan spoke slowly, his voice low but piercingly cold. Die. The single word spat out seemed to embody the Dao of speech, carrying the judgment will of the heavenly Dao. Chen Yuan made no fancy moves. He merely coldly raised his right hand and then sharply swung it down. 30 Dinghai Shinju, emitting 5-colored radiance like 30 brilliant stars, instantly roared out from Chen Yuan's sleeve. They connected end to end in midair, forming a massive 5-colored halo. The phantom images of 30 complete small worlds flickered within the halo, radiating a terrifying power that could suppress eternity and annihilate everything. What kind of treasure is this? The Demon King stared at the 30 Dinghai Shinju descending from the sky, sensing the lethal threat of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The black hair all over his body instantly bristled, and he let out a terrified scream. Flee! Must flee! Only one thought remained in the Demon King's mind. He frantically burned his demon clan origin, trying to tear the void and escape. However, under the blockade of 30 small world powers, the surrounding void had become as solid as rock. The Dinghai Shinju fell together. Rumble. The speed was so extreme that even time seemed to freeze at that moment. The Demon King had no time to make any defense, not even a chance to self-detonate his primordial spirit. Those 30 Dinghai Shinju, carrying world-destroying power, smashed heavily onto his colossal body. Bang! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a spine-chilling dull thud. That arrogant Daluo golden immortal late-stage Demon King, who had slaughtered countless humans. His proud, powerful demon clan body, under the crushing of the Dinghai Shinju, was even more fragile than paper. Along with his Daluo primordial spirit, it instantly turned into primordial nothingness. The Demon King didn't even have a chance to resist. A Daluo golden immortal had fallen like this. The sky was filled with black demon blood raining down like a torrential downpour. Yet in the instant it approached the light of the Dinghai Shinju, it was completely vaporized into nothingness. The world once again returned to deathly silence. Only the 30 Dinghai Shinju floated quietly in midair, emitting a beautiful but heart-stopping halo. Silence. Deathly silence. The entire ancestral land of Kunlun Mountain seemed to have been pressed with a pause button at this moment. Hiss. After who knows how long, a synchronized sound of gasps rose and fell among the ruins. The 3 human ancestors were also shocked beyond words. Swairenchi's hand, which had been holding the firewood, was now trembling violently. Yukashi and Ziishi widened their bloodshot eyes as if witnessing the most incredible miracle in the primordial world. That was a Daluo golden immortal late-stage Demon King. The terrifying existence that had just forced the 3 of them to burn their origins and be at their wits' end. Was it just? Killed in one blow, without even a single bone fragment left. Just how heaven-defyingly powerful was this suddenly arrived human great power? However, Chen Yuan, hovering in midair, showed not a trace of joy from killing the Demon King. His gaze, like a sharp blade, coldly swept over the periphery of Kunlun Mountain. There hundreds of thousands of demon clan troops remained. These demons, though without a Daluo golden immortal to command them, included many Tai golden immortal and golden immortal level demon generals who had been slaughtering the outer human tribes. At this moment, the commotion of the Demon King's fall finally sobered these crazed demons. Demon King is dead. Flee. Quickly flee back to the heavenly court. Countless demons erupted in terrified screams, abandoning their armor and weapons, turning into a sky full of demonic clouds, frantically fleeing in all directions. Come as you please, leave as you please, eh? Do you really think the human race is your demon clan's backyard? Chen Yuan sneered, the killing intent in his eyes boiling again. Since you dared to come to Kunlun Mountain and cause trouble, then leave all your lives behind. Then Chen Yuan waved his hand. Clang. A clear, high-pitched sword cry, as if it could tear through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, soared up from within Chen Yuan's body. In an instant, a supreme sage sword, intent transcending all living beings, descended upon Kunlun Mountain. The Qingping sword appeared. This top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, transformed from the leaves of the 36th grade pure world green lotus, the sword of Tao verification of Tongtian sect leader. At this moment, in the hands of Chen Yuan, the senior brother of the Jiejiao, it displayed its unparalleled sharpness. On the blade, green Dao patterns circulated without end, emitting a terrifying aura that could sever all causality. Slash. Chen Yuan grasped the Qingping sword, pouring his peak Daluo golden immortal mana into the sword without reservation. He swung the sword lightly and casually at the fleeing demon army. Boom. Endless sword energy erupted, sweeping across Kunlun Mountain. It was a cyan sword river, tens of thousands of feet long. Within the sword river, it contained the Shangqing Dao of the Jiejiao's thread of life, yet it also carried Chen Yuan's furious will of destruction. The sword energy, like a dragon, roared into the demonic clouds. Puff, puff, puff. No suspense, no room for resistance. Before this sage sword intent, those Tai golden immortal and golden immortal level demon generals were nothing but ants. In an instant, countless demons fell. The sky full of demonic clouds was instantly shredded by the cyan sword energy. The 100,000 strong demon army under this sword stroke melted like snow under the scorching sun, without even time to scream. They were completely chopped into flying ashes by the fiercely sharp sword energy. The sky of Kunlun Mountain, once shrouded by demonic aura, instantly became clear and cloudless for 10,000 miles. After completing all this, Chen Yuan flicked his wrist, and the green duckweed sword transformed into a beam of cyan light, once again retreating into his purple mansion. He swept his sleeve, and the 30 calming sea divine pearls likewise retracted their radiance, vanishing from sight. Only the faint scent of blood lingered in the world, still recounting the brutal massacre that had just occurred. Amidst the ruins, the surviving humans erupted into deafening cheers and cries of relief from those who had narrowly escaped death. "We are saved. We have survived. The demon race has been annihilated. Heaven blesses our human race." Countless humans, ragged and bloodstained, knelt prostrate on the ground. They gazed up at the cyan figure in the sky, resembling a deity, repeatedly kowtowing in worship. "Which great power has intervened? This senior actually possesses the bloodline of our human race. Could he be a hidden patriarch of our people?" The human subjects discussed excitedly, their eyes brimming with fervent adoration. In this primeval world of the survival of the fittest, the emergence of a human great power was the only ray of light in the darkness for them. The cheers echoed like ocean tides through Kunlun Mountain. Those who had survived the calamity gathered their most devout faith and gratitude, condensing them into an invisible force of will. It surged toward Chen Yuan in the sky. Standing atop the clouds, he felt that pure human willpower. Within his purple mansion, the chanting of hundreds of millions of tiny figures grew even more grand, and his cultivation subtly advanced yet again. However, Chen Yuan's heart was heavy at this moment, for he saw the tragic scene below, witnessed the blood and tears the human race had shed for survival. After resolving the crisis, Chen Yuan descended to the side of the 3 human ancestors. He trod upon the void as if stepping on invisible stairs, slowly walking down from the 9 heavens. The supreme purity, immortal light around him gradually faded, but the peerless elegance of one long accustomed to a position of authority grew even more daunting. The 3 ancestors also looked at Chen Yuan. When Chen Yuan truly stood before them, Yuanshi, Yuanshi, and Zhiyishi, the 3 ancestors who had led the human race, their breathing became rapid. Shock, unparalleled shock, surged wildly in their hearts. At close range, they could perceive more clearly the terrifying magical power within the young man before them, as vast and deep as an ocean. It was a foundation far beyond their comprehension, even many times more formidable than the demon king that had just appeared. What made their hearts tremble even more was this mysterious human actually exuded a faint trace of a sage's Tao rhythm. The situation of this human completely overturned the 3 ancestors' understanding. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. When had the human race produced such a brilliantly talented, unparalleled great power? In their memory, ever since the human race was born, its foundation had been shallow. Apart from the 3 ancestors who had forcibly elevated their cultivation through heavenly Tao merit. Among the human race, they remembered only one who had become a disciple of a sage. That was Xuandu. In the past, Taishang Laozi established the human sect among humans and attained sagehood through enlightenment. Because of his outstanding aptitude, Xuandu was taken as Taishang Laozi's sole personal disciple and brought back to the 8 Scenery Palace on Mount Shouyang. That was the greatest pride of the human race and the deepest hope in their hearts. But Xuandu had never returned. No matter what tragic calamities the human race suffered, no matter how wantonly the demon race slaughtered, that exalted great master Xuandu seemed to have completely severed his mortal ties, cultivating the state of supreme forgetfulness. He had never once extended a helping hand to the human race. Thinking of this, a trace of unconcealable gloom and sorrow flickered in the 3 ancestors' eyes. But soon their gaze refocused on Chen Yuan. Since it was not Xuandu, then who was this great power before them, who also possessed human bloodline, and even wielded a sage's divine artifact? Who could it be? Yuanshi, suppressing the tearing pain from burning his origin, took a difficult step forward with the support of Yuanshi. He straightened his tattered robes and bowed deeply to Chen Yuan. "Thank you, senior, for the life-saving grace, rescuing our human race from the depths of suffering." Yuanshi's voice was hoarse, yet filled with utmost sincerity and respect. Chen Yuan looked at the white-haired, severely wounded Yuanshi before him, and a pang of bitterness surged in his heart. This was the backbone of the human race. To protect their kin, they would not hesitate to be shattered to pieces. Chen Yuan slightly turned aside, not accepting the full bow, and instead raised his hand to send a gentle stream of supreme purity, immortal power. It firmly supported the tottering bodies of Yuanshi and the other 2. "Ancestor, you are too kind. We are both of the human race. There is no need for thanks." Chen Yuan's tone was gentle, yet carried a hint of unyielding firmness. Hearing the words, "both of the human race," the 3 ancestors' eyes instantly reddened. "May I ask who you are?" Yuanshi took a deep breath and finally voiced the doubt in his heart. Chen Yuan replied, "I am also a member of the human race. My name is Chen Yuan. I once left the human race to journey across the primeval world and seek a great master to take me as a disciple." His voice was calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. But these simple words struck the three ancestors like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Boom. Their minds went utterly blank. What? You are Chen Yuan. At that moment Yukashi suddenly remembered Chen Yuan. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Chen Yuan's face, which though weathered by time still revealed traces of its former youthful contours. Yukashi's body trembled violently, and 2 streams of murky old tears burst forth. A long-dormant memory, almost buried by despair, surged wildly in his mind like a flood. Long ago a group of innate humans left the ancestral land to seek tutelage from the great powers of the primeval world. At that time the human race had just been born weak and vulnerable, bullied by all the myriad races. To find a path of survival for the human race to obtain the supreme methods of cultivation, a group of the bravest and most talented innate human youths. They resolutely left their homeland, stepping onto the perilous primeval continent. They swore that if they could not attain the Great Dao and protect the human race, they would die on the path of seeking it. But in the end, not a single one returned. The primeval world was too vast, too dangerous. Those passionate youths were devoured by ferocious beasts, lost in poisonous miasma, or killed by the shockwaves of battles between great powers. As time passed, the people in the ancestral land gradually gave up hope in the cycle of despair. They believed that all those innate humans who had left had perished in the cruel primeval world. And Chen Yuan was one of them. He remembered this boy, the youth named Chen Yuan, whose eyes had been the most resolute. Who would have thought he had truly succeeded? Thus Yuanshi stepped forward and asked, Chen Yuan, may I ask which great power of the primeval world you have become a disciple of? Back then I left the ancestral land with a group of innate humans and ventured into the primordial wilderness. After enduring countless hardships and surviving numerous perils, I finally encountered a fortuitous opportunity at Mount Kunlun. Now I have become a disciple of the Supreme Saint Lord Tongtian. Boom. As these words were spoken, the air around seemed to freeze completely. Silence. A deathly stillness. Yuanshi stood frozen, his weathered eyes widening in shock. Yushoshashi and Ziishi were also dumbfounded, their mouths slightly open, unable to utter a single word. A disciple of a saint. What did these 4 words represent in the primordial wilderness? They signified absolute authority, supreme destiny, and an indestructible backing that would last through countless eons. In this brutal primordial wilderness, where golden immortals were as common as dogs and quasi-saints filled the land, as long as you bore the halo of being a saint's disciple, even Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai of the demon court dared not harm you easily. A saint's disciple. Yuanshi's voice trembled violently, as if he were dreaming. Huh. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Yushoshashi suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. He slapped his thigh vigorously, trembling with excitement. Besides Xuandu, our human race finally has another child who has become a saint's disciple. Heaven has eyes. Heaven truly has eyes. Ziishi covered her mouth, weeping with joy. They had suffered too much. The human race had suffered too much. Without a powerful background, without innate divine treasures, they could only become the lowest rung of prey among the myriad races of the primordial wilderness. Now that Chen Yuan had become a disciple of Lord Tongtian, it meant the human race finally had a chance to catch its breath. However, Chen Yuan looked at the 3 who were so moved they had lost their composure, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew this was not enough. He needed to inject a powerful stimulant into the hearts of these 3 ancestors and the entire human race. 3 ancestors, there is no need to be so agitated. Chen Yuan spoke calmly, his voice carrying a domineering aura that looked down upon heaven and earth. I have not only become a disciple of Saint Tongtian. At the same time, Chen Yuan lifted his chin slightly, the Tao rhythm of supreme purity surging around him. I am also the chief disciple of the Jie sect. The Jie sect's big senior brother. What? These words struck like 1,000,000,000 bolts of purple sky, divine thunder falling from the 9th heaven. They crashed heavily into the souls of the 3 human ancestors. Bang! Yuanshi's legs gave way and he nearly fell to the ground, but Yushoshashi was quick to catch him. Big senior brother. Yuanshi's voice had completely changed pitch, filled with utter disbelief. The Jie sect's big senior brother. This status and identity were terrifying to the extreme. For the Jie sect was known as the sect with 10,000 immortals coming to pay homage. Who in the primordial wilderness did not know of it? Lord Tongtian had countless disciples, and among them were many powerful cultivators. To stand out among these 10,000 immortals and become the chief disciple required such extraordinary talent and strength. This was far more valuable than being an ordinary saint's disciple. Chen Yuan, you are actually the Jie sect's big senior brother. Yushoshashi drew a sharp breath, and his gaze toward Chen Yuan shifted from the warmth of an elder looking at a junior to one of reverence. Absolute reverence. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Our human race has hope. Truly has hope. Ziishi was so excited she could hardly speak, clasping her hands together and bowing repeatedly toward the sky. Becoming a saint's disciple was already remarkable. But who would have thought that Chen Yuan would become the GS sect's big senior brother? Such an identity, such a status. With just one word from Chen Yuan, who among the 10,000 immortals of the GS sect would dare disobey? With the GS sect as backing, even if the demon clan dared to invade again, they would have to consider the might of Lord Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation. The three ancestors were as happy as children surrounding Chen Yuan with fervent light in their eyes. Let's go. Chen Yuan, come with us quickly to the ancestral hall. Yuanshi, despite his injuries, grabbed Chen Yuan's sleeve and urged him eagerly. Today we shall drink to our heart's content and throw a feast to welcome you. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded, not refusing. Thus, escorted by the three ancestors, Chen Yuan stepped through the void and slowly walked toward the depths of Honghuang Mountain. Along the way, the surviving human subjects below, seeing the reverence the three ancestors showed toward this young man, knelt on both sides of the path, gazing up at this god who had saved the human race with the most devout eyes. Greetings, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor, for saving our lives. The deafening cries echoed through Honghuang Mountain, lingering for a long time. Chen Yuan looked at these ragged tribesmen whose eyes still held hope. A blazing fire ignited in his heart. Demon clan, the blood debts you owe the human race. I will make you repay them 1,000-fold. Soon the group arrived at the deepest part of Honghuang Mountain. There stood an ancient and weathered stone hall. Although half of it had collapsed during the earlier battle due to the demonic energy, it still stood firm, as if symbolizing the unyielding backbone of the human race. Entering the hall, they took their seats according to rank. However, due to Chen Yuan's current status and strength, the three ancestors absolutely refused to let him sit in a lower position. They insisted on pushing him to the seat of honor. Chen Yuan had no choice but to follow their wishes. As soon as he sat down, the atmosphere in the hall gradually cooled from the initial ecstasy. Yuanshi looked at Chen Yuan, hesitated, and a deep worry flickered in his eyes. Chen Yuan keenly noticed Yuanshi's unease. Three ancestors, is there something troubling you? Chen Yuan asked softly. Yuanshi sighed a sigh filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. He stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, now that your cultivation has reached the heavens, and you are the GS sect's big senior brother, do you perhaps have a method for our human race to cultivate? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Yusho Shashi and Ziyishi also stared intently at Chen Yuan, their eyes brimming with longing. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere grew immensely heavy. Sueren's question struck like a hammer, pounding against the hearts of everyone present. Chen Yuan looked at the expectant eyes of the three ancestors, his brow slightly furrowed. He was of course well aware of the dire straits the human race faced. I recall that back then the supreme sage Lord Laozi established the human sect and passed down the Golden Core method, did he not? At the mention of Golden Core method, a bitter smile tinged with the deepest helplessness spread across Sueren's face. The Golden Core method. He shook his head, his voice thick with profound powerlessness. The method passed down by the supreme sage is undoubtedly a supreme and wondrous technique. However, this very method cannot make our human race strong. Yuchao also slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with indignation. Chen Yuan, there is something you do not know. That Golden Core method emphasizes tranquility and inaction, the supreme forgetting of emotions. It requires the cultivator to renounce all worldly desires, sit in solitude deep in the mountains, and contemplate the natural order of heaven and earth. Yuchao grew more agitated, his eyes turning red. Yet our human race faces beast attacks every day, and every day clan members die of starvation or freeze to death. We struggle even for survival. When do we have time for tranquility and inaction? Z also sighed and added, moreover, the Golden Core method only cultivates the primordial spirit, not the physical body. Our human race is inherently weak, lacking the formidable physique of the demon race. If we only cultivate the primordial spirit, once the demon race closes in, we would be like fish on a chopping block at their mercy. Ze pointed to the three of them. Take us 3 old bones, for example. If the heavenly Tao had not bestowed merits upon us, forcibly elevating our cultivation and granting us the power of great Luo golden immortals, relying solely on the Golden Core method, we would probably not even be able to reach the golden immortal level. Chen Yuan listened silently to the three ancestors' lamentations and nodded in deep agreement. The Golden Core method of Lord Laozi was in fact never tailored for the human race. It was merely a perfunctory excuse he used to attain sagehood and prove his Tao. The Golden Core method was more suited for primordial beings, for cultivators blessed with long lifespans and peaceful environments. For the human race struggling on the brink of life and death, it was utterly useless, tasteless, to eat, a pity to discard. Chen Yuan, as the senior disciple of the Jie sect, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Do you have any way to find a cultivation path truly suitable for our human race? Sueren, tears brimming in his eyes, bowed deeply once more to Chen Yuan. If only our human race can become strong, no longer serving as blood food for the demon race. Even if it means I, Sueren, immediately perish and scatter my soul, I would willingly do so. Seeing Sueren's resolute demeanor, Chen Yuan was deeply moved. Ancestor, please rise. Chen Yuan quickly released a gentle stream of magic power, lifting Sueren up. He looked at the three of them, a steadfast light shining in his eyes. I have naturally been keeping the matter of the cultivation method in mind. In truth, Chen Yuan had already been pondering this issue on his way to Honghuang Mountain. Although he possessed the Shangqing immortal method of the Jie sect, it required extremely high talent and foundation. Forcefully teaching it to the human race would yield only slightly better results than the golden core method, treating symptoms without curing the root cause. However, Chen Yuan suddenly recalled a heaven-defying treasure he had obtained during a system check-in earlier. The Technique Generation Book. Technique Generation Book, according to the master's needs combined with the physique and characteristics of a specific race, it can generate the most perfect and compatible exclusive technique. This was like having a pillow handed to you just when you were feeling drowsy. With this book, he could tailor a path to transcendence for the human race. Thinking of this, a confident smile curled at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. Three ancestors, rest assured. I already have a preliminary idea regarding the cultivation method for the human race. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors trembled, their eyes bursting with ecstatic light. Really? Chen Yuan, do you truly have a way? Sueren's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Yuan nodded, his expression turning serious. However, this method is of great importance. I need to go into seclusion to deduce and perfect it. During this time, no one may disturb me. The three ancestors nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. Good. Good. Chen Yuan, go into seclusion in peace and deduce the method. Sueren immediately patted his chest in assurance. I will arrange the deepest, safest secret chamber in Honghuang Mountain. We three old bones will personally guard you. Seeing the three ancestors' solemnity, Chen Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, three ancestors. Soon, under the personal arrangement of the three ancestors, Chen Yuan entered a hidden stone chamber deep beneath Honghuang Mountain. This chamber was a primordial cave dwelling left behind by the sage Nuwa when she created humans from clay. The surrounding stone walls were inscribed with natural Dao patterns, extremely solid and capable of shielding all heavenly secrets. Chen Yuan, focus on your seclusion, we will guard outside. Sueren said solemnly from outside the stone chamber. Chen Yuan nodded and waved his sleeve. With a roar, the heavy stone door slowly descended, sealing the chamber completely. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the chamber and took a deep breath. He calmed his excited heart, then abruptly opened his eyes, shooting out two dazzling beams of light. System. Chen Yuan called out silently in his mind. Use the Technique Generation Book. In the dim chamber, with his command, a colossal wave surged within the depths of his sea of consciousness. A cold mechanical voice from the system sounded like the most beautiful music to Chen Yuan's ears. Ding. Received master's command. Extracting Technique Generation Book. With a hum, the void twisted violently. An ancient book radiating a dense aura of chaos materialized before Chen Yuan. The book had no title, its cover a deep purplish gold densely covered with innate Dao patterns, as if containing the most primal truths of heaven and earth. Merely floating there, it exuded an awe-inspiring pressure that could suppress the ages and encompass all things. Chen Yuan's gaze burned with intense fervor as he looked at the Technique Generation Book. System based on the human physique, create a cultivation method exclusive to the human race. Chen Yuan issued the specific instruction without hesitation. To ensure the perfection of the method, he immediately supplemented the characteristics of the human race. The human race does not possess the formidable physical bodies of the innate gods and demons, nor do they have the long lifespans of the demon race. They lack the innate ability to control the laws of heaven and earth like the witch race. The method I desire must be able to break these innate shackles, allowing the human race to defy the innate with their acquired bodies. As Chen Yuan's words fell, the Technique Generation Book floating in midair seemed to understand his requirements. With a boom, a blindingly brilliant holy light erupted from the surface of the book. This light penetrated the stone chamber's walls, and even the innate patterns of Honghuang Mountain could not fully contain it. An inexplicable, indescribable supreme Dao resonance wildly flooded the chamber. The pages of the Technique Generation Book began to flip rapidly, without wind, each page accompanied by the roar of Dao chanting. Then an incredible scene unfolded. From the flipping pages, tiny golden figures, each only an inch tall, emerged. These golden figures, numbering in the thousands, exuded a pure, human aura. They densely packed the air, swirling and dancing within the stone chamber. Chen Yuan held his breath, staring intently at these golden figures. He saw them begin to perform various actions in midair. Some punched with fists the wind from their strikes, seeming to tear the void. Some kicked their leg shadows like whips, carrying a momentum that could overturn mountains and seas. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, with thunderous roars echoing from within their bodies, the surging of blood and qi. Chen Yuan could clearly sense that these golden figures were not practicing spells or divine powers. Rather, it was a pure method of exploring the limits of the physical body. It was a unique method of resistance belonging to the human race. As time passed, the golden figures in the air multiplied their movements, growing increasingly complex and profound. After an unknown duration, all the golden figures suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the myriad golden figures burst apart, turning into countless dazzling golden runes. Finally, they coalesced into two ancient, overbearing characters brimming with boundless power, martial Dao. The moment these two words were uttered, the entire stone chamber trembled violently, as if the very heavens and earth could not bear the terrifying will they embodied. Martial arts. Chen Yuan gazed at these two words, feeling a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. At the same time, the scripture generation book transformed into a stream of light and plunged directly into his brow. Vast and boundless information like a bursting dam flooded into Chen Yuan's mind. He closed his eyes, carefully digesting the knowledge. Martial arts, the path cultivated by the human race. Its core is rooted in blood and qi as the foundation, the physical body as the essence, and the will as the soul. Cultivate both the primordial spirit and the flesh, advancing along two meridians simultaneously. Revere not the heavens, worship not the earth. Only trust in one's own invincibility. Ultimately break through the shackles of the self and attain the Tao of chaos. As the grand and domineering general outline echoed in his mind, Chen Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably. It was too powerful. This martial art was a peerless divine skill tailor-made for the human race. The immortal cultivation methods of the primordial era, whether the Shangqing immortal art of the Jie sect or the golden core great Dao of the Supreme Elder, were essentially about conforming to the heavenly Dao and borrowing the spiritual energy of the world to strengthen oneself. But martial arts were completely different. It was an inward quest, constantly excavating one's own potential, using one's own blood and qi as a furnace to refine all things, with an indomitable will as a sharp blade severing all bonds, cultivating both meridians, advancing the flesh and the primordial spirit in tandem. This is truly the perfect great Dao. Chen Yuan's eyes snapped open, shooting out two dazzling golden beams. He eagerly continued reading, eager to see how martial arts delineated its realms and how it directly pointed toward chaos. In the stone chamber, the golden martial art runes gradually faded into Chen Yuan's body. He sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in the vast martial art information within his thoughts. This supreme scripture deduced by the system was so exquisite that it even surpassed the Shangqing immortal art he had cultivated. The path of martial arts is divided into 6 major levels. Chen Yuan murmured softly, meticulously sorting through the mysteries of these 6 realms. First level, body tempering. Forge the bones and sinews, temper the skin and flesh, refining the frail postnatal body until it is as hard as refined steel. This realm requires enduring unimaginable pain, using willpower to break the limits of the physical body. Once body tempering is complete, one can tear apart tigers and leopards with bare hands and possess the strength to uproot mountains. Corresponding to the primordial cultivation system, this is the celestial immortal realm. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. This first step, though arduous, was the foundation of a towering edifice. What the human race lacked most was this formidable physique. Second level, blood and qi. After body tempering is perfected, martial true qi is born within, and the blood and qi surge like a dragon. Blood and qi permeate the body, manifesting as a tangible wolf smoke that can burn away evil and render one immune to all poisons. At this realm, a martial artist's recovery reaches a terrifying level. As long as the wound is not fatal, it can be healed rapidly through blood and qi. Corresponding to the primordial, this is the golden immortal realm. Seeing this, a gleam of joy flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Golden immortals were already considered a backbone force in the primordial era. If the human race could produce a batch of blood and qi realm martial artists, it would surely make common demon armies never return. Third level, acupoints. The human body contains great hidden treasures with 365 main acupoints that correspond to the number of stars in the heavens. Use blood and qi to impact these acupoints. Each one opened is like lighting a star within the body. When all 365 acupoints are fully connected, the martial artist's body forms a self-contained cycle of the heavens, unceasing and endless. Every movement carries the power of heaven and earth. Corresponding to the primordial, this is the Tai golden immortal realm. Chen Yuan drew a sharp breath. The cultivation method of the acupoint realm was a masterpiece of ingenuity, not borrowing from the spiritual energy of the world, but transforming the self into a cosmic starry sky. What grand ambition! Fourth level, Dharma aspect. When acupoints are perfected, the martial will condenses to its peak and bursts forth, taking shape as a martial Dharma aspect. The Dharma aspect towers over the heavens and earth, reaching tens of thousands of feet, suppressing the universe. At this realm, a martial artist can begin to dabble in the laws of the Tao and integrate them into the Dharma aspect. With one-punch laws follow annihilating countless worlds. Corresponding to the primordial, this is the Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Chen Yuan's breathing grew heavy. Daoyuo Golden Immortal. This was the realm of great power leaping beyond the three realms and existing outside the five elements. The martial Dharma aspect realm not only possessed the mana of a Daoyuo Golden Immortal, but also had a terrifyingly powerful body and battle while far surpassing peers of the same level. If they fought at the same realm, a martial Daoyuo would definitely crush an immortal Daoyuo. 5th level Cavern Heaven. The Dharma aspect internalizes, opening a true Cavern Heaven world within the body. The martial artist becomes the sovereign of this world. As long as the world is not destroyed, the martial artist cannot die. Every move summons the power of an entire world to crush the enemy. Corresponding to the primordial, this is the quasi-saint realm. By this point, Chen Yuan was utterly astounded, opening a world within the body. This was the very prototype of how Pangu created the world. Although it was only a cavern heaven, it was enough to prove the heaven-defying nature of this martial art. Finally, the 6th level. Chen Yuan's gaze locked onto the last golden words. Chaos. The cavern heaven evolves into a perfect universe. The physical body shatters the shackles of the Tao, becoming indestructible through countless kalpas. The will transcends the heavenly Tao, invulnerable to all magic. The primordial spirit and the physical body merge perfectly, attaining the Tao of chaos, Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Corresponding to the primordial, this is the Chaos Saint. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in Chen Yuan's mind. Chaos. This martial art could truly point directly to the Chaos Great Dao, and not the kind of saint achieved through the flimsy method of the Honghuang purple qi. Instead, by relying on one's own power, forcibly breaking the shackles to attain the Chaos Daoyuo Golden Immortal. This kind of chaos was freer than a heavenly Tao saint, and possessed even more terrifying combat strength. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan could not help but burst into laughter in the stone chamber, his laughter filled with boundless ecstasy and ambition. With this martial art, how can the human race not flourish? The demon court of the heavenly court. Once my human martial army is formed, I will surely trample your Lingxiao palace. Chen Yuan rose abruptly, his aura soaring like a rainbow. He could hardly wait to impart this supreme scripture to the three human ancestors. Once they switched to martial arts with their immense merit and virtue, they would surely skyrocket in a short time. Chen Yuan swept his sleeve. Rumble. The long-sealed dragon-slaying stone slowly rose. A long-lost ray of light shone into the dim stone chamber. Chen Yuan stepped out like a war god from ancient times, carrying the supreme hope of the human race's rise. Outside the stone door, Suirenshi Yukashi and Ziishi paced anxiously back and forth. They stayed rooted to the spot, not daring to blink for fear that any disturbance would interrupt Chen Yuan's seclusion. Rumble. The grating sound of the heavy stone door suddenly echoed. The three ancestors jolted, turning their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on the slowly opening chamber. When they saw Chen Yuan's upright figure stepping out with a confident smile, the hearts of the three ancestors instantly raced to the extreme. Chen Yuan. Suirenshi hurried forward, his voice trembling with intense anxiety and anticipation. How did the deduction of the technique go? Yukashi and Ziishi also held their breath, their hands tightly clasped together. Chen Yuan, seeing the tense expressions of the three ancestors, did not keep them in suspense, and nodded firmly. I have lived up to the task. The supreme technique suitable for the human race has been deduced. Boom. This simple sentence, like a reassuring pill, instantly set the hearts of the three ancestors at ease. Then uncontrollable ecstasy surged within them. I really succeeded. Suirenshi was so excited that tears streamed down his aged face, his lips trembling. Chen Yuan's expression turned serious as he put away his smile. He looked at the three ancestors and spoke in a low voice. Three ancestors, please open your minds. I will now impart this technique to you. Hearing this, the three ancestors did not hesitate. They immediately sat cross-legged, completely releasing the defenses of their spiritual seas. They had absolute trust in Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan raised his right hand, joining his index and middle fingers, and condensed three brilliant golden lights at his fingertips. Go! He flicked his fingers. The three golden lights transformed into three streaks of radiance, instantly vanishing into the foreheads of the three ancestors. Boom! In an instant, vast, ocean-like information of martial arts exploded within their minds. Martial Tao, rooted in blood and qi, grounded in the physical body with will as the soul. Cultivate both the primordial spirit and the physical body simultaneously. As the secrets of the martial Tao's general outline and 6 major realms continuously flashed in their minds, the bodies of the three ancestors began to tremble violently. Their faces displayed an extraordinary range of emotions. First, shock, utter shock. They had never imagined that such a domineering and unreasonable cultivation system existed in the world. It did not cultivate the heavenly Tao, only the self. Then ecstasy. This technique was tailor-made for the human race. It perfectly bypassed the weakness of the human body and turned it into the driving force for a breakthrough. Finally, deep awe and emotion. When they saw the grand blueprint of the 6th level of martial Dao pointing directly to the primordial chaos, Great Dao, the souls of the 3 ancestors trembled. This was not just a technique, it was a heavenly path for the human race to defy fate. Chua, the 3 ancestors opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down like broken pearls. Thud, thud, thud. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 human ancestors, Swirenshi, Yukashi, and Ziyishi, knelt on the ground together and kowtowed heavily to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, you have created this supreme path for humanity. You are the true backbone of our race. Swirenshi wept uncontrollably, his forehead pressed against the cold ground, unwilling to lift it for a long time. Please rise. Startled, Chen Yuan quickly stepped forward, releasing his mana to forcibly help the 3 up. Ancestors, you flatter me. I am also human, this is my duty. Chen Yuan looked at the emotional 3 ancestors and gently reassured them. What do you think of this martial Dao technique? Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Yukashi waved his fists excitedly. With this technique, I will immediately abandon that worthless golden core path and switch to martial Dao. Ziyishi also nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this is the path truly suited for us. However, Chen Yuan, seeing their eager expressions, slightly shook his head and poured cold water on their enthusiasm. 3 ancestors do not act rashly. Chen Yuan's eyes were sharp, seeing through the true conditions within the 3 ancestors. You previously relied on the heavenly Dao's merit to forcibly advance to the Luo Golden Immortal, leaving your foundations extremely unstable. Moreover, you burned your origin to resist the Demon King earlier, leaving your bodies riddled with damage. Chen Yuan said in a serious tone. The martial Dao emphasizes blood and qi, and it is unmatched in dominance. If you try to switch to it with your current broken bodies before your blood and qi even become like a dragon, your physical bodies will not withstand that violent power and will directly explode and perish. At these words, the ecstasy on the faces of the 3 ancestors instantly froze. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, chilling them from head to toe. This, Swirenshi was full of bitterness. Are we doomed to possess this supreme path, but be unable to enjoy it? Yukashi and Ziyishi also looked dejected. Indeed, their bodies were already ruined. Seeing the despair in the eyes of the 3 ancestors, Chen Yuan suddenly smiled mysteriously. 3 ancestors, do not panic. Since I dare to impart the martial Dao to you naturally, I have a way to resolve your physical afflictions. As Chen Yuan spoke, he turned his wrist. An extremely dense, chaotic aura, as if it could revive all things, instantly filled the entire space. The 3 ancestors looked up in disbelief at Chen Yuan's palm. There in Chen Yuan's hand lay 3 fruits radiating 5-colored brilliance. The fruits were shaped like pistols with the innate Dao patterns of Honghuang imprinted on their surfaces. Just by inhaling the fragrance emitted by the fruits, the 3 ancestors felt a faint sign of revival in their dried-up origins. This is... The 3 ancestors stared intently at the 3 fruits. Chen Yuan looked at them and introduced, this is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, the Huangjong Li. Consuming one can directly attain the golden immortal realm. Swirenshi's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed. Yukashi's lips quivered violently and his eyes nearly bulged out. Ziyishi was frozen in place, her mind completely unable to process. Golden immortal. One fruit could achieve golden immortal. To think that the human race had cultivated the golden core path for tens of thousands of years, yet not a single member had ever stepped through the threshold of golden immortal. And Chen Yuan had casually produced 3. Chen Yuan, this is too precious. Swirenshi waved his hands repeatedly, his voice trembling. How can we accept this? Chen Yuan directly pressed the 3 Huangjong Li into Swirenshi's hands, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Ancestors, your origins are depleted and your foundations are broken. Without first using Huangjong Li to restore your foundations and reshape your blood and qi, you cannot even pass the first stage of body tempering in martial Dao. Take these fruits first to restore your bodies to perfection. Then when you switch to martial Dao, your efforts will yield twice the result with half the effort. Holding the warm fruit in his hands, Swirenshi's aged tears fell once more. He opened his mouth, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, finally, turning into a hoarse whisper. Good. Yukashi and Ziyishi each took a Huangjong Li, their eyes reddened and nodded solemnly. Just as the 3 ancestors thought the gifts were over, Chen Yuan turned his wrist again. Another 6 clusters of 5-colored light blossomed from his palm. 6 Huangjong Li floated neatly in midair, emanating an awe-inspiring innate Dao resonance. The 3 ancestors were utterly dumbfounded. There's more. Yukashi's mouth gaped wide, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Ziyishi murmured to herself, 9 whole Huangjong Li. What terrifying resources this must be. Chen Yuan placed the 6 Huangjong Li into a jade box and handed it to Swirenshi. 3 ancestors besides yourselves select 6 elites from the tribe with excellent aptitude and firm resolve. These 6 Huangjong Li are for them. Yuanshi took the jade box with trembling hands, too excited to speak. 6 golden immortals. In a single night the human race could have 6 golden immortal level experts. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. Chen Yuan, on behalf of the human race, I thank you. Yuanshi bowed deeply, once more bending at a 90-degree angle, remaining there for a long time. Chen Yuan helped him up, his expression suddenly turning grave. 3 ancestors, there is something I must clarify in advance. Seeing Chen Yuan's serious face, the 3 ancestors immediately put away their excitement and looked at him, wondering what it was. Chen Yuan spoke in a low voice. This martial Dao method must never be completely imparted to the human race all at once.